Chapter 1. The Soul Bottle. As twilight descended, the landscape merged seamlessly with the horizon. Beneath the setting sun, a river flowed with a fierce current, rushing forth with relentless vigor. Wang Yang slowly opened his eyes, only to feel as though the world was spinning. Dizziness enveloped him. Where was he? Just moments ago, he had been wandering through a museum, and now, in the blink of an eye, he found himself in this strange place. Struggling to sit up, he was startled to discover that he was not alone. 3 others were rising alongside him. These individuals, with their hair styled in buns and clad in tattered, coarse linen garments, bore the appearance of ancient denizens. Among them, 2 were youthful. One, robust and brawny, resembled a mighty warrior. The other, strikingly handsome, looked as though he had stepped out of a romantic drama. The last was an unremarkable middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s. To Wang Yang's right lay a gaunt figure, as thin as a reed, motionless amidst the grass. Altogether, they formed a small circle with a crudely woven grass basket at their center. Not far from the basket rested a blackened clay pot containing remnants of some broth. Beside the pot sat a wooden bowl, topped with a large wooden spoon, filled with a dark liquid that, upon inhaling its aroma, Wang Yang suspected to be vinegar. The 4 exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless. Instinctively, Wang Yang reached for his glasses, only to find that they were absent. Perhaps sensing his gesture, the middle-aged man fixed his gaze on Wang Yang and tentatively inquired, "Wang? Dr. Wang?" Wang Yang was taken aback. "Su Bian? It is I. It is I," the middle-aged man exclaimed. "But how do we end up here? And why? Why do you look this way?" Suddenly struck by a thought, Wang Yang sprang to his feet and dashed toward the riverbank, prompting the other 3 to follow suit. What greeted him in the water's reflection was the visage of a youth, no older than 17 or 18. With sparse brows and bright eyes, his slightly elevated nose lent him a refined appearance, yet his pallor and frail physique betrayed a certain timidity. His eyes, tinged with a hint of redness, appeared weary and fatigued. He was not wearing glasses, yet his vision was astonishingly clear, a sensation he had not experienced since developing nearsightedness in the 6th grade. Amidst the silence, a burst of uncontrollable laughter erupted from the handsome youth, who was now exuberantly animated. "We've time traveled. We've actually traveled through time. After reading countless novels about time travel, we're finally here. This museum visit was not in vain. And look at how dashing I am." He caressed his own face and glanced at the others, reaffirming his conviction that he was the most captivating among them, which filled him with uncontainable joy. The brawny man performed several stretching exercises, cracking his joints, and threw a few punches into the air, seemingly acclimating to his new physique. With a dismissive tone, he remarked, "This is the ancient era. There's no chance of becoming a celebrity. What good is good looks here?" The handsome youth, still riding the wave of exhilaration, brushed off the brawny man's retort and continued to muse with fervor, but it might not necessarily be the ancient times. Perhaps it's an alternate reality, a fantastical realm. The brawny man asserted confidently, "What are you thinking? We traveled through time in a museum. It must be the ancient era." "Ah, the ancient times. We can copy poetry, lyrics, and novels. We must allocate tasks wisely. Each person should focus on a distinct category to avoid duplication." The burly man chuckled. "Copy novels? Do you really think it's that simple? If I asked you to transcribe Dream of the Red Chamber, let's see if you can do it from memory." The handsome youth paused, "Though I may not be able to, perhaps someone else could." He turned to Wang Yang and inquired, "Are you a doctoral candidate? What is your field of study?" Wang Yang replied, "I am not a doctor, but a doctoral student." The youthful gentleman appeared puzzled. "What's the difference?" "Only those who have successfully defended their doctoral thesis are considered doctors. I am currently in my 2nd year of doctoral studies and have yet to graduate." The burly man boldly asked, "What do you study?" Wang Yang replied, "Literature." The burly man sneered dismissively, "What use is that? Literature lacks historical understanding. Time travel is futile." The middle-aged man, having heard of Wang Yang's esteemed reputation, was there to liaise with him on behalf of the publishing house, preparing to collaborate with the academic institute on a collection of essays. Wang Yang was one of the authors, so he quickly explained, "Dr. Wang specializes in classical literature." The burly man interrupted, "And what of classical literature? Do you understand history? Can you transcribe Dream of the Red Chamber from memory?" He turned to Wang Yang, his tone resolute, as if declaring an undeniable truth. Let me tell you, not only doctors but even postdoctoral researchers cannot transcribe dream of the red chamber from memory. The handsome youth looked at Wang Yang and asked, "Is it true that you cannot write it?" Impatiently, the burly man retorted, "Isn't it obvious? I assure you, there is no one in the entire country capable of transcribing dream of the red chamber from memory." After speaking, he turned to Wang Yang, confidently asking, "Am I right?" Wang Yang remained silent. He had no desire to engage in this frivolous debate, nor was he interested in elucidating the nuances of classical studies or the distinctions between broad literary perspectives and pure literary views. As for the matter of dream of the red chamber, it was far beyond his considerations. One cannot simply say, each generation has its own literature, each generation has its own triumphs. The criteria for literary evaluation shift with time. Li Bai's Bring in the Wine might have languished in obscurity during the pre-Qin era, while Su Shi's nostalgia for the Red Cliffs, had it been penned centuries earlier, could well have been dismissed as mere trivialities. At present, with no clear sense of which era or dimension they inhabit, how could they even contemplate copying poetry or novels? Even if they could, were there not enough literary luminaries throughout history? Li Du, Su, and Xinwo among them was not a literary genius? Yet, how many truly achieve their aspirations? The notion of achievement transcends mere official titles. Even Su Shi, who held high office, what ultimately came of it? Do you know what a scholar of Hongxue is? Lu Xinwu has even attempted to continue dream of the red chamber. The middle-aged man could not help but interject to the burly man. Though the burly man was unfamiliar with Lu Xinwu, he quickly countered, "What's the value of his continuation? Can it compare to the original? Besides, I spoke of transcription, not continuation." As the middle-aged man was about to respond, Wang Yang suddenly remarked, "Do you all feel there's an issue with our accents?" The trio looked at Wang Yang in confusion, and the handsome youth replied, "There's no problem, it's just like before." The middle-aged man pondered for a moment and remarked, "I don't perceive any differences." Even the burly man, known for his penchant for debate, nodded in reluctant agreement. "Wait a moment," Wang Yang mused, attempting to articulate his thoughts, yet hesitating repeatedly, displaying an air of hesitation. Impatiently, the burly man urged, "Just say what you want to say." With a gesture, Wang Yang gradually enunciated a single word, "Peach blossom." He paused, then articulated slowly, "Peach blossoms bloom, peach blossoms wither." Upon completing his statement, his expression relaxed, as if the mere utterance of those words had drained considerable energy from him. The three onlookers wore puzzled expressions, and the youth murmured, "Peach blossoms bloom, peach blossoms wither. What does that mean?" Upon hearing the youth's repetition, both the middle-aged man and the burly man experienced a moment of realization. The middle-aged man exclaimed, "What Dr. Wang just said was indeed Mandarin." From a moment they awakened on the grass. They had been conversing in a tone they had never encountered before, in intonation both unfamiliar and awkward, starkly contrasting with the pronunciation of modern Mandarin. It was astonishing that such an evident issue had only just come to their attention. "Are we still speaking Chinese?" The youth gazed at Wang Yang in shock. Wang Yang contemplated and replied, "Yes. We are now speaking Middle Chinese." The pronunciation of Middle Chinese differs significantly from that of modern Mandarin. For instance, the character for peach in Mandarin begins with an aspirated voiceless stop, t, yet in Middle Chinese, it is pronounced with a voice sound. Furthermore, the character for wither in Mandarin starts with a voiceless aspirated consonant, but in Middle Chinese, it transforms into a voice sound. For example, the burly man, eager to interrupt, exclaimed, "Enough with the scholarly jargon. Just tell us what middle means." From Han to Tang, Wang Yang succinctly stated, "Currently, the academic community refers to the period of the Wei, Jin, Southern, and Northern dynasties and Sui Tang as Middle Chinese, distinguishing it from the modern age that follows the Tang Song transformation. So, we have traversed to a certain dynasty between the Han and Tang?" The middle-aged man inquired. Wang Yang nodded. His primary focus had been on early Tang literature and the intellectual history of the Tang Song era, and he also possessed a certain understanding of the cultural history of the Han dynasty. In terms of historical facts, he was most familiar with the Han and most proficient in the Tang. If an irreversible time travel had indeed occurred, he would prefer it to be to one of these two eras, as it would afford him a better grasp of historical intricacies. enabling him to navigate potential pitfalls. We have not inherited the original host's memories, yet we have somehow retained the accent, but that is of little consequence. The youthful man waved his hand joyfully, declaring, "What matters is that we can compose song lyrics. Regardless of which dynasty is between Han and Tang, there are certainly no song lyrics." The burly man countered, "How many song lyrics can you recite? If we divide them among the four of us, how many will each person receive? Doctor, you must know many poems. You should share them with us and not keep them to yourself." Wang Yang remained non-committal, reflecting that even in the Tang dynasty, lyrics were considered a lesser pursuit. To rely on a few song lyrics for survival was nothing short of fanciful. Even in the Song era, figures like Lu Yong and Jiang Kuei were renowned for their lyricism, yet one languished in obscurity while the other lived a life of destitution. "No, my mother is still in the modern world. I must devise a way to return. We should not be pondering which Song dynasty poem to recite, but rather how to return." The middle-aged man's brow was furrowed with concern. Unlike the spirited youth, he had a family to consider. How could he possibly remain here when his wife and child awaited him? Return? I have no intention of going back. Time travel is more improbable than winning the lottery, especially as such a dashing character. I must be destined for greatness. Here, we command the winds and the rains, wielding power over the world and reveling in the company of beauty. Surely, that is more appealing than toiling back home. The youthful man grew increasingly animated as he spoke. The burly man chuckled at the middle-aged man's plight. Of course he wishes to return. He hasn't been bestowed with the youth of a young body. By the way, how old were you before you crossed over? The middle-aged man, unwilling to engage with this contrarian, moved closer to Dr. Wang Yang, his voice laced with urgency. "Dr. Wang, what should we do? I have a wife and child. My daughter is only 5 years old. I cannot remain here." The youthful man interjected, "By the way, is there a limit to the number of concubines in ancient times?" The burly man scoffed. "What good does it do to ask him? Better than asking you," the middle-aged man retorted. The burly man shrugged nonchalantly. "I find this amusing, coming from someone like you." Dr. Wang Yang intervened to prevent further bickering. "Let us focus on the matter at hand. Do you all recall the scenes prior to our crossing?" He turned to the middle-aged man. "I remember we were at the museum, examining a soul bottle unearthed from an ancient tomb." "Yes, there was a porcelain bottle. I was also looking at it," the youthful man exclaimed. Dr. Wang Yang contemplated aloud. "Thus, it seems we must have crossed over while gazing at the soul bottle. This implies—" The middle-aged man slapped his thigh in realization. "I remember now. We were gathered around that display with 5 of us." The 4 exchanged glances, suddenly recalling the figure lying in the grass. They hurried to investigate, finding a gaunt man struggling to sit up. Upon seeing the 4 approach, his emaciated face turned pale as a ghost. The youthful man greeted him with enthusiasm. "Hey there, I got good news for you. We've traveled through time, and soon this world will belong to us." His laughter rang out, exaggerated and boisterous. The burly man rolled his eyes. How juvenile. Neither noticed that the gaunt man's body was trembling slightly. Dr. Wang Yang placed a reassuring hand on the gaunt man's shoulder. "Are you all right?" The gaunt man's face was ashen, his expression dazed, and his trembling intensified. The burly man mocked. "Your mental fortitude is exceptionally poor. No wonder you woke up last." Dr. Wang Yang observed the gaunt man and remarked, "We are now standing in the same position as when we were viewing the soul bottle in the museum. Except for the gaunt man, who remained huddled with his head cradled in his hands. The other 4 resumed their previous stances, realizing that they were perfectly aligned with where they had awakened. And in the center of the 5 stood the grass basket. Dr. Wang Yang approached the basket for inspection, but the burly man swiftly joined him, lifting the cover of the basket alongside him, while the middle-aged man and the youthful man gathered around. Together, Dr. Wang Yang and the burly man retrieved the contents from the basket. It was a beautifully crafted azure porcelain jar, adorned with intricate reliefs, and the lid was topped with a miniature pagoda. The middle-aged man's eyes brightened. "It's the soul bottle, the very one we saw in the museum. Could it be that our crossing was caused by this?" The handsome youth inquired, "What is a soul bottle?" Wang Yang replied, "A soul bottle is an ancient funerary vessel, believed to possess the power to collect and soothe souls." "What is a funerary vessel?" the handsome youth asked, reaching out to touch the engravings on the bottle. "Is it a bird depicted on it?" Wang Yang did not respond to the question about the funerary vessel. his gaze entirely fixated upon the carvings on the bottle. This is the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird takes flight as the harbinger, driving the chariot of the Supreme One. The depiction of the vermilion bird on the soul bottle may serve to guide spirits. The secret of our journey through time may lie within it. He wished to grasp the soul bottle for a closer inspection, yet the robust man firmly held one end, refusing to relinquish his grip. If the soul bottle can facilitate our passage through time, it surely can return us home. The middle-aged man's voice quivered slightly, for this was his sole hope of returning, and as if to bolster his confidence, he turned to Wang Yang and asked, "Isn't that so?" Though Wang Yang felt uncertain, he nodded in reassurance. "Allow me to examine if the secrets of the soul bottle are concealed upon its surface." The robust man pulled the soul bottle closer to his eyes. "Do you understand soul bottles?" The handsome youth asked, astonished. "Of course, I encountered a post online that specifically discussed soul bottles. Look, there are inscriptions on it. Dr. Xiao, let go for a moment so I can observe it closely." Wang Yang released his grip, leaning forward, but he could not discern any writing. The handsome youth and the middle-aged man leaned in as well. "Where are the inscriptions?" The handsome youth inquired. "They must be revealed by water once washed. The inscriptions will appear," the robust man declared with an air of confidence, making his way toward the riverbank. Wang Yang's expression grew serious, and he hastened to follow. "I will accompany you." No, you all stay here. I can manage alone," the robust man insisted with an unusual politeness. "It's fine, we might as well stay together." Wang Yang quickened his pace. Suddenly, the robust man took off running. Wang Yang chased after him. The handsome youth and the middle-aged man, realizing what was happening, followed suit. Just as they neared the riverbank, the robust man raised the soul bottle high, but instead of casting it into the water, he forcefully smashed it onto the ground. With a resounding crash, the soul bottle shattered into countless pieces. All were left stunned, and the middle-aged man let out a cry of despair. Seizing the moment of their shock, the robust man swiftly kicked a majority of the shards into the river. Wang Yang disregarded the robust man and dashed to the riverbank, only to find the waters turbulent and vast, with no sign of the bottle's remnants. The middle-aged man, in a frenzy, attempted to leap into the river, but Wang Yang firmly restrained him. "Su Bian, stay calm. You are insane." The handsome youth gazed at the robust man in shock. The robust man retorted, "Are you foolish? What if they figured out how to use the soul bottle to bring us back?" The handsome youth paused, his voice faltering. "Well, that still doesn't mean." "Scoundrel." The middle-aged man's eyes turned red as he lunged at the robust man. "Stop!" Wang Yang shouted forcefully, his tone commanding. The middle-aged man instinctively halted, only to see Wang Yang bypass him, swiftly running towards the thin man who had now risen from the grass. The others, perplexed, followed suit. "Where are you headed?" Wang Yang inquired. The gaunt man managed to force a smile, stammering, No. Wang Yang fixed his gaze on the gaunt figure and suddenly inquired, "What is your favorite movie?" "What?" The handsome youth appeared utterly bewildered. "Are you out of your mind?" The burly man grumbled in dissatisfaction. "You fool." A middle-aged man seized the collar of the burly man's tattered hemp garment. "Let go." The burly man's expression darkened. Under Wang Yang's intense scrutiny, the gaunt man's facial muscles quivered even more violently. "Just mention any movie, all it takes is to name one." Wang Yang pressed closer to the gaunt man. The other three sensed the unease and turned their attention to the gaunt man. Suddenly, the gaunt man shoved Wang Yang, causing him to stumble backward, inadvertently toppling a bowl of vinegar, which splashed a generous amount of dark vinegar onto his pant leg, thoroughly soaking a large swath of fabric. The gaunt man turned and fled, screaming hysterically, "A ghost! A ghost! An evil spirit has possessed me." Wang Yang, neglecting to wipe himself off, shouted, "Quick, pursue him! He is not of this era." Note 1. The phrase "each generation excels in its own way" originates from the Qing dynasty scholar Jiao Sun and was further developed by Wang Wei, Hu, and others, suggesting that literature evolves with time, with each era favoring different literary forms. 2. The usage of the concept of the Middle Ages is not absolute in academia. An intriguing phenomenon is that researchers from the Wei, Jin, and Southern and Northern dynasties often refer to themselves as from the Middle Ages. In the past decade, scholars from the Song to the Ming dynasties have also begun to adopt this term, aligning with the Western sinological concept of the Middle Period. Some scholars translate it as Middle Period rather than Middle Ages. However, the expansion of the concept of the Middle Ages is indeed a trend. For instance, at the Third Middle Period China Conference held at Yale last year, scholars from the Song and afterwards accounted for more than half of the participants. The time frame was set broadly from 220 to 1600, which, while breaking down barriers, loses the profound significance of employing the concept of the Middle Ages. 3. The perception that literature is confined to limited genres, such as poetry and novels, originates from the modern Western notion of literature as pure literary representation. China has long embraced a broader view of literature. Zhang Taiyin interpreted literature as the written word on bamboo and silk. Thus, it is called when literature, its laws and styles are termed wenshu, a literary study. According to Zhang, the term literature encompasses a vast array of subjects. Today, a few esteemed departments in classical literature scholarship continue to uphold traditional values by emphasizing subjects like philology, textual criticism, and history, rather than limiting themselves to pure literature. 4. The Middle Ages was an era dominated by aristocratic families. By the end of the Tang dynasty and after the Song, the decline of aristocracy marked the complete onset of a commoner society that continues to this day. To use the Yellow River as a metaphor, the Middle Ages represents the bend in the river, characterized by turbulent waters and complex currents. After this period, the Yellow River altered its course, dramatically changing its landscape. A popular saying goes, "The affairs of the Tang are closer to the ancient, while those of the Song are nearer to the present," aptly reflecting the pivotal role of the Middle Ages as a watershed moment. However, this statement is merely an academic rumor, with the originator often attributing it to Chen Yinke, and it has even found its way in his scholarly papers, which is quite peculiar. From my humble perspective, Mr. Chen did not utter such words. I speculate that the prototype of this rumor may stem from Mr. Liu Boji's assertion in the History of Politics and Education in the Song Dynasty, which states, "The governance of the Tang is closer to antiquity, while that of the Song is nearer to the present." In any case, the medieval period is a fascinating era, where civilization intertwines with barbarism, magnificence with darkness, greatness with humility, creating a tapestry that is inseparable, a confluence of both dust and clarity. Observing how modern individuals stumble into this historical torrent, producing splashes that ultimately culminate in towering waves, is an even more intriguing endeavor. I shall endeavor to replicate the authentic historical milieu of the time. Devoid of secret arts or fortunate encounters, it is simply a contemporary individual navigating the turbulent and unpredictable northern and southern dynasties, reliant solely on their own capabilities for survival. Once the realm of reality is invoked, many matters become decidedly complex. To traverse time is no simple feat. First and foremost, the barrier of language presents significant challenges. The vast majority of modern individuals cannot comprehend ancient phonetics, let alone engage in dialogue with their historical counterparts. Moreover, consider the household registration system. Ancient China had a remarkably comprehensive system, making it quite difficult for those without proper registration to blend in. Why is it that some more serious time travel novels begin with the protagonist inheriting the memories of their predecessor and commencing the narrative several years later? Because commencing with a blank slate proves to be rather cumbersome. By inheriting memories, the issue of identity becomes conveniently resolved, allowing for a smoother integration into the ancient world. Yet, the truth is, assimilating into antiquity has never been a straightforward task. I am aware that my writing may appear laborious and unappreciated, and many readers might overlook these nuances. Nevertheless, I am determined to meticulously craft the narrative, to vividly portray a modern individual thrust into a true, vibrant historical world, witnessing how they navigate survival and resolve challenges. I shall diligently and intricately depict this journey. Now, I invite you all to join me as we delve into this age of hidden currents and grand waves. Chapter 2. The Vagabonds in the Dim Twilight. The grass reached up to the ankles. In the wild forest, a solitary figure fled, pursued by 4 others, stirring countless startled insects. "Help! There are ghosts!" The terrified cries of the lean man echoed through the once tranquil woods. "Wait, we are not ghosts," Wang Yang shouted as he chased after him. The lean man may have already been awake, and Wang Yang was uncertain how much of their conversation had been overheard. His pursuit of the lean man was driven both by a sense of precaution and a desire to understand the situation. 5 individuals encircled the soul bottle, collapsing in a state of unconsciousness. Upon awakening, 4 souls were lost while 1 remained unchanged. The lean man might not comprehend the supernatural events that had transpired, yet he ought to grasp the fundamental reasons behind it. For instance, who they were and why they found themselves in this predicament. Stop! Who goes there? Several shouts rang out simultaneously. The darkness had deepened, shadows of trees stretched across the ground, and ahead, indistinct figures flickered into view. Help! Help! Da! Wang Yang witnessed the lean man flailing his arms as he sprinted forward, but before he could utter a single word of warning, a swift sound pierced the air. The lean man's body stiffened, and he fell forward. Another sharp whistle echoed. A burly man swung his arm, shielding the middle-aged man running beside him. The middle-aged man barely had time to scream before a long arrow pierced his throat. The burly man fell to the ground, gasping for breath, his arms trembling. The middle-aged man collapsed as well, landing on the grass with a muted thud. A torrent of blood gushed from his throat and mouth, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Bang! 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 Wang Yang felt as though his heart would burst from his chest. This was the first time he witnessed death. Not merely death, but murder. Everything unfolded too swiftly. He could only drop to the ground and watch in horror as the middle-aged man fell less than 2 meters away from him. The man, named Suyu, was a well-known editor from the provincial publishing house. Though they had only met that afternoon, he was the sole familiar face in this alien world. Little did he expect to lose his life so soon, and under such bewildering circumstances. All of you, lower your heads and close your eyes. Move, and you will be shot on the spot. A cold voice accompanied by the rustling of grass grew ever closer. How many were there? Surely more than 3. Wang Yang dared not lift his gaze. This one is dead. This one too. After 2 reports, someone commanded, everyone stand up, quickly. Wang Yang glanced at the bloodied Suyu and slowly rose, his legs quaking as though all strength had been siphoned from his body. 9 figures came into view before him. They wore tattered gray garments, 2 holding bows with arrows nocked, aimed at Wang Yang, a robust man and a handsome youth. 5 wielded knives, and 1 brandished a spear, all with vigilant expressions. Among them, 1 individual donned the newest attire, a sword sheathed at his waist. The man with the spear, a dark-faced giant, stood close to the well-dressed figure, appearing as a guard. Do not kill us. We know many things. The handsome youth's voice trembled and was urgent, starkly contrasting with the adventure he had envisioned upon his arrival in this new world. The man in the middle suddenly inquired, how many of you are there? Wang Yang and the other 2 remained silent, as none knew how to respond to such a question. The man then bellowed, speak up, or face death. The handsome youth shuddered and blurted out, there are just the 3 of us. That's all. When did you cross the border? Cross the border? We did not. The robust man exclaimed anxiously. If you haven't crossed, then why are you sneaking about in a Chu Lin? I am the commander of a Chu. And yesterday, I received a message from Liu Yang stating that a northern spy had infiltrated. Is it not you? The sturdy man and the handsome youth could only guess what commander meant, but they were relieved to infer that it was not a bandit. Wang Yang, however, understood that a commander referred to a low-ranking officer in the military, leading a squad of 10 soldiers. It became clear that these individuals were officials. They were not clad in armor like the soldiers depicted in television dramas. Their attire was neither neat nor impressive, instead appearing somewhat shabby. No. What cups and plates? What do you mean? This is a misunderstanding. Both the sturdy man and the handsome youth protested simultaneously, as they were completely oblivious to the meaning of Bei Dai Bei solely on its phonetics. Connecting the concept of crossing borders with his earlier deduction of the historical context, Wang Yang surmised the meaning of northern spy and remarked, if they were sneaking, they would not be running, nor would they be shouting. Everyone turned to Wang Yang, and the handsome youth and the robust man quickly concurred, yes, exactly. The commander seemed taken aback by this response, momentarily speechless before gruffly stating, you might be evading capture. Wang Yang retorted, if we were fleeing, there must be pursuers behind us. We have remained here for quite some time. Where are the pursuers? The black man wielding the spear regarded Wang Yang intently, while the commander paused, abruptly asking, what is your place of residence? Wang Yang chose not to respond. Although he was aware of the general geographic scope of the current era, the names of places changed over time, and misnaming could easily reveal his true identity. Furthermore, he was uncertain of his exact location. For a local, a residence would need to be specified down to a precise location, while for someone from afar, the other party might demand more information. In a bid to extricate himself from suspicion, the robust man promptly replied, I am from Langya. In truth, his reaction was relatively swift. Though he was unaware of the current geographical context, he knew the climate was not hot, suggesting it was not Langya. Moreover, he had heard that Langya was considered a remote area in ancient times. He figured that claiming to be from Langya would make it difficult for the other party to verify. Even if they could, it would take a long time, during which he could devise a plan. The handsome youth felt utterly despondent, never anticipating that a question about residency would place him in such a predicament. After all, he possessed the identity card of the protagonist. How had he found himself in this awkward situation right from the start? Recalling the time he had read those time travel novels, a surge of courage welled up within him, and he proudly declared, I hail from the distant nation of Great Britain. Wang Yang gazed at the handsome youth, internally marveling at his audacity. The robust man, however, felt a flicker of inspiration compared to fabricating a story about Langya. Concocting a tale of being from overseas seemed more advantageous. After all, identities from abroad could be easily invented, as verification was impossible. The commander furrowed his brow and turned to Wang Yang, asking, What about you? Wang Yang replied, A drifter. The handsome youth was left utterly confused, unaware of the implication behind those words. The robust man contemplated, inspired by the dashing youth. To claim oneself as a warrior from the island nation, the vagrant, of course, bears no relation to the wanderer from Fusang. In the medieval era, vagrant specifically referred to those without household registration. The Book of Sui, treatise on food and goods states, those without registration, who do not enjoy the benefits of local governance, are termed vagrants. The officer, with a cold laugh, gestured towards the robust man and the dashing youth. Since one of you hails from Lingnan and the other from some unrecognizable foreign land, present your pass. The pass was a document of transit from the medieval period, generally issued by the local government of one's registered residence, akin to today's identification card. Travelers, regardless of their status, whether noble or common, were required to carry a pass, and even foreign merchants were no exception. The robust man and the dashing youth wore expressions of bewilderment. It was not a matter of their intellect failing, but rather their ignorance of what a pass entailed. Had the officer referred to an identification card, they might have concocted an excuse for its absence. However, the officer's words struck them as incomprehensible as a duck hearing thunder, making it impossible to devise a counter-strategy. With a cold laugh, the officer remarked, It is evident you are fabricating tales. No matter, we shall take our time. He then cast a glance at Wang Yang. As for the vagrants, it is not my concern. Head to Lingxi. Perhaps you might be fortunate enough to enjoy some bean porridge. Wang Yang had never heard of Lingxi. Yet he welcomed the prospect of escaping his current predicament under military authority. The robust man, sensing the opportunity, exclaimed, I am also a vagrant. The dashing youth echoed, So am I. We all are. The officer retorted sharply, Silence, you too. Your mouths are full of lies. You are either northern spies or escaped slaves. Or perhaps you are just bandits on the run. Vagrants, indeed. 5. Send that genuine vagrant away. The robust man, in a moment of desperation, blurted out, He is the false one. Wang Yang felt a sinking sensation in his heart. The officer, growing impatient, snapped, What nonsense are you spouting? If I am not genuine, then he is not either. We are together. The robust man shouted loudly, casting an anxious glance at the dashing youth. The dashing youth paused for a second before nodding. We are together. We have always been together. His voice was resolute. Wang Yang turned to the dashing youth, who averted his gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Wang Yang exhaled deeply, attempting to calm his tumultuous emotions, and declared, I am not with them. We are together. We are together. The robust man and the dashing youth clamored in unison. In that moment, Wang Yang felt akin to a crab striving to escape a basket, only to be pulled back by his fellow crustaceans. This confusion was unbearable. The officer pinched his temples, visibly agitated. The soldier named 5 approached the officer and whispered a few words. The officer's gaze swept over Wang Yang and his companions, gradually revealing a smile. Since clarity was elusive, let them all remain. Having fallen into my hands, their days would be arduous. However, the 3 of you possess quite the appealing appearances. Particularly this one. The officer appraised the dashing youth, exclaiming, So lovely, akin to a delicate maiden. He then turned to Wang Yang, leering, You two have potential. What do you intend to do? The dashing youth felt a foreboding sense of dread. The officer, with a sinister grin, replied, What shall we do? You will soon discover what is meant by doing. Our commander has quite the taste. You are fortunate indeed. Alas, a thunderous noise echoed in Wang Yang's mind, leaving his scalp tingling. In the medieval era, male affection was quite prevalent. Even during the era of the 16 Kingdoms, the lord of the Western Yin, Morong Chom, had been captured and made a male consort. How could he have forgotten such a detail? Upon hearing the captain's words, the soldiers erupted into laughter, while Wang Yang and his companions turned pale. The captain waved his hand. Arrest them all. The two most handsome will be sent to the commander, and the strong ones will be reserved for the clerk. Note, even during the strictly regulated Qin dynasty, a form of identification was not widespread among the common folk. The Qin dynasty had a document akin to an ID called a yin or fu, which was issued only when departing from one's registered domicile for travel, resembling the modern-day travel permits. Thus, if Wang Yang and his companions were to directly enter the city and claim to be locals, they would not be asked for physical identification. Chapter 3. As the soldiers indulged in jest, their arrows no longer aimed at the trio. The robust man, brimming with audacity, suddenly sprinted westward, exclaiming, "Flee to the east swiftly. Secure your money." This utterance bore dual intentions. First, to divert Wang Yang and the youthful lad towards the east, thereby distracting the soldiers. Second, to imply to the soldiers that Wang Yang and his companion possessed wealth, making them more valuable targets for pursuit than themselves. However, the execution of this plan proved utterly flawed. The young lad, paralyzed by fear, lost all sense of direction and merely followed the robust man. Meanwhile, Wang Yang remained rooted in place, not out of reluctance to escape, but rather due to the grim realization that their adversaries numbered 9 and were armed with bows, rendering the chances of a successful evasion exceedingly slim. Furthermore, the robust man misjudged the soldiers' reflexes and the lethality of their weaponry. He had scarcely taken a few strides when a sharp arrow thudded into the ground before him. Instinctively, he raised his hands in surrender, ceasing to flee. The young lad, equally terrified, halted in his tracks. "Run. Keep running," the robust man urged. "This is a mulberry bough. Even if you dash another 20 paces, I could still shoot you like a rabbit. Do you dare to flee? Just watch how I deal with you." The captain gestured, and 4 soldiers advanced briskly, 2 by 2, ruthlessly restraining the robust man and the young lad. The robust man protested, "I can produce salt. I can make fine salt. I can, His words were cut short as the hilt of a blade struck him forcefully in the abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. Simultaneously, the young lad cried out, "The wind is fierce, the sky is high, the apes wail in sorrow. The waters are clear, the sands are white. The birds return to their nests. Boundless fallen leaves." Then he met a fate akin to that of the robust man, the hilt of a blade crashing against his mouth, leaving his lips swollen and his teeth stained with blood. He could not fathom why others who traversed time could revel in leisure, while he was reduced to such a plight. Surely, he was the protagonist. "What are they shouting about?" the captain inquired, perplexed. The nearby dark-faced man wielding a spear shared in the confusion. One seems to claim he sells salt. The other appears to be reciting lyrics. What folly it was for these 2 time travelers to flaunt their talents, only to be met with disdain rather than admiration. The soldiers' brutish nature was not the sole reason for their dismissive attitude. The era played a significant role as well. During that time, the common folk were largely familiar with only 2 types of salt, yellow salt and white salt, further categorized into powdered salt, granulated salt, scattered salt, and coarse salt. The concept of fine salt was non-existent. Even if modern fine salt were presented to these soldiers, they would undoubtedly regard it as a valuable commodity. Yet mere words would fail to convey its essence to these rustic individuals. As for Du Fu's Ascending the Heights, it is undoubtedly a timeless masterpiece. Alas, within the context of its era, poetry predominantly adhered to 4 or 5 character formats, with 5 character verses particularly prevalent, while 7 character verses were mostly relegated to folk songs. Though a few literati might have composed serious 7 character poetry, such instances were as rare as a grain of sand in the vast sea, both in quality and quantity, falling far short of the prominence enjoyed by 5 character verses. However, were there a poet present, he might wish to hear the handsome youth recite further. Yet, the soldiers assembled were rugged men, and even the spear-wielding dark-skinned fellow among them, who recognized a fair number of characters, could not discern the profound meaning within the poetry, let alone the others. The officer gestured towards Wang Yang, declaring, "Arrest this one as well. He seems rather clever. The squad leader will surely take a liking to him." 2 soldiers strode towards Wang Yang, their large hands reaching out to seize his arm. Wang Yang's expression shifted dramatically. He stepped back, eyes wide, summoning all his strength to shout, "I am a scion of the Wang family of Langya. Those who offend me shall face annihilation." This proclamation had been long in the making, and he was prepared to sacrifice himself if need be. Like a cornered wolf, a trapped beast still fights fiercely. In dire straits, he unleashed an unimaginable force, his voice resonating like thunder and his spirit roaring like a tiger or leopard, momentarily stunning the two soldiers. The term annihilation implied the total destruction of his lineage, and Wang Yang's declaration landed like a bombshell, leaving everyone in stunned silence. All eyes turned to Wang Yang, and for a moment, no one uttered a word. Wang Yang had contemplated this deception carefully. Previously, he had deduced through phonetics that he was in the Middle Ages. And since the man had mentioned northern spies, it was likely that this era was marked by the North-South divide. He realized he was situated within the territory of the southern state, although the Three Kingdoms period's eastern also represented a North-South conflict. And the late Tang to the Five Dynasties had seen similar confrontations. None of these periods compared in duration to the era of the Northern and Southern dynasties. Hence, from a probabilistic standpoint, he staked his claim on the Northern and Southern dynasties. This era was characterized by the dominance of aristocratic families, with a stark divide between the noble and the commoners, where the offspring of high families wielded considerable influence while the lower classes toiled like cattle or horses. Successfully masquerading as a member of the aristocracy would undoubtedly intimidate the soldiers. Yet, there were many prominent families in Jiangnan, such as the Wang, Xie, Yuan, and Shao clans, among others, making it a challenge to choose which lineage to impersonate. Wang Yang concluded that since all was a pretense, he might as well claim to be from the foremost noble family of Jiangzhou, the Wang family of Langya. He recalled that Mao Hongguang had noted in his research on the political dynamics of aristocratic families during the Eastern Jin and Northern and Southern dynasties that the Wang family of Langya produced the highest number of officials above the 5th rank. From the Eastern Jin to the Southern Qin, the political status of aristocratic families had seen fluctuations, yet the Wang family of Langya remained an undeniable first-rate noble house. Assuming the identity of the Wang family would be the safest bet. Of course, this so-called safety was merely relative. If it were the time of Wang Dun's rebellion during the Eastern Jin, or if under the rule of the Sun family of Eastern Wu, impersonating the Wang family of Langya might prove disastrous. Furthermore, noble families maintained genealogies and household registers, making it far from easy to impersonate them. Moreover, given that Wang Yang was unaware of the specific dynasty in which he found himself, how could he fabricate the necessary details? In summary, the risks involved were considerable. Yet, in a desperate bid to preserve his life, Wang Yang resolved to take this perilous gamble. The officer, taken aback, was the first to burst into laughter. Had he been holding water in his mouth, it surely would have sprayed everywhere. The soldiers, in unison, erupted into hearty laughter. As if Wang Yang were the grandest of jokes. The officer doubled over in mirth, pointing at Wang Yang. You really dared to concoct such a tale. With your impoverished appearance, you could never be reborn into the Wang family, even in 8 lifetimes. Upon hearing the remarks of the officer, Wang Yang felt an immediate sense of relief. His greatest fear was that these individuals had never heard of the illustrious Wang family of Langya. The reactions of the soldiers indicated that his gamble had indeed paid off. He had traversed into the era of the Eastern Jin and Southern dynasties. Yet, as the saying goes, a person is judged by their attire, and Wang Yang appeared exceedingly shabby. He lacked even a proper belt, merely tying a rough cord around his waist. It was evident that, compared to the common folk, his clothing was far inferior. If he could not devise a plausible explanation for his appearance, his charade would come to an abrupt end. With a cold smile, he retorted, Me, impoverished? A single coral tree from my family could purchase the lives of you all. How dare you label me as such? He cast a casual glance at his tattered garb and continued, This attire is merely a disguise I donned to evade bandits. If you judge a person solely by their clothing, it is no wonder you are so blind. With that, he shook his head and sighed. I have no time for your foolishness. The officer's expression turned stern. You too, restrain him and give him a couple of slaps. The 2 soldiers advanced toward Wang Yang, who remained motionless, a cold smile still gracing his lips. If you wish to bring ruin upon your entire clan, then by all means, proceed. The 2 soldiers, witnessing Wang Yang's unwavering demeanor and his confident assertions, hesitated momentarily. The officer scolded, Have you lost your wits? Do you truly believe him? Even if he were indeed of the Wang family, it would not warrant the annihilation of an entire lineage. It is clear this is a ruse by a cunning commoner. Can you not see such an obvious truth? Wang Yang erupted in laughter, as if the officer had uttered the most ludicrous joke. In truth, it was Wang Yang who was jesting, for the officer's accusation held merit. Wang Yang had to concede that his claim of annihilating families was somewhat exaggerated. However, In that moment of fear, he had sought to intimidate the soldiers, resorting to threats of familial destruction. Given ample time to prepare, he would have crafted a more convincing tale. Yet, the urgency of the situation left no room for careful consideration. Now, he must weave this lie into a coherent narrative. Note: in historical texts, Langya is often written as Langya. The term Yi refers to Langya County. The pronunciation of Yi is similar to Ya. And for the sake of consistency in writing, it is unified as Langya. Chapter 4. The Sin of Rebellion. Wang Yang chuckled softly. Have you not heard that usurping the noble is termed rebellion? His gaze fell upon the squad leader, imbued with a trace of pity and mockery. Indeed, what would you, a mere squad leader, comprehend? One must possess an imposing presence. Seizing the moment when the squad leader's expression faltered, Wang Yang brandished his sleeve and admonished loudly, "Rebels! Let their lives be taken. Let their families be exterminated. Let their wealth be obliterated. My family has long been illustrious. My uncle serves as an imperial attendant in the capital. Should I encounter misfortune, it shall surely reach the heavens. Do you think just when I pronounce the annihilation of your entire clan?" With his hands clasped behind his back, his tone grave and commanding, no one noticed the subtle tremors of his fingers, icy cold against his palm. To weave a convincing lie, it is essential not only to possess a commanding presence but also to attend to the details. A lie devoid of particulars resembles a castle in the air, easily discernible as a fabrication. Thus, Wang Yang infused his words with two salient details: the heinous crime of rebellion and the status of his uncle as an imperial attendant. The sin of rebellion has been recognized since the Han and Tang dynasties, a fact Wang Yang was well aware of. However, his understanding of the history of the Eastern Jin and Southern dynasties was not profound. He was unaware whether the current era upheld the sin of rebellion. Yet, reasoning from the historical continuum, he inferred that as many statutes persisted from the Han and Tang, the Eastern Jin and Southern dynasties likely retained them as well. Therefore, he opted to invoke this crime as a means of intimidation. As for the exaggerated punishment associated with the sin of rebellion, it was a calculated exaggeration, aimed at seizing the initiative. He wagered that these soldiers were oblivious to the specific tenets of the sin of rebellion. The fabrication of an uncle holding the esteemed position of an imperial attendant was also a strategic choice. The so-called imperial attendants required both merit and noble lineage. The term yellow referred to the Yellowgate attendant, while scattered denoted the imperial attendants. The essence of merit lies in one's character and talent, while lineage pertains to family status. In the Eastern Jin and Southern dynasties, the role of an imperial attendant was a position of great honor, not to be assumed by those of lowly birth. Furthermore, the imperial attendants were close aides to the emperor, subtly reinforcing Wang Yang's earlier proclamation of reaching the heavens. It was apparent that Wang Yang was not without wit. Had there been scholars present, they would easily discern the nature of his bluster. Not to mention, the soldiers had no grounds to classify his actions as rebellion. And even if they were deemed rebellious, the principle of collective punishment was unfounded. Yet, what could these lowly soldiers possibly understand? They had indeed heard of the term rebellion, often conflating it with the heinous crimes of treason and immorality, recognizing it as a monumental sin that ordinary individuals would never encounter. Who could have foreseen that they would be confronted with it today? Furthermore, upon hearing Wang Yang proclaim his uncle's high-ranking position, they viewed him as a figure of immense stature. Even the highest-ranking officer of their garrison would likely be regarded as insignificant in comparison to his uncle. To offend such a person would spell disaster. At that moment, Wang Yang's image in their eyes transformed. He was no longer perceived as a timid, frail youth, but rather as a figure embodying undeniable authority and eloquence, exuding an aura that was hard to challenge. No one dared to laugh any longer. The two soldiers who had intended to seize him hastily retreated, whether or not they would face extermination. They were aware of one undeniable law. In the struggle between the lowly and the noble, all were deemed rebels. Even the captain held his breath, deep in contemplation. There was no room for them to ponder. It was akin to an advertisement. Once a crack was opened, one must seize the moment to pour forth one's thoughts in a single breath. Wang Yang feigned indifference as he dusted off the frayed cuffs of his attire. Were it not for the disheveled appearance of his garments, this act of brushing off dust might have exuded a hint of aristocratic grace. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang, given the name Yang, with the courtesy name Ji Yin, derived from the Book of Songs, specifically the Gentleman's Eternal Companionship section. The verse states, "Your clarity and elegance are indeed your visage. Had I not encountered thieves along the way, I would have long since met the individuals my second uncle dispatched to escort me, rather than lingering in this wretched place." Wang Yang recited the verse not as a mere display of erudition, but rather to subtly assert his identity. During the Eastern Jin and Southern dynasties, the emphasis was on literature over martial prowess. Children of noble families often esteemed literary merit, while the common folk faced insurmountable barriers to education due to lack of funds for tutors and books. Even if they possessed the will to learn, they had little opportunity for advancement. This exemplifies the so-called monopoly on knowledge. At this moment, we were still in an era of aristocratic dominance, contrasting sharply with the rise of the common class post-imperial examinations. Had Wang Yang been transported to the Tang or Song dynasties, proclaiming such literary prowess would have held no significance. More crucially, the last statement made by Wang Yang, although seemingly casual, served as a significant foreshadowing. He insinuated to the soldiers, "My second uncle has indeed sent someone to fetch me. Even if you contemplate silencing me, you must weigh the risks involved." As anticipated, upon uttering these words, the soldiers' gazes shifted towards him, infused with shock and a tinge of reverence, albeit mingled with skepticism. The handsome youth felt a sense of injustice. Why did his poetic recitation garner listeners while his own did not? Wasn't he the protagonist? Surely Du Fu's poetry surpassed the uneven verses of the Book of Songs. He then mused on the formidable reputation of the Wang family of Langya, which had evidently instilled fear in them. The captain swallowed hard and tentatively inquired, "Do you possess any documents to verify your identity?" His tone had changed markedly from before. Wang Yang frowned and retorted, "Did you not hear my words? I encountered thieves en route, leaving me unable to safeguard my garments and carriage, let alone any documents." The captain hesitated, "But there is no proof." Wang Yang, visibly impatient, interrupted, "The lineage records serve as proof. How can you claim there is none? Feel free to verify." Not to mention Wang Yang belonged to the esteemed Wang family of Langya. Even a lesser gentry would not possess the authority to investigate lineage records. Just as confusion enveloped the captain, Wang Yang let out a sigh. "Very well, I shall not press you further. Allow me to provide you with a token." He turned to a soldier named Ding Jiao and commanded, "You, fetch me a branch." Ding Jiao cast an inquiring glance at the captain, while a burly soldier offered, "I shall go." The captain nodded, and the burly man quickly gathered 3 branches for Wang Yang to choose from. He approached Wang Yang, stopping 3 paces away, leaning his spear against his shoulder, bowing slightly, and presenting the branches with utmost respect. Ding Jiao felt a twinge of annoyance, thinking that had he known it would come to this, he might as well have gathered them directly. Under the norms of modern etiquette, Wang Yang had internalized the use of polite expressions to the point of instinct. As he was about to utter a word of thanks, he recalled the disguise he was assuming and forcibly swallowed the words. He casually picked up a twig and began to draw on the ground. The onlookers craned their necks to observe. Initially, they believed he was about to write, only to later conclude he was sketching. The illustrations he created were intricate and winding, adorned with delicate textures and interspersed with small characters, rendering the patterns exceedingly complex. "Is this a talisman?" exclaimed several soldiers in astonishment. Wang Yang tossed aside the twig and declared, "Behold, this is the most authentic Tongwang talisman of the Heavenly Master S. Dao. The Wang family of Langya has long been a bearer of this tradition. Surely, you are aware of this." Wang Yang was depicting the Dun Wang talismans preserved in the Bibliothèque Nationale de France. Regrettably, this was the only talisman he could proficiently illustrate. From the perspectives of cultural and intellectual history, Wang Yang was most adept in Confucianism and Buddhism, with Taoism occupying the least of his expertise. Thus, his assertion regarding the authenticity of the Tongwang talisman was merely a deceptive fabrication. However, the lineage of the Wang family of Langya and their connection to the Heavenly Master S. Dao had indeed been substantiated by the esteemed scholar Cheninka. The soldiers, of course, were not necessarily privy to this information, yet Wang Yang intended to dazzle them with these vivid and audacious details to intimidate the troops. Although Buddhism and Taoism flourished during the Eastern Jin and Southern dynasties, the common populace had limited knowledge. Even if they could barely recognize a talisman, how could they discern the authenticity of the Tongwang talisman? As for whether the Wang family of Langya had inherited the Heavenly Master S. Dao, they were even more oblivious. They could hardly fathom what the prominent families consumed on a daily basis, let alone the esoteric beliefs and knowledge passed down within those families. Nevertheless, they were aware that many scions of aristocratic families professed adherence to Buddhism and Taoism. Previously, Wang Yang's eloquent demeanor had already instilled a modicum of belief in his identity among them. Upon witnessing this talisman, their faith was further reinforced. Observing the mixture of reverence and trepidation on their faces, Wang Yang felt a surge of joy, thinking he was on the verge of success. However, two familiar yet jarring voices suddenly broke in. I also bear the surname Wang of Langya. I am also of the Wang family from Langya. In that instant, 1,000 exclamations of exasperation surged through Wang Yang's mind. In the 8th year of the Jianshu era, Liang Tong conspired to assassinate two noble women, subsequently implicating Song and others in charges of treason. According to the account of Qinxiu, there was contention between Chao Jie and Wang Fu, who asserted that the family of Liang had committed acts of treason. Although they were interred in the Yi mausoleum, Emperor Wu deposed and discarded Empress Wei, while favoring Lady Li for offerings. This event is also recorded in the annals of the later Han, which states that the maternal family harbored animosity towards the Liang clan and sought to tarnish their reputation, thus fabricating accusations of treason. This crime is consistent with the legal principles established during the Jin dynasty, as noted in the Book of Jin, where Zhang Pei comments in the Table of Jin law that usurping noble status at the mausoleum is termed treasonous behavior. Chapter 5. Decisiveness. Upon hearing the shouts of the brawny man and the handsome youth, Wang Yang felt an overwhelming desire to silence them permanently. These two individuals actually had three potential strategies at their disposal. The first option was to impersonate the attendants of the Wang family from Langya, stepping forward to vouch for Wang Yang and thereby binding themselves to him in a manner that forced him to rescue them. Any discrepancies in their previous actions would then fall upon Wang Yang to elucidate. The second option was to remain silent and wait until Wang Yang successfully assumed his false identity, at which point they would plead for help, leaving the specifics of their appeal entirely in Wang Yang's hands. The third option was to mimic the first and also claim to be from the Langya Wang family. The sudden appearance of one member from the Langya Wang family in this desolate wilderness was already peculiar enough. The emergence of two would not only raise doubts, but also diminish the credibility of Wang Yang's own identity. As anticipated, after their cries, the sergeant and the others turned their gaze toward Wang Yang, their eyes now tinged with suspicion. While Wang Yang could choose to acknowledge these two as relatives, the reality was that their understanding of contemporary history and culture was woefully inadequate, rendering them incapable of feigning authenticity as Wang Yang could. Furthermore, the three of them had not conferred prior to their charade as kinsmen, making it exceedingly easy for their ruse to be uncovered. Simply separating them for questioning would expose their deception in an instant. However, should Wang Yang choose to disown them, given their reckless tendencies, they would undoubtedly retaliate by claiming that Wang Yang's identity was false, leading to a convoluted mess that could result in mutual destruction. What was to be done? Wang Yang needed to make a swift decision. All the soldiers looked to him, and just as the sergeant was about to inquire, Wang Yang strode directly toward the two. The handsome youth and the brawny man, seeing Wang Yang approach, erupted into joyous exclamations of brotherhood, unaware that the term brother had only emerged during the Tang dynasty, having no equivalent in the Eastern Jin or Southern dynasties. Halfway there, Wang Yang feigned a loss of balance, nearly stumbling, and took the opportunity to bend down and adjust a shoe, while his left hand surreptitiously pinched the dampened fabric of his pants, which had been marinated in vinegar. Though much of the vinegar had evaporated, he managed to extract a bit more. Rising to his feet, Wang Yang approached the handsome youth, who exclaimed, "Brother, quickly smack." Wang Yang firmly grasped the youth's right arm with his left hand and delivered a resounding slap to his face with his right. The soldiers stood in stunned silence. The handsome youth was momentarily dazed, his ears ringing from the blow. Maintaining a steely expression, Wang Yang proceeded to the brawny man, who glared and shouted, "You little brat. How dare you?" As he shouted, he desperately tried to retreat, but was held fast by two soldiers. Wang Yang seized the brawny man's right arm with his left hand and unleashed a fierce slap upon his face with all his might. Pointing at the dazed and swollen-faced brawny man, Wang Yang berated, "You two wretched spies, infiltrating our borders and daring to impersonate the Wang family of Langya." "What?" The sergeant's eyes widened in disbelief, and the soldiers were equally astonished. "He is an impostor. He is not from the Wang family of Langya. He is a fraud." The handsome youth was the first to exclaim, "This little brat is a fake. A fake. You worthless scoundrel. How dare you strike me? He is an impersonator." The brawny man roared in a frenzy, and had he not been restrained by the soldiers, he would have lunged at Wang Yang in a fit of rage. Wang Yang's actions bore four intentions. Firstly, one must seize the opportunity of delivering a slap to engage in a covert act, the specifics of which shall soon be revealed. Secondly, physical harm shall be employed to delay their response time. Thirdly, the intention is to infuriate the two individuals, thereby diminishing their capacity for logical and rational thought. Most importantly, he aims to publicly establish enmity with the two, for this would render their subsequent accusations as mere retaliation for the recent slap, thus reducing their credibility and impact. Indeed, the revelations from the two did not stir much commotion. The soldiers were far more concerned with another matter. The sergeant inquired, "Young master, what do you mean by spies? Are they truly northern spies?" Wang Yang fixed his gaze on the sergeant, narrowing his eyes as if probing for answers, and asked, "You genuinely do not know?" The sergeant felt a chill run down his spine. What do I know? Nonsense. What cups and dishes? I have no idea what cups and dishes are. He is slandering. Do not believe him. He is an impostor. He is not of the Langya Wang clan. He is not even of this world. He is lying. Lying. If you believe him, you are a fool. The young man and the burly man, with flushed faces, shouted hoarsely. Wang Yang, with a stern expression, commanded, "Silence them first." The sergeant, eager to clarify the matter of the northern spies and irritated by the noise, signaled to his subordinates. A soldier struck the two men in the abdomen with the hilt of his sword, causing them to howl in pain and double over. The young man, unable to utter a word due to the agony, while the burly man, his face contorted with resentment, continued to mutter, "Fake. He is fake. He is an impostor," albeit much more softly. Wang Yang, brazenly addressing the sergeant, stated, "Given your position, you should not have the right to know this matter. But I shall make an exception for your sake." Liu Yang's correspondence indicated the entry of northern spies. Did it specify how they infiltrated? The sergeant, perplexed, replied, "It is said they infiltrated stealthily." Wang Yang scoffed coldly. "They had accomplices." The sergeant was taken aback. "Accomplices among us?" Wang Yang's eyes gleamed as he surveyed the crowd. Indeed, right within the army. The soldiers were momentarily stunned, and the sergeant, bewildered, pressed on. How did you come to this conclusion? From where does the young master obtain this information?" Wang Yang regarded the sergeant, shaking his head with a faint smile. "This matter is of great consequence, not suitable for your ears. I was ambushed on my journey, and I fear it is related. If you are not afraid of being silenced in the future, I could divulge more." The soldier's expressions shifted dramatically, and the sergeant hastily interjected, No, young master. Please do not share this with us. We are merely soldiers. We understand nothing of such matters." Wang Yang nodded. "After the ambush, I encountered 4 individuals while fleeing, and during the night, I overheard them conversing in a foreign tongue." The sergeant's eyes widened. "You understand their tongue?" "Just SOSO. What?" The crowd was bewildered. Wang Yang waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor calm and unperturbed. "It is of little significance. Given that we are in the era of the Eastern Jin and Southern dynasties, it is only natural for the northern region to be inhabited by the Hu people. Although I do not comprehend Middle Chinese Hu language, I can surmise that English and Hu language differ greatly." He surmised that these soldiers likely did not comprehend the Hu language, and even if they did, he could effortlessly concoct an alternative explanation. The purpose of uttering that phrase in English was merely to dazzle and enhance the air of mystery. Furthermore, he deliberately spoke rapidly and ambiguously, intending to leave others with the impression of his fluency. The soldiers, witnessing Wang Yang's ability to converse in Hu, could not help but regard him with greater reverence. The handsome youth shouted, "That is English. You have been deceived. He is a fraud. I can speak it too." "Fine. Thank you. And you? This is English. A fake." The burly man continued to struggle, bellowing, "This little brat is not from the Wang clan of Langya. He is lying. He is fooling you. We are in this together." The two continued to shout, drawing the attention of several soldiers, while the squad leader cast glances in their direction. Wang Yang, sensing their growing suspicion, remarked, "Consider yourselves fortunate. Unbeknownst to you, you have accomplished to defeat these two, including the ones you just killed, are northern spies. If you now cut the fabric from the right sleeve of these two, you will find their secret identities marked upon it, easily discernible." He gestured to the specific location on his own right arm. The squad leader commanded, "Quickly, proceed as the young master instructed." The soldiers used their knives to slice a piece of fabric from the right sleeves of the two individuals, handing it over to the squad leader, who examined it back and forth, exclaiming, There is nothing here." Wang Yang derisively replied, "If it were that simple to reveal, it would hardly be a secret." He raised his chin and called out with authority, "Bring forth fire." The soldiers quickly assembled a makeshift fire, igniting it with flint. Wang Yang took the sleeve fabric and roasted it over the flames, while the burly man and the handsome youth continued to curse, desperately insisting on Wang Yang's false identity. "Now, observe," Wang Yang said nonchalantly as he extended the sleeve fabric. The squad leader received it, and several soldiers gathered around. To their astonishment, a small brown circle suddenly emerged on the previously indistinguishable fabric. Chapter 6. Silencing this was Wang Yang's initial intent to confront the handsome youth and the sturdy man. Seizing the moment while delivering a slap, he deftly traced a small circle on the right arms of the handsome youth and the sturdy man with his vinegar-dipped fingers. The vinegar solution on his fingertips was already quite diluted, and after being applied to the dark linen, it evaporated in the air, rendering it nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. However, once the residual vinegar was heated, the moisture would evaporate, increasing the concentration of the vinegar, thereby making the marks more pronounced. Furthermore, when the fabric reached a certain temperature, it would turn charred, a threshold known as the carbonization temperature. The fabric that had absorbed the vinegar would reach this carbonization temperature at a lower point compared to regular fabric. Thus, when exposed to flame, the areas touched by vinegar would show signs of charring first. Wang Yang understood this principle well, but the soldiers were oblivious. Upon witnessing this, they were taken aback, mistakenly believing it to be some clandestine message from a northern spy, further solidifying their belief in Wang Yang's noble identity. If he were not of significant stature, how could he possess such knowledge? The sturdy man and the handsome youth were unable to discern the situation on the fabric. They continued to shout and denounce Wang Yang. In a moment of desperation, the handsome youth even accused Wang Yang of murder, claiming he bore a grave crime. The sturdy man shouted that Wang Yang had intentions of rebellion. They were merely trying to capture attention with their exaggerated claims, unaware that their frantic and reckless proclamations only rendered their words less credible, simultaneously undermining their earlier assertions regarding Wang Yang's assumed identity. The commander had no time to indulge in the nonsensical ramblings of these two, urgently inquired, "May I ask, what does this pattern signify?" Wang Yang replied, "It is the sun. The Hu people have revered the sun and moon since ancient times. Are you not aware of the historical text stating, when the Chanyu emerges from the camp, he bows to the rising sun and, in the evening, to the moon?" The commander, having never read such texts, simply shook his head, while Wang Yang continued with feigned gravitas. "Do you know how many northern spies cross the border each year? How many subordinates they develop? Even within the army, there are their insiders. If I had encountered you sooner, I would have exposed them long ago. Why wait until now?" This was a question Wang Yang had long pondered, a significant point of suspicion against him. If those four were indeed northern spies, why did he not clarify the truth from the outset? He had already devised a response for this matter, but to explain it proactively would seem contrived. Now, taking advantage of this topic, he casually mentioned it, making it appear more natural. The commander, previously harboring doubts, found Wang Yang's reasoning compelling, alleviating a great deal of his suspicion. Wang Yang continued, "Many northern spies enter our territory, their ranks diverse and unrelated. To facilitate recognition, some will imprint secret symbols on their right sleeves to confirm their identity. If several travel together, there will be a primary secret symbol and secondary ones. This matter is a state secret, and I can only divulge so much. Should you feel your life is forfeit, you may freely announce it to the world." "Certainly not. I would never dare to disclose such information," the commander replied, bowing in trepidation. Wang Yang observed that this was the first time the officer referred to himself as a villain, a deceiver. He is a fraud. Do not trust him. He does not bear the Wang surname. He has committed murder, several lives. He is an impostor, a counterfeit. He harbors intentions of rebellion and usurpation. The burly man and the handsome youth clamored in disarray, their words becoming increasingly hysterical. Wang Yang glanced at the two who were furiously gesticulating, wishing for their demise. Steeling his resolve, he asked the officer, "How shall we deal with these two?" The officer replied, "Take them back for rigorous interrogation." Wang Yang shook his head, too troublesome. The nobleman's implication was. Wang Yang remained silent, merely casting his gaze upon the corpse of Editor Su. Following Wang Yang's gaze, the officer was startled. "This is not in accordance with protocol. They are indeed northern spies. Bringing them back could yield some information." Wang Yang, with a sardonic smile, looked at the officer. "Protocol? When we first met, you shot two men without inquiry and intended to present the captured individuals for the amusement of the officials. What sort of protocol is that?" The officer appeared somewhat flustered, hastily explaining, "The regulations prohibit night travel in Zulin." The darkness was too profound, coupled with the dispatch from Lu Yang. Wang Yang waved his hand dismissively. "Rest assured, I have no interest in such trivial matters. I merely caution you, keeping these two may not be prudent. They might divulge information that could be detrimental. 1. May your entire family meet a wretched fate. You conspire against others, and your education has gone to waste. Do not believe him. He is not a member of the Wang family of Langya. You fools have all been deceived. The burly man and the handsome youth grew increasingly frantic, their insults becoming more vile. Wang Yang murmured, "You see, these two are diehard loyalists. Taking them back will not yield any confessions, and as for their espionage, they will never admit to it. They might even concoct false testimonies. And you may find yourself accused instead of credited. Killing them would mean eliminating 4 northern spies, but taking them back only brings 2 calamities. But the evidence regarding the northern spies is scant, without confessions, relying solely on the solar cipher. The solar cipher is unnecessary. I shall testify on your behalf. With the endorsement of the Wang family of Langya, this is the most substantial evidence. I vouch for the espionage identities of the 4. Should you and your men eliminate these spies, it would be a great merit." The officer, retreating strategically, awaited this affirmation. He immediately bowed and clasped his fists, declaring, "As you command." He then instructed, Old 3, Dingzhou, in accordance with the nobleman's decree, dispose of these 2 spies. Wang Yang recognized the officer intentionally emphasized that it was by his order, but he paid it no mind. These 2 must be eliminated. The burly man, without question, was ruthless and lacking in morals, having caused Editor Su's death, and deserved to perish. The handsome youth's misdeeds were not as severe, but his prior exposure of his faux identity as a vagabond, followed by the accusation of impersonating a member of the Wang family of Langya, revealed his petty nature. Should fortune turn against him, being ensnared by this youth could lead to his untimely demise without understanding how it befell him. Preserving such a character would surely lead to a scenario reminiscent of the farmer and the snake. Orders received. Old 3 and Dingzhou advanced with knives towards the burly man and the handsome youth. The 2 individuals, upon witnessing the imminent confrontation, felt their legs weaken in fear. The youthful figure cried out, "Dr. Wang! Dr. Wang, I was wrong. Wang Ge, I truly understand my mistake. Grant me another chance. I will heed your words from now on. I will assist you. I do not wish to perish. I have just crossed over. I am the protagonist." The burly man, however, remained defiant. "You have all been deceived by him. He is the northern spy. He is the most formidable northern spy. If you report this to the general, you will be richly rewarded." At that moment, the blade was pressed against his throat, and the burly man, realizing his imminent demise, glared fiercely and shouted, "You little scoundrel, you have committed a crime. Murder. Conspiracy to commit murder. You shall never return. You will meet a dreadful fate." In an instant, the blade sliced through both their throats. Silencing their curses, Wang Yang turned his back, feeling a chilling numbness spread through his limbs, as though all his strength had been siphoned away. This was his first experience of taking another's life, yet he felt no remorse. Living in the ancient world after crossing over was never a simple endeavor. Wang Yang had always been aware of this truth. The officer said, "Please, young Master Wang, accompany us to meet our team leader Shui." Wang Yang, still turned away, coldly retorted, "Meet him? A mere lowly official. Why should I bother? Return now and inform him that I am here. He must come to see me immediately." Wang Yang did not wish to appear arrogant. Rather, he felt weak and his legs slightly numb, fearing that he might show weakness in front of the soldiers. More importantly, he had no desire to meet any team leader. His words could deceive these soldiers, but whether they would fool team leader Shui was uncertain. He hoped the officer would take these soldiers away, allowing him the opportunity to escape. Seeing Wang Yang's stubbornness, the officer complied, saying, "Yes, I shall go at once." However, just as he took a step away, he turned back and declared, in such desolation, "How can the young master go without protection?" Without soliciting Wang Yang's opinion, he commanded, "Old 3, Dingzhou, you shall remain to attend to the young master." The spear-wielding black man immediately interjected, "Officer, those 4 corpses still require decapitation and collection. Old 3 and Dingzhou cannot protect the young master while doing this. Allow me to stay as well." Dingzhou shot a glance at the black man, while Wang Yang inwardly lamented his predicament. After contemplating, the officer replied, "Very well." He then whispered, "Be cautious, do not let anyone escape." The black man nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 7. Yang Ming the commander, Sha Zhang, walked along the path back to the camp, casting a glance at the slender soldier beside him. "Xiao Chan, if you have something to say, speak up. Don't beat around the bush." As Xiao Chan hurried to keep pace with the commander, he hesitated. "Boss, I find this matter a bit mysterious. No matter how eloquently they speak, it's all just empty words. What if it turns out to be true? Like those 2 claimed, this, that." The commander slowed his pace and inquired, "Tell me, do you think those 2 are northern spies or not?" After a brief hesitation, Xiao Chan confidently replied, Of course, they must be northern spies. Killing for spies would surely earn us some merit, and perhaps even a reward. Then why are you even asking? Xiao Chan furrowed his brow. But what if that person is indeed an impostor? Are you foolish? We are merely returning to report. It is up to Captain Shui and Wang Wenshu to determine the truth. What does it have to do with us? The commander raised his voice. Listen up, everyone. When we return, keep your mouth shut. Remember what should and shouldn't be said. This is a matter concerning our own safety. Don't end up harming yourselves and your comrades. Especially you, Dedu. You have no filter. As the gentle breeze swept through, the dawn moon began to rise. The burly soldier, having found a flat stone, brought it before Wang Yang, sweating profusely. He diligently wiped the stone's surface and said, "Young master, please rest here for a moment. I will fetch you some water." "Water is here," Ding Jiu announced, running over with a brown water pouch, a broad smile on his face. "Young master, this is freshly drawn spring water. Please, quench your thirst." Wang Yang, however, was not in the mood to entertain their flattery. His identity as a member of the Langya Wang clan was merely a temporary facade, and he was soon to face a seemingly more formidable captain. To make matters worse, he was utterly confused about which dynasty he currently resided in. All he knew was that it was somewhere within the broad realm of the Eastern Jin and Southern dynasties. The Eastern Jin and Southern dynasties are collectively referred to as the Five Dynasties, comprising 5 regimes that arose in the south: the Eastern Jin, Song, Qi, Liang, and Qin. Among these, Wang Yang was most familiar with the Eastern Jin and the Qin dynasty, followed by the Song and Liang, while the Qi dynasty, known for its brief existence and chaotic politics, was the least familiar to him. Thus, he most fervently hoped to find himself in the Eastern Jin. He avoided the Qin dynasty as it marked the twilight of the Southern dynasties, should he arrive during the conflict with the Sui. Survival would be uncertain amidst the ensuing chaos. No, he needed to ascertain which of the 5 dynasties he was in before Captain Shui arrived, so he could weave a credible tale. But how could he uncover this? Direct inquiries would be inappropriate. Would the illustrious Langya Wang clan truly be ignorant of their own dynasty? Perhaps he could find a coin to examine? Yet that too was problematic. The monetary system of the southern dynasties was in disarray, with old and new currencies circulating simultaneously, making identification difficult. After pondering for a while, an idea sparked in Wang Yang's mind. He boldly seated himself atop the stone and casually took the water pouch, asking in a nonchalant tone, "How many years have you served in the army?" Ding Jiu eagerly responded, "I have served as a sentinel for 5 years. Haishandeo replied, "In response to your inquiry, I have served in the military for 8 years. Wang Yang remarked, "Ah, then you are indeed a seasoned veteran. What compelled you to enlist?" Haishandeo and Ding Jiu exchanged peculiar glances towards Wang Yang. A sense of dread washed over him as he suddenly realized his faux pas. Memories of the era of the southern and northern dynasties flooded his mind, a time characterized by the hereditary military system. This system mandated that soldiers' families would serve as soldiers for generations, referred to as military households. To bolster military numbers, the authorities often conscripted criminals, stateless individuals, runaways, slaves, and even barbarian captives into these households. Coupled with the heavy burdens imposed by the government and the poor treatment of military families, the social standing of soldiers diminished to the point where they were regarded as inferior to ordinary civilians. The reason why these 2 men served was, naturally, due to their ancestral legacy in the military. This was a well-known fact, which is why they found Wang Yang's question peculiar. Upon realizing his blunder, Wang Yang calmly added, "Ah, so you hail from military families, rather than being common recruits." Liu Yushi's famous line from Ode to the Humble Room came to mind. In conversations, there are learned scholars, but none among the ignorant. Here, ignorant referred specifically to the recruits from the common populace during the southern and northern dynasties. While the hereditary military system was in place, there was also a conscription system, where recruits were drafted into the army. However, if one were to be conscripted and subsequently bound to a military household, it would deter future enlistment. Thus, the court mandated that conscripted soldiers would form separate units, not classified as military households, allowing them to retain their freedom. Wang Yang believed he had deftly shifted the topic, unaware that the term military family carried a significant pejorative connotation at the time, verging on an insult. While being a soldier from a military household was one matter, openly acknowledging it was another entirely. Moreover, recruits were typically summoned during specific periods, primarily tasked with combat duties. In contrast, individuals like Haishandeo and Ding Jiu, who were stationed at encampments and undertook arduous patrols, were generally of military lineage. Hence, Wang Yang's attempt to redeem himself was rather ineffectual. Ding Zhio's face flushed with anger, a clear expression of indignation emerging between his brows. Hai Shindao, on the other hand, forced a smile and said, "You speak truly, sir. We are fortunate to be anything but common recruits." Sensing the discord in the atmosphere, Wang Yang, though unaware of the precise cause, surmised that he had misspoken. If given the choice, he would have preferred to remain silent, yet in pursuit of information about the dynasty, he felt compelled to continue the awkward conversation. "So, can you read?" Wang Yang inquired nonchalantly. Ding Zhio's face twitched, his anger more pronounced as he perceived the young nobleman was mocking them. Even among ordinary households, few could read, let alone those from military families. He retorted gruffly, "No." Wang Yang, picking up on Ding Zhio's displeasure, feigned ignorance. Hai Shindao, still unperturbed, cheerfully interjected, "I can recognize a few characters." Wang Yang, pleased by Hai Shindao's willingness to engage, feigned curiosity and asked, "What is your name?" "It is quite rare to find someone who can read." The young man chuckled, "You honor me, sir. I am called Hai Shindao. In an effort to teach my maid, I haphazardly learned a few characters, though I can barely recognize any." Wang Yang scrutinized the dark-skinned man, reflecting that the moniker black man truly suited him. "Well then, let me test your knowledge. What does our era name signify?" With this casual inquiry, Wang Yang finally broached the crux of the matter, asking about the era name. The dark-skinned man appeared somewhat embarrassed. These era names are determined by the nobles in the capital. How could a mere commoner understand them? Wang Yang reassured him. "No need to be shy. Speak freely." After pondering for a moment, the man mustered his courage to respond. "It means forever. Forever bright? Forever bright? Forever bright." Wang Yang mulled over these four characters, suddenly struck with astonishment. Could it possibly be Yongming? Noticing the change in Wang Yang's expression, the man quickly added, "I was merely speaking out of turn. I humbly seek your guidance." Wang Yang steadied himself and inquired, "What exactly is the era name?" "Yong Ming?" The dark-skinned man spoke with a hint of uncertainty about the era name. Indeed, it was Yong Ming. This was the era name of the Southern Qi, the dynasty with which he was least familiar among the 5 dynasties. Why was he least acquainted with the Southern Qi? Because it had the shortest historical span and most tumultuous political landscape during the Eastern Jin and Southern dynasties. What was even more troubling was that he had no inkling of how tumultuous it truly was. He only recalled that Mr. Qian Mu, in his outline of national history, had disdainfully commented on the Qi dynasty, deeming it, among the southern dynasties, it is the most inferior. The term inferior refers to the fate and fortune of the state. Given that Qian Mu criticized it as the most inferior, there must have been a valid reason. He was utterly perplexed not only about what made it inferior, but also knew nothing about its emperors, the number of reigns, the ministers involved, or any significant events that transpired. He merely understood that the Southern Qi was swiftly supplanted by the Liang dynasty. His familiarity with the era name Yongming stemmed solely from its mention in ancient literary history, where it is associated with the so-called Yongming style, which heralded the emergence of regulated poetry, or what is now known as modern poetry. But what use was that knowledge? Wang Yang would have preferred to exchange this trivial information for a lineage chart of the Southern Qi emperors, at least to ascertain the exact year of its downfall. The issue of the degradation of the military household is further reflected later in the text. The practice of addressing officials with the honorific sir originated quite late. At that time, titles such as Mingfu, Shijun, and Fujuan were reserved for specific relationships, and officials were typically referred to by their positions. However, some official titles may be unfamiliar to contemporary readers. For instance, a nobleman with the surname Liu, holding the title of Wangyu of Badong, enjoys a considerable rank. For many readers, referring to him as Liu Wangyu may not convey the same sense of accuracy as calling him Liu Sir. To facilitate understanding, the term Sir is retained, albeit it does not align with historical accuracy. Chapter 8. Unveiling Young Master Wang. Young Master Wang? The voice of the dark-skinned man jolted Wang Yang back to reality. "May I inquire what the meaning of the era name Yongming truly is?" he asked. Ding Zhu let out a yawn, thinking to himself, "You, a soldier who has been impoverished for 8 generations, have taken to studying matters? What relevance does the meaning of an era name have to you? Why do you even ask? Furthermore, with just 2 characters in Yongming, could he possibly offer an elaborate explanation?" Wang Yang's mood was somber, and he casually replied, "Eternally bright." The dark-skinned man responded, "I see," his tone tinged with disappointment. Ding Zhio chuckled inwardly. Indeed, he has nothing substantial to say. A silence enveloped the surroundings. and Wang Yang swiftly realized he was still masquerading as a member of the Langya clan. Details determined success or failure. Thus, carelessness was not an option. He cleared his throat and recited, "The great poem states, illumination is profound, and clarity shall endure." It also mentions, "May the gentleman thrive for 1,000 years, and may blessings be bestowed upon his descendants." The Chusi echoes, "With fragrant incense and bright candles, a splendid visage is prepared." Hence, the ancients would carry candles while wandering, reflecting upon the everlasting night. The dark-skinned man and Ding Jiao were momentarily taken aback. In all joy, one seeks longevity. In all brightness, one yearns for permanence. Thus, the revelry of long nights is unending, and the blessings of 1,000 years echo in our ears. The term Yangming indeed embodies the gentleman's wish for blessings, hoping for our great Qi's illustrious virtue to endure eternally. Wang Yang, caught up in his scholarly references, nearly referred to the current dynasty as Southern Qi. However, Southern Qi is a term from later history. At this moment, the Southern dynasty, which considers itself orthodox, would never dare prefix its national title with Southern. Fortunately, Wang Yang quickly corrected himself. Otherwise, despite not exposing his true identity, it would have been a grave act of disrespect. Elaborating on his literary knowledge, he captivated the dark-skinned man, who gazed at him with admiration and bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Young master, your erudition is profound, truly enlightening." Though Ding Jiao felt slighted by Wang Yang's earlier jibe, he seized the opportunity to flatter, kneeling and clasping his fists, praising, "Young master, you are remarkable. Your mind is a treasure trove of knowledge, and your words flow like literature." At that moment, hurried footsteps approached. Over 20 individuals hastened toward them, their torches flickering in the night. Wang Yang's heart raced. They have arrived. Leading the group was a man with a rugged beard, clad not in the armor typical of ancient dramas, but in a wide-sleeved robe that reached his knees, the hem resembling a skirt, topped with a small crown. To modern eyes, this attire might seem incongruous, distinctly unmilitary. Yet, wearing robes in the military was quite common during the southern and northern dynasties. The small crown, known as a pingjin, was often seen in dramas set in the pre-Qin era. As this man approached, he scrutinized Wang Yang with no hint of reverence in his gaze. Before the man could utter a word, Wang Yang seized a water pouch and hurled it at his face. The suddenness of the act caught the man off guard, causing him to leap back as the pouch burst upon hitting the ground. The soldiers around them were momentarily stunned, and Wang Yang rose, scolding, "How do you command your troops? The emperor has long decreed, border defenses must be strict, and sentinels vigilant. A northern spy has resided in your territory for 2 days, and you have failed to uncover anything. Do you think the emperor's words are mere whispers in the wind?" The man, drenched in water, felt a surge of anger rising within him, ready to erupt, when suddenly he heard Wang Yang proclaiming the emperor's decree, leaving him momentarily stunned. As a mere low-ranking military officer, he had never been privy to any imperial edicts. Upon hearing the final question, panic gripped his heart. To disregard the emperor's words was a crime he could never bear. Immediately, he knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "I dare not. I am ignorant." The so-called imperial command was, of course, a fabrication by Wang Yang. Sensing the man's aggressive demeanor, Wang Yang had cleverly invoked the emperor's name to gain the upper hand. With a scoff, Wang Yang remarked, "Consider yourself fortunate. Were it not for your subordinate success in eliminating spies and saving me, you would not be able to bear the consequences, even if you had 10 lives. However, since the northern spy is dead, I shall not pursue this matter further. Thank you for your understanding." The man hurriedly expressed his gratitude, only to suddenly feel that something was amiss. Wang Yang, not allowing him a moment to react, approached him and continued his tirade. "I ask you again, knowing I was here, why did you arrive so late? And without even a horse? Do you intend for me to walk? Do you not regard the Wang family of Langya?" The team leader was a low-ranking military officer commanding a squad of dozens to hundreds of men. Typically, an infantry squad consisted of 50 soldiers, while a cavalry squad had around 30. Strictly speaking, a team leader was not considered an official, as he held no rank, barely qualifying as a lowly martial position. Serving under the powerful, however, would elevate one's status. Yet, individuals like team leader Shui, who were stationed in the wilderness without any backing, were as numerous as shrimp across the nation. Not only did the Wang family of Langya not dare to offend him, but even any other noble clan would find him insignificant. Team leader Shui, trembling with fear, repeatedly insisted, "I dare not. How could I possibly slight you? It is simply that there are no horses in the camp. I am truly powerless." In a society structured around noble surnames, the Wang family of Langya, regardless of their status, would cause team leader Shui, a commoner, to refer to himself as a lowly person in their presence. In the south, cavalry was scarce, with infantry forming the bulk of the forces. Sometimes, tens of thousands of troops could only muster a few hundred cavalry, lacking any substantial scale. Wang Yang had already surmised the reason for team leader Shui's absence of a horse, thus he was merely seeking a pretext to intimidate him. If team leader Shui had truly fetched a horse, Wang Yang would have needed to fabricate an excuse, as he himself could not ride. Wang Yang coldly asked, "What is your surname? What is your name? When were you appointed as team leader?" "Your humble servant's surname is Shui, name Ling. Appointed as team leader in April of the 6th year of Yongming." "Do you know how long you have been a team leader?" Yes. In just over 10 days. "I will have served for 2 years." Wang Yang finally deduced the current date, April of the 8th year of Yongming. He coldly remarked, "It is surprising that you are aware you have been a team leader for 2 years. If it were my clan brother here, he would have found a reason to have you punished. You would not even know how you met your end." Indeed. Schwelling felt a chill run down his spine, anxiously agreeing. Having never encountered highborn nobles like Wang, Xie, Yuan, or Xiao, he could only imagine the likelihood of Wang Yang's words coming to pass. After all, in the eyes of these aristocrats, one's life was likely as inconsequential as straw. However, after all, it was your person who saved me, and I am not one to forget kindness. All right, you may rise. I am weary. Find me a place to rest." Shui Ling, feeling as if released from a great burden, hastily led Wang Yang back to the camp. The more she pondered, the more she felt something was amiss. She had come to inquire about the details in order to discern the truth, yet not a single question had escaped her lips. As she found herself being interrogated instead, observing this man's eloquence and demeanor, he hardly seemed like an impostor, to say nothing of the imperial edict. Even if she were to recite it word for word, she would likely stumble, yet this young gentleman spoke it with ease, suggesting a deeper understanding. Moreover, if he were indeed a fraud, he would undoubtedly devise a means to escape or concoct an excuse to distance himself from the soldiers. Yet, he followed us back to the camp quite brazenly, which hardly indicated guilt. Perhaps they should wait for Wang Wenshu to return to the camp. After all, this old fellow had been educated and might discern some hidden truth. In truth, Wang Yang wished to leave as well. He even considered dismissing Schweling directly, forbidding them from following him. However, doing so would surely arouse her suspicions. To maintain his cover, he had no choice but to accompany her back to the camp for the time being, and then devise a plan later. As the night air grew cool and serene, within the tent, Wang Wenshu and Captain Shui sat behind a rickety table, while the sergeant stood before them, bowing as he recounted something. "Wait, repeat that. What did he say his uncle's position was?" Wang Wenshu leaned forward. The sergeant strained to recall. "It seems to be something like a scatter cavalry." "What was it? Scatter cavalry attendant?" "Ah, yes, that sounds somewhat familiar." "Somewhat familiar?" Wang Wenshu furrowed his brow. It seems to be just that." The sergeant's gaze gradually solidified. "Can you be certain?" Wang Wenshu fixed his gaze on the sergeant. The sergeant nodded, approximately. "What is it? Have you discovered something?" Captain Shui inquired anxiously. Wang Wenshu remained silent for a moment, then instructed the sergeant, "You may leave for now." The sergeant bowed and exited the tent. Captain Shui, in a fluster, urged, "What have you disowned? Speak quickly. You're driving me to distraction." Wang Wenshu's gaze sharpened. "This person is likely an impostor." "Ah." Captain Shui suddenly stood upright, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Are you serious? Would I just about such matters? I have just returned from the provincial capital, and the current scatter cavalry attendant is none other than the Prince of Nanping, who also holds the position of General of the Elite Cavalry, Xiaorui. He is certainly not from the Wang family of Langya." With that, Captain Shui kicked the table over in frustration. Note: during the Northern and Southern dynasties, the title Your Majesty was already in widespread use. Chapter 9. The flaw steam rose from the wooden tub, filling the tent with a warm haze. Wang Yang had just finished bathing, standing beside the tub with his arms outstretched. The burly man was dressing Wang Yang, while Ding Jiu styled his hair into a bun. It was not that Wang Yang wished to indulge in the decaying lifestyle of nobility. Rather, he needed to fit the persona of the Wang family from Langya, and he genuinely needed to learn how to dress and style his hair. As for the bun, there was no need to elaborate. He had never grown long hair in his life. Regarding clothing, ancient garments differed significantly from modern attire, and the methods of wearing them were naturally distinct. The outfit he was currently donning was a new garment that the team leader Shui had yet to wear, a blue short coat paired with black trousers. This ensemble was hardly of high quality for its time and did not suit Wang Yang's physique, nevertheless. It was a vast improvement over the coarse linen clothing he had worn previously. Ouch! Wang Yang exclaimed as he felt a sharp pain at the back of his head. Be gentle. Yes, of course. I will be careful, Ding Jiu promised, his large, clumsy fingers tugging at Wang Yang's hair. A process that offered little comfort to either of them. Oh. Wang Yang felt a constriction around his waist. It turned out the burly man had tied the belt too tightly. What is it, my lord? The burly man inquired, completely oblivious. Wang Yang sighed internally. While others traversed to another world amidst fragrant silks, he was accompanied by two rough men who only served to aggravate him. Just as he contemplated sending them away, the tent captain's voice boomed from outside. Young Master Wang, our team leader requests your presence. With the burly man and Ding Jiu in tow, Wang Yang followed the tent captain into the quarters of team leader Shui. Upon entering, he instantly sensed a shift in atmosphere. Team leader Shui, who had previously been so cordial, now showed no inclination to stand and greet him. Additionally, there was an unfamiliar man in the tent, a gentleman in his 40s, dressed in clean indigo robes, who was observing him with a bemused expression. Recalling the captain's earlier peculiar demeanor, Wang Yang's heart sank. Could they be harboring suspicions about him? Had his fabricated identity been discovered so swiftly? The unfamiliar gentleman smiled and said, "To witness the grace of young Master Wang from Langya today is indeed a rare fortune." Although his words were ostensibly flattering, they dripped with mockery and lacked any semblance of respect. Though anxious, Wang Yang understood that this was not the time to show weakness. He clasped his hands behind his back and approached the gentleman with measured steps, commanding, "You, stand up." The gentleman's smile faltered. Ding Jiu quickly interjected, "This is our team's Wang Wishu." Wishu? You claim he's a Wishu? Wang Yang, channeling an Oscar-winning performance, struggled to suppress laughter. One might think a scholar of some repute had arrived, but it turned out to be merely a clerk. Ahaha. Even the clerks from the Ministry of Rights should not sit in my presence. How could a mere small official like you presume to speak with me seated? The clerk's face momentarily flickered with anger before he replied with a smile. Such bold words, my lord. But it is only fitting, as Lord Ling, being a distinguished attendant, would naturally disregard those beneath him. Alarm bells rang in Wang Yang's mind, and he felt the hairs on his neck stand on end as he instantly recognized his blunder. It was the title of Scattered Cavalry Attendant. In the southern dynasties, this title was associated with central power offices, which were famously known as the 3 platforms and 5 provinces. The 5 provinces are the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of Secret Affairs, and the Ministry of Collection. Among these, the Ministry of Collection is primarily led by the Cavalry Regular Attendant, hence it is also referred to as the Cavalry Ministry. As the head of one of the 5 ministries, the name of the Cavalry Regular Attendant must be passed down to the local government. With a little effort, one can certainly uncover it. At that time, in an attempt to intimidate the soldiers, he acted too hastily, failing to deliberate thoroughly. Otherwise, he would not have bestowed such an ostentatious title upon his non-existent uncle, and one must remain composed. A remedy must be devised immediately. At this moment, Commander Shui could no longer contain himself. He slammed the table and was about to command the soldiers to apprehend Wang Yang. Wang Yang blinked and feigned anger. What? Are you mocking my uncle for not being a cavalry regular attendant? My family has donned the robes of the elite for generations. We can ascend to the ranks of high officials without needing to be concerned with trifling titles. What if he is not a cavalry regular attendant? Wang Wenshu was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? Is your uncle not a cavalry regular attendant?" Wang Yang slowly replied, "Who said my uncle is a cavalry regular attendant?" Wang Wenshu and Commander Shui turned their gazes toward the squad leader. The squad leader hurriedly said, I remember it was." Wang Yang fixed his cold, menacing gaze upon the squad leader. "What is it? I distinctly informed you that my uncle is a cavalry attendant. Why do you exaggerate his title? What is your intent?" Excluding honorary promotions, typically there is only one official truly in charge of the cavalry ministry, the cavalry regular attendant. Although there are instances of 2 individuals holding the title simultaneously, the number rarely exceeds 4. However, the number of subordinate cavalry attendants can be substantial, including the honorary and regular cavalry attendants. It may sometimes reach over a dozen. Though Wang Yang was unfamiliar with the history of southern Qi, the political system of the 6 dynasties was highly traditional. And by examining the official titles from the Jin and Song dynasties, he found that they bore significant resemblance to those of Southern Qi. He could not believe that this Wenshu knew all the names of the cavalry attendants. Wang Wenshu angrily addressed the squad leader. Why don't you speak the truth? The squad leader, terrified, quickly knelt. I do not know. Wang Wenshu anxiously looked at the two black-clad men, Haiyan, Dingjiu. What exactly did Wang Gongzi say at that time? Dingjiu was struggling to recall, while Haiyan hesitated for only 2 seconds before kneeling and clasping his fists. In response to the esteemed one, Wang Gongzi mentioned the cavalry attendant. Wang Yang was somewhat taken aback, pondering, could he have made a mistake? You truly remember clearly? Wang Wenshu's voice trembled slightly. Haiyan bowed his head. Absolutely not mistaken. I remember it distinctly. It was these 4 characters. At that time, I was still wondering what exactly a cavalry attendant was. Wang Yang was unsure why Haiyan would lie, but it was not the time for inquiries, so he nodded. At least there asked someone with clarity. Dingjiu genuinely could not recall the 2 characters following cavalry. But upon seeing Wang Yang praise Haiyan, he quickly added, I also remember now. It is cavalry attendant. Wang Wenshu was so astonished that he stood up and bowed deeply to Wang Yang. Zhijiang Wang Luo, unaware of your esteemed identity. I have spoken indiscreetly and caused great offense. I hope you will forgive me. In the southern and northern dynasties, individuals typically prefix their names with their place of origin, indicating their social status. The distinction between nobility and commoners could often be discerned solely from this geographical designation. For instance, a member of the Wang clan would be of high standing if they hailed from either the illustrious Wang family of Langya or the prominent Wang lineage of Taiyuan. Lesser branches such as the Wang families from Beihai, Shanyang, and Donghai, among others, would signify a lower status. Although Wang Luo shares the Wang surname, the addition of Zhijiang renders him insignificant. Wang Yang coldly remarked, this is not your place, leave at once. Yes, I beg your pardon, esteemed one. Wang Wenshu hurriedly replied, rising to vacate his seat. He brushed off the seat with his sleeve, inviting Wang Yang to take his place. Wang Yang sat down unperturbed, while Wang Wenshu cautiously inquired, may I ask, what is the name of your esteemed uncle? With a hint of derision in his smile, Wang Yang mimicked the arrogant protagonist of online literature, his gaze imbued with disdain and thinly veiled anger. What makes you think you are worthy to inquire about my family's esteemed elder? Wang Wenshu, trembling with fear, did not dare lift his head, repeatedly apologizing, I have overstepped. Wang Yang then turned to the bewildered Captain Shui, asking, what did you mean by slamming the table just now? Although Captain Shui was unclear about the matter, witnessing Wang Wenshu's drastic change in demeanor hinted at underlying complexities. He quickly responded, I was rebuking Wang Wenshu for his disrespect towards you, noble sir. Wang Yang scoffed, Captain Shui, you are indeed a man of propriety. However, according to the principle that gentlemen and commoners do not sit together, our shared seating is, in itself, a breach of decorum. In the southern and northern dynasties, lineage and social class were of utmost importance, encapsulated in the saying that there exists a vast chasm between the gentry and the common folk. It is worth noting that even were Captain Shui to ascend to high office, his status would still prevent him from mingling with the esteemed clans, as this distinction is inherently tied to bloodlines, not merely to rank. Wang Wenshu swiftly signaled to Captain Shui, who, in his fluster, nearly collided with the table as he stood up in haste. Note, in fact, beneath the title of Sankai Changshi, there also exist the roles of Tongji Sankai Changshi and Yuanwai Sankai Changshi. Had the protagonist been well-versed in the bureaucratic hierarchy of the 6 dynasties, he could have exploited this knowledge to navigate the situation. Similarly, had Wang Wenshu been aware of the upper echelons of officialdom, he would not have hastily concluded the protagonist's identity based solely on the title of Sankai Changshi. Coincidentally, both were somewhat inexperienced. Thus they found themselves evenly matched in this verbal exchange. Chapter 10. Business cards. What on earth is happening? Did you not assert that he was undoubtedly a fraud? After sending Wang Yang away, team leader Shui erupted in fury, mimicking Wang Wen's tone, pinching his throat and exclaiming, as if I would jest about such matters. And what is the outcome? Not merely a jest, but a colossal farce. If you wish for death, do not drag me into it. Wang Wen wore a pained expression. I merely thought his uncle was a casual attendant, who could have known he was actually a deputy attendant. I have heard that among the court's casual attendants, there is a Wang family from Langya. Perhaps it is his second uncle. After a moment's contemplation, he added, could it be that he heard this information elsewhere and is intentionally misleading us? He then shook his head. That seems unlikely. Advancing through merit to the rank of Grand Minister and gentlemen and commoners do not intermingle. Such phrases are not easily concocted by an ordinary person. Team leader Shui rapped the table. Tell me, do you have any insight at all? Wang Wen muttered to himself for a while, rubbing his temples. This is difficult to ascertain, truly difficult. However, it is better to believe in its existence than to dismiss it. If we offend the Wang family of Langya, then you and I shall. Team leader Shui, in a state of agitation, interjected. So what do you propose we do? Wang Wen paced back and forth. We have two options. One is to report through the regular channels, and the other is to verify for ourselves. Let us report then. Upon hearing the suggestion of verification, team leader Shui felt a headache coming on. Fearing another embarrassing debacle akin to the previous one, Wang Wen cautioned, you must consider carefully, team leader. If we report, it will go to Chief Huang. When that happens, Chief Huang will surely come personally to apprehend the individual, and we shall have no further involvement. Team leader Shui straightened in his seat. No further involvement? Please clarify what you mean. Wang Wen's gaze burned with intensity. This is the Wang family of Langya, individuals we could never hope to encounter in several lifetimes. Not only us, but even Chief Huang, or the entire garrison of Akwashu, could not possibly gain an audience with them. You and I are rootless and adrift, destined to remain in this state until the end. However, if we could ally ourselves with the powerful Wang family of Langya, team leader Shui's eyes sparkled with excitement, only to dim once more. But the question remains, would they even consider us? Under normal circumstances, they would not. But he is currently in a predicament and in dire need of our assistance. Assist? How? Are we to send him to Jiankong to find his uncle? We lack the means. Team leader Shui lamented. Wang Wen waved his hand dismissively. While we may not possess the means to escort him to the capital to seek his kin, we do have the capability to reach Jingzhou City. Team leader Shui, puzzled, asked, You mean Jiangling? What purpose would that serve? I have just returned from Jiangling, where I heard that a member of the Langya Wang family, named Wang Tai, has recently arrived. He is a remarkable figure, previously a high-ranking official in the minister's residence. His ancestors were among the 3 dukes and 9 ministers. It is said that his brother-in-law is none other than the current emperor's younger brother, the inspector of southern Su province, King Xiaofeng of Jiangxia. If we consider the generational hierarchy, he would still need to address him as uncle. Is that so? Team leader Shui's expression transformed into one of intrigue. What business does he have in Jingzhou? It is not for official duties. It seems he has come for recuperation. Or perhaps he has interest here. He does not reside in the new city, but rather in the old city of the northwest. Numerous literary and martial officials, as well as gentry, flock to Jingzhou City, yet they are all turned away. It is said that even the young master of the Liu family from Hedong sought an audience but was denied. We might as well take this young dandy along. Once we enter the Wang family's door, his worth. Hee. Wang Wenshu chuckled with delight. Shui Duiza looked puzzled. Worth? It's not like we are buying slaves or servants. Why speak of worth? Wang Wenshu replied with a smile. It is a metaphor, my captain. During the Eastern Han, the renowned scholar Li Ying was greatly esteemed, and those who could ascend to his hall were said to have passed through the Dragon Gate, thus their worth would double. If we can enter the Wang door, the principle remains the same. If Wang Tai expresses gratitude for rescuing his kin from peril, that would be even better. At that time, a mere greeting to the officials in the prefecture would propel us to great heights. Moreover, are we not tasked with verifying the authenticity? It would be fitting to present it to the Wang family of Langya for their appraisal. Surely they would discern the truth without any effort on our part. Shui Duiza beamed. Good, good, good. Those who have studied are indeed different. But he soon recalled a concern and hesitated. What if this young dandy declines to go? Wang Wenshu's gaze turned cold. That is simple. Since the false monk dares not meet the true Buddha, we need not venture to Jiangling. After concluding their discussions, they approached Wang Yang, informing him of the presence of the Wang family of Langya residing in Jiangling, and expressed their intention to escort him there at dawn. Upon hearing this, Wang Yang grew wary. Although Wang Wenshu's words were sweetly wrapped in the guise of visiting relatives, was it not merely a means to verify his identity? If Wang Tai and Jiangling truly belonged to the Wang family of Langya, wouldn't their meeting expose the facade? Though apprehensive, he maintained a calm facade and readily agreed. Wang Wenshu and Shui Duizu, seeing no fear in Wang Yang's demeanor, became even more convinced of his connection to the Wang family of Langya, their hearts filled with joy at the prospect of aligning with such an esteemed lineage. Wang Wenshu immediately summoned prepared ink and brushes, respectfully requesting, Please, young master, inscribe your visiting card. The visiting card, akin to modern business cards, was essential for visits during the 6 dynasties, often referred to as throwing a card. Wang Yang had learned calligraphy from a young age, dedicating years to practice. First mastering the Tang script and later the semi-cursive style, even earning a modest award for his skills. Thus, he was unfazed by the task. He was familiar with the customary format of visiting cards from the Six Dynasties and had even seen an actual visiting card unearthed from the tomb of the Wu general Zhu Ran from the Three Kingdoms period, making the format second nature to him. Wang Wenshu was somewhat agitated. He had long heard of the extraordinary calligraphy of the Wang family of Langya, which produced renowned masters, and finally had the opportunity to witness it firsthand. Wang Yang picked up the brush, noticing Wang Wenshu eagerly awaiting his work, and with renewed vigor. He wrote, "Cousin Wang Yang bows again, inquiring about your well-being, Langya, Jiyan." With these few words, he poured forth his utmost skill, producing characters with strength and an ancient charm. Wang Yang, quite satisfied, collected the final payment and glanced at the somewhat dazed Wang Wenshu, thinking to himself, "It seems my calligraphy has truly astonished him." Indeed, these years of practice have not been in vain. As he revisited the business card, he suddenly realized that while it conformed to the conventions of the time, the issue lay in the fact that his identity was fabricated. Not only would one fail to find him in the genealogy of the Langya Wang clan, but he might also struggle to pass the test of a simple conversation. Perhaps it would be wise to add a touch of flair to the card? This would not only leave a favorable impression but also lay the groundwork for later clarifications regarding his identity. With this thought in mind, he swiftly penned a small poem. "The path to my homeland stretches long, my sleeves soaked with unending tears. Why inquire upon our meeting? Trusting you to send my regards." Wang Yang knew that by altering Sun Can's poem meeting the envoy to the capital, he had stripped it of its essence. Yet for the sake of disguising his identity, he reluctantly sacrificed the artistic standards of poetry. After Wang Wenshu departed, he remained somewhat lost in thought. Team leader Shui inquired, "Old Wang, you've been like this ever since you read his card. Was it exceptionally well written?" Upon receiving no response, team leader Shui raised his voice. Old Wang, startled. Wang Wenshu finally regained his composure. "What on earth is the matter with you?" he asked, his expression perplexed. This young master appears to be well-versed in literary matters. Yet his handwriting. What about his handwriting? Team leader Shui pressed on anxiously. "It is utterly mediocre." Team leader Shui was clearly taken aback by this revelation. Wang Wenshu shook his head repeatedly, as if speaking to himself. "Mediocre, indeed, exceedingly mediocre. Truly insipid. Is it possible that I lack the appreciation for it?" Note, the northwest of Jiangling is the old city, while the southwest is the new city established by Guanyu. This layout remained relatively unchanged until the Tang dynasty. According to the Yunhe County records, the city originally featured a central pavilion, with the old city to the north and the city built by Guanyu to the south. Interestingly, the official website of a provincial cultural relics bureau cites the Tongdian, stating, "The old city is located in the northwest, stretching southeast. Guanyu City is situated to the southwest, inclusive of Huanwen's construction." While it is acceptable for the website to reference this, it is astonishing that multiple papers have echoed this claim, leaving one to wonder who the original source was. Consequently, an academic rumor has emerged, widely quoted, with some even specifying the exact volume from the Tongdian, which is quite remarkable. Such a statement is certainly absent from the Tongdian. This assertion likely originates from Mr. Huang Xingzhang's discussion in the Han tombs of Phoenix Mountain in Jiangling, included in the volume Historical Geography and Archaeological Studies. It is probable that the earliest citer confused Huang's commentary with the original text from the Tongdian. Furthermore, regarding the term Eastern Han, its usage became prevalent during the Northern and Southern dynasties. During the time, parallelism was in vogue in writing. Thus, the term Eastern Han was commonly used as a couplet. For instance, Su Ling remarked in a decree from the Son of Heaven regarding the beginning of the Eastern Han and the chaos of Yongjia in the Western dynasty, while Lu Shaochua stated in his preface to the collected works of Prince Xiaoming, "In service to the four lords, I witnessed beauty in the Western capital." Upon inspection of longevity, the name of the Eastern Han flourished. Jiang Yanzhe Memorial to the Prime Minister Shao originates from the Western Qin, with its influence extending to the Eastern Han, among others, and encompasses similar themes. Chapter 11. Jiangling. After returning to his tent, Captain Shui loosened his outer garment in preparation for rest when a voice called from outside. "Captain, is now a convenient time? May I enter?" Hearing the voice, Captain Shui smiled and replied, "Come in." The black man entered with a cheerful demeanor, to which Captain Shui teased, "Aren't you busy attending to young Master Wang? Do you still remember me?" The black man feigned humility, saying, "How could I dare to forget the captain?" Serving young Master Wang is merely to alleviate the burdens of the esteemed. Enough of the flattery. I know your crafty intentions. You merely wish to be discharged from military service, Captain Shui remarked as he laid down on the bed, while the black man expertly began to massage him. With his eyes closed, Captain Shui spoke languidly. Have you seen how the grain prices have skyrocketed this year? Many are starving, resorting to eating sesame and swallowing lotus roots. Despite the poor treatment of soldiers, there is still bread to eat. Every couple of days, one can at least enjoy a bowl of wheat porridge. So one won't starve to death. Moreover, this year is exceptional. In previous years, we received 3 to 5 sheng of grain daily without fail. What more could you possibly want? The black man continued his diligent massage, a wry smile on his face as he replied, if it were just for myself, it would be different. However, I have a girl at home. But enough of that. Captain, aren't you heading to Jiangling tomorrow? Might I accompany you as a guard? It would allow me to return home and take my leave for this month. Did you not just send grain home? Is there more to deliver? There is no grain left to send. I merely wish to see the girl. Captain Shui, feeling comfortable under the massage, drawled. So you wish to return home to see the girl, or are you eager to ingratiate yourself with that young scion? The black man chuckled. I desire both. You people seem to believe that associating with the gentry will yield benefits. That Ding Jiu wishes to join as well. He even sent me 5 sheng of grain for this purpose. Let me tell you, do not harbor such romantic notions. It is likely that once they step over the threshold of kinship, they will forget us entirely. We may be toiling for naught. The black man pressed firmly on Captain Shui's shoulders, his dark complexion slightly flushed from fatigue, yet his eyes shimmered with hope. That night, Wang Yang slept poorly. While contemplating countermeasures, he drifted in and out of a restless slumber. At one moment, he dreamt that Captain Shui, fierce and menacing, dragged him into the camp, and at another, he envisioned Editor Su lying bloodied on the grass. He even dreamt of a handsome youth and a robust man traveling back to the present, accusing him of murder before the media. He awoke in fright 3 or 4 times throughout the night. The tension of his state of mind, coupled with the unprecedented psychological pressure, induced a nauseous physical reaction. Thankfully, the common folk typically adhered to a 2-meal system, having breakfast around 8 in the morning and a second meal around 4 in the afternoon. Thus, Wang Yang successfully missed mealtime upon arriving at the camp. Moreover, life in the military was austere, and Captain Shui could scarcely provide Wang Yang with a decent meal. Otherwise, Wang Yang's nausea might have caused him to vomit. Early the next morning, the black man brought fresh water to assist Wang Yang in rising. After washing his face, the black man presented a small pinch of salt. Wang Yang pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Is this for brushing teeth?" The black man nodded. This was a specific instruction from the team leader, after all, who would normally use salt to brush their teeth. Wang Yang, recalling the term morning chewing on a twig, inquired, "Do you have any willow branches?" The dark-skinned man, puzzled, asked, "What does the young master want with willow branches? Do you not use willow branches for brushing your teeth?" The man was baffled, silently pondering. So it seems that noble families use willow branches for dental hygiene. I must tell my daughter upon returning home. Wang Yang, intrigued, pressed further, "Then what do you usually use to brush your teeth?" The dark-skinned man replied, "Our fingers." Suddenly, Wang Yang understood. He remembered a Tang Dynasty mural from the Mogao caves in Dunhuang, depicting a monk squatting on the ground, using his index finger to clean his teeth. This, it appeared, was the norm for ancient people. In truth, by that time, aristocratic households had begun using toothbrushes. Though neither the dark-skinned man nor Wang Yang was aware of this. The practice of using willow branches for oral hygiene originated in India and later spread to the Central Plains along with Buddhism, but at this time, it was primarily adopted by a handful of monks, only becoming widespread after the Sui and Tang dynasties. For the common folk, the most prevalent method of dental care remained the use of fingers, also known as wiping teeth. As a modern individual, Wang Yang naturally found it unaccustomed to use his fingers as a toothbrush, and in the midst of such pressing circumstances, he had little inclination to attend to dental matters. Thus, he simply requested a cup of water, sprinkled with salt, to rinse his mouth. Dingzhu brought breakfast to Wang Yang. This was the first meal he had since traversing to the ancient era: a bowl of barley porridge, a few dried fish, a plate of salted vegetables, and a boiled egg. Though this meal appeared modest, it was a concoction put together by team leader Shui and Wang Weishu. The dried fish was a reserve of team leader Shui, known at the time as dried fish or stale fish. He had painstakingly managed to procure a jar, indulging in just 1 or 2 occasionally. The egg had been brought back by Wang Weishu the previous night. The most challenging part was actually the bowl of barley porridge. Ordinary soldiers could only afford to drink a bowl of porridge every 2 days. However, it was not the thick, whole-grain barley porridge that Wang Yang was consuming, but rather a thin gruel made from ground barley, referred to as barley debris porridge. Preparing this bowl of barley porridge for Wang Yang had cost several rations. Unaware of how hard won his meal was, Wang Yang focused solely on the prospect of visiting the Wang family estate. Upon catching a whiff of the dried fish, he found it exceedingly unappetizing, causing him to leave it untouched. Instead, he merely swallowed the oddly flavored salted vegetables, which seemed to be sunflower greens, to add some saltiness to his porridge. After taking a few bites, he looked up and happened to see the dark-skinned man, and Ding Jiao eyeing his food with longing. Remembering the dark-skinned man's testimony regarding the scattered cavalry commander the previous night, he said, "Dark-skinned man, you should take this plate of fish." The man, taken aback, quickly bowed and replied, "I cannot, sir." "Why not? This is my gift to you. There is no reason to refuse." The dark-skinned man merely shook his head. Wang Yang, adopting the demeanor of a young master, insisted, "This is a reward from me. You must accept it." The dark-skinned man knelt and bowed his head, receiving it with utmost respect, yet he showed no intention of eating. "Why won't you eat?" Wang Yang asked. I wish to take it home for my daughter." Wang Yang nodded slightly, noticing Ding Jiao's unwavering gaze fixed upon the dried fish. He remarked, "Ding Jiao, your work is commendable. At present, I have no other rewards to offer you, so I shall bestow upon you this egg." "An egg?" Ding Jiao was momentarily taken aback. Wang Yang quickly realized that the term for egg had originated relatively late, and he had inadvertently used it prematurely. He then said, "Oh, you refer to it as chicken then?" Ding Jiao nodded, adding, "It is also called chicken ovum." He assumed the term egg was a novel expression among the nobility and paid little heed to it. He expressed his gratitude and accepted the egg. Although he had not savored one in quite some time and yearned for it, his face betrayed little joy. One does not fear scarcity, but inequity, Wang Yang reflected, realizing that his previous gesture had not been executed with finesse. However, he found himself devoid of the energy to dwell on such matters. For a far graver crisis loomed on the horizon. The grand city stood majestic, its walls resembling long clouds. Wang Yang, Captain Shui, Wang Wenshu, the Black Man, and Ding Jiao set forth at dawn, arriving at the gates of Jingzhou by midday. Jingzhou was the foremost province of the southern dynasties, second only to the capital of Yangzhou, spanning across the southern territories and encompassing 10 commanderies. It was often said, among the great towns of Jiangsu, none surpassed Jing and Yang. The premier commandery of Jingzhou was Nanjun, with Jiangling as its principal city. As the center of both Jingzhou and Nanjun, Jiangling was also referred to as Jingzhou City and Nanjun City. It was here that Guan Yu suffered his fateful oversight, and Li Bai returned from 1,000 miles. Both events tied to this very city, were it not for the masquerade of impersonating the Wang family of Langya. Wang Yang would have relished the opportunity to explore this historical city with a spirit of nostalgia. Yet, the impending encounter with the genuine Wang family extinguished all enthusiasm within him. Throughout the journey, he concocted tales, sought phrases, and scrutinized logical inconsistencies. He even fabricated a family tree in his mind, compelling himself to memorize the names of all relatives within 5 generations. Yet, as the moment approached, he sorrowfully realized that if the situation truly demanded him to recite the lineage of 5 generations, it would likely seal his fate in failure. Notes 1. In medieval historical texts, refers to sesame. Jingzhou is a sesame-producing region, hence during times of famine, sesame was used as a substitute for food. For instance, during the conflict between Yin Zhongkan and Huan Xian in the eastern Jin, Jiangling was thrown into chaos, and the city faced food shortages, leading to the military being sustained by sesame. 2. Toothbrushes have been unearthed in Han tombs, yet no such artifacts have been found in the 6th Dynasty's period. My assertion regarding the use of toothbrushes among the nobility of that time is purely speculative, based on the practices of the Han Dynasty, as it seems unreasonable for such everyday utensils to have fallen out of use. Nevertheless, in times of great upheaval, certain customs may indeed be lost. For example, the popular game of chess in the medieval period, which flourished during the Tang Dynasty, was no longer understood by the people of the Song Dynasty. Thus, Li lamented in his notes that he regretted the art not being passed down. Therefore, my mention of toothbrushes among the nobility is conjectural, lacking concrete evidence, and may be erroneous. Even the so-called toothbrushes from the Han Dynasty have yet to achieve consensus within academic circles. Personally, however, I lean towards acceptance of their existence. 3. The concept of during the southern and northern dynasties is akin to that of a province. One may envision it as a large province. Beneath the state lies the county. And further down are the districts, with some counties extending to townships. Yangzhou, in this context, is not merely a city as understood today, but rather a grand concept of a state. During the Southern Qi period, Yangzhou was a prominent province, its geographical expanse roughly equivalent to the regions of southern Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and certain areas south of the Yangtze River. Those with an interest may refer to the 4th volume of Tan Qishtan's Historical Atlas of China. Chapter 12. The Art of Hospitality. In an old residence nestled within a narrow alley, team leader Shui cast a disbelieving glance at Wang Wenshu and whispered, "Are you certain this is the place?" The illustrious Wang family of Langya, a former high official from the Sima family, and the brother-in-law of the Prince of Jiangxia resides here? This is an embodiment of the saying great talents hide in plain sight. Distinguished scholars often prefer such understated settings. Do you suppose they are nouveau riche? Wang Wenshu replied, though he too felt a tinge of uncertainty, murmuring, "Yet, it does seem rather unadorned." Although the entrance was not particularly striking, the thought that a significant figure named Wang Tai resided within instilled a sense of reverence in team leader Shui. He turned to Wang Wenshu and asked, "Shall you knock?" Wang Wenshu hesitated, summoning courage within himself, while Wang Yang stood with hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of nonchalance, and said, "Knock on the door." The burly man stepped forward and rapped on the door with a firm knock. Team leader Shui observed him, silently hissing in disbelief, pondering how this fellow had grown so audacious in order to curry favor with the young scion. Who dares to knock on the door of the prestigious Wang family so brazenly? The door creaked open, revealing a man in black attire, his expression as impassive as a poker face, gazing indifferently at the group. Wang Wenshu, wearing a broad smile, began, "We are from the Akiyu garrison in Jingzhou." Before he could finish, the poker-faced man made a move to shut the door. Wang Wenshu quickly amended, "We are here to escort the young master of the Wang family and have come to pay our respects to our kin." Only then did the man pause, his piercing gaze sweeping over the group before settling on Wang Yang. Wang Yang felt as if the man's eyes were swords, attempting to pierce through him. Yet, having mustered his resolve, he remained unflinching, offering merely a calm glance at the burly man. The burly man presented a business card, which the poker-faced man accepted before addressing Wang Yang. "Please wait." He then closed the door. Team leader Shui muttered under his breath, "What a formidable presence. Even a mere doorkeeper has such an air." After a brief wait, which stretched into over an hour, Wang Yang felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Uncertain whether this meeting would bring fortune or calamity, he refrained from urging them along. However, team leader Shui, unable to contain himself, boldly approached the door and knocked again. The same poker-faced man opened the door once more, and team leader Shui clasped his fists in greeting, inquiring, "Might I ask what your master has decided?" "I do not know," came the curt reply. "Do not know? What does that imply? Was the business card even presented?" The poker-faced man promptly shut the door again. "Damn it," team leader Shui muttered under his breath. "What a pompous fellow." He turned to Wang Wenshu and questioned, "What do you think this means?" "Patience, patience. The last time I visited Jiangling, I heard that the district's legal officer waited for an entire day to meet the young master of the Liu family from Hedong. From dawn until the moon rose, and he didn't even get a sip of tea. Just imagine, that was a high-ranking official. It's only natural for the Wang family of Langya to keep us waiting." Team leader Shui's spirits sank momentarily, but then a realization struck him. Wait a moment. This isn't about us waiting. It's about young Master Wang waiting for us. Both men turned their gaze toward Wang Yang, each lost in contemplation. Wang Yang found the situation peculiar. It was impossible to discern the authenticity of a mere business card. Furthermore, he had composed a playful little poem to pique the interest of the recipient. It was customary to invite someone in, to offer them a seat and wait in hospitality, not to leave them standing at the door. Although perplexed, he began to contemplate an alternative possibility. Could it be that not meeting them might, in fact, be a fortuitous outcome for him? The group waited for over an hour, enduring discomfort in their backs and legs as the sun dipped below the horizon, yet the door remained ominously silent. As time passed, even Ding Jiao's gaze towards Wang Yang shifted, while team leader Shui and Wang Wenshu had retreated to the side, whispering amongst themselves. Only the dark-skinned man remained by Wang Yang's side, maintaining his customary respect. Team leader Shui murmured, "Is this fellow truly a fraud? Even if he is, he should at least acknowledge us." Wang Wenshu pondered, fraud may not necessarily be the case. However, even if he is genuine, Within such an extensive and intricate family as the Wang clan, hierarchies of honor and disgrace can be quite bewildering. To receive such indifference after presenting a business card suggests that he may not be of particularly high standing. But his uncle is a high-ranking official, is he not? Wang Wenshu replied. His uncle is a deputy minister, but he is not. A glance from Wang Wenshu towards Wang Yang followed. Perhaps he is merely a down-and-out scion, attempting to wield his uncle's name for effect. Who's to say if this uncle is a close relative or merely a distant connection? Furthermore, look at him. After waiting so long, he exhibits not a trace of indignation, hardly the demeanor of a noble's offspring. To call him a wastrel would be a generous assessment. It seems we have both been deceived by him. At that moment, Wang Yang also recognized his misstep. Unlike team leader Shui and the others, who were growing anxious, Wang Yang felt a sense of aversion towards the prospect of meeting the Wang clan of Langya. Indeed, the thought of not meeting them seemed increasingly appealing. Even if he were to meet them, the delay would afford him more time to prepare what could be more advantageous. Thus, he awaited patiently, entirely forgetting that he was supposed to embody the persona of a nobleman who ought not to stand silently outside. However, mistakes, when utilized wisely, can yield unexpected results. He adopted an outwardly fierce demeanor and declared, "What is so remarkable about Wang Tai? I show him respect as an elder, awaiting him with courtesy. Yet he is so arrogant, looking down upon me. He disregards me simply because my family lacks influence. Who knows what heights I might achieve in the future? If he chooses not to see me, then so be it. I shall wait no longer." Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, team leader Shui felt a chill in his heart. After all this time, it turned out that Wang Yang was indeed a scion of a declining branch of the Langya Wang family, confirming Wang Wenshu's suspicions. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Wenshu interjected, "Very well, we shall accompany the young master on another visit in the future. We shall take our leave for now." He exchanged a knowing glance with team leader Shui, who understood and cupped his fists in agreement. Indeed, we shall accompany the young master on another occasion. Without allowing Wang Yang the chance to react, the two hurriedly departed. Ding Zhou called out, "Team leader, what about us?" Team leader Shui, not looking back, waved his hand dismissively. "You have 5 days off as well. Go home and visit." Once they were a distance away, team leader Shui quickly asked, "Old Wang, what is the meaning of this? Are we truly leaving like this?" Wang Wenshu retorted, "Why should we stay? Must we really invite that little ancestor back and serve him with the finest delicacies? Our provisions are already insufficient. If we offer too much, he will show no gratitude. Yet if we provide too little, resentment is inevitable. How many dried fish do you have left? I can't spare any chickens." Upon hearing about the dried fish, Captain Shui immediately exclaimed, Yes, we cannot take it back." However, he expressed some concern. "But what if he is an impostor? Should we disregard it? What if he is indeed genuine? Are we not afraid of being implicated? Even in our current misfortune, we are still of the Langya Wang clan. Why provoke him unnecessarily? It is wiser to avoid trouble. Since the truth or falsehood offers us no advantage, why should we burden ourselves with such worries?" Captain Shui pondered this and agreed. Then inquired, "Should we report this matter?" "Certainly. Previously, we refrained from reporting in hopes of gaining some benefit, but now that we see there is none, we should swiftly relinquish it and let the higher-ups handle it. This way, if any trouble arises later, it will not concern us. But what if it turns out he is a fake, and they hold us accountable for letting him escape?" Wang Wenshu looked at Captain Shui, a sly smile creeping onto his face. "We did not let him go. We still have 2 soldiers stationed here, do we not?" Captain Shui slapped his thigh and was about to head back. "I must inform them." Wang Wenshu stopped him. "Oh, my captain, what is there to inform? If he is genuine and you tell them to guard him, will that not offend him? But if he is indeed a fraud, what if they release him because you didn't give prior instructions?" Wang Wenshu chuckled. "That would be their negligence, not our concern." Captain Shui paused, then burst into laughter. "You scholars are truly cunning. Note, although the Wang family of Langya is of high status, it does not imply that all descendants enjoy wealth and power. Within the family, different branches may experience vastly different fortunes. As Lin Staobuang stated, within the so-called family, there exists a stratification of the noble and the humble, with some having served as high officials for generations, while others toil with their own hands. Refer to Lin Staobuang's work Wang Rong in the Yongming era, a case study of the Southern Dynasty's nobility and aristocratic literature, Chapter 1. However, even if Wang Wenshu speculates that the protagonist may be a fallen gentry, he is still reluctant to offend him. For the status of the gentry is not merely a useless title, as will be elaborated later. Chapter 13. The camp village, upon hearing Wang Yang's words and observing the demeanor of team leader Shui and Wang Wenshu, Ding Jiu comprehended the situation to some extent. However, after having invested considerable effort over the past couple of days, he was reluctant to accept that his labor had been in vain. Moreover, what if this young scion had some hidden tricks up his sleeve? Thus, he tentatively inquired, "Master Wang, where shall we proceed next?" Wang Yang, elated to have finally evaded team leader Shui and Wang Wenshu, felt a surge of joy and resolved to rid himself of the remaining two soldiers, which would restore his complete freedom. But how to shake them off? By borrowing money. He feigned a sigh. "I currently have no place to go. How about this? Lend me some money, and when my uncle arrives, I shall ensure you are duly rewarded." Upon hearing the request for a loan, Ding Jiu felt a wave of despair wash over him. It dawned on him why team leader Shui and Wang Wenshu had fled faster than rabbits. This young master was nothing but a braggart. The illustrious Wang family, upon entering Jingzhou City, had to resort to borrowing money, revealing just how pitiful their predicament was. With a pained expression, he forced a smile. "Master, you jest. I have no money." Wang Yang continued to employ his shameless tactics. "If you have no money, then at least arrange a place for me to stay. I happen to be hungry. Let us go. Treat me to a meal." Ding Jiu, startled and flustered, quickly replied, "Master Wang, I have pressing matters to attend to at home. I must return now. I shall attend to you another time." With that, he dashed away, leaving no trace behind. Wang Yang chuckled inwardly and turned to the burly man, his smile radiant. "What say you? Might you lend me a bit of money?" Without hesitation, the burly man retrieved a small cloth pouch from his clothing and presented it with both hands. "Master, our troops seldom receive their pay. I possess but 33 won. My entire fortune. Please use it as you see fit." His demeanor was one of utmost respect. Wang Yang was taken aback, blinking in surprise, pondering, what is this game? Does he not see the stark contrast in my impoverished appearance? Or is this some scheme orchestrated by team leader Shui and Wang Wenshu? Am I not to break free from their surveillance until my true identity is verified? Contemplating this latter possibility, Wang Yang steeled himself and accepted the small pouch, declaring, "Let us dine first." The burly man hesitated. "Master, this amount is truly insufficient. It scarcely covers a decent meal, and after dining, one must also consider lodging, which would be even more inadequate." Wang Yang feigned a demeanor of determination, attempting to intimidate the burly man. "I am both hungry and weary. You shall handle the arrangements for my accommodation and meals." After a moment of thought, the burly man replied, "If it pleases you, I could offer you shelter at my humble abode." "Your home?" Wang Yang feigned delight. "Perfect. I have no place to rest and no money to spend. I shall take refuge in your home." Contrary to Wang Yang's expectations of scaring him off, the burly man clasped his fists with sincerity. "I shall do my utmost to take care of you, master." Wang Yang was left bewildered. What is happening? This fellow is not frightened at all. Is he simply naive, or has he received some unyielding directive? Who is truly in control here? Wang Yang, filled with unease, followed the dark-skinned man out of the city. The further they walked, the scarcer the passers-by became, leading them into increasingly desolate surroundings. Alarm bells rang in Wang Yang's mind. Could this man be secretly engaged in human trafficking or kidnapping? Although the ancient times did not witness the gruesome act of organ harvesting, instances of abduction and enticement were, indeed, not uncommon. A particular poem from the Han Yuefu, titled Pingling Dong, recounts, "Pingling East, pines and cypresses, I know not who has abducted the righteous lord. The righteous lord, beneath the grand hall, exchanged a fortune of 1,000,000 taels to ride away." This is indeed about kidnapping. Could it be that he covets my identity as a member of the Wang family from Langya, intending to abduct me and extort from my family? Seizing a moment when the dark-skinned man was distracted, Wang Yang picked up a stone from the ground and concealed it in his sleeve. "Young master, just ahead lies our 8th camp," the dark-skinned man declared, halting in his tracks and gesturing forward. The mention of 8th camp sent a jolt through Wang Yang's heart. Had he been deceived into another military encampment? The dark-skinned man, somewhat sheepish, explained, "You see, we are military households, and our families must pay for camp accommodation, living in a concentrated manner. Thus, our dwelling is also referred to as Camp Village. We are in the 8th camp, or 8th Camp Village." Wang Yang recalled that during the 6 dynasties, military households were sometimes called camp households, perhaps linked to this residential arrangement. Despite its name, 8th Camp Village bore no resemblance to a military encampment. From a distance, it appeared as a cluster of dilapidated thatched cottages. Between the houses, various wooden frames and cloth canopies were erected, where clothes and quilts hung out to dry. The ground was damp and muddy, giving off a disheveled appearance. The dark-skinned man's home stood at the village's edge, devoid of nearby constructions, seeming somewhat out of place within the entirety of 8th Camp Village. Strangely, as night fell, lights flickered on throughout the village, yet the dark-skinned man's house remained shrouded in darkness. Approaching his home, the dark-skinned man called out loudly, "Oh, my little oh." Wang Yang, uncertain if this was a signal to accomplices, gripped the stone tightly in his sleeve, remaining vigilant. Suddenly, the sound of small footsteps echoed, followed by the creak of the wooden door swinging open. A diminutive figure rushed out, leaping into the dark-skinned man's embrace. "Father, I thought I would have to wait another month to see you." Wang Yang was taken aback. They were indeed returning home. The dark-skinned man, beaming with joy, lifted his daughter into the air, twirling her around, eliciting a cascade of laughter from the little girl, her long hair dancing in the air. "Oh, we have a distinguished guest," the dark-skinned man exclaimed. "Quick, show your respect. Greet young Master Wang." The girl was a slender, dark-skinned child, her long hair somewhat dull and yellowed, appearing to be around 5 or 6 years old. Perhaps due to her extreme thinness, her large eyes stood out. Or perhaps it was the oversized, tattered gray robe she wore that hung on her like a sack, trailing down to her ankles. "I have met young Master Wang," she said confidently, bowing gracefully, exhibiting none of the typical timidity children display towards strangers. Wang Yang bent down. "Your name is Wu, is it not? Which character is Wu?" The girl's expression shifted as she glanced at her father. The dark-skinned man patted his daughter. "You go prepare some food to entertain young Master Wang. Father will come to assist you shortly." The little girl looked at Wang Yang, then leaned closer to her father, whispering, "Should I prepare something really good?" The dark-skinned man nodded awkwardly. "Of course, young Master Wang is an esteemed guest. Please prepare the bowls and chopsticks. My father will arrive shortly." The young girl agreed and dashed into the house. The dark-skinned man wore a troubled expression, hesitating as he said, "There is something I neglected to mention to you earlier. But since you have already arrived, I cannot conceal it any longer. My daughter, she." Wang Yang, intrigued, inquired, "What is wrong with your daughter?" She was born on the double fifth," he stammered. "What?" Wang Yang was perplexed. The dark-skinned man, misinterpreting this question as discontent, quickly clasped his fists in apology. "Please, young master, do not be upset. If this is a taboo for you, we shall seek alternative accommodations." "Taboo? What do you mean? What is this double fifth you mentioned?" Wang Yang found it utterly bewildering. Young master has not heard of the double fifth? Wu was born on the 5th of May. Wang Yang recalled an ancient custom. On the 5th of May, it was believed that one should not give birth. The term to give birth implies the act of nurturing. Folklore held that the 5th of May, known as the Dragon Boat Festival, was an inauspicious day, leading to various rituals to dispel evil and impurities. In modern society, a child born on this day is referred to as a dragon boat baby, yet in those times, it was considered ill-fated, with beliefs that such children might bring misfortune to their parents or others. Thus, people tended to avoid giving birth on this day, and if it was unavoidable, many chose to abandon the child. Wang Yang, of course, dismissed such superstitions, stating, "The taboo surrounding the double fifth is sheer nonsense." Ming Changjun was also born on the 5th of May and yet left an indelible mark in history. The dark-skinned man rejoiced, "I knew young master was well-versed in knowledge. You wouldn't be troubled by such matters." Wang Yang chuckled. "What does knowledge have to do with it? The more one knows, the broader one's perspective becomes. Unlike those in our village." The dark-skinned man's lips curled in a slight grimace, before he quickly smiled and said, "Let us not dwell on that. Could you tell me about that esteemed figure with the surname Ming? It would be beneficial for me to share this with others in the future." Note: the subsequent notes regarding military households and price systems in the southern dynasties are omitted as they are not relevant to the narrative. The people of the southern and northern dynasties affectionately referred to themselves with the prefix a. While in Wu dialect, they called themselves a nong. They addressed their younger kin as a nu, referred to their children as a heir, and called their fathers a yi. It was also common to precede names and characters with the prefix a. Thus, the name a Wu indeed possesses a certain ancient charm. Do not heed the baseless claims of the black-hatted individuals. Lord Ming Chong does not bear the surname Ming. Chapter 14. The humble abode of the Haiyan family consists of 2 drab little huts. The western room serves as both a kitchen and a storage area, while the eastern room features a clay bed, barely qualifying as a bedroom. Inside the western room, young Ah stands atop a large stone, diligently tending to the stove. Observing her petite stature, Wang Yang is compelled to offer assistance. Yet he restrains himself, mindful of his concealed identity as a member of the gentry, and inquires of Hyan. How old is Ah this year? Replying to the young master, she is 7 years old, Hyan responds, perhaps due to malnutrition. The little girl appears far too frail for her age. Wang Yang cannot help but exclaim, at such a tender age, she already knows how to cook. She has taken on the household responsibilities early. She manages all the chores by herself, Hyan explains, leading Wang Yang into the eastern room and inviting him to sit on the freshly laid clay bed. Where is her mother? Wang Yang questions. With a sigh, Hyan quietly reveals her mother despises Ah, born on the 5th day of the 5th month, and insisted on throwing her into the river. I opposed her vehemently, resulting in a quarrel, and in a moment of anger, I struck her. Subsequently, we divorced. Hyan hesitates, then ruefully adds, I have heard she has since married a candle seller and moved to Jiankong. I presume she is living quite well now. At that time, most families could not afford candles, so upon learning of her new husband's trade, Hyan deduced that she must now have ample means. Feeling a sense of sympathy, Wang Yang inquires further, so when you were at the barracks, was Ada left home alone? Indeed. Initially, I sought the neighbors' assistance, but they were reluctant to help. Fortunately, Ah was both intelligent and resilient, capable of caring for herself. When I returned last month, guess what? She has even learned to sew. Hyan lights a clay oil lamp, the dim glow illuminating his proud visage. Wang Yang, having often witnessed Hyan's obsequious demeanor, is taken aback by his evident pride. From the western room, the little girl's voice drifts in, Father, the moon is out. Why light the lamp? Hurry, extinguish it. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Hyan calls back. This lamp is lit for young Master Wang. The girl falls silent for a few moments before her voice resurfaces. Father, come help me serve the food. Wang Yang then hears a gentle dispute between the father and daughter, the words too faint to discern, but he catches snippets about the diminishing supply of sesame oil. With a smile, he extinguishes the oil lamp, and the argument ceases abruptly. Hyan rushes over. Has the lamp gone out? Let me light it for the young master again. Wang Yang reassures him, there is no need. The moonlight suffices. Hyan's expression shifts to one of concern, stammering, young master. This little girl is quite unruly and knows little. Please do not hold it against her. Wang Yang chuckles nonchalantly. How could I? I am neither reading nor writing at the moment. The moonlight is indeed sufficient. Fearful of displeasing Wang Yang, Hyan attempts to explain further when little Odd rushes in. Father, young Master Wang, it's time to eat. This marks Wang Yang's second meal since his arrival in this world. A bowl of bean and barley porridge, a bowl of mung bean leaf soup, and a plate of salted black beans. The porridge is a hearty concoction of soybeans and barley simmered together. The soup made from soybean leaves, also known as huakai, is complemented by salted black beans, commonly referred to as douqi, which were a staple condiment for the common folk. Aren't you supposed to be preparing barley rice? Why has it turned into porridge? Black Han quietly inquired, pulling Xiaoao aside. Ah wrinkled her little nose. There's only a small amount of barley. I was hoping to save it for the cold food festival to make barley porridge. Oh, you. Black Han was reluctant to reprimand his daughter, merely giving her forehead a gentle poke. He dared not sit at the same table as Wang Yang, instead opting to sit beside the stove with Xiaoao. Wang Yang understood that if one wished to portray a scholarly demeanor, it was best to maintain some distance. However, as he was residing in their place and partaking of their food, he felt it inappropriate to dominate the scene, thus inviting Black Han and the young girl to join him for a meal. Upon their introduction, Wang Yang realized that their meal was quite different. The father and daughter were eating steamed soybeans, reminiscent of the ancient term describing the impoverished as hanju and shui, which means to eat beans to stave off hunger. Xiaoao, while eating, stole glances at Wang Yang's meal, having not savored the aroma of barley porridge for over a month. And it had been even longer since she had tasted the huakai soup. Wang Yang caught sight of Ao's longing gaze and asked, would you like some? Xiaoao quickly shook her head, burying her face in her beans. Here, I have little appetite. Let me share some with you. No need, Xiaoao murmured, her voice barely audible as she feared succumbing to temptation, not daring to lift her head. Black Han urged, young master has been hungry all day. Please eat without worrying about her. Wang Yang took a sip of the porridge and remarked, I can only manage half a bowl, if no one else eats the rest. I shall pour it out. With that, he pretended to rise to dispose of the porridge. Suddenly, Xiaoao sprang up like a little rocket, darting to Wang Yang's side, extending her bowl while turning her face away, gathering her courage to say, if you pour it out, do it here. Oh, Black Han scolded. Wang Yang chuckled. It's all right. He poured half the porridge into Xiaoao's bowl. Ecstatic, she returned to her seat, ready to eat when she abruptly halted to serve her father 2 generous spoonfuls. Initially displeased by Ah's request for porridge, Black Han's heart softened upon witnessing his daughter ladling porridge into his bowl. He returned the porridge back to her, stating, "Oh, you eat. Father often eats at the military camp." "Father, you're lying again." Ah stubbornly poured the porridge back into her bowl. Wang Yang, moved by the scene of the father and daughter quarreling over the porridge, said, "Black Han, bring me the bowl. I shall share some porridge with you." Black Han promptly declined. No, young master has already eaten too little. I have no appetite. Besides, this is your grain." Regardless of Wang Yang's insistence, Black Han remained steadfast. Wang Yang then instructed Xiao Ao to serve Black Han some porridge. Black Han admonished Xiao Ao, "You must not go." Wang Yang's expression turned serious. "I instructed her to do so." Black Han dared not protest further, merely shooting a glare at his daughter. Xiao Ao stuck out her tongue and hurriedly ran to Wang Yang, who served her 2 spoonfuls. As he prepared to serve a third, Xiao Ao withdrew her hand, softly saying, "That's enough." Xiao Ao passed the porridge to Haiyan. Upon seeing Wang Yang, Haiyan quickly finished the remaining porridge with fermented black soybeans, and then, grimacing, sipped the wild vegetable soup. Noticing his discomfort, he instructed his daughter, "Fetch the cloth from the bottom of the chest and go to Zhang Lizi's house to exchange for some kinja." "Is that really necessary?" Xiao Ao exclaimed, her eyes widening. If that was the price of sharing porridge, she would rather pour it back. "Go now?" Haiyan insisted, his face stern. In this context, kin refers to a clay pot, while jia signifies pickled or marinated fish, a popular delicacy in the southern regions at that time. For Wang Yang, who had been refined by modern culinary practices and held certain standards regarding food, this bowl of wild vegetable soup was rather unpalatable, with an indescribable fishy bitterness. However, seeing the dire circumstances of Haiyan's family, he could not allow them to exchange anything for the kinja. "No need," he replied, "I can manage with this." He dared not taste it further. With gritted teeth, he gulped down the wild vegetable soup, his expression contorted in pain, much like one consuming medicine. Xiao Ao observed with a heavy heart. Of course, it was not sympathy for Wang Yang, but rather for the unfortunate soup. "Hey, if it tastes so terrible, then don't drink it. At least leave me half a bowl." After Wang Yang returned to his room, Xiao Ao pulled her father into the west room and, with a serious expression, said, "Father, I believe there is something amiss with this Wang Gongzi." Note, the term divorce is an ancient expression, not exclusive to modern usage. For instance, when Wang Xinji was gravely ill, he remarked, "I cannot recall any other matters, only the memory of divorcing the Qiao family." Shishua Xinyu Dexing, Book of Jin Wang, Yan's biography. The crown prince was falsely accused by Empress Jia, and Yan, fearing disaster, voluntarily declared his intention to divorce. As for He Li, it is a term used in the Tang dynasty, originating from Tang el-Shudi. There was no such concept during the southern and northern dynasties. Chapter 15. Night Terror. The black-clad man, perplexed, inquired, "What seems to be the problem? If he is indeed the noble son you claim, how could he possibly dine with us? Even that scoundrel from our village, Li Si, would never condescend to share a meal with us." The black-clad man frowned. "Do not speak recklessly. What scoundrel Li Si? He should be addressed as Lord Li Si. He constantly exploits my father for free labor, not even offering a few measures of beans. He is nothing but an old rogue." Little A Wu retorted stubbornly, "No, I must confront you today." The father and daughter engaged in playful banter, their laughter filling the air. Tiring of their frolic, little A Wu sprawled on the bed, exclaiming, "Father, you must be cautious and not let anyone deceive you." The black-clad man chuckled, "Who taught you to be so clever and astute?" With a sudden leap, little A Wu sat upright, declaring, "Father taught me. Thus, what you can perceive, your father can perceive as well, and what escapes your vision, your father still sees. So what do you have to worry about?" "Humph." Little A Wu scoffed, her face a mask of defiance. After a moment, she added, "However, if he refuses to drink even a bowl of shepherd's purse soup, he must not be an ordinary person. A Wu, in life, one must have foresight." Upon hearing her father's earnest tone, little A Wu recognized that he was about to impart wisdom and promptly sat up straight. Her father continued, "To lament over a bowl of shepherd's purse soup or a bowl of bean and wheat porridge is to accomplish nothing. It is akin to sowing seeds in spring. If one is reluctant to part with seeds or cannot resist consuming the grain, how can one expect a harvest in autumn? To reap rewards, one must be willing to invest. Do you understand this principle?" Little A Wu pondered for a moment before responding, Father means that if I desire 2 bowls of shepherd's purse soup, I must first give away 1 bowl, correct? The black-clad man laughed heartily. 2 bowls? That is far too few. In the future, I shall set out 100 bowls for you to indulge in. I do not want 100 bowls. 2 bowls will suffice. Little A Wu exclaimed earnestly. Oomph, what is shepherd's purse soup compared to this? The black-clad man pulled out a cloth pouch from his bosom and unveiled dried fish. Little A Wu's eyes sparkled with delight. In the adjacent room, Wang Yang lay beneath a tattered blanket, listening to the warm laughter of the father and daughter, feeling a twinge of loneliness. Since his arrival in this world, one crisis had followed another, leaving him no time to reminisce about his former friends and life, no time to strategize his future course of action, and not even a moment to contemplate the very nature of his transposition. He felt like a hunted creature, having fled for an entire day and night, and now, at long last, afforded a brief respite. He began to ponder the conditions of his crossing. If it were the soul vessel, what mechanism triggered its activation? At the museum, 5 individuals had gathered around the soul vessel, while simultaneously, 5 others surrounded it in the southern Qi. Was this mere coincidence? Could such a coincidence have precipitated the crossing? Ultimately, why had only 4 succeeded in their transposition? Where was the original owner of this body? Why did he lack the original's memories? Was it possible that, at the moment he traversed to this ancient realm, the original had simultaneously crossed into the modern world? Now that the soul bottle has shattered, only I remain among the 4 who traverse together, and the hope of returning home seems utterly lost. But what of my mother? Ah, my mother is intelligent, cheerful, and financially secure. She can thrive without me. This is the only consolation I can offer myself. Original owner, if you truly have crossed into the modern era, please honor my mother on my behalf and live well. With eyes closed, Wang Yang silently prayed, and after a moment, murmured, I will live well for you too. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a loud knocking echoed through the night. Wang Yang jolted upright, his first thought being that his assumed identity had been exposed, and that Captain Shui had come to apprehend him. Open the door. If you don't open it soon, I will break it down. A voice shouted from outside. The black man's face changed drastically. He instinctively reached for his waist knife but reconsidered, placing it back on the bedside. He cautioned Xiao Wu, absolutely do not go out, and hurried to open the door. 4 burly men burst in, instantly occupying half of the small room. You're back. Why didn't you inform us? A middle-aged man in a yellow silk robe, adorned with a jeweled gold ring, entered with a smile. He appeared as an ordinary wealthy merchant, sporting a meticulously trimmed beard, and though his hawk-like eyes held a certain sharpness, his demeanor was remarkably genteel. Anyone who mistook him for a benevolent figure would be the greatest of fools. The black man quickly bowed in respect. I just returned and have not yet had the chance to pay my respects to Master Du. Master Du replied with a warm smile, no matter. As long as the money is returned, it's never too late to pay your respects. I have already inquired thoroughly. That woman married a wealthy merchant and now resides in Jiankong. She must have the means to repay. Master Du's smile faltered. Are you suggesting I seek her out in the capital? The black man hastily replied, I wouldn't dare. It's just, the money was borrowed by that woman. She absconded with it, and I haven't seen a single coin. Master Du spoke leisurely. A wife's debt is to be repaid by her husband. This has always been the case. But we have long been divorced, Master Du interjected amiably. Whether you divorced or were simply separated, it matters not to me. The contract bore your signature, and your daughter is the collateral. You must either repay the debt or surrender your daughter. Choose one. The black man cursed his own foolishness. That woman had returned a year ago, appearing pitiful and pleading, bowing and weeping, swearing on heaven and earth to amend her ways. Their prior divorce had been partly due to his own violent actions. Thus, driven by guilt and lingering affection, and for the sake of a Wu, he had softened and agreed to reconcile. He had not been entirely unguarded, but she had feigned her sincerity so convincingly that it had lulled his suspicions. He genuinely believed she wished to live harmoniously with him. Otherwise, he would never have fallen for her tale of borrowing money to invest in a cloth shop. What was even more infuriating was that she had colluded with others to forge documents, deceitfully using a Wu as collateral. He would never have signed the guarantee otherwise. The black man knelt down and bowed deeply 3 times, earnestly pleading, Master Du, I have only this one daughter. I was deceived into signing the guarantee. With the vast powers of Master Du, who could possibly evade his grasp? Miss Zhang has married a wax merchant by the surname of Liu, and they currently reside in Jiankong. I beseech you, I implore you to spare me. Hush, Master Du leaned down, steadying the forehead of the ashen-faced man, his smile sending chills down the man's spine. Look at you, making me appear as a tyrant. Master Du brushed off the dust from the man's clothing, as if tidying him up, and remarked with a smile, "You see, I am quite a simple man. As long as you adhere to the rules, I shall not make things difficult for you. Whether it's repaying a debt or delivering someone, you must choose one. If you choose neither." He patted the trembling man's face and chuckled, "Then, do not blame me. I have no money at the moment. Take this house, and you may have anything within it, he. The man's words were abruptly interrupted by Master Du's laughter, and the four others beside him joined in mirth. "Are you jesting with me? I wouldn't accept this dilapidated house even if it were given freely. Now, quickly convey a few words to your daughter and gather a few of her belongings. I shall grant you a quarter of an hour." Note 1. The exclusivity of yellow attire for the royal family came into effect after the Mid-Tang dynasty, thus allowing Master Du to don yellow garments at this time. 2. According to the scholarly work of Zhao Yi in the Qing dynasty, the term yi as a form of respectful address originated in the Tang dynasty, as noted in Kai Yu Tsong Kao. In the period of the southern and northern dynasties, you referred to a father. Therefore, strictly speaking, the title Master Du would likely not appear during the southern Qi period, unless such colloquial titles as Old Man or Three Fathers were also in vogue. However, due to the scarcity of historical records from the southern and northern dynasties, which predominantly focused on the nobility and literati, unlike the Song dynasty when the rise of the common folk led to more frequent documentation of ordinary lives, a comprehensive reconstruction of societal details from that era is challenging. For the sake of clarity and expedience in character recognition, the title Yi has been employed here. And similar titles such as Young Master and Prince will also be used, though these may not perfectly align with historical accuracy. 3. During the southern and northern dynasties, the term Nin for respectful address was not yet in use. Employing other titles to replace it would render the text cumbersome. Conversely, using Ni may not align with contemporary reading comprehension norms. Thus, for the sake of ease in understanding the tone of dialogue, the term Nin has been utilized. Chapter 16. The death of the mother defamer. The black man felt as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was sinking. He desperately clung to the leg of Master Du, pleading, "Master, I implore you, please do not take my daughter away. I will repay you. I promise to repay you. Just grant me a little more time." Master Du attempted to shake him off but failed, casting a glance at his subordinates, who promptly approached to forcibly separate the two. "Let go of my father." A Wu rushed out, brandishing a knife, but her strength was so feeble that she could not draw it from its sheath. Only pointing the tip menacingly at Master Du, Master Du laughed heartily. "Ah, a girl with spirit. Come, take this little one away." The black man let out a furious roar, breaking free from their grasp to shield his daughter behind him. "Father, let us report them to the authorities," A Wu exclaimed. Master Du, stroking his ring, looked at A Wu and smiled. "By all means, report them. I hope you take it all the way to the government office in Jingzhou. It has been ages since anyone dared to challenge me in court." The black man knew reporting was futile. Master Du was a formidable figure, straddling both the black and white realms. Even if he had signed a contract, it would hardly hold weight. And even if it did, he would stand no chance against this man. The commotion inside the house drew the attention of the neighbors, and the village official of Bang Village rushed over with several villagers. The black man, as if grasping at a lifeline, shouted, "Village official, help. They are trying to take A Wu." The official barked, "Who dares to cause trouble in the village?" "I do," Master Du declared, standing ominously at the door. The official was taken aback, quickly shifting to a smile. "Isn't this Master Du? What brings you here at such a late hour?" Master Du coldly uttered a single word, "Scram." The official laughed nervously. "Master, it's quite late." Master Du bellowed, "Get out, now." The official and his companions hastily fled. Master Du glanced at the black man, growing impatient. "Get on with it." For burly men closed in. And seeing the officials retreat and the silence from the east room, the black man felt despair wash over him. Just as he contemplated drawing his knife in a final act of defiance, a clear and resonant voice rang out. "Who dares?" Wang Yang stepped calmly from the east room. And upon seeing him, the black man's tears streamed down his face as he pleaded, "Young Master Wang, I beg you to save A Wu." Wang Yang feigned indifference. "I owe no one a favor. Your team leader once saved me, and you have served me well. I initially intended to make you a team leader as a form of gratitude, but given the current predicament, I shall assist you once. As for whether you become a team leader, that is entirely up to your fate." The black man hurriedly knelt, bowing repeatedly. "Thank you, young Master Wang. Thank you. I do not wish to be a team leader. I only wish to protect A Wu." Prior to this, Master Du and his men had not noticed anyone in the East Room. Now, witnessing a refined young man emerge with such audacity, they were taken aback. Although a team leader was not a high-ranking official, he held a position of military authority. Yet here stood a young man, barely 17 or 18, dressed so plainly, yet so boldly offering such a title, leaving them astonished. Who are you? Master Du's hawk-like gaze fixed on Wang Yang. Many who met his stare would falter without him needing to utter a word. In life, one must rely on their acting skills. It's a gamble. Wang Yang paid no heed to Du Sanyi, calmly taking a seat at the table where he had been dining, and spoke with an air of indifference. Bring me a seat. Du Sanyi and his companions were momentarily taken aback, with the burly man becoming agitated yet still failing to react. It was a Wu, however, who dashed into the room, retrieving a worn straw mat and neatly placing it before Wang Yang. Please, take a seat, Wang Yang directed towards Du Sanyi. Who on earth is this? The four burly men exchanged bewildered glances, their confusion palpable. Yet Du Sanyi remained unfazed, scoffing coldly. No need to sit. You should introduce yourself. Wang Yang was aware that his attire and presence were incongruous with the reputation of the Wang family from Langya. However, to offer an explanation would betray a sense of insecurity. Thus, he sought an opportune moment to subtly convey some information, allowing them to draw their own conclusions. People tend to find the explanations they formulate themselves far more convincing than those handed to them. A faint smile graced his lips as he mused aloud. This journey has been quite interesting. I have encountered many I had never met before and witnessed sights previously unseen. Even the most commonplace creatures have come to inquire about my lineage. The burly man trembled at Wang Yang's words. Du Sanye's expression shifted dramatically as his four subordinates rushed forward, cursing, "You bastard! How dare you speak to the third master like that?" Wang Yang, though terrified at the prospect of being assaulted, maintained an expression of utter disdain, his eyes brimming with contempt, regarding these men as mere insects. His heart fervently echoed. I grasp the sun and moon and pluck the stars. There exists no one like me. Hey, black man, intervene, Wang Yang urged. The burly man remained in a state of shock, but it was Du Sanyi who stepped in to prevent the onslaught. The older one in the underworld often becomes more cautious. You dare not strike me? Wang Yang chuckled inwardly. Then do not blame me for becoming more audacious. With a serious demeanor, Wang Yang commanded, Black man, kill the one who just insulted my mother. Kill someone? The others gasped in astonishment. The burly man widened his eyes, struggling to comprehend Wang Yang's words. My mother is from the CF family of Qinjun. Those who insult her must die. Killing this man will be on my account. Fear not. Even if it reaches His Majesty, there will be no repercussions. The CF family of Qinjun? Your mother belongs to the CF family. Du Sanye's composure faltered. He could hardly fathom encountering a noble of such stature in this wretched place. The Xie and Wang families were regarded as the foremost aristocrats of the southern dynasties, collectively known as Wang Xie, given the societal norms of marriage. If his mother hailed from the Xie family, it was certain that his father was not of humble origins. Wang Yang thus laid a foundation for his identity through this declaration. Wang Yang completely disregarded Du Sanye's response, casting a glance at the burly man and impatiently asserting, Why are you not moving? A Wu, at that moment, nudged his father with his elbow. The burly man's wits returned, and with a swift motion, he unsheathed his blade. Declaring loudly, Understood. Let us confront the one who insulted my mother. I don't know. I truly have no idea. The individual never anticipated that a mere curse would summon a calamity upon himself. Paralyzed by fear, he forgot to flee and merely trembled, pleading, Third master, save me. The others, wary of attracting misfortune and lacking the command of Du Sanyi, dared not step forward to offer assistance. Du Sanyi was acutely aware that the youth was resorting to intimidation, for even if he belonged to an illustrious noble lineage, it was unreasonable to resort to murder over a mere insult. In such circumstances, the act of killing would not guarantee the escape of even the most privileged scion. Yet, he could not afford to take that risk. What if this lad was a reckless fool, accustomed to lawlessness? What if the sight of blood unleashed a savage fury, resulting in indiscriminate slaughter? What if this young man truly wielded immense power and invoked self-defense or silencing? The likelihood of such scenarios was slim, yet not entirely absent. In truth, the loss of a subordinate would be inconsequential, but it was imperative that the events here did not attract attention. This had been expressly mandated from above. Should a bloody conflict arise with this noble, the affairs here could hardly remain concealed. To prevent escalation, Du Sanyi swiftly delivered a slap to one of his subordinates. Exclaiming, apologized to the young master at once. Note, 1. Wang Yang's command for the black brute to kill over a mere insult may seem unreasonable by modern standards. But in ancient times, the culture of vengeance was prevalent, especially concerning familial matters. For example, during the later Han dynasty, Yang Qiu famously avenged his mother by gathering a group of youths to kill an official who had insulted her, obliterating the official's family as a result. 2. There exists a misconception online regarding the rights of the gentry over commoners, as if they held absolute power over life and death. This is not the case. Even in those times, one could not kill their own servants indiscriminately. For instance, in the Book of the Southern Qi, it is recorded that Wang Yi's son reported his cruel concubine, who had killed maids, leading to her execution. Furthermore, the gentry themselves faced consequences for wrongdoing, as exemplified by Shun Wenxiu of Wuxing, who was punished for killing his private servant. The North also followed similar principles, where even assaults could lead to penalties, as noted in historical records. According to the memorial presented by Sun Mian, the official was dismissed. This demonstrates that once a murder is brought to light, punishment will inevitably follow. However, during that period, the social order was lax, and instances of murder evading justice were not uncommon. Yet, should such matters be exposed, one might not entirely escape the ensuing troubles. This is also the reason why Master Du believes that if Wang Yang were to truly commit murder in such circumstances, he would unlikely emerge unscathed. As for the prevalent notion online that aristocrats could kill at will, it likely originates from the tale in Shishua Sinyu regarding a drunken encounter leading to the slaying of a beauty. Nevertheless, it should be noted that Shishua primarily compiles anecdotes and should not be regarded as a reliable historical source. Furthermore, during the period of the Jin dynasty, the power of the aristocracy was at its zenith. Thus, Mr. Tian Yuqing argued that the term aristocratic politics should only be applied to the Eastern Jin. With the rise of imperial authority in the southern dynasties, the aristocracy could no longer reclaim the glory of the Jin era. While it is true that the nobility did commit acts of murder, such occurrences were often either overlooked or involved complex circumstances, and should not be generalized as a common phenomenon. Chapter 17. My Family's Relics. Young master, I am but a foolish wretch. I spoke amiss. I beseech your mercy. The subordinate knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. Wang Yang, of course, could not bring himself to kill him. However, having previously declared that those who insulted mothers should die, the immediate retraction of his words upon recognition of error seemed rather undignified. It would be best to find a way to gracefully descend from this predicament. But where was that way? Typically, at such a moment, Master Du would step forth to mediate and intercede on behalf of his subordinate. Yet, harboring suspicions about Wang Yang's true nature, he remained silent, observing with a cold gaze how Wang Yang would resolve the situation. The black-clad man found himself in a quandary. If not for his daughter, he might have resolved to take a life without hesitation. However, with little A Wu still so young, who would care for her should he face execution? The other three subordinates dared not voice a word. They were as silent as the grave, the atmosphere thick with tension. Little A Wu glanced at the trembling subordinate on the ground, then at Wang Yang's icy demeanor, and finally at Master Du's detached expression. Noting her father's poised blade that was not yet raised, her large eyes sparkled with determination as she rushed forward to embrace her father's arm, exclaiming, "Father, you must not kill." She then turned to Wang Yang. "Young master, you are so handsome. You surely wouldn't kill anyone." Wang Yang furrowed his brow slightly. What does being handsome have to do with not killing? Little A Wu replied with innocent conviction, "Good-looking people are all kind-hearted. Kind people never kill. It is the wicked who take lives, and the wicked are always ugly. You clever little sprite. You remind me of my own childhood." Wang Yang, seizing the opportunity, laughed heartily. "Very well. Since I appear to be a good person, I shall spare this man." He then commanded, "Heinz, sheath your blade." With a sigh of relief, the black-clad man complied, sheathing his sword with an exaggerated clang that echoed ominously among the other subordinates, causing a chill to run through each of them. The man who had narrowly escaped death bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Master Du clasped his hands together, addressing Wang Yang. "Esteemed young master, I am unaware of your background. We bear no enmity, and it was never my intention to offend you. However, debts must be settled. This is a universal principle that cannot be dismissed, regardless of the context. Is it not merely a matter of money? How much does he owe you?" 13,200 coins, Wang Yang replied. The black-clad man gasped in shock. "That is simply not true. There cannot be such a sum. It was not so before, but due to your persistent refusal to repay, interest has accrued monthly at a rate of 1%, as clearly stipulated in the contract. You may calculate it yourself. I would not conspire to deceive you over such a trifling amount, Master Du remarked with a cold smile. The black-clad man felt a shiver run through him. Wang Yang, seemingly unconcerned, stated, "Is it not just this sum? You shall wait 3 days. On the 3rd day, the money will be yours. You cannot produce it now, yet will have it in 3 days?" While he himself could not procure it, Wang Yang could. "In 3 days, someone will arrive to assist me. At the hour of the rooster, you shall come here to collect your payment." Young Master Wang. The black-clad man was so moved that tears threatened to spill forth. Such a sum was no trivial matter. Even selling himself would not suffice to repay it. Moreover, as a soldier, he lacked the standing to sell himself into servitude. Dusain regarded Wang Yang with hawk-like eyes and questioned, "But why should I wait for 3 days?" Wang Yang yawned lazily and replied, "Isn't the name of the Langya Wang clan sufficient reason for you to wait 3 days? You are of the Langya Wang clan." Although he had long suspected that this man hailed from a prestigious family, Dusan was still taken aback when Wang Yang uttered the name of the Langya Wang clan. Wang Yang smiled but remained silent. In such moments, it was best to let others sing his praises rather than diminish his worth by speaking of it himself. The dark-skinned man stepped forward and introduced, "This is young Master Wang of the Langya Wang clan, whose uncle holds the title of Sanchi Shirlang." Sanchi Shirlang? Dusan's gaze turned skeptical as he focused intently on Wang Yang's face, seemingly searching for the slightest change in his expression. There is only one Langya Wang clan in Jingzhou, residing in the old Ding family residence on Shoukong Lane. His name is Wang Tai, 39 years of age. Yet you appear quite youthful. Wang Yang, with half-closed eyes, clapped his thigh and began to recite. The drums resound. The troops are eager to engage. The kingdom's rivers flow. I journey southward alone. The crowd was perplexed, as none present had studied the book of songs and were unaware of the content of Wang Yang's verses. Nevertheless, the fact that he was reciting poetry was evident, though the intonation was peculiar and markedly different from ordinary speech. Du Sanyi furrowed his brow, questioning, "What do you mean by this?" Ignoring him, Wang Yang continued, "From Suanzi Zhong, pacifying Chun and Song. If I do not return, worry weighs heavily upon my heart." Du San, well-versed in knowledge, detected the thick nasal tone and elongated syllables in Wang Yang's voice, reminiscent of northern dialects. "Where do you dwell? Where has your horse been lost? Where may it be sought?" "Beneath the forest." Wang Yang grew increasingly animated, and amidst the resonant cadence, the crowd gradually began to discern the rhythm of the poetry. Just as he was about to continue, his recitation abruptly ceased. The room fell silent, and everyone looked at Wang Yang in confusion, who in turn gazed at Du San, asking, "Do you understand now?" Du San, bewildered, replied, "What? Am I to understand?" Wang Yang's expression turned haughty as he declared, "This is Luo Sheng Yang, a standard of Central Plains phonetics. Since the chaos of the 5 barbarians, with the migration of attire and customs southward, few have retained such pronunciation. While there are many aristocratic families in Jiangnan that can only speak Wu dialect, yet for me, this is an heirloom of my family. What difficulty is there in this?" The gentry of the southern dynasties were divided into 2 categories. One comprised the prominent families from the Central Plains who migrated southward following the chaos of the 5 barbarians, known as Qiao surnames. For instance, the Langya Wang clan and the Qinjunxie clan are representative of Qiao surnames. The other category consists of local families who have resided in Jiang and since the Eastern Wu period, referred to as Wu surnames. Within the aristocracy, a hierarchy of disdain persisted, with Qiao surnames looking down upon Wu surnames. This disdain extended not only to their lineage but also to their culture, scholarship, and even their accents. Thus, despite having cohabited for generations, some old families from the Central Plains remained resolute in learning the northern phonetics, unwilling to be assimilated into the Wu dialect. However, as time progressed, the blending of northern and southern phonetics became inevitable. In this context, Luo Sheng Yang emerged as a rather unique skill. The term Luo Xinjiang refers to the standard, elegant pronunciation used by the students of the Taixue in Luoyang when reciting Confucian classics prior to the Eastern Jin dynasty. Generally, the children of aristocratic families would not possess this skill. It was only those of legitimate lineage with a legacy of scholarly tradition who could cultivate offspring capable of mastering Luo Xinjiang. Wang Yang, however, had no opportunity to be influenced by the academic heritage of the highborn, yet he had received modern scholarly training. Mr. Chen Inca once pointed out in his work on the historical facts of Jiayan that the rhyme book from the Sui dynasty, Jiayan, represents the system of the old sounds of Luoyang prior to the migration south during the Eastern Jin period. The so-called old sounds of Luoyang refer to the phonetics of Luo Xinjiang. Therefore, when Wang Yang recited Luo Xinjiang, he relied on the yet-to-be-published Qianyun text. Although it could not perfectly replicate the standard Luoyang pronunciation, it was not far off. Firstly, the passage of time had distanced the northern phonetic tradition, making it inherently challenging to achieve authenticity in Luo Xinjiang. Secondly, Du Sand was neither a master of phonetics nor a scion of an esteemed family. How could he discern the nuances of Luo Xinjiang? Nevertheless, having heard the northern dialect and being aware of the esteem in which the aristocratic families held the so-called authentic sounds of the Central Plains, he was nonetheless taken aback by Wang Yang's recitation performance. More importantly, the sudden recitation of poetry during negotiations, exuding an air of grandeur as if the hall were filled to capacity, truly embodied the demeanor of a great aristocratic lineage. Note, the ability to astonish with Luo Xinjiang is not an isolated instance for Wang Yang. In the past, when Huanwen hosted the Hallman banquet, he assembled a great military presence to intimidate the court officials. Xian publicly recited Luo Xinjiang, which caused Huanwen to be apprehensive of its vastness, leading him to disband his troops, as noted in Shishua Senyu, Yaoyang. Additionally, historical records from the Book of the Southern Qi recount how Shan Liao prepared to kill Zhang Rong for meat, but upon hearing Zhang Rong recite Luo Xinjiang, the bandits were so struck that they spared him. This serves as another example. Chapter 18. Guarantor Du Sanyi, feeling a sense of apprehension, softened his tone and said, "Young Master Wang, your noble demeanor is beyond my comprehension as a mere commoner. In business, there are certain rules to adhere to. It is acceptable to postpone repayment for 3 days, but I must ask you to act as a guarantor and sign the contract." Wang Yang, naturally reluctant to sign, pondered ways to decline. However, such a refusal could lead to unforeseen consequences and might arouse suspicion. After all, as a member of the gentry, if one promises to repay in 3 days, what reason could there be for not signing? Thus, albeit with reluctance, he calmly replied, "Bring forth the contract." Du Sanyi produced the contract and instructed his subordinate to fetch ink and seals. Wang Yang, wary of potential deception, scrutinized the document. On the 13th day of the 4th month in the 7th year of Yongming, Zhang An of Tangzhou village borrowed 6,000 won from Du Shubao of Jiaoling County, with a monthly interest of 600 won, for a term of 1 year. Should repayment be delayed, Du Shubao shall have the right to seize the daughter of Zhang An, Pei Awu, as collateral. Both parties shall establish this contract, which shall serve as verification. Lender, Du Shubao. Borrower, Zhang An, age 26. Guarantor, Pei Han, age 30. Indeed, this was usury, a monthly interest rate of 10%. Unbeknownst to Wang Yang, at the time, the prevailing rate was often 10% for every loan. Though Du Sanye's heart was as dark as his dealings, the interest rate was in line with industry standards. This Du Shubao must be his true name. With the ink and seal now procured, Du Sanyi fixed his gaze upon Wang Yang. "Please, young master, sign your name beneath the guarantor." Wang Yang confidently took the pen and inscribed Wang Yang below the guarantor's name, affixing his thumbprint. Du Sanye's eyes narrowed slightly as he observed the 2 characters. Pei Han's eyes reddened at the sight, while Awu bit her lip, her small fist clenching involuntarily. Du Sanyi continued, "You must also write your age." Wang Yang set down the pen. "I cannot be bothered to write that. It is merely a trifling amount. Why bother with age?" Du Sanyi, suppressing his fury, took his leave, his expression dark and foreboding. He had schemed for so long. Tonight was supposed to be a triumphant culmination, yet an unknown youth had appeared out of nowhere, not only disrupting his plans but also assuming responsibility for the debt. If this person's identity were false, or if he failed to repay, it would be manageable. However, should he indeed repay within 3 days, alternative strategies would need to be devised. At that moment, one of his subordinates inquired, "Master, is that person truly from the Wang family of Langya?" Du Sanye's eyes darkened. "Whether it is true or false, we shall soon find out. Young Master Wang, you are our benefactor. Whether it be climbing a mountain of knives or traversing a sea of fire, whatever you command, Pei Han shall obey." "Young master, Awu was wrong. She should not have taken your porridge. Tomorrow morning, Awu will prepare a delicious meal for you." The father and daughter knelt, their expressions earnest and sincere. Wang Yang chuckled. "Awu, return to your room and rest. I need to discuss some matters with your father." Little Awu bowed her head and obediently retreated to the west room. Wang Yang's expression turned serious. "How long have you been plotting this?" Pei Han appeared bewildered. "Young master, what do you mean? What plotting? I can assist you. Yet I abhor being exploited. You have one final opportunity to speak the truth." The loan date stipulated in the contract was April 13th of last year, and today marks precisely 1 year. Wang Yang could scarcely believe that He Han was unaware of Du Sanye's visit for debt collection today. Nor could he accept that He Han's bringing him home was merely a stroke of coincidence. Observing Wang Yang's increasingly somber demeanor, He Han immediately bowed his head and implored, "My lord, please do not be angry. I speak the truth. I am genuinely concerned about Du Sanye's arrival, yet I sincerely wish to aid you. I understand you are currently unmoored. Hence my invitation to you to be our guest is not solely motivated by Du Sanye's presence. How could it be a matter of mere accommodation?" Wang Yang was in dire straits, practically without a meal. He recognized that He Han's statement was an attempt to preserve his dignity. Indeed, He Han had been quite attentive these past few days. Had it not been for his testimony last night, which transformed the title of the scattered cavalry officer to that of a scattered cavalry commander, he might very well be a prisoner by now. With both meals and lodging provided, it had alleviated his immediate concerns. Yet he felt compelled to continue probing. Should He Han come to perceive him as a Na'vi benefactor, he might unwittingly find himself ensnared in a similar predicament again. With an impassive expression, Wang Yang remarked, "So, you invite me to your home to shield yourself from Du San's wrath?" A chill coursed through He Han, who quickly clarified, "I assure you, that was not my intention. I merely believed that your esteemed presence would intimidate Du Sanye, compelling him to seek funds from that woman, or at least grant me a reprieve." However, He Han could not complete his thought, which was, who could have anticipated that Du Sanye would disregard even the Wang family's reputation? According to his prior expectations, Du Sanye might not only have waived the debt but also reduced the interest, or at the very least, consented to the repayment of principal alone, viewing this as a splendid opportunity to foster connections with well-born youths. Yet, who could fathom the whims of Du Sanye? Not only did he refuse to lower a single tael of interest, but he also demanded that Wang Gongzi sign as a guarantor on the spot. Did he doubt Wang Gongzi's identity? Or perhaps, seeing his modest attire, he held him in contempt? Wang Yang interjected, "Who knows why he insists I repay your debt?" "No, my lord, I would never impose such a burden upon you." He Han protested, "This sum is what I owe you, and I shall repay it in due course." "Repay me?" Wang Yang chuckled bitterly. "But what if I cannot produce such funds?" He Han stood frozen. "What if, 3 days hence, the person sent for me does not arrive? Or even if they do, I still lack the means to settle your debt?" He Han had contemplated such scenarios. 13,200 taels was no trifling amount, and Wang Gongzi seemed to belong to a less influential branch of his family. Moreover, he himself was presently in a state of misfortune, making it entirely reasonable for him to be unable to produce funds. However, Wang Yang's earlier ease in agreeing had led him to mistakenly believe that the sum posed no difficulty for Wang Yang. Upon reflection, it was evident that this was merely a stalling tactic. Composing himself, a flicker of resolve crossed his eyes as he murmured, "At dawn, my lord shall depart from Jingzhou. I will assume the role of primary guarantor. This burden shall rest upon my shoulders." Wang Yang inquired, "What do you intend to do?" "The cunning have their own methods. What can you do? Ultimately, it is merely a matter of bearing a knife and engaging in a desperate struggle. Yet, have you considered what will become of all if you perish?" The dark-skinned man wept and bowed his head, saying, "If you could take all with you, I would willingly serve you as a beast in my next life to repay your kindness." He was acutely aware that this request was exceedingly unreasonable. Not only were Wang Yang and An not related, but An was also a soldier and had become entangled in contractual obligations, leaving him with no means of escape. Regardless of whether it was Master Du's men pursuing them or the authorities issuing a manhunt, it would be nearly impossible for the two to leave Jingzhou, let alone flee to Nanjun. However, Wang Yang possessed the status of a gentry, which afforded him some leverage. Even without identification, and despite his family's destitution, he could still command a degree of respect, and with his daughter by his side, there remained a glimmer of hope. Wang Yang sighed, "This cannot be done. Little An is far too clever for me to manage." The dark-skinned man, believing Wang Yang was refusing to take his daughter, fell into despair. At that moment, Wang Yang continued, "Let us delineate our roles. You shall take care of Ao, and I will procure the funds." The dark-skinned man suddenly raised his head, scarcely able to believe his ears. Trembling, he replied, "My lord, you." Wang Yang smiled gently. "What? Do you not believe me?" I do. It is just, we only have 3 days, and with such a sum, where will you find the money?" Wang Yang stretched lazily and mused, "In books. There are houses of gold." The dark-skinned man, unable to comprehend Wang Yang's words, felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance upon witnessing his confident demeanor. The thought of finally securing his daughter's safety overwhelmed him, and he began to weep uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Au, who was hiding behind the wall, also became a little tearful, reflecting, "This handsome young master of Langya is truly not a bad person." Chapter 19, Lord Li Si, Part 1. Wang Yang awoke with the dawn. Rays of sunlight gracing his face, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds and the rhythmic sound of firewood being chopped. This serene ambience momentarily lulled him into a false sense of tranquility, causing him to nearly forget the burdens of debt weighing heavily upon him, along with the imminent threat of his assumed identity being exposed. Upon opening his eyes, the enticing aroma of food wafted through the air. Since his arrival in this world, he had not truly savored a proper meal, and his stomach now growled with hunger. Exiting his quarters, he beheld a wooden table adorned with an array of dishes. "Young master, you are awake. Please wash your face." The robust man set aside his axe and brought forth a basin of water and a towel for Wang Yang. Aware of Wang Yang's preference against using his fingers to clean his teeth, he had thoughtfully prepared salt water for rinsing, recalling the young man's previous habits. "Once the debts are settled, I must consider procuring a toothbrush," Wang Yang mused silently. "Where's Au?" he inquired after completing his ablutions. "She has gone to gather river snails," came the reply. "Let us wait for her return to dine together." "Young master, please eat." "I have already had my meal with her. I did not dare to wake you as you were sleeping soundly." Wang Yang chuckled inwardly. It appeared he had risen later than anticipated. "The food might have cooled. Allow me to heat it for you." "There's no need for that. I am quite hungry." This was his third meal since arriving in this realm, and it proved to be the most sumptuous. A bowl of pure wheat rice, a boiled egg, a plate of pickled vegetables, and a jar of fermented fish, the latter being what the robust man referred to as kanza. The previous meals had consisted of porridge, and he was elated to finally indulge in solid food. The fermented fish was exquisitely prepared, devoid of any unpleasant odor. Wang Yang placed half a jar of fish atop his rice and began to eat, savoring the pickled vegetables alongside. After consuming half of his rice, he began to peel the egg, intending to mash it into his meal. However, thinking of Au and the robust man, he set the egg and the remaining fish aside, devouring the rest of the dishes in a single sweep. "Au, what has transpired?" the robust man exclaimed, hurrying towards her as she emerged from the outdoors, covered in mud and carrying the small wooden bucket he had fashioned for her. "It's nothing. I had a scuffle and bested that young master," she replied proudly. "The young master of the Li Si family?" The robust man's expression shifted to one of alarm. "Indeed, and there was a sycophant with him. I took them both on. They dared to disturb my snail bucket, and I turned them into sniveling wretches," Au proclaimed, shaking her tiny fist with defiance. The robust man lamented, "Oh dear, you have stirred up trouble again." Wang Yang, having overheard their exchange, stepped outside to witness Au, her entire form caked in mud, triumphantly showcasing the snails she had gathered. "Young master, look, snails. I shall prepare snail porridge for you tonight." Wang Yang was momentarily taken aback, not merely by her words or her muddy appearance, but rather by the realization that Au's long hair was no longer there. It had been transformed into a neat bob. "Your hair," he stammered in surprise. Au sheepishly scratched her head. "It's not ugly, is it?" The robust man approached with water and a cloth, tenderly wiping her face as he spoke. Au sold her hair. "She promised to treat you to a fine meal last night." Instantly, Wang Yang recalled Au's words from the previous evening. At the time, he had merely smiled, not realizing that her promise of a good meal would come at such a significant cost to the young girl. "Young master, was the meal to your liking today?" Au inquired, her voice tinged with apprehension as she broached the question that weighed heavily on her mind. Wang Yang intended to respond affirmatively, yet a lump formed in his throat, compelling him to merely nod. Au, delighted by his tacit approval, chattered excitedly about introducing Wang Yang to her special snail porridge that evening. However, his thoughts wandered, momentarily ensnared by a vivid memory of their first encounter, when her long hair danced in the breeze, a vision he could not shake off. Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted his reverie. "Heisey, look at what your girl has done to my grandson. Tell me, can you manage this girl or not?" Zhang Lizi stormed over, a small boy with dark circles under his eyes and covered in mud trailing behind him. Au glared, causing the boy to retreat fearfully behind Zhang Lizi. "Calm down, Lizi. I have already given her a stern lesson." He Han interjected, casting a meaningful glance at Au. "Isn't it time for the young master to apologize?" Au shrugged and donned a cheerful expression. "Young master, allow me to offer my sincere apologies." The boy trembled in fear, too frightened to emerge from his grandfather's protective shadow. Fully aware of Ao's fierce reputation. Look at you. With your grandfather here, what is there to fear? Lizzie scolded Ao, pulling the boy forward. As Ao approached, the boy instinctively recoiled, ready to flee, prompting Wang Yang to stifle a laugh. It appeared Ao had instilled genuine fear in him. Ao bowed, saying, "Young master, I am truly sorry. Although you mocked my hair, claimed I was motherless, and toppled my snail bucket alongside Fei, I should not have retaliated. I ought to have submitted to your whims without resistance. I apologize. I was in the wrong." The reality was that Ao had indeed struck first. Yet she had refrained from mentioning the preceding verbal altercation. The young master, unable to withstand her taunts, had resorted to overturning the snail bucket. However, Ao's narrative altered the course of events. It was also true that the young master had instigated the provocation. Lizzie had not sought clarification regarding the incident and, upon hearing Ao's words, was momentarily taken aback. He Han, too, was bewildered, mistakenly believing his daughter had suffered a grave injustice. You lie. You were the one who struck first. The young boy finally seized upon the opportunity. So, you and Fei did not strike me, did you? Do you dare to swear before Lord Lizzie? Ao challenged, raising her voice defiantly. Well done, Ao. Wang Yang mused, intrigued to see how she would outmaneuver her adversary. You struck first, and we merely retaliated. It was mutual combat. The boy had not initially intended to deny his counterattack, but Ao's assertive questioning left him flustered, causing him to forget his earlier complaints about her insults regarding his parentage. Lizzie, not a fool, noted the inconsistency in Ao's statements. Her claim of not retaliating contrasted sharply with her current interrogation of his grandson. His expression darkened as he declared, "To witness such a small child exhibit such unruly and willful behavior at such a tender age, she will grow into either a shrew or a harpy. No wonder you are both troublesome. Misfortune follows those entangled with you." He then admonished his grandson, "From now on, keep your distance from her." Awu whispered. Having seen him since childhood, Lord Li must have been just like the young master when he was a boy. Lord Li, infuriated, retorted, "Do you truly believe I cannot discipline you?" The burly man hurriedly stepped forward to restrain Awu's head, urging, "Quickly apologize to Lord Li." Young Awu, defiantly arching his neck, wore a face full of stubbornness. Wang Yang approached, questioning, "What is there to apologize for? The child merely engaged in a scuffle and inflicted no harm. Where is the need for an apology?" Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, the burly man immediately released Awu. Lord Li, pulling his grandson closer, exclaimed in anger, "Look, his eye is bruised. Do you still dare claim there is no injury?" Wang Yang glanced at the boy with the darkened eye, his expression turning displeased. He pulled Awu aside and reprimanded, "You should know better. Why couldn't you strike symmetrically?" Note: in ancient times, the practice of selling hair was not uncommon. The author references historical records concerning the mother of the renowned Eastern Jin minister, Tao Kan, who sold hair to customers. The hair sold was typically fashioned into wigs. Indeed, the culture of wigs in our country predates that of Europe by a significant margin. Wigs served not only for aesthetic purposes, but were also essential in certain ceremonial contexts. The topic of wigs will not be explored in the Jingzhou scroll, but it will make an appearance in the Jinling scroll. Chapter 20, Lord Li Si, Part 2. Both Haiyan and Lord Li Si were momentarily taken aback. While Awu let out a soft chuckle, Zhang Li Si, infuriated, pointed at Wang Yang, exclaiming, "Who are you? How do you mock me?" Haiyan quickly interjected, "My lord, this is the son of the Wang family from Langya. I care not for your family." "Did you say Wang from Langya?" Li Si, halfway through his sentence, cast an incredulous glance at Haiyan. Young Awu scoffed, "My lord, you have yet to bow to young Master Wang. My father and I have already paid our respects this morning, and even old Master Du bowed before leaving yesterday." Wang Yang thought, "This clever little imp certainly knows how to put on a show, fabricating tales with ease. If only she were to assist in impersonating an identity alongside me, the effect would surpass that of Haiyan. After all, few would suspect such a small child of deceit. What is more impressive is her penchant for half-truths, skillfully weaving falsehoods with truths, rendering her fabrications all the more beguiling." Meanwhile, Haiyan inwardly chastised his daughter for her reckless words. Should old Master Du hear of this, it could lead to calamity. Zhang Li Si's mind was tumultuous. He had been puzzled by the commotion stirred by old Master Du, who had departed after merely requesting ink and paper. The realization dawned upon him that a significant figure was present. However, he soon pondered, this individual is dressed so ordinarily, lacking any semblance of a noble lineage. Moreover, would the esteemed son of the illustrious Wang family from Langya venture into such a desolate area without a retinue? Yet, if he were not from the Wang family, why would old Master Du have retreated? Zhang Lixi found himself at an impasse. Uncertain whether to believe Wu's claim regarding the bowing, standing there in a daze. Wang Yang coldly rebuked, superstitions abound where the wise remain silent. Such absurdities are close to the realm of the fantastical. Ming Changjun was born on the 5th day of the 5th month. Yet his family thrived and his name endured through the ages. Thus, the notion of a fifth-born being ominous is merely a baseless superstition. Such talk may befit the foolish. But as a leader of a district, entrusted with the welfare of the people, how can you indulge in such folly? If the court's principles of governance and moral education are reduced to mere empty words, what remains of our duty? Zhang Lixi was drenched in cold sweat. His back hunched in submission, nodding in agreement. It was not that he truly believed Wang Yang's words held merit, but rather that such discourse was beyond the grasp of an ordinary man. Even if he were not of the Wang family, he must be someone of significance. Moreover, as the conversation veered towards the principles of governance, who would dare to refute it? Young Wu observed Wang Yang's words swiftly extinguishing Zhang Lixi's arrogance. Her large eyes sparkling with intrigue. Wang Yang's remarks were not solely to vindicate Wu. They were also prompted by the fact that old Master Du had borrowed ink from the Lixi household yesterday. Additionally, having listened to Lixi's manner of speech, he surmised that he must be an educated man. Thus, he aimed to first establish dominance over Lixi before inquiring about matters that only the learned would understand. I ask you, does Jingzhou have a county academy? The county academy is a government-established local school, forming part of the official educational system alongside the national academy in the capital, historically known as the Taishua. Lixi hurriedly responded, yes, there are two, both located within Jingzhou City. Two. Typically, there is only one government-run school. How does Jingzhou come to have two? One is the local county academy originally established in Jingzhou, and the other is the Wangguan Academy founded by the Grand Marshal Wang of Yuzhong during his administration in Jingzhou. Wang Yang observed that when Lixi mentioned the Grand Marshal Wang of Yuzhong, he raised his hands in a gesture of utmost respect. Although he was curious about the background of this Wang of Yuzhong, he refrained from inquiring further, for fear of appearing woefully ignorant. Who are the ritual scholars of the two academies? The ritual scholar is the head of the school, akin to a modern-day principal. The ritual scholar of the local county academy is Lord Lu Zhao, while the ritual scholar of Wangguan Academy is Lord Lu Tan, whom the young master is likely familiar with. Zhang Lixi glanced covertly at Wang Yang. Why should I be familiar with him? Wang Yang retorted. Lord Lu hails from the prestigious Lu family of Hedong, and like you, he belongs to a prominent lineage. One would presume you must know him. Zhang Lixi tentatively suggested. The Lu family of Hedong is indeed a distinguished clan of the southern dynasties, albeit slightly inferior to the Wang family of Langya, yet still formidable enough to stand against it. Particularly noteworthy is that Lu Tan's father is the renowned Duke Lu. Unless this young master's father is the late Wang Jian, there would be no comparison. However, Wang Jian passed away last year. Zhang Lixi thought to himself with a silent grumble. Wang Yang was oblivious to Zhang Lixi's underlying intentions regarding their acquaintance. But regardless of what Zhang Lixi sought to probe, it had to cease at this point. He slightly raised an eyebrow and coldly stated, answer my questions directly. Unlike Du Sanner, who speaks of matters best left unmentioned, inciting disdain. Du Sanner? Zhang Lixi was so startled that his legs nearly buckled. Even the burly man was taken aback. Du Sanner was known to have a powerful background. It was said that a significant figure in the capital stood behind him, and even the officials treated him with utmost respect. How dare someone refer to him as Du Sanner? The young boy, unable to comprehend the implications, was far more frightened by the earlier glare from Wu than by the mention of Du Sanner. He clung to his grandfather's robe, unwilling to look at Wu, his heart longing to return home immediately. Zhang Lixi brushed off his grandson's hand and, trembling, bowed deeply, saying, Yes, I spoke out of turn. Please, young master, forgive my indiscretion. Wang Yang continued his inquiry. What classics do Lu Zhao and Lu Tin study? In ancient times, study referred to research. Zhang Lixi dared not say more and answered honestly, they study the Shangshu. Wang Yang's heart leapt with joy. The so-called 4 books and 5 classics were only referred to as such during the Southern Song dynasty, while prior to that, the supreme classics of Confucianism were the Shu, Li, Yi, and Chunqiu. Among the 5 classics, the Liji was the weakest. As long as it was not the Liji, it would count as a significant victory. He further inquired, Which school do they follow in their study of the Shangshu? The study of the Shangshu diverges into various schools. And asking which school refers to which faction. WH. Which school? I do not know, the humble one replied. Wang Yang pondered briefly and then said, You may leave. Remember, treat your fellow townsfolk kindly and do not stir up trouble. Zhang Lixi bowed in compliance and began to withdraw, but Wang Yang called him back, saying, Upon your return, bring me paper and ink. I wish to write. I shall fetch them immediately, the humble one replied. Zhang Lixi hurriedly led his grandson away when the little boy suddenly exclaimed, Grandfather, it was she who struck me first. You dare to speak. Zhang retorted, If you cause trouble again, I shall be the one to discipline you. Despite his words, the boy's mind raced. Shouldn't they be discussing the matter of who initiated the altercation? Shouldn't he clarify who struck first? How did he allow himself to be caught up in the argument over the trivial matter of Wu Er, while the actual fight was conveniently overlooked? In the end, it seemed that the blame fell upon him. This was utterly unreasonable. Yet, he quickly came to a realization. What sense is there in reasoning with the aristocracy? How foolish of me to think otherwise. Chapter 21. The daughter of the military family. Greetings, young master. You are truly remarkable. I previously mentioned how even Lord Du's kowtowing did not intimidate him. Yet you spoke of Confucian customs, and he dared not even breathe. What was that little rhyme? Something about strange gods? Young Ao asked eagerly. Wang Yang smiled. The master does not speak of strange power or chaotic spirits. Yes, that's it. Strange power and chaotic spirits. But that is not just a rhyme, it is a quote from the Analects. What is the Analects? The Analects is a tome of wisdom. If you can memorize it, you will be able to speak as I just did, leaving the village head with no retort. What do you think? Would you like to learn? Wang Yang coaxed gently. Young Ao initially nodded with excitement, but suddenly recalled something and began to shake her head. What troubles you? Wang Yang inquired, bewildered. Young Master Wang, Ao is a daughter of a military family and will have to serve alongside the troops in the future, the black man explained, harboring a flicker of hope within. If only young Master Wang could assist Ao in shedding her military status. Descendants of military households remain bound to their lineage. And this applies even to women. Typically, female soldiers are relegated to logistical duties and, barring special circumstances, are not required to engage in battle. As for education, it is deemed largely unnecessary. Ao's countenance darkened momentarily, but she quickly brightened, stating, Ao can already cook. Once I master my needlework, I will be fine. Wang Yang sighed softly, patting Ao's head, and chose not to pursue the topic further. Problems must be addressed one at a time. And the most pressing concern at hand was repaying debts. Earning money is indeed a skilled endeavor. To invent something to sell, as depicted in novels? Firstly, there are qualifications for trade. In ancient times, engaging in business was not without its barriers. One must first obtain market registration. This registration, akin to military registration, belongs to the category of lowly statuses, and once acquired, it effectively curtails any upward mobility. However, those who are not mere market vendors or the noble class who control commerce are not bound by market registration. The former requires capital, while the latter demands noble lineage. If Wang Yang were indeed of the gentry, his status alone would grant him tax exemption. Allowing him to collaborate with merchants could transfer goods under his name to evade taxes, and afterward, he would receive a share of the profits. Though this method may seem somewhat disreputable, it could still yield some gains. Alas, his identity is fabricated, lacking any documentary proof. Moreover, as a newcomer, he had yet to conceive such an underhanded strategy. Additionally, time was of the essence, only 3 days remained, which was far too brief for promoting goods or establishing sales channels, let alone conjuring up an invention. Although he had attained a doctorate, it was in literature. While he could effortlessly articulate eloquent prose, the creation of glass or the smelting of steel was indeed beyond his capabilities. When Zhang Ji brought the writing materials, Wang Yang began to write swiftly, crafting content that he had meticulously considered beforehand. Once completed, he sat on the earthen Kong and asked the black man, What can 13,200 coins purchase? Purchase what? The black man questioned in confusion. I seldom venture outside and am not well versed in market prices. What I mean to ask is this some substantial? Would it be considered a significant amount even for the wealthy? It seems that this young Master Wang is utterly oblivious to the value of 10,000 coins. How audacious it is to sign as a guarantor without any understanding. Yet, he indeed resembles someone of considerable wealth. The burly man scratched his head, remarking, For someone like me, even selling myself wouldn't fetch 10,000 coins. But for the affluent, that amount might be trivial. A modest house would cost at least 10 to 20,000. Wang Yang pondered deeply. The burly man's words provided some reassurance. For if 10,000 coins were beyond the reach of the wealthy, the likelihood of success for his plan would be significantly diminished. However, he suddenly felt a sense of disquiet. Something was amiss, though he could not quite pinpoint what it was. After some contemplation, unable to grasp the source of his unease, he decided to set aside his doubts and focus on devising a plan to earn money. A Wu peeked his head inside from outside, inquiring, "Have you thought of a way to make money, young master?" Wang Yang nodded and closed his eyes, beginning to ponder deeply. A Wu entered the room, squatting down to silently clean Wang Yang's straw sandals. Upon joining the military camp, Wang Yang had donned the attire of Captain Shui, yet due to size discrepancies, he still wore the straw sandals he had on when he first crossed over. After a while, Wang Yang opened his eyes and asked the burly man, "How much would a decent outfit and shoes that fit me cost?" Following his earlier inquiry about the value of 10,000 coins, this question did not shock the burly man quite as much. Furthermore, many affluent families had the means to tailor clothing at home, rendering a trip to the marketplace unnecessary. Thus, Wang Yang's ignorance of the prices was not particularly surprising. "What kind of clothing do you typically wear, young master?" "You need not concern yourself with specifics. Anything that a typical gentleman from a noble family would wear will suffice." This posed a challenge for the burly man, as he had never encountered other noble youths nor visited a tailor shop. However, he did possess some knowledge of fabric prices. This humble one is not well acquainted. But quality fabric typically costs around 700 to 800 coins per bolt, and crafting it into clothing could easily exceed 1,000, let us say 2,000 coins to be safe. Wang Yang directly doubled the estimate. "Goodness, 2,000 coins. That could likely procure silk fabric." The burly man mused silently. Wang Yang straightforwardly inquired, "I require 2,000 coins. How much can you gather?" "2,000 coins." Both father and daughter were taken aback. "Why you wish to purchase clothing, young master?" The burly man stammered, utterly unprepared for the young master to prioritize clothing over financial matters. "Indeed, I wish to acquire fine garments." "What, are you reluctant?" Wang Yang teased. The burly man's expression hardened as he earnestly replied, "Young master, how could you say that?" Before he could finish, little A Wu suddenly set down the sandals and dashed outside. The burly man speculated that his daughter was likely upset that the young master was not attending to serious matters but rather seeking money for clothing, and his demeanor turned somewhat awkward. "Children can be thoughtless. I shall discipline her shortly." "Young master, you saved A Wu yesterday, which is akin to saving my life. Whatever request you make, I shall fulfill." He paused momentarily, gritting his teeth as he declared, "There is still some money left in my humble abode. If I sell a few items, I should be able to gather 300 coins. No, 500 coins. Young Ao dashed back, clutching a hairpin. "How did this come to be in your possession?" The black man was taken aback upon seeing the hairpin. "After that woman returned, I feared she might flee again. So I discreetly concealed this piece of jewelry. What she had in that wooden box was merely chopsticks." Young Ao laughed heartily. "It's a pity those jade bracelets are too conspicuous. Otherwise, I would have exchanged them as well." Wang Yang inquired curiously, "Oh, aren't you angry that I sought money from your father for clothing instead of repaying my debt?" Ao replied with utmost seriousness, "Firstly, this money is not a debt owed by the young master. Yesterday, you stood up for us, granting us an extension of 3 days, which was indeed a great kindness. Even if we cannot repay it, we are grateful and will not harbor any resentment. Secondly, since you have aided us, we must reciprocate. Only that old scoundrel from the Li family would make my father work without offering anything in return. Although 2,000 coins is somewhat excessive, we shall strive to gather it." At this point, young Ao flashed a cunning smile. "I believe the young master seeks money not merely for fine clothing, but in relation to repaying the debt. My father has said that to gain rewards, one must be willing to invest. Our 2,000 coins represent our investment. And your fine garments are likewise an investment." Wang Yang and the black man were left astonished. Wang Yang chuckled at the black man. "This girl is remarkable. I was never as clever as she is in my youth. A woman of the military, possessing a sharp wit. How could she possibly be compared to the young master?" The black man feigned modesty, yet his face beamed with pride. Young Ah held her head high, filled with self-satisfaction. Wang Yang teased her. "Perhaps I had no intention of aiding you in repaying the debt. I merely wished for fine clothing." "You wouldn't," she retorted, "if you did not wish to help us. You would have left this morning." Wang Yang, feigning gravity, replied slowly, "You're mistaken. What if my staying was merely to deceive you out of those 2,000 coins? And I planned to leave once I had succeeded? Young Ah was struck dumb. She clearly had not considered such a possibility. Her eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth forming an O. Suddenly, like a little frog, she leaped onto Wang Yang's arm, exclaiming, "Young master, you possess such great abilities. Please do not deceive us out of our money." Chapter 22. Ding Zhou's Gamble. Old Hey, what brings you here? Ding Zhou asked, his eyes darting. My wife is in a frenzy, so I want to invite you in. Ding Zhou had shared 5 years at a Chu Shu with Old Hey, and he was aware that Du Sanyi had visited the black man's home last night, yet he hadn't dared to show his face. I need to borrow some money. A Zhou, Old Hey stated bluntly. Ding Zhou had anticipated Old Hey's purpose, with Du Sanyi coming and going. It was clear that Old Hey sought financial assistance. He quickly recited his prepared excuse, "It's not that I don't want to lend you money. You know my wife is extravagant, and my son was ill not long ago. I gambled a bit yesterday and lost. And my father-in-law has just bought a batch of chestnuts. That old man. Well, you know how it is. With grain prices soaring. Who has spare change for chestnuts when they can barely afford a meal?" Ding Zhou rambled on, finally sighing. "If you had asked me for money a couple of months ago, I could have managed something, but now I genuinely cannot spare anything." Old Hey's tone was earnest. "A Zhou, this money I send tea for me. It's for young Master Wang. If you are willing to lend, even 1,000 coins, I assure you I will repay you, and young Master Wang will undoubtedly remember your kindness." Ding Zhou exclaimed in surprise, "You are still with young Master Wang? You saw what happened the other day in that alley. He wasn't even allowed inside. They couldn't be bothered to speak to him. That fellow is either a swindler or a down-and-out man. He is clearly trying to con you out of your money. You mustn't be taken in again." The more he spoke, the more animated he became. He glanced around and lowered his voice. "Let me tell you, the more I think about it after returning home, the more I find it suspicious. The bandits robbing the Wang family of Langya. What a significant matter. Why has he reported it to the authorities? And how conveniently he has no proof whatsoever. I suspect his identity is dubious. He may not even be from the Wang family. Perhaps he isn't even of noble descent. Didn't you notice how our team leader and the scribe avoided him? If his identity were legitimate, would they have fled? They would have been eager to curry favor with him, not leave him for you." Old Hey shook his head, actually. "I'm trying to curry favor with him not because of his noble lineage." That line might deceive outsiders, but it held no weight with Ding Zhou, who was entirely unconvinced. "Really? Or perhaps it's not solely about that. I can't ascertain whether he is genuine or not. But based on his explanation regarding the Yongming calendar, and despite his ragged attire, lacking any proof or documentation, he managed to command respect from our team leader and the scribe. Just a few words from him turned the tide, leading to the demise of those 2 northern spies who betrayed him. I believe he possesses extraordinary capabilities. He is not an ordinary person." Old Hey spoke earnestly. "A Zhou, consider this. Setting aside the matter of noble lineage, individuals like him are rare encounters in our lifetimes. Even if we were to meet such a person, would we have the opportunity to know him if he weren't down on his luck? You often lament the lack of opportunities to rise above your station. Now the chance has arrived. Why not seize it?" Old Hey's words swayed Ding Zhou, who hesitated and asked, "How much does he wish to borrow?" "It's not him borrowing. It's me. I wish to borrow 1,500, Old Hey replied, feeling it unwise to burden young Master Wang with more debt. 1,500? Ding Zhou's eyes widened. "What on earth do you need so much for?" "To build a house," Old Hey responded. "What one should not disclose is, in any case, of use to young Master Wang. If you choose to borrow, I will inform young Master Wang upon my return that this sum belongs to Ding Zhou. The decision to borrow rests with you." Ding Zhou hesitated for a moment and said, "Wait for me here." He then returned home. The sound of a woman's scolding resonated from Ding Zhou's household. After a considerable time, Ding Zhou emerged, clutching a small cloth pouch, offering a forced smile as he stated, "I am truly in a tight spot. I only have 500. The black man thought, 500 will suffice. Any amount borrowed is beneficial. Very well, I shall repay you in due time. Shall we draft a contract? There is no need for a contract. But you must have young Master Wang agree to one thing. What is it? Assist me in renouncing my military registration." The black man was momentarily speechless. "Agio, what are you thinking? You believe that by offering 10,000, you can find someone to help you with this? Do you truly have such connections? If 10,000 cannot facilitate this, how do you expect 500 to do so?" Ding Zhou, with a bold demeanor, replied, "If he can assist me in renouncing my military registration, then the 500 would be forgiven. I could even add another 2,000. Matters cannot be resolved in such a manner. If you openly attempt to pay for the renunciation of your military status, Who would agree to such a proposition? Even with an additional 2,000, do you think this is akin to purchasing goods? I need not inquire. Young Master Wang will undoubtedly refuse. Ding Jiu pouted. Are you afraid he lacks the capability to help me? The black man indeed harbored such thoughts, for he had previously mentioned military registration in front of Wang Yang. And the fact that Ah Wu was a soldier's daughter did not elicit any response from young Master Wang, implying that it might be beyond his capacity to assist. Furthermore, the current regime is stringent, and renouncing military status is no simple task. Whether one possesses the ability is debatable. We must appeal to reason. If you wish to pay someone to accomplish this, not even 20,000 would suffice. If you desire to proceed, it must be through personal connections. Since it is a matter of personal favor, you must first offer something in return. To propose demands after merely borrowing 500 is nothing short of absurd. Ding Jiu, displeased, retorted, I cannot simply gamble with empty hands. What if I lend him this, and he is incapable of helping? The black man recalled Ding Jiu's gambling habits and remarked, this is a gamble. If you are willing to wager 500 for an opportunity, then proceed with the borrowing. If not, refrain from it. The size of your wager is entirely your choice. Seeing that Ding Jiu still hesitated, the black man turned to leave. Old Black, do not be hasty. I have not said I would not borrow. Ding Jiu quickly grasped the black man's arm. I will give you the 500. Please confirm it and remember to tell young Master Wang that this is my borrowed sum. Fearing the black man might take undue credit, he added. Once I complete my task, I will visit young Master Wang. After the black man departed, Ding Jiu contemplated his words and suddenly dashed into the house, anxiously rummaging through the cabinet. His wife desperately blocked him, exclaiming, What are you doing? You just took 500. What more do you want? Ding Jiu pushed past her, declaring, If we are to gamble, let us go all in. I will take another 2,000. His wife, in a frenzy, lunged at him, shouting, If you dare touch even a single coin today, I will fight you to the death. This life is unbearable. After a tumultuous scuffle and shouting, Ding Jiu sat despondently on the ground, cradling his wailing son, feeling utterly devoid of hope. The additional wager fell through. And as the wife of the victor in this fierce contest, she could never have anticipated that this incident would become a lifelong jest at her husband's expense. In the meantime, He Han exchanged a hairpin at the Li family for 200 coins. Combining it with his entire savings of 200 coins and a recently borrowed 500 coins, barely assembling a total of 900. He was on the verge of trading household items for cash when Wang Yang stopped him, saying, The difference between 900 and 1,000 is negligible. Besides, I still have the 33 coins you previously gave me. Let us proceed to Jingzhou City now. A Wu lifted his head, filled with anticipation, Sir. Could you take me along? I've never been to the city. Wang Yang, considering the importance of the errand, found it inconvenient to bring a child and replied, Next time. I shall take you to explore the city. Upon seeing A Wu's disappointed demeanor, Wang Yang's heart softened. When I return, I will bring you some candy. Really? Truly? A Wu exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Wang Yang. Wang Yang could not fully grasp the significance of candy for a child from a poor family in this era. It was a rarity, even for ordinary families, to indulge in sweets. When they did, they could scarcely afford cane sugar or honey, settling instead for maltose. Maltose was crafted from sprouted grains such as rice, barley, and wheat, and A Wu had only ever tasted a soft confection known as jiao yixing during the New Year. This year, however, with grain prices soaring in Jingzhou, the cost of sugar had also risen dramatically, leaving the prospect of enjoying it during the festive season uncertain. Chapter 23. The faux aristocrats and imitation labels. Such garments are typically custom-made, with ready-made options being quite rare. However, there is a ready-made shoe brocade shirt. Wang Yang hastily interrupted the shopkeeper's introduction. Let us skip the shoe brocade. Our young master prefers something simpler. To facilitate their endeavors, he and the Black Han disguised themselves as servants procuring clothes for their master. They had already browsed several ready-made clothing stores. Yet they could not afford even a single outfit suitable for a gentleman of the gentry. The prices for such attire were exorbitantly high, particularly for shoe brocade, which is regarded as the epitome of luxury in ancient times. Moreover, this year, for reasons unknown, brocade was exceedingly scarce in Jingzhou. This scarcity further inflated the already steep clothing prices, leaving Wang Yang, a false aristocrat, feeling despondent. The shopkeeper remarked, For something simpler, we have silk robes and patterned trousers. Silk and brocade are considered superior fabrics, yet Wang Yang could not afford them either. He had to clarify, Our master prefers garments that are more understated. More understated? Perhaps plain silk or gauze? Wang Yang inquired. Indeed, plain silk, the shopkeeper replied. Make it more understated, Wang Yang insisted. The shopkeeper appraised Wang Yang with a discerning gaze. Then we only have linen. Good quality linen will suffice, Wang Yang replied, bracing himself. The shopkeeper frowned slightly. We have a linen single garment, but that is meant for summer wear. It might be a tad early for that. He gestured to another piece. What about this one? The fabric is excellent. Authentic fine yellow linen, just brought over from Shu last month, with a simple design. Wang Yang surveyed the garments on display, nodded, and inquired, how much? 4,200 coins. Wang Yang promptly averted his gaze, his eyes landing on a lightweight, ethereal white garment nearby, and he asked cautiously, this one ISNT silk, is it? You have a keen eye. It resembles silk, but it is not. It is also made of linen, specifically fine fabric woven from Kwaiji Rami, also known as cloth. Its quality is on par with yellow linen. Yet it is significantly more affordable, priced at only 3,000 coins. Wang Yang felt a wave of despair wash over him. Gritting his teeth, the master will not like this. Is it that the master disapproves, or is it you who finds it unappealing? Is it a matter of taste or mere affordability? The shopkeeper regarded Wang Yang with a knowing expression, having discerned that the two buyers, despite their shabby attire, were likely master and servant. Wang Yang's face flushed slightly. We seek the most inexpensive option. He was reluctant to continue browsing, suspecting he could not purchase even a single outfit suitable for a member of the gentry. The shopkeeper was speechless. Surely, one cannot resort to coarse linen. After all, he is of the gentry. Wang Yang pressed on. Indeed, it must be suitable for the gentry. What is the lowest price? The shopkeeper had come to a firm conclusion. The notions of understated elegance and simplicity were merely veils for financial constraints. This man was either a fallen noble or a scion of a humble lineage. In historical context, this humble lineage was not synonymous with modern poverty, but rather a class situated between the high nobility and the lower commoners. Often referred to in that era as the second door, the term next door refers to a social class that is subordinate to the esteemed aristocracy, yet still possesses a lineage that far surpasses that of the common populace. Many among them are prominent local families. They strive to emulate the aristocracy while simultaneously being segregated from it by a rigid class hierarchy. The shopkeeper surmised that this individual belonged to the lower class, characterized by extreme financial hardship. He retrieved a piece of white clothing from a box and inquired of Wang Yang. What do you think of this white jacket? The jacket, a layered garment, is typically worn in the spring and autumn, making it quite suitable for the current weather. Wang Yang, intrigued, remarked, isn't this similar to the previous piece made of fine silk? The only difference seems to be the style. How is it that this one is cheaper? The shopkeeper urged him to examine it closely, explaining, though these two garments appear to be made of the same material, they are indeed quite different. Is that so? Wang Yang felt the fabric, finding it soft and light, yet he could not discern any notable difference. The shopkeeper, brimming with pride, declared, an untrained eye cannot perceive the nuances. This is finely woven Rami. The blacksmith interjected, finely woven Rami? I have heard that producing such fabric is quite challenging and expensive. The shopkeeper waved his hands dismissively. True fine Rami comes from Yulin and costs much more than the common yellow fabric from Shu. This is crafted by a skilled artisan in his own home. After examining the garment more closely, Wang Yang found it quite satisfactory and asked, would wearing this be considered shabby for an aristocrat? In truth, he did not seek opulence. He merely wished to avoid the appearance of being non-aristocratic at first glance. How could that be considered shabby? The shopkeeper thought to himself. Though he replied with a different tone, look at the stitching, the quality. A common person would not recognize it as Rami, even if they did. You could say it is Yulin fabric or banana Rami. Who would dare to belittle you? Unless one is a true connoisseur of fabrics, they would not be able to discern the difference. In reality, wearing Yulin fabric or banana Rami would merely be acceptable for aristocrats. The idea that anyone would dare to look down upon it was an exaggeration. Wang Yang was well aware that the shopkeeper's words could not be entirely trusted. But he found himself with little choice, and thus self-deprecatingly remarked, a faux aristocrat wearing faux brand seems quite fitting. He then inquired about the price. 2,200 coins. Too expensive. 1,000. Wang Yang countered boldly. Impossible. If you find it too costly, perhaps you should explore other shops. The shopkeeper's stance was resolute. After some negotiation, Wang Yang finally expressed his intention to purchase shoes, prompting the shopkeeper to reluctantly agree to lower the price to 2,000 coins. Wang Yang then selected a pair of the most ordinary cloth shoes, which astonishingly cost 500 coins. This time, the shopkeeper was unyielding. In truth, Wang Yang could have chosen cheaper square-toed or round-toed shoes. But those styles were rather lowly and typically worn by servants of the aristocracy. To avoid revealing his status, he had no choice but to accept this apparent overpayment. He could not afford 2,005 coins, and he dared not select any skirts or trousers. Fortunately, the aristocrats of the six dynasties preferred loose-fitting garments with wide sleeves, exuding an air of elegance and grace. This preference allowed some shops to offer ready-made clothing without strict sizing, displaying them openly for customers. Wang Yang assessed the situation. The white robe he had chosen hung down longer, rendering his lower garments less conspicuous. Otherwise, he would have had to select a different skirt or trousers, or even opt for a matching robe. He informed the shopkeeper that he lacked sufficient funds and needed to return for more money, urging the shopkeeper to keep an eye on the garments and shoes he had selected before departing with the black man. The black man wore a troubled expression. "Young master, with 2,500 coins, we are still over half short. Where shall we procure the funds?" Wang Yang pondered as he walked, contemplating ways to earn money. Upon passing a tavern, just as he was about to exit the alley, he felt a sudden grip on his arm, pulling him into the establishment. Startled, he attempted to break free, but the hand that seized him suddenly released. Before him stood a plump youth, clad in resplendent attire, around 18 or 19 years of age, who earnestly exclaimed, "I am only looking out for your well-being." The black man rushed into the tavern, anxious to ascertain the situation. Inside, over 20 youths of a similar age to the plump one were seated, some adorned in exceptionally ornate clothing, while others were dressed quite appropriately. They occasionally turned their heads towards the window and, upon hearing the black man's call, collectively glared at him. "Shoo!" The plump youth gestured for silence and pointed to a seat across the table from him, advising Wang Yang, "Trust me, just sit here and observe. It is not worth the fuss." Note, the term Hanmin is now used quite casually, and this casualness has even permeated academic circles, where many discussions concerning the six dynasties conflate concepts such as Hanrin and Hanmin to refer to individuals without familial background. However, in historical context, this was not the case. The grassroots individuals lacking lineage at that time were not deemed worthy of being called Hanmin. For further reading on this issue, refer to Zhuzong Beans on the Way, Jean. Southern and Northern Dynasties Aristocratic System and Miyazaki Shitiki's Research on the 9 Ranks of Officials. Chapter 24. The 3 Beauties of the Imperial Capital. What is it that is not worth considering? Wang Yang found himself enveloped in confusion and, hesitant to take a seat, listened as the plump youth earnestly advised him. "Let me tell you, this trick has been employed before. The young master of the Yin family from Chinjun, much like you, donned a different outfit to engage in gambling, and what was the outcome? His legs were broken. Not to mention he ended up in jail. It matters not that his father holds a respectable position. Being a scion of the Yin family, he certainly did not deserve such a beating. And in the end, he not only faced the wrath of others, but was also imprisoned for 6 or 7 days. Upon hearing this, Wang Yang realized there was a misunderstanding. The chubby youth must have assumed that due to his ordinary attire and hearing the black man refer to him as young master, he was deliberately disguised. However, he was still unclear about what the youth meant by gambling. He intended to inquire about the gentry of Jingzhou but chose not to clarify, instead opting to sit down in feign astonishment, exclaiming, "The position of it is indeed a significant one. In the bureaucratic hierarchy of the 6 dynasties, officials were categorized into upper and lower ranks, with positions such as, and being among the most esteemed, subordinate only to the governor. Lu Su once remarked on Pang Tong, saying, Pang Shiyuan is not merely a talent of 100 miles. If he were to serve in the roles of or, he would undoubtedly showcase his remarkable abilities. Refers to the role, which involved overseeing numerous clerical duties, ranking just below the. But what does that matter? I am from the Yuanongla family, the son of the of Jingzhou, yet I remain unable to approach her." The plump youth shook his head, took a sip of wine, and sighed, "Heaven bears witness, I am not like that roguish Yin Xiaowu, prowling around for frivolous encounters. I genuinely admire Lady Xie. I have carried a letter in my breast pocket for 2 months, yet I have not even had the opportunity to deliver it." Lady was a term of respect for women at that time, akin to Miss in later generations. Wang Yang, amused by the youth's pretentious demeanor and exaggerated lamentations, curiously inquired, "Who is Lady Xie?" The youth, somewhat irritated, retorted, "I am looking out for your best interests, trying to warn you and share insider knowledge. And yet you continue to feign ignorance? If you wish to pursue her, then by all means, go ahead, no one will stop you." This chubby fellow certainly had a forthright disposition. Wang Yang wanted to delve deeper into the matter, but realized that if he portrayed himself as merely a passerby uninvolved in the situation, the youth might not wish to continue the conversation. If he were merely passing through, the issue of changing clothes would be moot. No matter how straightforward the youth was, would he, as a member of the gentry, truly engage in conversation with a commoner? Moreover, if he were unrelated to the matter, what reason would the youth have to discuss it with him? Besides, hadn't the youth's earlier attempts to caution him been in vain? Wang Yang lowered his voice, his gaze sincere. Brother, please do not take offense. I truly was unaware. I am not a local. I lost a bet and ended up here. Thanks to your warning, I might have faced serious trouble today. Noticing a jug of wine, a dish of broad beans, and a plate of walnut kernels on the table, he declared, "Allow me to treat you to this wine as a token of my gratitude." Then he called out, "Innkeeper, please bring 2 more plates of snacks." The black man trembled in fright, his finances already insufficient, having failed to purchase clothing, and now the young master insisted on treating him. Alas, this matter is hardly related to the young master. Should you wish to proceed, please do so at your discretion. If the debts remain unpaid, one might as well confront Master Du head-on, and perhaps devise a means to nullify the contract before meeting one's end, lest the young master be further embroiled in this predicament. There is no need for concern. What sustenance is available here? Were it not for the advantageous location, who would dine in such a place? Once we have paid our respects to Madame Xie, let us venture to Jidingxiang for a meal. The rotund fellow bowed to Wang Yang, introducing himself. I am Lu Peng from Yuyang, courtesy name Zigao. Wang Yang returned the gesture. I am Wang Yang from Langya, courtesy name Jian. Lu Peng was taken aback. You are of the Wang family from Langya. What relation do you bear to Wang Tai? We are merely of the same clan. Wang Yang replied succinctly, then redirected the conversation. Pray tell, what is the story behind Madame Xie? You, of the Langya Wang family, are unaware of the illustrious fourth lady of the Xie family, whose grace rivals that of Xie Daoyuan from the Jin dynasty. Do you not reside in Jiankong? Jiankong, known today as Nanjing, was the capital of the southern Qi and a congregation point for noble families. Wang Yang, contemplating, remarked, I belong to a more distant branch of the Wang lineage and am not privileged to reside in Wui Lane. Wui Lane was the dwelling place of the Wang and Xie families during the Eastern Jin and Southern dynasties, and those residing there were often referred to as Wui gentlemen or sons. Wang Yang aimed to convey his status as a relatively marginal member of the Wang family. However, he was unaware that the lineage of the Wang family in Wui Lane was not the most prestigious branch of the Langya Wang family, merely a second tier. Nonetheless, this second tier was still considered eminent in comparison to the vast majority of noble families. Even in the Tang dynasty, Lu Yushi lamented at the entrance of Wui Lane. Once the swallows of the Wang and Xie families graced the halls. Now they have flown into the homes of common folk, symbolizing the decline of the elite families of the Eastern Jin and Southern dynasties. Hearing Wang Yang admit to being a distant relative of the Wang family, Lu Peng immediately felt a sense of kinship. I have yet to visit Jiankong, but I have heard that fourth lady Xie is quite renowned in the capital. She is the sole daughter of Xie Pai, who has recently been elevated to the rank of Minister of the Interior. Wang Yang, eager to sustain Lu Peng's enthusiasm, interjected, so she is the daughter of a chancellor. During the Southern and Northern dynasties, apart from the 3 dukes, the heads of the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of the Interior could also be referred to as chancellors. The Minister of the Interior was the head of the Ministry of the Interior. Fortunately, due to the largely conservative political structure of the Wei, Jin, and Southern and Northern dynasties, Wang Yang was able to engage in conversation despite his unfamiliarity with the history of the Southern Qi. Lu Peng was quite fond of this topic and excitedly remarked, indeed, otherwise, even if she were of the Qin Junxia clan, it would be unjust for the Yin family to suffer such a loss. However, her fame stems not solely from her status as a chancellor's daughter, but from her stunning beauty and unparalleled elegance. Alongside the daughters of the Xichang Marquis and Shenpingding, they are collectively known as the 3 beauties of the capital. It is said that the princess of Pengcheng from the northern barbarians is renowned for her beauty, and she takes great pride in her appearance. Upon hearing the names of the 3 beauties, she once secretly commissioned an artist to capture their likenesses, and upon the delegation's return, she viewed the first portrait and her smile vanished, gazed upon the second and her spirit waned, and upon seeing the third, her appetite diminished, leaving her silent for days. Lu Peng, caught up in his excitement, even forgot the customary prefix of false that should precede the name of the princess of Pengcheng from the northern dynasties. Fortunately, In the realm of informal discourse, one is seldom troubled by the scrutiny of others. Wang Yang harbored complete disbelief regarding this matter, conjecturing that the originator of such a tale sought to bolster national pride, orchestrating a dramatic portrayal involving the three renowned maidens to undermine the Long princess. However, the illustrious reputation of the three maidens was indeed palpable. Lu Peng slightly raised his head, seemingly lost in reverie. If I could behold the three maidens, I would willingly accept a third or fourth rank bestowed by the Zhongjing official. The 9-rank system of Zhongjing, Wang Yang mused. It appeared that the rotund fellow had yet to attain a rank, thus he had not yet entered the ranks of officials. Alas, the daughter of the Xichang Marquis remained elusive, while General Shun, now the governor of Yingzhou, surely accompanied his sister, leaving me with no opportunity to encounter either of these two. Just as Lu Peng finished his lamentation, an unknown voice from within the tavern exclaimed, "They have arrived." Instantly, all present held their breath in anticipation, craning their necks towards the window. Lu Peng, disregarding his conversation with Wang Yang, clenched his fists in eager excitement. Following the gaze of the crowd, Wang Yang observed a delicately crafted ox cart stationed at the entrance of a narrow alley across the street. Although the cart was modest in size, its canopy was fashioned from exquisite satin, with elegant tassels adorning each corner. The cart's exterior was embellished with intricate designs, its lacquer gleaming with a subtle, soft radiance in the sunlight. 4 men stood guard outside the cart, clad in green attire, with short staves at their waists, their expressions alert. After a brief wait, the cart remained stationary, revealing that it was merely a false alarm. Madame Xie had not yet boarded. The crowd collectively sighed in disappointment, feeling their emotions had been wasted, and began to angrily investigate the source of the false report. Wang Yang, witnessing the scene of Lu Xiaopeng and the other youths lamenting, nearly succumbed to laughter. In truth, one can understand their fervor. In ancient times, unlike the modern world replete with comprehensive audiovisual technology, the opportunity to glimpse a beauty from afar was a rare privilege. Thus, it is no wonder that these starry-eyed youths exhibited such fervent enthusiasm. Note, the term misoriginated during the Song dynasty, initially referring to women of lowly status. It was only in the mid to late Yuan dynasty that it began to denote unmarried women from affluent families. During the southern and northern dynasties, such individuals were typically referred to as Nyangzi and Lang, or simply by their family name. However, the preservation of spoken language from that era is scant compared to the Song and Yuan periods. So it is possible that there were alternative appellations in common use that are now unknown. Scholars have debated whether Nyangzi exclusively referred to unmarried women before the Song dynasty. Yet this is not definitively established. For instance, in Lu Zongyuan's eulogy for the spirit of my uncle's niece, it begins with the phrase Uncle Zongyuan, mourning the spirit of the 26th Nyangzi, indicating that this niece was married. Furthermore, in Chao Yu Qianzai, it recounts how Liang Renyu, a valiant general, favored a maid, prompting his wife, Li, to become exceedingly jealous and mistreat her. The maid lamented, "I am lowly and lack freedom, yet Nyangzi has bound my neck. How great is my suffering?" Here, Nyangzi is used by a servant to address her mistress, who is also married. However, these examples stem from Tang literature, and due to insufficient records from the southern and northern dynasties, one cannot conclusively determine whether Nyangzi specifically referred to unmarried maidens during that period. The Li Ji states, "A man dons a cap at 20 and receives a name. This represents the ideal state of Zhou rights." Even during the spring and autumn period, there were individuals who disregarded this tradition. By the Wei and Jin dynasties, it had devolved into mere empty rhetoric. It became commonplace for children under the age of 10 to be given names, with instances of newborns being named shortly after birth. For example, in the Book of Jin, biography of Wan Fu, it is recorded that upon his birth, his aunt took the phrase "the who people gather from afar at the upper beam from Wang Yanshou's ode to the Lingguang Hall" and used it as his name. Chapter 25, The Folly of Learning from Xiaoling Yun. Lu Peng elucidated to Wang Yang, saying, "Within that alley resides Master Huaishu, an expert in the art of tea. In the past, the Prince of Yuzhong, while stationed in Jingzhou, held her in high esteem, and even the Princess of Yuzhong practiced Zen under her guidance." The mention of the Prince of Yuzhong conjured a reverent expression on Wang Yang's face, recalling how the magistrate had spoken of him with great respect. It turned out he had once defended Jingzhou. Madame Xie visited every 5 days, dedicating 2 hours each time to learn the way of tea, always punctual. It was unusual for her to be delayed today. Lu Peng shook his head, murmuring to himself, "Master Huaishu has not received guests for quite some time. I once sent an invitation, but was denied entry. Only someone like Madame Xia, possessing both grace and intellect, could earn her favor. Truly, Madame Xia is extraordinary. With a smile on his face, Lu Peng expressed his admiration but soon grew despondent, patting his chest and lamenting, "Who knows when Madame Xia will return to the capital? This letter has been with me for 2 months, and it seems it may never reach her." Wang Yang proposed, "Why not deliver it to her residence? Is it truly that simple? There are countless who have attempted, yet even the maidservants obstruct them. There are those who intercept couriers on the road, those who burst into tea houses to deliver messages, and even those who send letters via kites. Every conceivable method has been tried, yet she simply does not accept them. Even if by chance she does, she tosses them aside without a glance." Alas! Lu Peng sighed deeply, draining his cup. Wang Yang blinked slowly, speaking leisurely, "Actually, it is not insurmountable to get her to read your letter." "You're boasting," Lu Peng scoffed, dismissing the notion. Wang Yang smiled, remaining silent. Lu Peng sat up straight, fixing his gaze on Wang Yang. "Are you serious?" "Indeed, I am. But to ensure she reads the letter, it must first be placed in her hands. Of course, how could she read it otherwise?" Wang Yang responded confidently. Lu Peng, increasingly puzzled, remarked, "Yet even if it reaches her hands, she may still not read it." Wang Yang smiled gently, "Precisely, thus we must compel her to read it." Lu Peng leapt up, trembling with excitement. "I beseech you, Brother Wang, assist me. If you can make her read my letter, I shall forego meat for an entire month." Wang Yang could not suppress his amusement, initially expecting a grand vow, only to hear a pledge of abstaining from meat for a month. He found Lu Peng to be quite entertaining, enthusiastic, with a simpler mind. Although he seemed somewhat starstruck, he was deemed a worthy friend, though this was merely his first impression. The true nature of the man would reveal itself in time. "I shall help you with this endeavor, but I too have a request. I am somewhat financially constrained and would like to borrow 2,000 coins from you, which I promise to repay in due course." Lu Peng paused, taken aback by Wang Yang's request for money, but quickly replied, "If you can truly accomplish this, consider the 2,000 a reward, no repayment necessary." The dark-skinned man, overhearing, was elated. Previously puzzled by Wang Yang's seemingly idle chatter, he now held him in high regard for effortlessly securing 2,000 coins. While the prospect of acquiring 2,000 coins for free was appealing, Wang Yang had no intention of taking advantage. "I insist on repaying the money. You just held me back and spoke at length, an act of kindness I shall remember. Assisting you in delivering a letter is merely a trifling task. What need is there for recompense? Since we are discussing favors, let us not speak of costs. Were it not for my dire need for funds, I would not borrow this 2,000 from you." Lu Peng, upon hearing this, was quite pleased. "When discussing favors, we shall not speak of costs," he exclaimed, and then requested guidance from Wang. "First, let me see the letter," Lu Peng said. "Isn't that rather inconvenient?" Lu Peng hesitated. "Without knowing its contents, I cannot make plans." "Do not worry. I assure you, I will not mock you." Lu Peng was reluctant to disclose such a personal letter to another, but for the sake of delivering it, he ultimately handed it to Wang Yang. After reading it, Wang nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, slamming the letter down. "You, lad, have gone to great lengths to deliver this, and this is what you bring?" "Indeed. What of it? Is the poem not well written?" Lu Peng replied, glancing at the letter once more. "This is not merely a question of quality. Are you not afraid of being ridiculed for sending this?" "I am indeed. That is why I have been so hesitant." Lu Peng appeared innocent. "Who would dare deliver such a thing? Thank goodness I glanced at it first." Wang Yang regretted his promise to assist in the delivery. "And here you are, playing the innocent. You nearly got yourself into trouble. You claim that." Wang Yang felt a mix of irritation and amusement, at a loss for words. Lu Peng, somewhat displeased, remarked, "Brother Wang, you promised not to laugh at me." "I am not laughing at you. I admire your audacity. To deliver poetry on your first attempt and choose a silver poem is quite impressive." "Silver poem? What silver poem?" Lu Peng exclaimed in shock. "Still pretending?" He quickly reread the letter. "As the wind rises, the wine ebbs, the willow droops and sways anew. Good flowers receive the pure dew. The long boat bears the evening tide. The oriole calls from afar, hastening over the narrow bridge, not coveting the fragrant grass. I first savor the purple grape. Where is the silver in this? Is it not descriptive?" He protested. "It expresses my leisurely and expansive demeanor, as my cousin advised." Lu Peng cried in protest. "Your cousin?" Lu Peng's face flushed with embarrassment, and he confessed, I cannot compose poetry. This was penned by my cousin, who suggested that Madame Xia appreciates the poetry of her ancestor, Xie Lingyun. Thus, it is best to write fresh and natural landscape poetry to suit her taste. Xiaolingyun? Landscape poetry? Fresh and natural? Am I too tainted in my thinking? Wang Yang took the poem again, reading it meticulously before slapping it down onto the table. What a fool to emulate Xiaolingyun. Apart from the first 5 characters of the opening line, nothing in this poem is pure. Le Pang, astonished, retorted, how can that be? What do the willows and flowers signify? Why specify long boat when merely boat suffices? What of the oriole's song? What of the fragrant grass? Dew, tide, quick steps, and tasting grapes. Ponder this carefully. This cousin of yours possesses talent, indeed. Crafting silver poetry is one thing, but the finesse with which he disguises it is remarkable. Without careful reflection, one might truly believe he was merely describing a scene. After a moment of contemplation, Le Pang suddenly sprang up, shouting, Sun Duo, you scoundrel! I shall have my revenge. Fuming with anger, he was about to confront his cousin for an explanation. Wang Yang swiftly intercepted the little chubby one, asking, haven't you delivered the message to Madame Xie? Yes, indeed. I almost jeopardized a significant matter. Le Shopping gradually calmed down, yet his teeth still ground in frustration as he seized the letter and tore it to shreds. Indeed, I nearly compromised a crucial affair. The 2,000 coins remain unclaimed. But if the message is lost, what can we do? Le Pang lamented, his face clouded with worry. Wang Yang offered a faint smile. Bring me a pen. I shall compose a letter for you. Le Pang instructed the shopkeeper to fetch paper and ink, and after a moment's contemplation, Wang Yang began to write with graceful strokes. Another poem? Lu Pang thought, haunted by his cousin's previous poetic endeavor. Unfamiliar with poetry to begin with, he now gazed at Wang Yang's new creation with skepticism. Is it still in 7 characters? Aren't they usually composed in 5? Will Madame Xie even appreciate this? Whether she appreciates it is secondary. The primary concern is that you can present it to her, and she can comprehend it. Wang Yang replied while inscribing. What do you mean? He continued, come closer. Note, it is observed that in the literature of the 6 dynasties, the term shirtai is not used. Nuns are referred to as XXNI. However, if the novel employs the term huaishu ni in accordance with the customs of the medieval period, readers unfamiliar with the cultural context of the 6 dynasties may struggle to perceive the intended respect. Thus, using shirtai for huaishu could convey more reverence. Hence the choice was made. Chapter 26. The halted carriage on the cobblestone path, amidst the yellow bullock cart, the inky black cart shed, and the crimson silk net. A young maiden sat within the carriage, her figure as delicate as a slender crescent moon, her eyes reminiscent of twinkling stars. Her exquisitely arched brows were slightly furrowed, akin to an intricate ink painting. Clad in a white gauzy dress adorned with delicate silver embroidery at the collar and cuffs, the overlapping neckline harmonized beautifully with the pale blue inner garment, creating a striking sense of depth, even in the presence of only a single maid. Her slender back remained poised, not merely to maintain an elegant posture, but as a matter of ingrained habit. This was none other than the renowned 4th Miss of the Xie family, Xie Xinghan. Miss, you have already exerted yourself sufficiently in this matter. Even if the master were present, he would not hold you accountable, consoled her maid, Xiao Ning, observing the lingering worry etched upon her youthful features. Dressed in a pink attire and sporting twin hair buns, Xiao Ning's lively eyes and sweet demeanor would surely catch the attention of passers-by, perhaps even leading someone to mistake her for the daughter of a wealthy family. Yet, besides Xie Xinghan, she was unmistakably seen as a mere servant. Xie Xinghan shook her head gently, her brows still knitted. Since I am here, I must see it through to the end. As a devoted attendant, Xiao Ning was well aware of her mistress's character. However, she felt that Xie Xinghan was still too young, and regardless of her brilliance, she ought not to involve herself in such affairs. Just as she prepared to voice her concerns once more, the bullock cart came to an abrupt halt. I am Lu Pang from Yuanyang, seeking the 4th Miss of the Xie family, Xie, 4th Mississippi. Please. Lu Pang stood in the middle of the road, bowing deeply, his words stumbling out in his nervousness. A group of young scions stood not far off, jeering and cheering, whistling and clapping, a cacophony of mockery. Their gazes towards Lu Pang varied from that of a true warrior to the curiosity reserved for a rare fool. Xiao Ning glanced at Xie Xinghan, who nodded in response. Xiao Ning lifted the carriage curtain and commanded, scare them off. For men in dark clothing, each wielding a short staff, advanced swiftly, their expressions cold and their movements sharp. Entirely unlike ordinary household servants. Although they would not draw their weapons without their mistress's order, the very presence of such a formidable stance intimidated onlookers, leading them to believe that violence was imminent. Wait, I come. I am here, Lu Peng stammered. But the crowd of youths dispersed in a panic, leaving him feeling weak-kneed, unable to articulate even the message imparted by Wang Yang. As he took a few steps back, contemplating escape, uncertainty gripped him. Wang Yang, recalling that 2,000 coins were still unclaimed, gritted his teeth and charged from the crowd, shouting, "My young master is here to repay a debt." The CF family, a noble house, brazenly assaults others in broad daylight. The four men in dark attire halted 3 paces away from Wang Yang, not due to his words, but because their orders had been simply to frighten these individuals. Since that had not succeeded, they awaited further instructions from their mistress. A burly man stood protectively in front of Wang Yang, facing off against the four. Lu Peng clung to Wang Yang's arm, desperately trying to hold his ground, yet cold sweat streamed down his face, rendering him unsteady on his feet. Xie Xinghan softly spoke to Xiao Ning, who, from behind the car curtain, exclaimed loudly, "Before the stick strikes, what do you mean by hitting someone?" This was the first time Lu Peng heard the voice of the CF family's maid, and he was quite stirred, hoping she would utter more words. Although he intended to engage in conversation, her question was not among the responses Wang Yang had prepared, leaving him at a loss for words as he turned to Wang Yang with a pleading look. Wang Yang gestured for the burly man to step aside and replied, "When a tiger chases its prey, its fangs have yet to touch. Can the pursued not cry out, 'The tiger is attacking'?" Xie Xinghan gently pressed her lips together, her delicate brows unfurling, a faint smile illuminating her jade-like visage, which brightened the entire carriage. Xiao Ning could not help but mutter softly, "What a cunning little rascal." Xie Xinghan spoke again, and Xiao Ning relayed loudly, "If you seek repayment, go to the manor and present your case. How can one obstruct a carriage on the road and engage in private transactions?" Wang Yang exchanged glances with Lu Peng, who, in a state of anxiety, shook his head, unsure of how to respond. Wang Yang, feeling helpless, continued to answer for Lu Peng, "Madam does not accept private messages, hence there is no means to present your case. With a heart free of selfishness, the world is vast. Now, under the open sky, on the broad thoroughfare, to publicly inquire about repaying debts is hardly a private transaction. If we must speak of transactions, there may be some, but I dare not call it private." Lu Peng felt a surge of joy, looking at Wang Yang with admiration and gratitude. Xie Xinghan furrowed her brow and uttered another remark. Xiao Ning replied sternly, "My lady has never lent money. Naturally, there is no question of repayment." She mimicked her master's displeased tone almost perfectly. "I never said my young master owes your lady money. It is my young master's ancestor who owes your lady's ancestor. My young master is merely repaying a debt on behalf of his forebear. So I implore you to collect on behalf of the ancestor." Such nonsense. Xie Xinghan's expression turned icy as she struck the intricately embroidered cushion. Xiao Ning immediately retorted, "Nonsense." Seeing their master enraged, the 4 servants of the CF family stepped forward, their gazes sharp as eagles. Lu Peng, frightened, took a few steps back, while the burly man nervously positioned himself beside Wang Yang. With his military experience, he recognized the agility and extraordinary skills of the 4 individuals. If a confrontation arose, he doubted he could hold his own, even one-on-one. As the crowd around them grew, Wang Yang remained composed and declared, "I have evidence." He whispered a few instructions to the burly man. The man's face displayed uncertainty, and Wang Yang urged him, "Hurry back." The burly man dashed toward the tavern. "What evidence?" Xie Xinghan prompted Xiao Ning to inquire. Wang Yang turned to the somewhat dazed Lu Peng and whispered, "Quickly, fetch the letter." Lu Peng finally snapped back to reality and retrieved the letter Wang Yang had written for him. Wang Yang took the letter and said, "Here is the written contract. It will be clear upon examination." Xie Xinghan, skeptical, commanded her servant to pass it over. Lu Peng watched anxiously as the letter was handed into the carriage, feeling both happiness and tension, while his admiration for Wang Yang deepened immensely. Wang Yang pondered how to extricate himself should the worst-case scenario unfold. Xie Xinghan opened the letter and found a poem inscribed within, drifting through rivers and lakes with wine in hand, the slender waist of a true maiden light in my grasp. The eastern mountain rises for the people's sake, gaining the renowned name of a prime minister. A cup of wine brews the tears of the fierce minister, as the sound of chess shatters the heart of the northern D. 50,000 palm fronds can vanquish summer, while a moment's cool breeze carries the sentiments of ages. Beneath the poem lies a small inscription. "Thanks to the Grand Tutor for assisting my ancestors in selling 50,000 palm fronds. Such kindness remains unreciprocated to this day." This poem not only reflects on the noble virtues of the Grand Tutor, but also resonates with my own heartfelt sentiments. The bond of the heart is a silent pact, yearning solely for a means to repay. I hope Lady Xie will not refuse. Words fail to express my sentiments as I, Yu Yang, bow in reverence. The Grand Tutor refers to Xian, a historical figure renowned for his elegance and wisdom, serving as the leader of the Xie clan during the Eastern Jin dynasty, and naturally a predecessor of Xie Xinghan. Unbeknownst to Wang Yang, according to genealogical records, Xie Xinghan's father, Xie Yi, is the fifth descendant of Xie Wan, Xie An's younger brother. Therefore, while Xie Xinghan may not be a direct descendant of Xian, the lineage is not far removed, certainly more esteemed than distant branches of the family tree. Moreover, Xie Yi held Xie An in high regard, often aspiring to emulate his virtues. Xie An greatly cherished his niece, Xie Daoyan, and Xie Xinghan is often referred to as the little Xie Daoyan. Thus, from both the perspective of familial honor and scholarly upbringing, one can fathom the depth of Xie Xinghan's admiration for this ancestor. Therefore, Wang Yang's poem, Ode to Xian, can be aptly described as flattery directed at the right subject. The first 4 lines of this poem draw inspiration from Du Mu's sentiments, subtly alluding to the tale of Xian accompanying courtesans to the eastern mountain, where officials remarked that Engshi would not emerge, pondering the plight of the common folk. The 5th line speaks of Xie and thwarting Huan Wen's imperial ambitions. The 6th line lauds the Battle of Feishui, where Xie and casually commanded the retreat. The 7th and 8th lines recount an anecdote related to Xian, serving as the muse for Wang Yang's current mission of delivering a message. Note 1. In modern contexts, the term effing li often carries a negative connotation, a result of the narrowing of its lexical meaning. In ancient times, especially during the Wei, Jin, and southern and northern dynasties, it encompassed not only romantic affairs but also the demeanor of distinguished scholars. Nonetheless, Xie An's association with courtesans does lend a certain flamboyance to his character. 2. At this time, poetic forms had yet to evolve into regulated verse, thus the absence of strict tonal patterns. However, a poetic renaissance was brewing in the capital, which later blossomed into the emergence of regulated poetry, with the protagonist's time travel. This progression naturally diverged from the past. This matter will be elaborated upon in the Jinling volume. 3. The characters, Xing and Hn, may be familiar to modern readers, yet were commonly used names in antiquity. For instance, during the Tang dynasty, Emperor Wenzong was originally named, and a gentleman named Zhang Han changed his name to Zhang Han to avoid taboo. Historical records mention a person named Chui Han during the Northern Wei period, and the nun Han Guang in Shenin Zhuan. As for the renowned Tang poet Chui Shu had a daughter named Xing, while in the Ming dynasty, a notable figure named Zhou Xing existed. And the esteemed calligrapher Chen Zhaoluan used Xing Zhai as his courtesy name. Whether or not there were individuals named Xing Han is uncertain, as I have not encountered any records. Nevertheless, the combination of, and is not without precedent, Wu Zazu states, moon halo, stars encompass, a marvel of grace. Lu Xiaowei of the southern Liang dynasty penned the line, formerly, the auspicious stars encompassed, while thunder resounded from afar, and the more famous line from Han Yu reads, let us wait until night falls and the moon rises, to see how many stars are encompassed in the waters. In the medieval period, there existed feminine names that resonate with contemporary cultural contexts, such as Yang Yin, Rong Ji, Zuofin, Li Lingrong, and Hu Fang. Conversely, there were also names that, by today's standards, seem utterly uncharacteristic of femininity, such as Zhang Wide, Lu Duanyin, Zheng Miao, and Wang Muji. Chapter 27. The Lady's Command, Seize Them. In history, there was a fellow townsman of Xie who was dismissed from his post and, before returning home, had accumulated 50,000 palm leaf fans. In a bid to assist his compatriot, Xian took one fan for personal use. Upon learning of this, the scholars and common folk of the capital clamored to purchase and imitate the palm leaf fan, causing its price to surge dramatically. This incident serves as a vivid testament to Xian's grace, widely recounted through the ages, yet the name of the townsman he aided remains obscure. This provides ample room for Wang Yang's creativity. The final couplet of the poem conveys that the collective fluttering of 50,000 palm leaf fans could dispel the sweltering heat of summer. Even if it offered but a fleeting breeze, the bond of friendship would endure through the ages. With such camaraderie, reciprocation becomes inevitable, leading to a resolution of the matter at hand. The brilliance of this poem lies in 2 aspects. Firstly, it conveys affection towards the young lady without being frivolous. It neither indulges in the insipid praise of beauty nor overtly expresses admiration. The entire poem extols the virtues of the ancestors of the Xie family, qualifying it as a historical ode. grounded in the rationale of repaying debts owed to one's forebears. Secondly, this poem serves as a testament or contract for the debt owed by the ancestors, thus establishing a heartfelt bond. As such, she would undoubtedly read it, rather than dismiss it as suggested by the chubby boy. However, while Wang Yang concocted an excuse to deliver the message and compel her to read it, the underlying cunning was evident. Lady Xie was no fool and would surely discern the subtext. The crux lay in whether she would accept this ploy. Uncertain of Lady Xie's temperament, Wang Yang felt a pang of anxiety as silence enveloped the carriage. Observing her master scrutinizing the paper repeatedly, Xiaoning's delicate face grew increasingly frosty, her fingers tightening around the letter as she cautiously inquired, "My lady, this letter sees them." With a swift grasp, Xie Xinghan crumpled the letter in her fair fingers. Xiaoning shouted, "My lady commands, seize them. Run." Wang Yang yanked up Lepang and dashed away, but Lepang, caught off guard, stood frozen in place. Suddenly, the four servants of the Xie household surged forth, unleashing a torrent of white powder like a cascading galaxy into the air. It was flour. Wang Yang had instructed the burly man to procure flour from the tavern in anticipation of their escape. Along with the flour, a handful of copper coins were cast into the air. Money for the taking. Wang Yang bellowed. Amidst the flour cloud, the townspeople scrambled to collect the coins, while a chorus of youthful voices erupted in excitement, plunging the scene into chaos. Seizing this opportunity, Wang Yang, Lepang, and the burly man sprinted away. Don't run anymore. I can't keep going," Lepang gasped, hunched over and panting heavily. "Have we shaken them off?" Wang Yang, equally exhausted, realized that the relentless Xie household servants had pursued them for 3 streets, their resolve unwavering despite being covered in flour. The burly man, possessing the best stamina, turned back to check for any pursuers. "Good brother, I owe you one today. I will remember this favor. Come, let us return home and share a drink." Wang Yang hesitated to return home with the chubby boy, for Lepang's father held the position of an official in Jingzhou. It was said that in ancient times, Lu Su had advised Liu Bei to greatly value Pang Tong, asserting that he was not merely a man of 100 talents but rather suited for a role of significant importance, such as that of an official or a minister. During the southern dynasties, the authority of the local magistrate diminished compared to that of the later Han period, yet he remained a significant local official, akin to a deputy governor. Although the young man could not discern the authenticity of his own identity, his father certainly could. "Let us postpone this matter. I have other engagements today and shall pay a visit once my affairs are settled." Wang Yang resolved to first secure the 2,000 coins and then proceed according to the original plan. Why postpone? Today it shall be. Besides, do you not require the 2,000 coins? I carry little cash on me, merely a single string of coins. Accompany me home for a drink and, in the process, retrieve the money. A single string represents 1,000 coins. In ancient times, there were 3 customary methods for carrying money. One could place it in pockets, store it in a money pouch, or hang it on the body or tie it around the waist. The positions of pockets were traditionally twofold. One was sewn into the sleeves, with the opening at the elbow, opposite to the direction of the cuff. If the opening was securely fastened, the contents would remain intact. Thus, during the Eastern Jin period, there existed a medical text titled Emergency Formulas for the Elbow, referring to books that could be carried in pockets, analogous to modern pocketbooks. The second method involved a triangular pocket formed by the overlap of the waistband and the garment's front, a practice referred to as carrying things in one's bosom. In the Song dynasty, there was a phrase in literary Zen expressing doubt about the fullness of one's bosom with Buddhist teachings, hinting at a genuine capacity to conceal items therein. During the Southern Qi dynasty, the invention of paper money had yet to occur, and gold and silver had not become prevalent as currency among the populace. Although copper coins varied in value, the Southern dynasties, save for the Qin dynasty, did not mint coins heavier than 5 zhu. While ancient coins were permitted for circulation, such as the large coins from Eastern Wu or those minted by Shu Han, these high-denomination notes were quite rare and significantly depreciated in value during transactions. Thus, even the affluent would not carry an abundance of copper coins. Shall we not first take 1,000 coins? That is insufficient. We must acquire 2,000. Wang Yang stated, "It is indeed inconvenient for me today. The drinking can wait for another day. Hai, you may accompany young Master Li to retrieve the money." Upon seeing Wang Yang's resolute refusal, Lu Pang ceased to press the matter. Wang Yang summoned Hai, imparted a few instructions, and then permitted Hai to accompany Lu Pang home. Along the way, Lu Pang inquired of Hai regarding Wang Yang, to which Hai replied that without his master's permission, he dared not discuss matters concerning the household. Lu Peng merely remarked on the strictness of the Wang family, not finding it offensive. Upon their arrival at the magistrate's residence, Hai, adhering to Wang Yang's wishes, declined to enter and insisted on waiting outside, which Lu Peng had no choice but to accept. Shuangji, go to my account and withdraw 2,000 coins for the man outside with the black face. Young Master Shuangji hesitated, his expression revealing distress. Lu Peng, oblivious, called out as he entered the courtyard. Ah Chong, gather 10 men, armed with clubs, and come with me to confront that scoundrel Sun Duo. Hurry. Someone bring me a change of clothes. Ensure that scoundrel Sun Duo does not escape. Only after several calls did Lu Peng realize something was amiss. The servants in the courtyard did not rush to attend him as usual, but instead shrank back, gazing at him with apprehension, as if hesitant to speak. What troubles you? Lu Peng halted, questioning in confusion. Unfilial son, how dare you return? Someone, seize this ungrateful wretch. Upon hearing his father's call, Lu Peng was startled, uncertain of the cause for alarm, and hurriedly dashed toward the courtyard. 7 or 8 servants attempted to obstruct him, but Lu Peng barked, "Get out of my way." The servants, too fearful to physically restrain him yet unwilling to let the young master flee, could only position themselves as barriers while offering apologies. Just as Lu Peng was about to force his way through, 2 guards sprang forth from behind and seized him. "What are you doing? Let go of me. What crime have I committed?" Lu Peng protested loudly, struggling against their grasp. "My apologies, young master." The guards escorted Lu Peng into the front hall, where his father, the esteemed official Lu Zhan of Jingzhou, awaited, wielding a rattan switch and seething with anger. Unfilial son. Kneel. Dad, kneel. Lu Peng, unable to oppose, knelt in the center of the hall. "Today, I shall teach you a lesson for your idleness and lack of ambition." Lu Zhan struck mercilessly, causing Lu Peng to cry out in pain. "Ouch. Ah, father, why are you ouch? Why are you hitting me?" As Lu Zhan continued his tirade, berating Lu Peng for his frivolous pursuits and the troubles they caused, he offered no answers to his son's queries. The rattan switch lashed back and forth, eliciting cries from Lu Peng akin to a slaughtered pig. "Dear sir, there is no need for such wrath. It would be prudent to ascertain the facts before resorting to violence." A delicate, cool voice emerged from the inner hall. Chapter 28. The graceful white robe. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhan immediately halted his actions. Who is there?" Lu Xiaopeng was taken aback. "I ask you, who penned this poem?" Lu Zhan tossed a crumpled piece of paper in front of Lu Peng. Lu Peng was stunned. Was this not the letter he had sent to Madame Xie? How did it end up here? "Speak quickly." Lu Zhan raised the rattan switch, ready to strike again. Lu Peng hurriedly shielded himself with his arm, exclaiming, No. This is my work. Utter nonsense." Lu Zhan lashed out with the switch again, dismissing the handwriting. "I know well the little knowledge you possess. Are you capable of crafting such verses?" Realizing the severity of the situation and unwilling to implicate Wang Yang, Lu Peng steeled himself and replied, "I have recently been learning to write poetry and have made some progress." "Oh, father, please don't hit there. It hurts." "Some progress. Drunken journey in the Jianghu. Is this something you could possibly write? Do you think you are Chen Si or Wanji?" Chao Ji, posthumously honored as Chen Si Wang, was a renowned poet in antiquity, and it was customary to refer to him simply as Chen Si. Both Chao Ji and Ruan Ji were esteemed poets in the eyes of their contemporaries, akin to the revered Li Bai and Du Fu of today. With a slender waist like a willow, light in the palm, Lu Zhan exclaimed, reciting the lines with increasing fervor, almost losing himself in the rhythm of the beat as he struck. In the back hall, Xie Xinghan listened intently to Lu Zhan's animated recitation of the verses, her brows furrowing slightly, delicate hands clenching subtly. "I admonish you to be light in the palm," Lu Zhan continued. "Father, please, stop. I did not write this." Lu Peng could no longer endure the punishment. "Then who authored it?" Lu Zhan demanded fiercely. "It was someone I met at the tavern." "A name?" Lu Zhan's gaze bore into Lu Peng, intense and penetrating. Xie Xinghan listened with rapt attention. Lu Peng inhaled deeply, tears welling in his eyes as he cried, "I do not know. He did not tell me his name." "Then why did you not inquire?" "Drunken journey in the Jianghu, with a slender waist like a willow. You saw these lines and did not think to ask for a name? How did I raise such a fool?" Lu Zhan, exasperated, began to strike his son once more. "Master Lu, please hold on." Xie Xinghan emerged from the back hall, her hair half up, white dress swaying gently, her complexion radiant as snow, standing gracefully like the moon. Lu Peng had never encountered such a beautiful maiden and momentarily forgot his pain. Lu Zhan, with an air of righteous indignation, declared, "Madam, there is no need to plead for him. This ungrateful wretch deserves to be punished severely." "Madam? Madam? Madam?" Lu Peng was overwhelmed with joy. After long yearning for a glimpse, he had endured a beating only to finally see CSC. The delivery of this letter was worth it. This beating was worth it. Indeed, she was one of the 3 beauties of the capital. He wondered about the other 2, still daring to look. Lu Zhan struck Lu Peng on the backside with the switch. Lu Peng let out a wail and quickly lowered his head. "Young master, might you enlighten me as to the name of the individual who penned this letter?" Xie Xinghan inquired politely. "Ah, was she speaking to me?" Lu Peng felt as though he might faint from sheer happiness. "Dear sir, the young master is still in his formative years, and it is natural for him to act inappropriately at times. The recent incident was primarily instigated by others. If he reveals the identity of the letter's author, he should not be punished." Lu Zhan coldly admonished his son, "It is rare for fourth miss to speak on your behalf. You must answer truthfully without concealment." Upon hearing that Miss Xie had interceded for him, Lu Peng felt a wave of dizziness and excitement, and in a daze, he began to speak. "His name is—" "What is it?" Seeing Lu Peng hesitate, Miss Xie inquired again, her voice ethereal. "It is." Lu Peng paused, gritted his teeth, clenched his fist, and lowered his head to say, "I do not know his name." Xie Xinghan's expression turned frosty, and Lu Zhan raised the rattan stick once more. In the grand hall of the Lu residence, Lu Peng lay on the ground, appearing to be in a faint. Shortly thereafter, Lu Zhan entered, dismissed all the servants, and said, "The charade is over, rise." Lu Peng opened his eyes aslit, surveyed his surroundings, then climbed up, his face a mask of despair. "Father, your punishment was excessively harsh this time. Do not play the victim. You have stirred up quite a mess. Do you not realize the gravity of your actions? Do you know who Xie Xinghan's father is? The Xie family of Qinjun, a renowned scholar, the minister of the interior, a chancellor. And who is his grandfather? Another minister, another chancellor. 2 generations of statesmen, unafraid to confront even the emperor. How dare you provoke the daughter of such a family? I did not provoke her. I merely wished to deliver a letter. Father, may I not sit? I am both pained and exhausted." Lu Peng, observing his father's stern expression, dared not sit down. "By rights, I should punish you severely today. However," Lu Xiaopeng, hearing his father's tone soften, curiously asked, "However, what?" "However, your steadfast loyalty to your friends in times of crisis and your unwavering composure are indeed commendable and reminiscent of ancient virtues." Lu Zhan chuckled. "Then, may I sit now?" Lu Peng cautiously inquired. Lu Zhan provided his son with a cushion before permitting, "Sit down." At last, Lu Peng settled onto the seat. Lu Zhan sat opposite him. "Now, let us converse earnestly. Who pinned the phrase 'the slender waist of Chu' light in my palm?" Outside the estate, the dark-skinned man waited in vain for Lu Peng to bring the money, growing suspicious. He then spotted a cart from the Xie residence approaching, prompting him to quickly hide. Pondering whether this cart had emerged from this grand manor, after a prolonged wait, just as he was about to give up, a servant emerged carrying a purse and allowed the dark-skinned man to verify its contents. After expressing his gratitude to the servant, he hurried back to find Wang Yang. Initially, they had 933 coins. Previously, to create chaos, they scattered 33 coins into the air, spent 400 coins on flour, leaving them with 500 coins. Adding the 2,000 borrowed by Lu Peng, they had a total of 2,500 coins, just enough for clothing and shoes. The boy donned a white spring robe, concealing a hidden pouch, while playing the flute for Prince Ning. Wang Yang, clad in new attire, his eyes bright like stars and his haircut with precision, transformed into a graceful young gentleman, leaving the dark-skinned man and the shopkeeper utterly mesmerized. The young gentleman's beauty was akin to jade, and paired with this garment and those shoes, he truly resembled a son of a noble family. Prompting the shopkeeper to exclaim in admiration, the black-clad man remarked, "My young master hails from a prestigious family. Huh, I have never encountered such a destitute scion of a noble lineage." The shopkeeper, harboring such thoughts internally, outwardly wore a cheerful demeanor filled with flattery, and then commenced his sales pitch. "Young master, your head is rather bare, devoid of crown, hat, or pin." This sales tactic remains unchanged through the ages. Just as Wang Yang was about to decline, the shopkeeper continued, "But considering your youth, you are likely not yet of the age for a formal cap. Your demeanor is so refined. How splendid it would be to compliment it with a scarf." With that, he produced a pre-prepared indigo headscarf. "This cornered scarf I shall offer to you for a mere 100 won." Wang Yang felt a stir in his heart as he accepted the headscarf, inquiring, "Is this the Linzong scarf?" The Linzong scarf originates from the renowned scholar Guo Linzong of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Once, during a downpour, his headscarf was drenched, causing one corner to fold down. People, enchanted by his poise, began to mimic his style by lowering one corner of their scarves. Henceforth, this design became known as the cornered scarf or folded corner scarf, and gained immense popularity among literati and scholars. Wang Yang's forthcoming plans involved attending the county academy, making this headscarf particularly suitable. Moreover, if he were to masquerade as a scholarly youth from a grand family, albeit financially constrained, donning a counterfeit brand would not appear so out of place. Otherwise, he would need to devise explanations for the incongruity between the illustrious Wang family of Langya and his attire. The pressing issue now, however, was that he had not a single coin to spare. Chapter 29. The County Academy, whether to purchase or not, remains a topic of debate. Allow me to first try it on for the young master and observe the effect. The shopkeeper, brimming with enthusiasm, adorned Wang Yang with a cap, inspecting him from head to toe, exclaiming, "Perfect, absolutely perfect. The white robe and the green cap are just right. All that's missing is a green cloud garment." In that era, garments comprised an upper and a lower piece. Although trousers existed, the outer trousers typically paired with a short top known as pleated, collectively referred to as trouser pleats. Trousers were further categorized into those with a crotch, kuan, and those with an open crotch design, ku. It was customary for the gentry to wear skirts or long garments over the crotch trousers, as exposing the trousers was deemed impolite or inappropriate. Conversely, individuals like Wang Yang, who donned the crotch trousers gifted by Captain Shui, represented the attire of common folk. The shopkeeper readily presented a green cloud garment. This is crafted from ramie. Though not as fine as silk, it is still a superior material. Just 400 coins. Young master, do try it on, just once. Wang Yang waved his hand in refusal and began to remove the cap, when suddenly, a dark-skinned man interjected, "I believe the young master looks splendid in this attire. If you are satisfied, let us purchase them all." The dark-skinned man placed his waist knife before the shopkeeper, saying, "Look closely. This is a ring-headed knife forged during the time of the Prince of Yuzhong, when he served as an inspector in Jingzhou. I will leave it here as collateral for the cap and garment. It's a fair trade." The term Zuobu refers to the official institution responsible for weapon forging. Wang Yang observed that when the dark-skinned man mentioned the Prince of Yuzhong, he, like the previous officer, inclined his hands towards the upper right. Is this truly the Yuzhong weapon? The shopkeeper, astonished, picked up the knife, caressing its sheath before drawing the blade for a closer inspection. During the time when Prince Shaoi served as the inspector of Jingzhou, the region flourished immensely. At that time, the position of the southern barbarian commander had not yet been abolished, allowing the prince to simultaneously oversee two significant military establishments, the Jingzhou garrison and the southern barbarian prefecture. All expenses were covered by the court, ensuring a period of prosperity. In essence, he was a benefactor, injecting substantial resources into Jingzhou. Consequently, both grain prices and taxes were at their lowest in modern history, leading to an unfortunate situation where low grain prices harmed farmers. Thus, the government permitted households to pay their taxes in grain and waived all tax debts previously owed. Even though the prince had long departed from Jingzhou, he remained revered and cherished by its inhabitants. Given the prince's wealth, he utilized only the finest materials for weapon crafting. To quell the disturbances of the southern tribes, he personally sent representatives to oversee the weapon production at Zuobu, resulting in superior quality armaments, famously known as Yuzhong weapons. "Surely, you are not a soldier?" The shopkeeper inquired suspiciously, glancing at the dark-skinned man. The latter remained unperturbed. "Of course not. Otherwise, I would be courting death by pledging a military knife." Selling swords was a capital offense, which was precisely why the dark-skinned man had never factored this knife into his financial calculations. Now, he realized that should he fail to repay the money in 3 days, retaining the knife would merely serve as a means to confront Master Du in a deadly duel, with a foreseen outcome. Moreover, having witnessed Wang Yang's remarkable ability to procure 2,000 coins in a short span only solidified his faith in Wang Yang's capabilities. It is akin to the wager he made with Ding Jiu. Having staked his entire fortune and life on Wang Yang, a mere knife seems inconsequential. Wang Yang sought to dissuade the black man, yet the latter preemptively addressed the shopkeeper, stating, "It is agreed that this knife is temporarily entrusted to you. Within 3 days, I shall return with the funds to redeem it. Should you not hear from me after 3 days, the knife shall become yours." Very well, mere words hold no weight. Let us draft a written agreement. Upon exiting the shop, Wang Yang remarked, "In truth, there was no need to pawn the knife." The black man replied, "Though I am uncertain of your intentions, I sense that your actions are quite deliberate, as evidenced by your previous request for flour. Thus, if you desire a headscarf, there must surely be a reason behind it." Wang Yang patted the black man on the shoulder, saying in my presence, "You need not refer to yourself as a petty person." The black man, somewhat flustered, responded, "I dare not. I defer to you. What is there to fear? In the presence of others, I shall continue to act as before, but when it is just the two of us, such formalities are unnecessary." Having discerned that this gentleman was unlike others, the black man, eschewing pretense, clasped his fists in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, sir," though it was merely a matter of address. The black man felt the bond between them had grown closer. Wang Yuzhang's reputation in Jingzhou is quite admirable, is it not? Wang Yang inquired, testing the waters. Indeed. During Wang Yuzhang's governance of Jingzhou, we feasted daily on wheat porridge and even received rice, authentic white rice. The flavor was truly. The black man smacked his lips, seemingly reminiscing about the taste of white rice. How does the current governor compare to Wang Yuzhang? Although Wang Yang placed trust in the black man, he understood that such trust must have its limits. Assuming the guise of the Langya Wang clan, he could not directly inquire about Wang Yuzhang's identity and thus resorted to casual conversation to elicit information. This is a bit difficult to articulate. I am not well versed in major affairs. However, the prices of rice and cloth have surged recently, and the barbarians have become quite brazen. Lowering his voice, the black man continued, "I have heard that a month ago, the barbarians launched a surprise attack on the Chaogonglin outpost, resulting in over 30 casualties. But the matter has been suppressed by higher authorities and remains unpublicized. Such an incident would never have occurred had Wang Yuzhang still been in power. So, one could infer that the current governor lacks the people's support?" Wang Yang probed further. "Not quite. After all, the lord was raised by Wang Yuzhang, and the populace still holds him in high regard, appreciating his governance of Jingzhou. Moreover, the lord is exceptionally skilled in martial arts, possessing the strength to draw a bow capable of lifting 4 do of force. Who in the army does not respect him? A lord? Yet another lord has emerged?" Wang Yang pondered. Indeed, the southern dynasties traditionally dispatched royal family members to govern various regions, indicating that the current Jingzhou governor is also of noble lineage. But why does this lord claim to have been raised by Wang Yuzhang? The black man, unperturbed, inquired, "Sir, where shall we go now?" Wang Yang temporarily set aside his questions and, with a hand behind his back, replied, "To the county academy." Jingzhou boasts 2 academies, one being the local government academy, and the other, the Wangwan Academy established by Wang Yuzhang. Setting aside the illustrious background of the Wangwan Academy, the presiding figure is of the same noble lineage as the Langya Wang clan, the Lu family of Hedong, hence Wang Yang was reluctant to pursue matters from this location. Concerns regarding the arrogance and exclusivity of this place, coupled with a lack of confidence in his own identity, led Wang Yang to initially set his sights on the local academy. The academy is situated in the ancient Northwest District, encompassing a substantial area that includes study halls and ponds. The surrounding streets are strictly prohibited from any commercial noise, instilling a profound sense of solemnity and reverence upon approach. Upon inquiring for directions, the two arrived at the entrance of the county academy, where they observed a ginkgo tree large enough for 3 to embrace, standing before a half-open ebony gate. In front of the gate lay a long bench, upon which a youth sat, engrossed in a tome. The young man was clad in a long robe with a curved hem and wore a black cap atop his head. Wang Yang instantly recognized this as the traditional Confucian attire, known as the Fengye robe and Zhangfu cap. He was indeed a scholar. The essence of guiding the world and illuminating teachings lies fundamentally in Confucianism, and the foundation of Confucianism is the 5 classics. The study of the 5 classics is termed as classical studies. Although during the southern and northern dynasties, both Taoism and Buddhism flourished, the county academy steadfastly remained devoted to classical studies without wavering. The presence of a scholar in traditional attire before the academy was not surprising. However, the long bench raised questions, was this a custom of which he was unaware? Wang Yang approached and inquired, "May I ask, are you here to meet the ritual scholar?" The scholar casually responded, yet his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the pages of his book. Note, at this time, although the Confucian attire had undergone some transformation since the pre-Qin era, it still fundamentally consisted of a long robe, anciently known as shini, and a black cap, referred to as sabugwan. These 2 elements remained unchanged. and given the setting at the county academy, Wang Yang was able to readily identify it as Confucian attire. Chapter 30. The challenge. Wang Yang remarked, "Indeed, Sir does not receive visitors." The scholar, engrossed in his scrolls, did not cast a glance in Wang Yang's direction. Observing the scholar's disdain towards Wang Yang, the burly man stepped forward and declared, "My lord is of the Wang family from Langya." The scholar continued to ignore him, lightly retorting, "Even the Shao family of Lanling would not suffice." Wang Yang was taken aback. The Shao family of Lanling was, after all, a name associated with the southern Qi royal lineage. In the context of the Six Dynasties, such a statement would be deemed treasonous, much like dismissing the Aisin-Zhoro clan during the Qing dynasty. The burly man, indignant, interjected, "The prince is also of the Shao family from Lanling. The current governor of Jingzhou is none other than the fourth son of the reigning emperor, Prince Shao Zixiang of Badong." In discussions within Jingzhou, when one refers to the prince, it invariably points to him. The princely titles of the southern dynasty were primarily honorary, entailing only the collection of taxes without any governing authority over land. Thus, despite being the Prince of Badong, Shao Zixiang had little real connection to the Badong commandery, now stationed in Jingzhou, coupled with the fact that his uncle, Prince Yuzhang, had also been stationed there. And considering that Shao Zixiang had been adopted as a son by Prince Yuzhang, the people of Jingzhou felt a peculiar affinity towards the Prince of Badong. The implication of the burly man's statement was clear. If one were to dismiss the significance of the Shao family from Lanling, would they also deny an audience to the most prominent figure in Jingzhou, Prince Badong? The scholar, unperturbed, replied, "In a place of learning, one must prioritize virtue over rank." The burly man, perplexed by this assertion, could not fathom that this bookish individual would truly dare to obstruct a prince. However, Wang Yang understood that this was a tradition among scholars, emphasizing respect for wisdom and morality over noble titles. He could have easily countered the scholar's statement. Yet he chose not to engage in such a dispute. Stopping the burly man from advancing, he bowed respectfully to the scholar, saying, "I have a letter here. I would be grateful if you could pass it on to the headmaster." The scholar continued to ignore Wang Yang, merely responding, "I am not a courier." Confucius said, "One does not concern himself with the affairs of those outside his station." The Book of Changes states, "A gentleman reflects upon his position." His references to the Analects and the I Ching implied that he saw no obligation to intervene. Wang Yang replied, "Confucius also said, 'A gentleman assists in the good of others.' The I Ching states, 'With trust and benevolence, do not inquire about good fortune,'" echoing the scholar's method of citation. He implied that sages encouraged mutual assistance. Only then did the scholar set down his book and look towards Wang Yang, saying, "Do you intend to use the name of the Wang family from Langya as a bargaining chip?" "What kind of bargaining chip?" "If you seek my master." "What is your purpose?" "To discuss scholarship," Wang Yang answered calmly. The scholar laughed derisively. "You are not worthy." Wang Yang, unperturbed, inquired, "What would make one worthy?" "I will pose 3 questions. If you can answer them correctly, I shall relay your message. But should you fail, you shall never cross the threshold of our academy again." Wang Yang extended his right palm, upright, performing a gesture reminiscent of a duel often seen in dramas, and said, "Please, proceed." "Come quickly. Brother, you, block the entrance." Within moments, 7 or 8 students hastily gathered, calling upon one another. The Analects, in its first chapter, states, "A disciple should be filial at home and respectful abroad, cautious and trustworthy, loving all broadly and cherishing the virtuous, and if there is strength left, he should pursue the study of literature." Here, literature is regarded as the least significant pursuit. However, in the Shu Air chapter, it asserts, "The master teaches in 4 ways: literature, conduct, loyalty, and trustworthiness," placing literature at the forefront. Why is this so? The Confucian scholar, having articulated his thoughts, turned to Wang Yang with a glint of provocation in his eyes. The other scholars nodded in agreement, sensing the sharpness of the question posed. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yang responded. The former refers to the sequence in which a disciple embodies the teachings received, while the latter describes the sequence in which a teacher imparts knowledge to the disciple. The Confucian scholar's confident demeanor faltered. Wang Yang continued, "Literature embodies the classics of the ancient kings, wherein virtue is cultivated. One must first study literature to refine conduct. Once conduct is perfected, loyalty and trustworthiness can be preserved. After safeguarding loyalty and trustworthiness, the disciple should focus on cultivating virtue, being filial at home, respectful abroad, loving all, and cherishing the virtuous. If one cannot achieve these, what value lies in solely pursuing literature?" Thus, in the teachings of Confucius, virtue takes precedence, while literature is deemed the least important. Yet, to educate disciples, one must initially engage with literature, much like fishing, requiring a fishing rod to catch fish, which is beyond reproach. Realization dawned upon the assembled scholars, who nodded in agreement, marveling at Wang Yang's ingenuity. The Confucian scholar, taken aback, reflected that this interpretation had not occurred to him. This question, originally intended to perplex, had stumped even him. Yet, this young gentleman had answered it with reason and evidence. The Wang family of Langya indeed possessed remarkable scholarship. The Confucian scholar, setting aside his earlier condescension, posed a more serious question. How many instances of feudal lords relocating their capitals are recorded in the spring and autumn annals? Wang Yang closed his eyes to ponder, while the other scholars began to murmur among themselves. After a brief pause, the Confucian scholar sneered, "If you cannot answer, you may as well leave. The Academy of Jingzhou is not open to just anyone." The black-clad man interjected, "My young master has yet to respond." "How can you presume he cannot?" He added, "Shall I wait until darkness falls for him to think?" Noticing Wang Yang's silence, the black-clad man expressed concern that he might be stumped, stating, "It is inherently unfair for you to pose the questions. You have prepared them in advance. My young master must devise his own answers. If given the chance to pose questions, I assure you, you would struggle to answer even one." The Confucian scholar did not contest this point. If I were to visit him, he could certainly pose the questions, but for now 7 instances, Wang Yang declared. Opening his eyes, the Confucian scholar was taken aback and pressed further. "Which 7 instances?" Wang Yang replied with a smile. "Is this the third question?" "Naturally not. Asking how many is to require you to elucidate the specifics. Should you merely guess?" Wang Yang interjected before he could finish. "Xinguo relocated to Yi, Wei moved to Diqiu. Kai shifted to Zhouwei, Su first moved to Yi and then to Yi, San moved to Baiyu, and Si relocated to Rongqing." A look of astonishment crossed the Confucian scholar's face, and the assembly fell silent. Regaining his composure, he posed another question. The Zhuozhuan records Jin's relocation to Xintian, and Chu's prior moves to Zhu and then to Yi. Why are these 3 instances absent from the spring and autumn annals? In scholarly pursuits, it is often said that articulating the existence of something is simple, yet explaining its absence is profoundly challenging. Inquiring why the spring and autumn annals does not record certain events, whether one claims it is due to forgetfulness or the inability to document all occurrences due to their abundance, falls into the realm of personal conjecture, and thus cannot be deemed definitive. Consequently, the Confucian scholars chose to present this perplexing question as a conclusive challenge, determined to keep Wang Yang entirely outside the county academy. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Yang directly asserted, "In truth, the spring and autumn annals traditionally refrains from documenting the autonomous relocations of states. It only records those compelled to move by external pressures. The relocation of the Xing state to Yi was due to coercion from the Di people. Similarly, the Wei states moved to Diqiu was under duress. The Kai state was forced to relocate due to the Wu state. The Su state underwent 4 relocations, 3 of which were dictated by Chu, and the move to Yi was to evade the dual threats posed by Zhang and Chu. Yet it was executed only after obtaining prior consent from Chu. These 7 instances are all relocations not intended by the feudal lords themselves. The spring and autumn annals records relocations without emphasizing the compelled relocations aspect, firstly to disapprove of the feudal lords' failure to report to the royal court before relocating on their own, and secondly to prevent the Wu and Chu barbarians from gaining advantage. This exemplifies the consistent principle of the spring and autumn annals in upholding royal authority and repelling foreign threats, embodying the so-called subtle words, profound meanings. The crowd stood motionless, rendered speechless for some time, while Wang Yang patiently awaited their response in silence. The black-clad man increasingly felt he had aligned himself with the right person, observing Wang Yang's tall and graceful stature, his white garments billowing, and thought, with such talent and character, a young master like him ought to don such splendid attire. Note: the titles of the Southern Dynasty's aristocracy represent the taxation of their fiefdoms, although they do not enjoy the entirety of the collected taxes. During the Western Jin period, the division was 1/3 for the noble and 2/3 for the court. By the time of the Eastern Jin, with territorial losses and northern threats, it was reduced to 9/10 for the noble and 1/10 for the court. Though 9/10 may sound minimal, it still afforded a lavish lifestyle. This does not account for the nobles' other sources of income. The fiefdoms of the Southern Dynasty's aristocracy typically encompassed around 2,000 households, though actual revenues varied significantly based on the affluence of the land. The Emperor Wu of the southern Qi favored his younger son and, facing a depletion of desirable fiefs, conferred the title of Xuanqing upon him, indicating that all the desirable lands had been allocated, necessitating the granting of Xuanqing. Xuanqing is located within Yangzhou, the province that houses the capital, signifying an intention to bestow a county from within the capital region. Thus, when one reads the historical text of the Southern Dynasty, the titles awarded to certain princes reveal their favor or lack thereof, to avoid diminishing national taxes. The territories granted to nobles are generally situated in remote and less developed regions, such as Badong County, which is not considered a prestigious fief. Chapter 31. The Crisis of the County Academy. The Confucian scholars, having adjusted their demeanor and shed their previous arrogance, bowed respectfully to Wang Yang, expressing their gratitude for his teachings. I am Yu Yuling from Xinya, courtesy name Zijia. May I inquire your esteemed name, sir? The Yu family of Xinya is a prominent aristocratic clan in Jingzhou, often mentioned alongside the Lu family of Yuyang, the Lu family of Niang, and the Zong family of Nanyang, collectively known as the Four Families of Jing, though they may not rival the likes of the Wang, Xie, Lu, and Yi families. They certainly hold a top position within Jingzhou. While the reputations of these four families in Jingzhou are comparable when it comes to connections and influence within the court, the Yu family undoubtedly stands as the foremost clan of the region. Among the 43 students at the county academy, only Yu Yuling dared to block the entrance in broad daylight, with his peers believing he was emboldened by the prestige of his family. Unbeknownst to them, his father had repeatedly warned him against involving himself in the ongoing crisis at the academy. Yu Yuling, however, had taken residence at the academy, indicating a significant rift with his family. His boldness in blocking the door stemmed not from his lineage, but rather from a reckless spirit and passionate fervor. Wang Yang was unaware of the Yu family's background, yet he recognized that most individuals permitted to study at the county academy were not of ordinary lineage. He refrained from returning the greeting, merely nodding slightly as he introduced himself. I am Wang Yang from Langya, courtesy name Jian. The hushed whispers of 7 or 8 students eavesdropping from behind the door erupted in astonishment. Langya Wang? Is he truly from the Wang family of Langya? What branch of the Wang family does he belong to? Yet Yu Yuling showed no interest in such inquiries. Instead, he asked, may I inquire who your esteemed teacher is? By inquiring about his mentor rather than his family background, Yu Yuling retained the essence of a scholar. However, my teacher is from the 21st century. You would not recognize the name, Wang Yang replied, refraining from fabricating a name. Such matters are not for outsiders to discuss, he added, producing a letter he had prepared in advance. Could you assist me in delivering this? After a moment's hesitation, Yu Yuling sighed, accepted the letter, and said, please wait a moment before stepping inside. He paused mid-stride, turned back, and with a serious expression, stated, since the 9th year of the Taiyuan era under Emperor Xiaowu of Jin, when Xie Shi petitioned for the restoration of the National Academy, the Jingzhou County Academy has stood for 109 years. Despite the tumult of war over the century, the scholarly spirit of Jingzhou has remained undiminished, nurturing countless talented individuals, which is to be credited to this institution. The study of knowledge cannot be monopolized. The modern text of the Book of Documents must not be discarded. I implore you, Master Wang, to consider this. With that, he clasped his fist in salute to Wang Yang and departed with quickened steps. Wang Yang pondered Yu Yuling's words, feeling perplexed. What am I to consider? Inside the academy study, an elderly man and a young woman were engaged in conversation. The elder, a gentleman in his 50s or 60s with graying hair, exuded an air of scholarly elegance. He was Lu Zhao, the head of the academy. The young woman was a strikingly beautiful girl, known as Xie Xinghan, often compared to the renowned Xie Daoyan. She sat across from Lu Zhao, her expression apologetic as she quietly spoke. Lu Zhao had once studied under Xie Xinghan's grandfather, Xie Zhuang, and shared a long-standing friendship with her father, Xie Fei. Consequently, Xie Xinghan had received much care from Lu Zhao since her arrival in Jingzhou. With the academy facing a crisis, Xie Xinghan was equally troubled and had been actively seeking solutions. Lu Zhao observed the young girl before him, her brow furrowed in distress, and a pang of guilt washed over him. He offered words of comfort, saying, Dear niece, there is no need for you to blame yourself. Master Huaishu has long abstained from worldly matters, and her reluctance to intervene is entirely reasonable. I shall devise a plan for this matter. You must rest well and cease exhausting yourself. Has uncle thought of a good solution? Is there news from the Prince of Jingling? Upon considering the possibility that the prince might lend his assistance, Xie Xinghan felt a surge of hope. I intend to unite the local gentry of Jingzhou to petition the prince openly at the royal residence. If the prince refuses to meet with us, we shall wait outside the palace until he emerges. We can forego the provincial funding and bear the cost of the school ourselves. As long as we can preserve the county academy, I am willing to concede everything except for the annual recommendation quota to the Imperial Academy. Xie Xinghan exclaimed anxiously. That is utterly unwise. Given the temperament of the Prince of Badong, such actions would be counterproductive. The prince already favors the Wangdu school, which is dominated by the gentry from the capital who accompanied him to Jingzhou. His partiality towards Wanggu school not only stems from its establishment by the Prince of Yuzhong, but may also reflect a desire to support the local gentry of the capital. If Lu Zhao truly incites the local gentry to create a ruckus, would that not openly declare opposition to the prince? I am aware, yet this is a desperate measure. Moreover, my intentions are not solely for the prince's eyes. They are also directed at Lu Tan. Whether he seeks to win fame through scholarly rivalry or to enhance his reputation, I must demonstrate our resolve to preserve education in Jingzhou. If, in the end, the school is to be abolished. Lu Zhao inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. Then let the prince dispatch troops. I, Lu Zhao, shall remain here. I will share the fate of the county academy. At that moment, if it were any ordinary woman, she would either counsel Lu Zhao against impulsiveness or offer words of consolation. However, Xie Xinghan was equally stubborn. Admiring the resolve of preferring to be shattered like jade rather than remain intact like mere tiles, she solemnly declared, since I have taken charge of this matter, I shall see it through to the end. Lu Tan's younger brother, Lu Rong, is well acquainted with me. I will ask him to persuade his elder brother. Furthermore, there is Master Yue, who possesses extensive connections in Jingzhou and considerable influence in the capital. If he is willing to advocate for us, even if the prince disregards his counsel, he will surely think twice, granting us precious time. As for young Jian, I have always regarded him as a friend. Lu Zhao shook his head, disappointment etched across his face. It was not merely that his second son was a student of the county academy. As a leader of the Jingzhou gentry, he could not possibly turn a blind eye to the situation, as if summoned by fate. Just as Lu Zhao mentioned Yu Yi's second son, the voice of Yu Yuling echoed from outside the door. Master, I have matters to report. Xie Xinghan, unwilling to meet outsiders, glanced at Lu Zhao, who nodded in assent. She then retreated behind a painted screen. Once she was seated, Lu Zhao instructed someone to let the visitor in. Someone seeks an audience with you. Master, here is his letter, Yuling said. His head bowed in dejection as he presented the missive. Lu Zhao took the letter, intrigued. You actually chose to deliver a report? That is indeed rare. I have always maintained that, given Wanggu School's preparedness, mere obstruction would not suffice. In times of need, disciples endure their labor, and when students are inept, they can only shield their master from the folly of the incompetent. However, this individual is different. Upon observing the distressed countenance of Yuling, Lu Zhao surmised the situation. Glancing at the letter whilst remarking, I have long warned you, there are always greater talents beyond our ken. Enduring some setbacks can be beneficial. After rendering Wu Zongshi speechless, your pride soared to the heavens. Now you comprehend the gravity of the situation? I presume that since he dared to approach, he must have mastered the book of documents. Thus I inquired about the Analects and the spring and autumn annals. But could it be? Does he truly possess knowledge of both canons? Yuling muttered softly. The 5 classics are vast and profound. To master even one is sufficient to establish one's name in the world. As the Analects is not among the 5 classics, Yuling harbored doubts that this young gentleman might have indeed mastered the spring and autumn annals and the book of documents. Lu Zhao, however, was oblivious to Yuling's murmurs, for he had scarcely glanced at the words on the letter before becoming lost to the world around him. When Yuling received no response from his teacher, he lifted his gaze only to be astonished by the sight of his master, clutching the letter, his pupils trembling and hands quaking. Note, the folding screen, often depicted in dramas, can be either sheer and translucent or completely opaque. For those unfamiliar with the notion of a concealed figure behind such a screen, one might refer to the lacquered wooden screen unearthed from the tomb of Sima Jinlong from the Northern Wei dynasty. If one feels somewhat bewildered by the references to King of Badong, King of Jingling, or King of Yuzhong, rest assured that the protagonist's initial confusion mirrors your own. Fellow students need not rush. These connections will gradually become clearer. Chapter 32. Response to queries Yuan Yuling exclaimed. Teacher, what has happened to you? Lu Zhao rose abruptly, urgency palpable in his voice. Quickly, please invite him in. Teacher, I shall go to greet him myself. Disregarding all else, Lu Zhao hastily strode toward the exit, only recalling at the threshold that Xie Xinghan remained inside. Teacher, Do you know him? Yuan Yuling was bewildered by his teacher's uncharacteristic demeanor, pondering the connection between this Wang from Langya and Lu Zhao. Lu Zhao forcefully composed himself and instructed Yuan Yuling, "Go fetch him, but do not be remiss." Yuan Yuling departed, burdened with questions. "Who are we inviting?" Xie Xinghan emerged from behind the screen. "I do not know. However, if he can indeed resolve these queries." Lu Zhao is prepared to accord him the respect due to a teacher, Lu Zhao proclaimed, clutching the letter with palpable excitement. Xie Xinghan was taken aback. In recent days, the Wang Academy had persistently sought to challenge Lu Zhao under the guise of academic inquiries, yet Lu Zhao had always maintained his composure. Today, however, he had uttered such words. "Beware, my esteemed uncle, this may be a scheme of the Wang Academy. If you concede, then Lu Tian will have ample grounds to dismiss the county academy." A chill ran through Lu Zhao, engrossed in scholarly pursuits. He had nearly forgotten the perilous state of the county students. "Do not meet him. Find an excuse to send him away," Xie Xinghan suggested. Lu Zhao pondered for a moment, then solemnly replied, "No. Knowledge is a matter for the ages. How can one deceive oneself? If this man can indeed enlighten me with the Shangshu, I shall bow in deference. Moreover, if he can unravel these profound mysteries for me, it would be a tremendous fortune." Seeing Lu Zhao's ecstatic demeanor, Xie Xinghan recognized that his scholarly obsession had once again taken hold. In his moment of difficulty, curiosity piqued. He glanced at the letter in Lu Zhao's hand, the ink seeming oddly familiar. Just as he intended to scrutinize it further, footsteps approached from outside, prompting him to swiftly retreat behind the screen. "Teacher, young Master Wang has arrived," Yuan Yuling announced as he ushered Wang Yang into the room. "Mr. Lu." Wang Yang bowed respectfully. Lu Zhao was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated the visitor to be so youthful. Xie Xinghan, too, was startled, the voice sounding vaguely familiar. Did you pen this?" Lu Zhao inquired, holding the letter in disbelief as he gazed at Wang Yang. "Indeed. Can you answer all these questions?" "I can." Lu Zhao, momentarily lost in thought, stared at Wang Yang for several moments before remembering to offer a seat. "Please, have a seat." As soon as Wang Yang sat down, Lu Zhao eagerly questioned, "Qin Mingwen Xianen, you say the Kong Chuan interpretation is incorrect. What then is the meaning of it?" Wang Yang replied, "Shangshu Kao Ling Yao states, Fong Sun Qin Mingwen Si Yin Yin, Zhang Xian annotated, to be tolerant and encompassing is termed Yin. Eryu states, Yin Yin signifies gentleness, in the biographies of ancient and modern figures. And Ru Zi is also rendered as Yin Ru Zi, linking the ancient meanings of Yinanan. Thus Sherming asserts, in his Yin, wait a moment." Lu Zhao interrupted Wang Yang, hastening to the bookshelf, swiftly extracting a volume and eagerly flipping through its pages. At this moment, Xie Xinghan, concealed behind the screen, yearned to search as well, but her quest was not for books, rather for a letter. She wished to reconfirm the handwriting, only to realize, in her vexation, that she had inadvertently left the letter at the official residence. Lu Zhao nodded as he perused the book, then turned to Wang Yang, apologizing. "I beg your pardon. Please continue." Suddenly recalling something, he called out, "Yuling, have tea and fruits brought in." Tea fruits, as they were known then, referred to what we now call tea snacks, typically consisting of melons and fruits rather than pastries. Yuling, eager to return and hear the continuation, hurriedly stepped out to make arrangements. Wang Yang resumed, "An inn is originally a reduplicated term, akin to carefully or the net of heaven is vast, all of which belong to this category. The meaning aligns with yin yin and qin ming when xianen, suggesting that the essence of qin ming when xi arises naturally, not forced. The Kong commentary asserts this to mean to ensure peace for the world, though that interpretation is somewhat strained. Well understood, well understood." Lu Zhao's face glowed with delight as he praised the letter twice, then continued his inquiry. Gao Yao's discourse states, "Steamed people are grains, with Zhang's annotation defining grains as rice. Yet you interpret it as not refusing. What does that mean?" At this juncture, Yuling had returned with 2 servants, setting the tea utensils and fruits upon the table before Wang Yang. He personally poured tea and respectfully presented it to Wang Yang. Wang Yang accepted the tea with thanks, replying, "Steamed people are rice. That does not form a coherent sentence. If one extends grains to mean food particles, such usage is absent. Shangshu, Wangji states, the West is called Rong. Clad in animal skins, there are those who do not consume grains. Would it be permissible to alter it to there are those who do not consume?" Lu Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly asked, "Then how should grains be interpreted?" Xie Xinghan unconsciously leaned forward, awaiting the answer. "Grains is a borrowing from Zhou Song's establish our steamed people," Guangya states, establish means to complete. Zhang Xian annotates Xiao Situ as to complete means to settle. Thus, Lu Zhao hurriedly dashed to the bookshelf again, exclaiming, "Pay no mind to me, please continue." Therefore, steamed people are grains essentially conveys steamed people are settled. Hence, Shurji, Xia Benji renders these four words as the multitude of the people are settled, capturing the essence of the statement. Furthermore, referencing the previous discourse, the use management of the floods resulted in consumable grains, thriving wildlife, and available resources, which indeed signifies the stabilization of the populace, not merely an abundance of food. It is clear that grains does not equate to rice grains. Upon Wang Yang's conclusion, silence enveloped the room, broken only by the gentle rustling of scrolls being turned. Here, the rustling does not refer to the sound of turning pages, as the invention of the codex had not yet occurred during the southern and northern dynasties. Paper books were predominantly in scroll form, hence the rustling was the sound of unrolling scrolls. Yu Ling interjected, "Young Master Wang, you previously mentioned Zhang Xian's annotation of Xiao Situ. Brilliant, truly brilliant." Lu Zhao exclaimed in admiration, returning to his seat, his excitement palpable. This young gentleman possesses profound skills in philology. He certainly bears the legacy of Han scholars. May I inquire who your esteemed teacher is? In antiquity, philology was also referred to as xiaoxue, akin to today's linguistics and textual studies. The study of philology flourished during the Han and Tang dynasties, reaching a grand culmination in the Qing dynasty. Wang Yang's responses embody the academic achievements of the Qing dynasty's Qianjia school. Although Lu Zhao, constrained by his era, was unaware of the Qianjia school's existence, he discerned that the foundational arguments in Wang Yang's two answers were rooted in philology. Thus, it is not inaccurate to assert that he bears the legacy of Han Confucianism. My teacher had numerous insights. Wang Yang himself seemed uncertain about how to address this inquiry. In ancient scholarship, the importance of lineage and mentorship was paramount. It was rare to find tales akin to those in martial arts novels where a teacher forbids the mention of their name. Even hermits concealed their identities rather than their names, let alone scholars of classical texts. Is it common to have multiple mentors? Lu Zhao inquired with astonishment. The study of classical texts traditionally emphasized a direct lineage, and it was uncommon for individuals to learn from numerous teachers, especially since most could not find so many mentors. Yu Yuling reminded the teacher, "Young Master Wang hails from the Wang family of Langya." "Oh, so he is from a prominent family. No wonder," Lu Zhao exclaimed with both surprise and delight. Prominent family refers to the aristocracy, and young master was one of the terms used to describe the sons of such families at that time. Upon hearing the name of the Wang family from Langya, Xia Xinghan subtly furrowed her brow. Note, during the Eastern Han dynasty, those entering government service through the study of classical texts typically came from generations steeped in this scholarship, which subsequently led to a lineage of officials, eventually giving rise to the aristocracy. Thus, prominent families often maintained a resilient tradition of classical scholarship. Qianmu posited that the aristocracy's preservation of lineage was not solely reliant on power and wealth, but equally on academic pursuits and rituals, which together formed the familial ethos. This perspective is quite insightful. Refer to Qianmu's A Brief Discussion on the Relationship Between Scholarship and Aristocracy during the Wei, Jin, Southern, and Northern dynasties. Therefore, upon learning of the protagonist's noble lineage, Lu Zhao immediately grasped the significance, as many eminent scholars of that era emerged from esteemed noble families. Chapter 33. A modicum of understanding. Lu Zhao was about to inquire deeply into Wang Yang's family background when Wang Yang interjected, stating that today they would discuss only academic matters, not family lineage. Lu Zhao was overjoyed. Wang Yang's words resonated perfectly with his sentiments. Excellent. Let us focus solely on scholarship. Just then, Yu Yuling hurriedly added, since we are discussing only academic matters, I implore young Master Wang to uphold the integrity of scholarship and refrain from deceit based on victory or defeat. Lu Zhao's expression hardened as he admonished his disciple. Zijia, Wang Yang, perplexed, responded, when have I ever intended to deceive based on victory or defeat? Yu Yuling's tone grew icy. Though young Master Wang is entrusted by others, he should still, wait a moment. Who has entrusted me? Wang Yang, eager to establish rapport with Lu Zhao, felt it imperative to clear up the misunderstanding first. Is it not the Wang Academy that has entrusted you? Yu Yuling was taken aback. Of course not. I have heard that Mr. Liu is well versed in the Shangshu, and his academic discussions have no connection to the Wang Academy. At last, Wang Yang comprehended that Yu Yuling had mistaken him for someone associated with the Wang Academy, revealing a significant rift between the Wang Academy and the local academy. Upon hearing Wang Yang assert his independence from the Wang Academy, both Lu Zhao and Yu Yuling were elated. Xie Xinghan, hidden behind a screen, also exhaled in relief. Yu Yuling, wearing a beaming expression, remarked, "I knew that with young Master Wang's lineage and talent, he could not possibly be confused about such matters. My previous discourtesy was inexcusable, and I offer my sincere apologies." He promptly bowed to Wang Yang. Wang Yang, unperturbed, returned the gesture, saying, "No offense taken." Yu Yuling continued, "Teacher, I have a question. Earlier, young Master Wang cited Zheng Xian's commentary on the Shao Situ, stating, 'Success is defined.' What does Shao Situ refer to?" Lu Zhao interjected swiftly. "The Shao Situ is mentioned in the rites of Zhou, Earth officials. Since you are not yet well versed in the three rites, you may set that aside for now. There is also a reference to this in Wei Zhao's commentary on the Guoyu, which you may examine at your leisure." Wang Yang thought to himself that this individual was indeed a master of the classics. He was unaware of that particular annotation in the Guoyu. Yu Yuling further inquired, "And what about the Shangshu Caolingyo?" Lu Zhao replied, "That is a text from the Han Dynasty. Your knowledge does not yet encompass it. So refrain from interjecting for now. Make a note of your questions. I shall address them later." After Lu Zhao finished speaking, he eagerly turned to Wang Yang. "Young Master Wang, shall we continue? Regarding the Konggao, from the phrase indeed, in March, the soul is born to thus. The great decree governs. These 48 characters are indeed the text of the Luo Gao and should precede the account of Duke Zhou's homage. How do we know this? Duke Zhou's eastern expedition took 2 years to pacify Guan and Kai, after which he conferred the title upon Kongshu. During the 7 years of restoration, the construction of Luo occurred in the year of restoration. Thus, at the time of conferring the title upon Kongshu, Luo had not yet been established. Hence, we understand that this segment is a later compilation that has misrepresented the original text. What is meant by Dao Shan? Dao signifies the path. The term Dao is used in the records of the Grand Historian references the path. It pertains to the route one travels. By observing its direction, one can measure the distance. Thus it is called Dao. Consequently, it is also referred to as Kan Lu. What is Kan Lu? Kan denotes an indicator, while Lu signifies a journey. To indicate and to journey forth represents an ancient method of measuring distance. Tianjiang ji yu jiabi yu shao. Yin hong wei wu yu chong ren. This reflects a misjudgment by earlier scholars regarding punctuation. The term yu shao refers to the account of the three monitors and the insurrection of the Huai. Upon a comprehensive examination of the text, it commences with the establishment of the Zhou dynasty, followed by the untimely demise of King Wu, after which King Qing ascends to the throne at a tender age. The discussion then transitions to the matters concerning the Huai, and the phrase should conclude the verse, while should connect to the preceding line, thus forming the expression, "Heaven bestows upon my family, not extending, but greatly concerning my youthful ruler." The phrase "not extending" merely indicates the sudden loss of King Wu. The atmosphere thickens as Lu Zhao, Yu Yuling, and Xie Xinghan find themselves captivated by the discourse. With a span of 1,500 years from the southern Qi to the present, a plethora of eminent scholars have emerged, leading to extensive discussions that have elevated the study of the Shangshu to heights unattainable during the southern Qi era. Furthermore, Wang Yang's grasp of the historical academic context provides pivotal insights, unlocking the enigmas left by the study of Shangshu since the Han Dynasty, leaving Lu Zhao and his companions in awe. Initially, Lu Zhao frequently consulted texts and posed inquiries, but eventually, the dialogue became wholly dominated by Wang Yang. After an invigorating exchange, Wang Yang, with a sip of tea to soothe his throat, continued to articulate, "The Yugong states, as the three rivers converge. The Zhenze is settled. What are the three rivers? From Yuzhong flowing into Pengli, to the east reaching the sea, known as the Southern River, from Minshan to Jiujiang. Also entering the sea, referred to as the Central River, and from Zhangzhong flowing eastward to Han, passing through three marshes, the Dabi entering the Yangtze, and finally merging into the sea, named the Northern River." Lu Zhao exclaimed, "Master Wang, you are indeed well-versed in geographical studies?" Wang Yang humbly replied, "A mere acquaintance. Just a slight understanding." Indeed, it was but a modest knowledge. Suddenly, a maiden's clear voice emerged from behind the screen, startling Wang Yang, who had been oblivious to her presence all this time. Lu Zhao, engrossed in scholarly pursuits, had forgotten Xie Xinghan's company. Upon witnessing Wang Yang's surprise, he swiftly explained, "This is the daughter of a friend who had hidden behind the screen due to your sudden arrival. Please do not take offense." Yu Yuling, recalling something, gazed towards the lacquered screen, his expression shifting dramatically. Xia Xinghan interjected, what you describe as waterways essentially refers to the North Han River, the Central Min River, and the Southern Yuzhong River. However, if we adhere to this interpretation, as the three rivers converge into Pingli, merging into one and flowing past Meiling and Jingkou into the sea, it can no longer be referred to as three. Why then? Does the Yugong still designate the three rivers as entering the sea separately? Your reasoning, dear sir, may seem rather forced. The implication was unmistakable, an incisive critique. Wang Yang, whose scholarly approach emphasizes textual studies, was taken aback by the notion of being accused of being contrived. To be labeled as such is a profound indignity for any scholar. However, Wang Yang's enthusiasm may have led him to overlook the necessity for rigorous argumentation, as he casually quoted Su Shi's assertions without sufficient caution. Under ordinary circumstances, Wang Yang might reluctantly admit that his arguments were somewhat lacking in rigor, but now is not the time for such concessions. He needed to outshine everyone present, otherwise the optimal outcome would remain unattainable. Wang Yang promptly countered, why can we not refer to the confluence as the three rivers? The waters flow westward, and upon reaching Jishan, they exhibit three distinct flavors. A connoisseur of fine tea appreciates the essence of the water, suggesting that the three flavors intermingle yet do not deceive. Thus, although the rivers may merge, they can still be discerned as three. Three flavors? What are these three flavors, and from where do they originate? Xia Xinghan inquired. Wang Yang silently regretted his slip. The term three flavors was a concept from the refined tea culture of the Tang dynasty, and invoking it now felt premature. Observing Wang Yang's hesitation, Xia Xinghan frowned, her lips curling slightly in a look of disdain. You aren't fabricating this, are you? Lu Zhao and Yu Yiling turned their gaze towards Wang Yang. Note, as Wang Yang continued, he sought to impress Lu Zhao with his unconventional theories, some of which lacked empirical evidence and were merely conjectures without substantiation. However, the allure of a profound hypothesis often captivates the heart, regardless of its veracity. Scholars of the Qing dynasty noted that when one reaches a certain level of scholarship, a form of dogmatism emerges. This dogmatism entails making definitive statements in the absence of conclusive evidence, asserting that a particular viewpoint is the truth. It is an intuition cultivated through profound scholarly nourishment, where genius and insight coalesce into a singular declaration. For those intrigued by this topic, I recommend reading Mr. Chen Inca's supplementary evidence to the tale of the peach blossom spring or on the tale of Yingying. The conclusions in these works may not necessarily be accurate, yet they allow one to appreciate the charm and brilliance of deductive reasoning. Chapter 34. Does the young master understand poetry? Wang Yang sensed the gaze of Lu Zhao and Yu Yiling upon him, and quickly clarified, certainly not. I merely, momentarily forgot the title of the book. Allow me to provide another example. In the Yugong section, it states, the Han River flows into the Great River at Xiakou, merging at Pingli. Yet the Yugong still refers to it as the Northern River. Even as the rivers converge at Pingli, Yugong continues to call it the Central River. If the Han and the Great River combine yet still retain the names Northern River and Central River, why should I not refer to the three rivers united as the three rivers? Xia Xinghan persisted, unwilling to grant Wang Yang any leeway. Even if it is permissible, it does not substantiate that your assertion is correct. The Book of Han Geographic Records designates the river entering the sea from the south of Wu County as the Northern River, the one flowing from Wuhu to Yangtze as the Central River, and the river entering from the northeast of Pilin as the Southern River. This aligns with the intent of Zholi, Zhifang, which speaks of Yangzhou's three rivers. The conjunction of the Book of Han Anjali serves as confirmation. Though you propose a novel interpretation, it lacks substantial evidence. The distinction is clear. Very well, this young lady is quite formidable, Wang Yang conceded. However, we are merely engaging in academic discourse. Why the acrimonious tone? Have I provoked you in any way? He began to counter, that young lady has made her judgment rather hastily. The rivers mentioned in the Book of Han are merely minor tributaries in the southeast, far from the grand rivers that Yugong describes as flowing into the sea. If we consider these three as the three rivers, then what of the river entering the sea at Jingkou, which possesses a much greater flow than those three minor tributaries? Why would Yugong favor the lesser over the greater? Xia Xinghan fell silent for a moment. Wang Yang smiled slightly and continued, moreover, there exists a fundamental error in your assertion that the Book of Han Anjali are in agreement. That is not necessarily the case. Bangu lived in the Eastern Han period, while Zholi is a pre-Qin text. Thus, Bangu's interpretation may not be accurate. If one must align with Zholi, I would argue that Guopu's interpretation is more fitting. Guopu identifies the three rivers as the Min River, the Song River, and the Zhujiang. In Yangzhou, the greatest watercourse has never been surpassed by the Min and Zhejiang rivers. Even the Song River, at that time, could contend with the Yangtze and Qian'an, thus earning the title of Yusher. The Gui states, Wu and you are encircled by the 3 rivers. Fan Li remarked, I compete with Wu for the benefits of the 3 rivers and 5 lakes. These 3 rivers should correspond to the 3 rivers of Zholi, rather than the 3 rivers cited from the book of Han by the young lady. Yu Yuling found himself unable to keep pace with the 2, feeling as though he were witnessing a celestial battle. Lu Zhao, not well versed in geography, also felt somewhat bewildered. After Wang Yang concluded, a silence enveloped the space behind the screen. Lu Zhao was about to intervene when he heard a soft voice from behind the screen. Young master, your knowledge is vast and profound. I am in awe. At last, Wang Yang exhaled in relief. He realized he had perhaps been too exuberant in his discourse, choosing a topic that was difficult to navigate. The question of the 3 rivers has been debated for millennia, and even in the Qing dynasty, numerous influential interpretations existed. Thus, Wang Yang's advantage lay not in the correctness of his argument, but in his synthesis of various scholarly perspectives, leading to a debate that flowed effortlessly. Reflecting on it now, he felt a tinge of guilt for potentially overwhelming his opponent. Responding, you flatter me. I merely borrow the words of others. I do not flatter, rather. It is you who underestimates your own merit, came the voice, growing nearer. Wang Yang curiously glanced over, only to behold an exquisitely beautiful maiden clad in a flowing white dress emerge gracefully from behind the screen. Her slender waist was cinched with a delicate belt, exuding an air of refined elegance. Her pair of eyes shimmered like stars, imparting an impression of remarkable intelligence and clarity. Starry eyes? So this is what they mean by starry eyes. In his past studies, whenever Wang Yang encountered the term, he could only associate it with the realm of anime. Yet now, seeing this maiden in person, he realized that such ethereal beauty truly exists, as if the very cosmos danced within her gaze, twinkling like a myriad of stars, radiant and resplendent. Logically, Lu Zhao should have introduced Xie Xinghan to Wang Yang, but he was uncertain whether this noble lady would wish to reveal her identity. Contrary to the behavior typical of ladies from aristocratic families, who often await an introduction with modesty or shyly lower their heads, greeting in a voice barely above a whisper, Xie Xinghan met Wang Yang's gaze openly and confidently, displaying no signs of timidity. It was Wang Yang, for reasons unbeknownst to him, who felt a twinge of unease under her scrutiny. Just as he was about to utter something, Xie Xinghan spoke first. Young sir, do you have knowledge of poetry? Somewhat. Wang Yang replied with a polite smile. Recently, I came across a rather fine poem. The first line still lingers in my memory. A desolate wanderer journeys through the rivers, wine in hand. In an instant, Wang Yang's smile froze in place. He would not be foolish enough to assume this maiden was also a time traveler, for the original poem by Du Mu was a forlorn wanderer journeys through the rivers, wine in hand. He had altered the word forlorn to desolate, believing it more fitting for Xie and circumstances. Thus, it took him but a second to deduce the identity of this young lady. Recollecting the various rumors surrounding the 4th daughter of the Xie family and her dealings with frivolous young men, along with her earlier hints of hostility and the way her gaze unintentionally swept across the false nameplate he had used to disguise himself, Wang Yang felt the urgent need to devise a strategy. More importantly, he was utterly unprepared to face the Qin Junxia clan. His purpose in coming to the academy was to perform in a play, and this performance could not be jeopardized by this maiden. What do you mean by 7-character verses? The orthodox form is 4-character, the flowing style is 5-character, and as for 7-character verse, I dare not indulge. Wang Yang furrowed his brow, resembling a stubborn old scholar. Have you never heard this poem, young Master Wang? Xie Xinghan gazed intently at him. Wang Yang displayed an Oscar-worthy range of expressions, perplexed as he inquired. Could it possibly be a masterpiece from a renowned poet? Is it the work of a contemporary poet? I truly have little knowledge of poetry. If my earlier remarks have offended you, I sincerely apologize. Xie Xinghan scrutinized Wang Yang for several moments before breaking into a smile. If you do not know, then it is of no consequence. I merely asked out of curiosity. Wang Yang felt a slight easing of tension. Oh, young Master Wang, why do you have white powder in your hair? Is it flour? Xie Xinghan blinked her extraordinarily bright and clear eyes, directing her gaze to the top of Wang Yang's head. A jolt of alarm shot through Wang Yang's heart. He instinctively patted the area she was observing and replied casually. It's likely lime from when I entered the city earlier. It should be gone by now, right? Xie Xinghan blinked again. Oh, I must have misseen. There is no white powder. Wang Yang realized he had been teased. This maiden was undoubtedly suspicious of him, yet he maintained a facade of calm composure. At that moment, the carriage curtains had not been lifted, so she surely had not seen his true appearance. The ox cart was a considerable distance away, as I called out. My words barely reached her ears. She could only harbor doubts based on the sound, unless the stout fellow came forth to confirm my identity, or if the house servants recognized me. Otherwise, it would be impossible to establish the truth. As long as I maintained my denial, I could surely undermine her suspicions. Lu Zhao observed the two individuals, finding them somewhat peculiar, yet he could not articulate what exactly seemed amiss. His mind was preoccupied with several academic assertions previously proposed by Wang Yang, leaving little room for contemplation of the present circumstances. In comparison to poetic discourse, he yearned to hear Wang Yang elaborate further on the book of documents. He had devoted his life to studying this text. Yet he was unaware of the alternative interpretations it held. Many questions that had plagued him for decades were surprisingly resolved by the insights of this young gentleman. Such a gratifying experience is rare in a lifetime. Dear niece, please take a seat and listen to young Master Wang continue his discourse on the book of documents. Lu Zhao urged. Xie Xinghan smiled gently. I shall forego this. Upon hearing Wang Yang's intention to depart, Lu Zhao, in a flurry, stood up, forgetting to inquire why Xie Xinghan chose not to listen. You cannot leave. We have yet to dine. How can you depart? He exclaimed, turning to Yu Yuling, Zijie. Quickly instruct the servants. I must host a banquet in honor of young Master Wang. Wang Yang, pleased with himself, courteously replied, Truly, that is unnecessary. Xie Xinghan interjected, Indeed. It is quite unnecessary. Wang Yang. Chapter 35. The noble son of Langya. Fortunately, Lu Zhaodao remarked, Why not? To study in solitude without companions is to remain ignorant and uninformed. Today, young master has taught me the book of documents, and I must reciprocate. He then turned to Xie Xinghan, saying, Niece, do stay and share a meal with us. Xie Xinghan smiled. Since uncle wishes to entertain esteemed guests, I shall not intrude. She glanced at Wang Yang, a playful smile gracing her lips. With your remarkable talent, I shall certainly seek your guidance in poetry in the future. Wang Yang felt a twinge of unease, forcing a smile as he clasped his hands in greeting. I am no poet, but I would be honored to discuss classical texts. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the imperial capital of the southern Qi, at a manor on the outskirts of Jiankong City, guards stood at attention. A strikingly handsome young gentleman adorned in fine garments was learning to ride. 4 skilled equestrian instructors stood nearby, intently observing every subtle movement of the young master, anxious to avert any mishap. The young gentleman, beads of sweat forming on his brow, exhibited a certain awkwardness in his motions. Yet his expression was one of deep concentration as he grasped the reins, watching the spirited steed beneath him rebelliously twist its neck, his enthusiasm growing. An elderly servant approached. Bowing slightly, Young master, half an hour has passed. Engrossed in his practice, the young gentleman dismounted swiftly upon hearing the time, showing no signs of reluctance. In his haste, however, his left foot landed incorrectly, causing him to sway precariously almost to the point of falling. The 4 equestrian instructors and a dozen guards rushed forward to support him. The young gentleman steadied himself and smiled, waving his hand dismissively. No harm done. The instructors and guards then retreated, visibly relieved. A young attendant presented a cloth, and as the young master wiped his brow while walking outside, he mused, half an hour is hardly sufficient. 4 attendants hastened to keep pace. 1 carrying a basin of water, 2 assisting him in changing garments, and another holding a tray with a small cup of wine. This young gentleman, just dismounted, was none other than Wang Rong, the esteemed scion of the Wang family from Langya, and the chief advisor to the Prince of Jilin, renowned as the foremost talent of the great Qi. He was a direct descendant of the illustrious statesman Wang Dao from the eastern Jin, belonging to the most affluent branch of the Wang clan. At the tender age of 23, he had already achieved the esteemed position of Deputy Minister of the Central Secretariat, with courtiers regarding his rapid advancement as unprecedented in recent times. Many in the court viewed him as a potential candidate for the position of Prime Minister, believing he would ascend to this role before the age of 30. Among all the young talents of the Southern Qi Empire, none could rival his prominence. After wiping his face, changing his attire, and sipping his wine, Wang Rong was informed by an elderly servant, 5 individuals await your audience. Zhang Su, the chief clerk of the Ministry of Personnel; Li Zhu, the judicial officer of the Grand Marshal's office; Lu Man, a doctor of the Imperial Academy; Chu Zhun, the governor of Yixing; and Niu Mu, the cavalry commandant. As he wiped his hands, Wang Rong instructed, present my prepared list to Zhang Su. Select 2 plump maidens to accompany Chu Zhun. Have Lu Man wait in the study. arrange a banquet for Li Zhu, omitting fish, the rest is at your discretion. Summon Nyomu to the mountain pavilion. I shall see him first. His words flowed rapidly, seemingly addressing a single matter despite covering 5 distinct instructions, seamless and without pause. The elderly servant, possessing an impressive memory, listened attentively and promptly set off to fulfill his orders. At that moment, a steward hurriedly approached, bowing and whispering. Visitors from Jingzhou have arrived. Wang Rong called to his old servant, instructing him to have Nyomu wait a moment, as he wished to meet with the representatives from Jingzhou first. In a secluded chamber, a black-clad man, wearing an eye patch over his left eye, knelt and reported, "The king of Badong is reluctant to engage with outsiders. Only his 60 personal guards are permitted close proximity. And even the chief historian and the Sima find it challenging to secure an audience with him. The other civil and military officials have even less opportunity to meet him. Our people cannot approach." Lord Wang seeks to inquire whether it is possible to exploit any weaknesses among the 60 personal guards. Of course not, Wang Rong decisively rejected. The king of Badong may appear coarse and eccentric, yet he possesses his own set of rules. Inform my cousin that the 60 personal guards are absolutely off limits. He must devise another plan. The man hesitated before adding, Lord Wang inquires if, in the end, we find no opportunity. We might bypass this obstacle and directly initiate the plan. Wang Rong regarded the man in silence. The latter quickly continued, I have advised caution. Yet it seems my lord remains quite confident. Remembering the temperament of the young master, he hastily fell silent, bowing his head and saying, I will ensure that Lord Wang adheres strictly to the young master's instructions. Wang Rong spoke slowly. If we are to act, we must do so with certainty. We can afford to wait for the right opportunity, even if it takes another year or so. Stability is our foremost priority, and success is secondary. Should any issues arise, neither of you shall return. Understood, the man replied, a chill running down his spine as he bowed deeply. Wang Rong's tone softened. I recognize your desire to return to the capital. You have endured much during this time. Inform my cousin that I have arranged matters. Upon his return, he will either serve as a scattered rider or assume a position among the 9 ministers. As for you, how does serving as the commander of the White Straight Troop at the Jingling Wangfu sound? The man expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your kindness, young master. However, I only wish to follow you and have no desire for such a position. Is not serving at the princely residence a better fate than accompanying me? Wang Rong teased. All that I have achieved today is due to you, young master. My opportunity to serve at the princely residence is also a result of your support. Perhaps one day I might serve within the imperial city, again thanks to you. Thus, I only wish to follow you and desire nothing else. Wang Rong chuckled. You are quite astute. Attend to your duties well, and you may indeed find yourself serving in the imperial city. Thank you for your support. I shall ride back post-haste to deliver the news. I will rest today and set out tomorrow. Young master, go home and see your mother. She misses you. The man's eyes glistened as he bowed deeply to Wang Rong. In the Jingzhou Academy, Wang Yang was indulging in a delightful meal. This was his first experience of eating white rice since his arrival, accompanied by a golden chicken soup, savory roasted pork, fermented black beans with scallions and wood-ear mushrooms, paired with 2 types of fresh vegetables. Additionally, there was a unique delicacy, rice and fish fillets wrapped in lotus leaves, known as guajia. In a moment of reverie, Wang Yang felt reminiscent of sushi. No wonder Wang Shiji cherished this dish and even pinned the guajia tie, extolling its exquisite flavor. It was indeed not an empty proclamation. Lu Zhao, with utmost cordiality, urged the pouring of wine while seamlessly engaging in a discussion about the book of documents. Wang Yang, slightly inebriated, no longer confined his interpretations to mere philological analysis, having initially chosen such topics to gain credibility and avoid contradiction. He now felt liberated to expound upon the literary style and profound meanings within the book of documents. He proceeded to elaborate on ancient military systems and legal codes. Much to Lu Zhao's delight, who felt an overwhelming sense of camaraderie, as if they were long-lost friends. Under the intoxicating influence of fine wine, their bond deepened, prompting Lu Zhao to affectionately address Wang Yang by his courtesy name, Jiyan, replacing the more distant title of Young Master Wang. Yu Yuling, equally in awe of Wang Yang, was so impressed that he rose to refill Wang Yang's empty cup personally. Enthralled by the conversation and slightly tipsy, Wang Yang, in a moment of spontaneity, instinctively performed a gesture reminiscent of modern tea and wine etiquette, gently tapping his fingers 3 times on the table while expressing his gratitude with a casual, thank you, thank you. Lu Zhao and Yu Yuling were momentarily taken aback, by this unexpected display. Chapter 36. Pointing out flaws. Wang Yang also sensed something amiss and was about to casually divert the conversation when Lu Zhao interjected, "Is Ji Yin from Yixing? I have heard that the customs of Yixing involve tapping the table during banquets to enhance the conversation and signal others to listen attentively. Is that so?" Wang Yang chuckled, neither affirming nor denying, and casually remarked, "Indeed, your knowledge is vast and your interests diverse. Since we are away from home, let us refrain from discussing family matters and instead delve into the book of documents." He then resumed his discourse on the text. Although Wang Yang's initial comment was merely a casual compliment at the dining table, Lu Zhao, already aware of the custom of table tapping, jumped to the conclusion that Wang Yang must have ties to Yixing. Thus, what Wang Yang intended as praise was interpreted by Lu Zhao as an implicit acknowledgement of his connection to the place. The reason for Wang Yang's avoidance of the topic was also readily apparent. The authentic Wang family of Langya predominantly resided in the capital, Jiankang, while this young gentleman lived in Yixing, indicating a branch of the family that had fallen from grace. Otherwise, he would have pursued his studies in Jiankang rather than Jingzhou. It seemed likely that the prominent families in the capital had turned him away, or perhaps he was reluctant to seek their favor and endure the scrutiny of their gazes. Without time to ponder this further, Wang Yang broached a crucial issue, prompting Lu Zhao and his disciple to listen intently. As Wang Yang spoke, he noticed a figure peering in from outside, signaling that time was running short. He then shifted the topic. In truth, ancient texts were inscribed on bamboo slips, and due to the deterioration of the binding cords, it is common for the order of the vertical slips to become disarranged, or even for entire sections to be missing. The Book of Han states, some texts may have missing slips, while others may be interspersed incorrectly. Missing slips refer to omissions, while interspersed denotes confusion in order. Modern scholars, lacking knowledge of bamboo slip studies, mistake the printed texts as definitive versions, unaware that what they copied might actually contain errors. He set down his chopsticks and gazed at his two attentive listeners, gradually articulating. For instance, in the section Gao Yao's discourse from the Book of Documents, the text states, "Heaven grants virtue." And the discourse is clear and harmonious. This is a record of history, not a direct quote from Gao Yao. Subsequently, "Do you responds with you," which means indeed. Who is the subject of this affirmation? Between these two statements, there must be a missing passage. First, Gao Yao speaks, and then you affirms him, seeking clarification. Only then does it make sense. Lu Zhao and Yu Yuling nodded in unison, awestruck by Wang Yang's scholarly brilliance, marveling at his ability to derive questions from seemingly unquestionable statements. Such talent is not merely a product of extensive reading, it relies heavily on innate gifts. Observing their admiration, Wang Yang recognized that Su Shi's extraordinary theories had one and two more fans. He drained his cup and continued. There are numerous instances of such errors in the Book of Documents, with incorrect slips and misspellings appearing in more than one place. Regrettably, contemporary scholars often remain oblivious to these inaccuracies, losing sight of the true essence of the text. With that, he stood, clasped his hands in gratitude, and said, "Thank you for your hospitality. It is getting late, and the city gates will soon close. I must take my leave." The implication that the current version of the Book of Documents might contain errors, indeed, not just a few, was monumental for scholars. Lu Zhao and his disciple, caught off guard by Wang Yang's impending departure, were taken aback. They quickly rose to block his exit, insisting that he must stay the night, nearly resorting to forcibly seating him once more. Wang Yang felt a sense of difficulty, "But I still need to settle the bill at the tailor's shop." "I shall go," Yu Yuling volunteered. "No need for that. I can send a servant," Wang Yang replied, glancing outside and calling out, "Hey Han." Hey Han approached, bowing respectfully, and inquired, "Young master, was the debt to the tailor shop 2,000 or 3,000 coins?" Wang Yang considered saying 10,000 but realized that borrowing such a large amount upon their first acquaintance might raise suspicions. Moreover, 10,000 was an excessive sum. Asking for such a significant loan so soon could lead to complications. He aimed to keep the amount modest, small enough not to provoke contemplation from Lu Zhao. Hey Han, feeling fortunate, answered, 3,000 coins. In truth, if it were up to Hey Han, he would have suggested 3,800 coins, but fearing to offend Wang Yang, he opted for the more substantial figure. Bolstered by the wine, Wang Yang awkwardly initiated the conversation. "Oh dear, will it be sufficient time to exit the city, retrieve the money, and return?" Yu Yuling innocently asked, "Where do you reside?" Lu Zhao directly addressed Yu Yuling, saying, "Go find steward He and have him withdraw 3,000 coins from my private account for this young gentleman." Wang Yang sincerely expressed, Thank you, sir. I shall repay you. Lu Zhao stopped him, saying, let us not discuss such matters. Come, we shall continue our discourse on learning. Wang Yang inquired, are there any sweets available? Indeed. Do you wish for something sweet? Do you prefer sugar crab, sugar cane, or honey cakes? Wang Yang pondered for a moment and boldly requested, I would like all of them. Please. Also, could you prepare a few dishes from my earlier meal for my servant to take back to a friend? Would that be too much trouble? Not at all. Lu Zhao replied, unconcerned, Zijia, first procure the funds, then notify the kitchen. Tonight, Ji Yin and I shall indulge in a long night of drinking. He Han understood that Wang Yang's desire for sweets stemmed from a promise made to a Wu. He was deeply moved that Wang Yang remembered even such a minor detail. Although the meal He Han received was not comparable to Wang Yang's, the academy had treated him well due to Wang Yang's influence. He resisted the urge to package the leftovers, instead secretly stowing away a sesame cake to take home for his daughter. It seemed his daughter would enjoy a delightful treat tonight. As the night sky grew sparse with stars and the gentle breeze caressed the moon, Wang Yang spoke of the Shangshu while a Wu, tearfully gnawing on a large chicken leg, savored the moment. As a Wu relished the flavors, Wang Yang continued his discourse on the Shangshu. Even as a Wu stood on a small stool, stacking the remaining wrapped rice in a ceramic jar, Wang Yang persisted in his teachings. In the tranquil night, with the wine flowing, Lu Zhao felt a surge of passion, exclaiming, such a reopening of paths. Enlightening the scholarly realm with profound insights, it would be a pity not to document this. Bring forth the writing implements. Ji Yin, you speak, and I shall write. The title shall be, How about Shangshu Jixia? In the book of documents, there exists a fallacy, akin to a flaw in a piece of white jade. Those who point out such imperfections are identifying defects. This designation is inappropriate. Lu Zhao promptly corrected, asserting that the book of documents is devoid of any blemish. Nor should it ever possess one. The imperfections belong to the versions of the book of documents that have been transmitted through the ages. Hence it ought not to be referred to as book of documents, critique of flaws, but rather as book of documents, critique of flaws in ancient and modern texts. Mr. Lu's composure is commendable. Wang Yang readily acquiesced, exclaiming, very well, let us name it book of documents, critique of flaws in ancient and modern texts. Chapter 37, Writing a Book. The two engaged in a lively exchange of ideas until the late hours of the night. Lu Zhao wrote fervently, showing no signs of fatigue, while Wang Yang's voice was strained, weary and exhausted, unable to endure any longer. Lu Zhao arranged for a guest room for Wang Yang. Though the room was modest and simply furnished, it was incomparable to the thatched hut of the Black Han. Lu Zhao, being both a scholar and a member of a distinguished family, had no less than a dozen servants in the academy. He specifically assigned 2 attendants to cater to Wang Yang's needs, having faced numerous perilous situations and immense pressure since his arrival. Wang Yang had never enjoyed a good night's sleep. Now, finally residing in a comfortable room, the tension within him dissipated. After a brief wash, he collapsed into slumber. However, Lu Zhao was not so fortunate. This learned scholar, after experiencing a whirlwind of ideas inspired by Wang Yang, found himself too preoccupied to sleep. He busied himself with organizing the manuscript he had just written, consulting texts, verifying facts, and pondering deeply. Engrossed in his work, he spent the night oscillating between laughter and tears, never once closing his eyes. As dawn broke, he rushed to find Wang Yang, only to discover at the door that Wang Yang was still asleep. Not wishing to disturb his rest, he stood for a while before reluctantly returning to his room to continue refining the manuscript. Every little while, he would send someone to check if Wang Yang had woken up. After several disappointing replies, he could not help but think, this young man possesses such remarkable talent. If only he could overcome his habit of daytime napping, his future would be boundless. Lu Zhao persevered until the hour of the snake, around 10 o'clock. And seeing no signs of life from Wang Yang's room, he could no longer wait, and summoned the servants to call Wang Yang for breakfast. During the meal, he swiftly posed several perplexing questions, and Wang Yang, while eating, answered without hesitation. Lu Zhao could not suppress a sigh, exclaiming, truly, the youth is formidable. With your talents, my dear Yin, you would certainly excel as a doctoral candidate at the Imperial Academy. It is worth noting that the role of a doctoral candidate in ancient times differed significantly from that of the modern equivalent. In antiquity, a doctoral candidate served as both a scholar and an official, tasked not only with the study of classics and the education of talents, but also with engaging in court affairs and political discussions. Given Wang Yang's passion for scholarly pursuits, Becoming a doctoral official at the Imperial Academy would indeed be a commendable path. Yet, Wang Yang was acutely aware of the fleeting nature of the Southern Qi dynasty, its tumultuous political landscape, and, more critically, he remained uncertain about the specifics of its brevity and turmoil, which only heightened his sense of insecurity. To him, the capital resembled a treacherous whirlpool of impending crises, from which he wished to distance himself. How could he possibly consider attending the Imperial Academy? Furthermore, lacking a household registration, he would find it impossible to even pursue such an endeavor, with the threat of exposure looming over him and debts unresolved. He hardly had the luxury to contemplate the question of whether or not to attend the Imperial Academy. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, he continued to eat in silence. Seeing Wang Yang's demeanor, Lu Zhao assumed he was dismissive of the idea of becoming a doctoral official, so he remarked, naturally, "The path of a scholar is somewhat narrower in terms of official positions. However, the pursuit of knowledge transcends any office, as long as one possesses passion and erudition. Every place can be a realm of learning. Consider the late Wang Wenxian, who, despite holding the esteemed position of prime minister and managing countless affairs, was renowned for his mastery of rites and authored celebrated works such as records of mourning attire from ancient and modern times, questions and answers on rites, and essentials of rites, which were revered by scholars far and wide. Truly, he was held in high esteem by all. It is said that the northern barbarians also sought his writings, referring to the Northern Way. The southern dynasties regarded themselves as the legitimate rulers and referred to the northern dynasties as the barbaric invaders, hence the term northern barbarians. Wang Yang felt a twinge of shame, realizing his understanding of the rites was rather superficial. He had never even heard of the titles attributed to Lu Zhao as so-called masterpieces. Of course, it is also possible that they simply did not survive. Lu Zhao continued to lament, "After the passing of Duke Wenxian, I believed that only Wang Rong among the Wang family of Langya could carry on his legacy. Yet today I have discovered a second contender." Wang Yang, having just taken a large mouthful of fish sauce mixed with rice, looked up to find Lu Zhao's eyes sparkling with a look that seemed to say, "Indeed, young man, it is you." Noticing Wang Yang's somewhat dazed expression, Lu Zhao declared earnestly, "Jian, I speak not in jest. Though Wang Rong is reputed to be an all-rounder when it comes to the book of documents, even his proficiency may not surpass yours. Many of your assertions are profoundly enlightening. The book Shi Xia shall undoubtedly be passed down through the ages. The highest virtue is to establish moral integrity, followed by the establishment of merit, and then the establishment of written words, though they may fade over time. This is what is called immortality." With unwavering devotion and determination shining in his eyes, Lu Zhao, manuscript in hand, felt a fiery passion ignite within him. He suddenly stood up and proclaimed loudly, "Bring forth the servants. Clear away the meal. Jian and I shall continue our writing." Although Wang Yang was moved by Lu Zhao's pure enthusiasm for scholarship, he could not help but exclaim, "But I have yet to finish my meal. The book of documents states, 'I have Shou, who bestows great rewards upon you.' The term great rewards has long been a source of confusion. In fact, great rewards was originally a single character, with great above and rewards below. This character can be found in the Shoanjiezi, where it is defined as great and rewards. Pronounced as Gai. In all scriptures where great rewards is referenced, it is merely a borrowed character. Here, the original character is employed. Since later generations rarely encountered this character, it was mistakenly divided into great and rewards. There are also the four characters Wang Kun Yin Ting, which the Shuzhu interprets as, "There is nothing to be remembered, no words to be heard." Now, considering the previous text, only the sage is unremembered, and only the madman can remember the sage. One might suspect that Nian Ting was originally a misinterpretation of Nian Shang, implying that what the tyrant Zhou Wang did held nothing worthy of remembrance as sage-like. The Wu Yipian states, "This is what is not heard," and in the Han stone inscriptions, the character for heard is rendered as sage. As heard and sage bear a close resemblance in ancient script, making transcription prone to error. The De Gao states, "If you examine the study, it is already based on the established law." What does established law mean? Established law may be a misinterpretation of fixed foundation, suggesting that the father has already determined the base, yet the son is unwilling to construct the hall. The following text, "I dare not change the law," is rendered in the Han Shu, Zhai Yi Zhuan as "you must not change the established," as the ancient forms of established and fixed are similar, leading to potential confusion in writing. Suppressing his astonishment, Lu Zhao steadied himself and wrote with remarkable speed. He acutely sensed that he was witnessing the birth of a timeless masterpiece. Once this book is published, it will surely become an indispensable reference for all scholars studying the Book of Documents. At that moment, Wang Yang proposed a startling assertion. The Shundian states, repair the 5 rites, 5 jades, 3 silks, 2 life sacrifices, and 1 death offering. Like the 5 vessels, one may then restore. Among the phrases 5 jades, 3 silks, 2 life sacrifices, and 1 death offering, there seems to be a textual error, with the positions being incorrect. Through reason and logic, its rightful place should be. Lu Zhao, filled with immense excitement, quickly noted down the words spoken by Wang Yang, then eagerly inquired, where exactly should it be placed? Wang Yang stretched lazily and replied, let us pause here for now. We may continue at another opportunity. What? Time waits for no one. Shouldn't we press on and complete the manuscript in one go, thereby benefiting the scholarly community sooner? Would that not be splendid? Why must we halt? Wang Yang feigned helplessness, saying, I have matters to attend to. Lu Zhao, somewhat displeased, retorted, what could possibly be more important than knowledge? Wang Yang sighed in response, to be frank. I am burdened with a debt of 13,200 taels, and the day of repayment is fast approaching. Alas, my purse is light, leaving me little inclination to write. I must first devise a plan to gather funds, and as for the writing, it must be set aside for the time being. Lu Zhao's expression grew serious as he looked at Wang Yang and asked, Jiyan, speak to me frankly, do you have a penchant for playing chupu? Chapter 38. How could a lowly clerk dare to overstep the aristocracy? Dressed simply, devoid of jade ornaments, having arrived without the luxury of a bullock cart, and showing no particular preference for the food, he relished even the simplest of dishes. These subtleties had long been noted by Lu Zhao. Therefore, prior to Wang Yang's request for 3,000 coins, Lu Zhao had already concluded that Wang Yang's family was of modest means. Thus, when Wang Yang first hinted at borrowing money the previous night, Lu Zhao did not hesitate to lend it, hoping to assist this gifted young man. Yet now, merely a night later, Wang Yang spoke of debt again, this time with an astonishing sum of 13,000 coins. Lu Zhao, who held Wang Yang's talent in high regard and even admiration, found himself concerned that Wang Yang might have fallen into some vice. The game of chupu, a popular form of gambling at the time, was favored by all, from nobles to commoners. Engaging in a few rounds can be harmless, but the distinction between occasional amusement and a deep-seated addiction is significant. Wang Yang hastily denied any such indulgences. Lu Zhao, with an increasingly grave expression, pressed on, then do you have a penchant for courtesans? Where? No? When? I have never even seen one. Could it be that you have taken to consuming wuxia powder or delving into alchemy? At that time, pursuing alchemy and medicinal concoctions was an expensive hobby, with some individuals even squandering their entire fortunes on it. Wuxia powder? Even if it were given to me for free, I would refuse. As Lu Zhao's conjectures grew more far-fetched, Wang Yang decided to be forthright. This money is not for me. I am merely assisting a friend. Seeing that Wang Yang's demeanor did not suggest deceit, Lu Zhao felt reassured and said, very well, I shall provide the funds. Wang Yang rejoiced. This money shall still be counted as a loan from you. I shall certainly repay you. No need. As long as you can complete Jixia, what is 10,000 coins worth? Wang Yang bowed deeply to Lu Zhao. I must repay this money. I owe Mr. Xie a debt of gratitude for saving my friend's family. Lu Zhao returned the gesture with a deep bow. Financial matters are trivial. Knowledge is of paramount importance. On behalf of scholars everywhere, I thank you for composing this timeless work. The elder and the youth, bowing to each other, exchanged mutual respect and admiration. Feeling fortunate to have met one another, Lu Zhao urged, come, let us continue our work and strive to complete the manuscript soon. Logically, Wang Yang had no reason to decline at this moment. The repayment date set by Master Du was 3 days hence, meaning Wang Yang still had the remainder of today and all of tomorrow. Since Lu Zhao had already agreed to lend the money, there was no rush. However, Wang Yang preferred to act with caution. Firstly, having money in hand alleviated all anxieties. Secondly, with He Han and a Wu at home, still in a state of apprehension, it was better to return the money promptly to ease their minds. Lastly, writing could be done at any time. A day or two was inconsequential. But repayment had a deadline. What if delays led to unforeseen complications? Thus, Wang Yang politely declined Lu Zhao's suggestion, expressing a desire to deliver the funds first and then return to write. Lu Zhao had no choice but to suppress his eagerness and instructed Yu Yuling to gather the money for Wang Yang. Yu Yuling had long wished to seek Wang Yang's insights but had found no opportunity. Now hearing that Wang Yang was to leave the city on business, He eagerly volunteered to accompany him. Lu Zhao readily consented, not out of fear that Wang Yang might abscond with the money, but rather to ensure that Yu Yuling could urge Wang Yang to return swiftly. He arranged for his ox cart to transport Wang Yang, an emblematic vehicle of that era. The gentry of the Six Dynasties favored ox carts, believing they offered a leisurely, stable, and refined alternative to horse-drawn carriages. As Wang Yang sat in the cart, he engaged in scholarly discussions with Yu Ling, casually inquiring about the local gentry and the customs of Jingzhou, feeling an invigorating sense of ancient charm, akin to a delightful journey. Upon reaching the entrance of Bang village, Wang Yang instructed Yu Ling to wait in the cart while he carried the money bag to the residence of the black man. Before even entering, he sensed something amiss. The door of the thatched cottage stood ajar, and he could hear the desperate cries of a father and daughter within. "Let go of my daughter. Release her. You scoundrels. My son will arrive shortly, and you shall pay for this." "Your son? Excellent. Let him come. I have been longing for him." "Who is longing for me?" Wang Yang stepped inside to find the black man pinned to the ground by 3 men, his veins bulging and face flushed as he struggled and shouted, "Young master, quickly save oil." The little An dangled in the air, flailing her small hands and kicking her feet, her robust spirit crumbling into tears upon seeing Wang Yang. Coldly, Wang Yang commanded, "Release her." The 4 assailants were familiar faces from the previous encounter with Master Du. Last time, they had trembled in fear of Wang Yang. Yet this time they disregarded his words, their eyes brimming with defiance. Master Du, seated within, chuckled. "Ah, you cannot resist a visit, can you? I was just hoping to see you. Yet here you are, delivering yourself to me." Wang Yang glanced at Du, retorting with scorn, "Du Sanner, how can you show up before our agreed time? Your character leaves much to be desired." Upon hearing Wang Yang refer to him as Du Sanner, Du's fury erupted. "On the brink of death, you dare to play the fool. Let me tell you plainly, I have already investigated. Besides Wang Tai, the Wang family of Langya has no other members in Jingzhou. Once you are imprisoned, I shall take my time dealing with you." He then bellowed outside, "Tong Luozhu. Seize him." 3 constables clad in black rushed in, momentarily taken aback by Wang Yang's scholarly attire, silently pondering that this man did not fit Du's description. Master Du, seasoned in his cunning, quickly discerned the constable's confusion and declared, "This fraud has merely changed his clothing to create a fade. He is the one." The lead constable steadied himself and stated, "I am Tong Luozhu, the village constable of Yinghu village in Jiangling County. Someone has reported you for impersonating the gentry and swindling. Come with us." The role of Tong Luozhu was a local law enforcement position during the Southern Dynasties, subordinate to the county magistrate, responsible for maintaining order during peacetime and conscripting labor during wartime. Although not a high-ranking official, he wielded considerable authority. Originally, Tong Luozhu intended to arrest Wang Yang immediately, with the handcuffs ready, but upon noticing Wang Yang's demeanor and attire, he instinctively softened his tone. It was time for a display of theatrics. Wang Yang regarded Tong Luozhu, gradually revealing a smile, which blossomed into laughter, as if he had just witnessed something exceedingly amusing. The crowd was somewhat bewildered, especially Master Tong Luo, who found himself feeling a bit unsettled by the laughter. Yet, were he to realize that those laughing were even more disconcerted than he, it would surely evoke a myriad of emotions within him. Young Ang, struck by inspiration, exclaimed, "Do you not understand? My lord is laughing at your foolishness." Upon hearing this, Master Tong Luo's doubts only deepened. "What are you dawdling for? Seize them." Master Du San, growing impatient and disregarding Master Tong Luo's dignity, issued his commands without hesitation. Master Tong Luo, unable to defy Master Du San, gritted his teeth and waved his hand, prompting 2 constables to advance on Wang Yang. With little time for preamble, Wang Yang suddenly bellowed, "I am a scion of the Wang family of Langya. You insignificant and lowly officials dare to offend the gentry? Have you truly no regard for your lives?" Note, the popularity of ox carts among the gentry during the 6 dynasties is rooted in complex factors, including institutional and economic origins, as well as cultural consciousness. Lu Xingue has discussed the symbolic purity represented by ox carts in alignment with the Eastern Han's noble ideals, a perspective often overlooked by scholars. For further details, refer to Lu Xingue's The Vehicle System between Han and Sui and Sun Jinjuan's Creating the Scholar Emperor, Ox Carts, White Silk Hats, and the Crown of Worthy Advancement. Chapter 39, The Broadswords Pavilion. The subordinates felt a jolt of apprehension, intimidated by Wang Yang's imposing presence. Hesitating to advance. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yang commanded fiercely, "Summon the magistrate of Jiangling County at once." I intend to demonstrate just how foolish his subordinates truly are. The unfortunate Tong Luozhu and his two companions, typically commanding respect, found themselves at a loss, having just been scolded by Master Du and now chastised by Wang Yang. Master Du rose and addressed Tong Luozhu. Have you all lost your senses? I have already investigated, aside from Wang Tai. There is not a second member of the Langya Wang clan in Jingzhou. Wang Yang responded with a cold smirk. Is that so? Have you also inquired about the county academy? Have you spoken to the academy's head Lu Zhao? The county academy? Both Master Du and Tong Luozhu were taken aback. The academy's carriage is at the village entrance. Oh, indeed, my friend is also there, hailing from the Yu clan of Xinya. Tong Luozhu immediately instructed one of the subordinates to check at the village entrance, and Master Du dispatched one of his own men to accompany him. The village entrance was not far away, and the two soon returned, accompanied by Yu Yuling. Wang brother, what has transpired? Yu Yuling surveyed the room, perplexed. Wang Yang replied nonchalantly, nothing of consequence. Some seek their own demise, and I am merely prepared to oblige them. At that moment, Tong Luozhu's subordinate whispered something to him. And Tong Luozhu gasped, did you see clearly? Indeed, I did. The carriage bears the emblem of the Lu clan of Naong. Young Ao exclaimed. If you do not acknowledge your mistake now, there will be no second chance. The Lu clan of Naong is one of the four great aristocratic families of Jingzhou. And Tong Luozhu turned pale with fear, hastily kneeling before Wang Yang. I, a mere mortal, failed to recognize the mountain of greatness before me and have offended you. Esteemed sir, I beseech your forgiveness. His two subordinates quickly followed suit and knelt as well. Master Du remained skeptical, convinced of his earlier investigation confirming Wang Tai as the only member of the Langya Wang clan in Jingzhou, which had emboldened him to act. He turned to Yu Yuling and inquired, may I ask if this gentleman hails from the Xinya Yu clan? Yu Yuling cast a glance at Master Du. And who might you be? Before Master Du could respond, Wang Yang interjected playfully, a moneylender who has lost his wits. Suspecting us of masquerading as aristocrats and summoning the magistrate to apprehend us, Master Du was about to retort, insisting his suspicions were solely directed at Wang Yang. When a sudden thought struck him, perhaps the newcomer was an accomplice, and they were both in collusion. Not so. The Lu clan of Naong sent a carriage to bring the two of them here. If they were not of noble lineage, how could the academy possibly dispatch a carriage? The identity of the Xinya Yu clan is documented in the prefectural office. They would not dare to falsify such records. Given this person's attire, he may even be a student from the Yu family enrolled in the academy. Yu Yuling addressed Wang Yang. Brother Wang is a guest. Allow me to handle this matter. Wang Yang nodded in assent. Yu Yuling, disregarding Master Du, approached the magistrate. You are the local magistrate? His tone was commanding, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor when discussing academics with Wang Yang. Yes, I am the magistrate of Ying Village. Tong Luozhu promptly affirmed. Under the jurisdiction of Jiangling County? Yes, indeed. Tong Luozhu began to perspire. I now suspect these individuals are colluding with bandits. Take them back for interrogation. I shall send a message to Wu Lu regarding this matter. Ah, what a clever turn of fate. He doubts my noble lineage, and I, in turn, suspect him to be a bandit. The aristocracy need not prove themselves, an astute maneuver, Wang Yang mused. Wu Lu, the magistrate of Jiangling, was the name of the man in question. Tong Luo, upon hearing this young master you directly utter the name of his superior, felt an unsettling dread in his heart. However, the predicament lay in the immense stature of Master Du. How could he dare to apprehend him? Offending either party was not an option. Caught in this quandary, Master Du chuckled. Young Master Yu, do not be hasty. Do you not wish to inquire who I am before attempting to seize anyone? In a tone of undeniable authority, Yu Yuling replied, I did inquire, yet you chose not to disclose. I am the proprietor of the Guangyu Inditing, Master Du declared, his surname being Du. During the southern and northern dynasties, a repository for money and goods was referred to as a Diting. High-interest lenders typically possessed exclusive repositories for their loans and collateral, also known as Diting. The name Guangyuan Diting is quite renowned in Jingzhou. Yet, Yu Yuling arched an eyebrow and retorted, and what of it? This family owes a debt, and I am here to collect. Master Du produced a contract, placing it before Yu Yuling, choosing not to dwell on the doubts about his identity. It was as if an unspoken understanding existed. Yu Yuling refrained from mentioning the capture again and merely glanced at the contract, stating, we have brought the money. Were he a mere inexperienced youth, he might have insisted on the matter of apprehending Tong Luo again. However, Wang Yang discerned the peculiar tension and refrained from pressing further, simply tossing a bag of coins onto the ground, remarking, Du-san, I have brought the funds. 13,200 coins, to be exact. Yet, your integrity is in question. You promised to come in 3 days, so why arrive so soon? Referred to as Du San by the Wang family of Langya, Master Du gritted his teeth in silence, eyeing the bag of money before saying, "Might I request a private conversation with the two young masters outside?" Wang Yang countered, "Let us speak here. There are certain matters I wish to discuss in private with the two young masters," Master Du insisted, bowing to both gentlemen as he stepped outside. Wang Yang and Yu Yuling exchanged glances and decided to follow him. To their surprise, once outside, Master Du adopted a notably humble demeanor, first bowing an apology to Wang Yang with utmost sincerity, and then offering to treat him to a meal as recompense. Wang Yang chuckled. "What is this charade you are performing? Pray tell, what relation do you have to this lowly family? What is it to you? A gentleman of high standing has no kinship with these commoners. Why bother repaying their debts?" Wang Yang became somewhat wary. As a moneylender, you should be pleased to receive repayment. Why concern yourself with the origin of the funds? Do you perhaps not wish to collect? Master Du's countenance shifted, caught off guard by Wang Yang's keen perception, as suspicion arose from a mere utterance. He quickly retorted, "I operate a business. Naturally, my intent is to profit. I merely wish to avoid offending the young master." Wang Yang replied coldly, "Then take your money and leave." He understood that when dealing with such scoundrels, one must never exhibit weakness. Only by adopting the demeanor of the true Wang family of Langya could he dispel any thoughts of retaliation. A flicker of menace crossed Master Du's eyes, but he remained silent, bowing his head to Wang Yang and Yu Yuling before retreating to gather the money and depart with his subordinates. "Wait," Wang Yang interjected, blocking his path. "Leave the contract." Du San Yi placed the paper contract into Wang Yang's hands, cast a fleeting glance at him, and hurriedly departed. Yu Yuling, observing the retreating figures of Du San Yi and his companions, cautioned Wang Yang, though this man hails from humble origins, he should not be underestimated. His daughter was once a songstress in the palace of the third prince, Lu Ling Wang, and later became one of his concubines. The Guangyuan Inn was established in the first year of Yongming, during Lu Ling Wang's tenure as the governor of Jingzhou. It is said that the true owner behind it is none other than Lu Ling Wang himself, with a prince as his backing. It is no wonder that young Master Tong Luo holds him in such dread. Chapter 40. The promise. As Master Du San stepped out of the village, he cast a dark glance at the distant ox cart. Noticing the surroundings were clear, one of his subordinates approached him, saying, "Master, if it truly comes to a deadlock, why not resort to force?" Du San scolded, "What nonsense! If I could have used force, would I not have done so long ago? Why would I need to expend such effort? The higher-ups have ordered that unless absolutely necessary, we must avoid causing a scandal. If you were to use force, how would you do it?" The subordinate smiled apologetically. "If you prepare in advance, master, the scandal will naturally be resolved." Calling you foolish is an understatement. "If no one was paying attention before, your meddling will only draw more eyes," Du San retorted, his face stern as he muttered to himself. "I wonder where this Wang family from Langya emerged from." Another subordinate asked in astonishment, "Is he truly from the Wang family of Langya? I cannot discern his authenticity. But I believe Lu from Niyang and you from Xinye are indeed genuine," came the reply. The subordinates exchanged glances, realizing that what had initially seemed a manageable affair had entangled them with two prominent families of Jingzhou. This was a formidable obstacle indeed. Du San pondered. "Since this matter has intertwined with such figures, I must devise a strategy to circumvent them." Meanwhile, Wang Yang had calmed the local chief Tong Luo before allowing him to depart. Yu Yuling, puzzled, inquired, "Why did you speak so harshly to Du San yet show such leniency towards this minor official?" Wang Yang explained, "Du San is a wolf. If you show even a hint of weakness, he may overpower you. Tong Luo is timid and does not wish to provoke trouble. He is merely acting under orders. There is no need to belittle him further. Moreover, he is responsible for maintaining local order. As the saying goes, the county official is not as good as the local magistrate. If I chastise him too harshly, he may harbor resentment and direct his frustrations at the Black Han family later. That is enlightening. The phrase the county official is not as good as the local magistrate is quite intriguing. You are impressive, my friend. Even the wicked fear you." Little Aw rushed over to Wang Yang. Wang Yang bent down, playfully ruffling Aw's small nose. "You are quite impressive yourself, enduring for so long before shedding tears." "I did not cry. I did not." Little Aw, recalling his earlier outburst, felt embarrassed and quickly denied it. "Oh, I must have misremembered. Aw was truly brave." Yu Yuling observed this scene with a sense of admiration, noting how amiable Wang Yang was, even with the daughter of a servant. His approach to dealing with Tong Luo and Du San displayed remarkable tact. This was indeed a commendable friendship. Wang Yang then guided the Black Han and Au in expressing gratitude to Yu Yuling. Sensing that Black Han had something to discuss with Wang Yang, Yu Yuling excused himself to wait in the carriage. After Yu Yuling departed, Black Han and Wang Yang discussed his imminent return to the camp. Wang Yang inquired, "You are returning to the camp. What about Au?" "Au will be fine. She has been able to stay home by herself for a year now. Granny Zhao is the kindest, and I have entrusted her and several neighbors with looking after her. If anything arises, they will assist." As he spoke, he retrieved a small blue pouch from the bottom of the chest, saying, "Master, this is the 3,000 coins you lent from the county school, returned to you." Wang Yang was somewhat taken aback. 3,000? Did you not redeem the blade? I was concerned, didn't I mention that in the absence of outsiders, I need not refer to myself in such a manner? The dark-skinned man felt a bit embarrassed but still complied, saying, "I am concerned that the young master may have other plans, which is why I did not redeem the sword. First, take 500 coins to redeem the sword. Also, you borrowed 500 from Dingjio, and you should return him 1,500. That seems excessive," he replied, feeling a pang in his heart. Even if he were to give more, adding just 100 or 200 coins would suffice. It is not excessive. Tell him this is my repayment. The extra is interest. Borrowing money for just 2 days at a 200% interest rate means Ding Jio will make quite a profit. Since his arrival, the dark-skinned man and Ding Jio have been among the earliest acquaintances of Wang Yang, privy to many of his affairs. Upon returning to the camp, he might even discuss the details of Wang Yang's actions in Bang Village with Captain Shui and Wang Weishu. Wang Yang was uncertain whether Captain Shui truly intended to let him be, but if anything went awry on Ding Jio's side, it could potentially explode like a bomb at any moment. Taking more money serves multiple purposes. Firstly, to ensure Ding Jio harbors no resentment, as he had initially borrowed money with the expectation of high returns. If those expectations were not met, he would undoubtedly be discontented. Secondly, it underscores one's identity and capabilities, serving as a deterrent to Ding Jio from harboring ill intentions. Thirdly, it allows Ding Jio to taste the sweetness of their association, making him value the friendship with Wang Yang even more, which could yield unexpected benefits in the future. After distributing the money to Ding Jio, Wang Yang added, "As for the remaining 1,000 coins, let us split it equally." The dark-skinned man quickly declined, "I do not want it. The young master has just cleared such a hefty debt for us. How could I accept more of your money?" Seeing his firm refusal, Wang Yang left half of the money behind, saying, "Very well, the carriage is waiting for me. I must take my leave. Young master, you truly are the most trustworthy person in the world." Little Awu suddenly sprang forth, blocking the doorway. Wang Yang paused in surprise. "What brings this on? You promised to bring back candy for Awu last time, and you truly had your father bring some back. It is rare to find someone like you who keeps their word. You are a trustworthy young master, one who honors his promises. I always say that good-looking people are reliable." Wang Yang noticed little Awu's wide, expectant eyes and immediately guessed her thoughts. He gently patted her head and asked, "Awu, are you wishing to visit Jingzhou City?" Awu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is that possible? I have heard that the city has a bustling market every day, far more lively than our local fairs. I did mention I would take you to the city next time, but unfortunately, today is not feasible," Wang Yang replied apologetically. He had just borrowed a substantial sum from Lu Zhao and had put aside his manuscript to leave the city if he did not diligently work on it upon returning. It would be unfair to Lu Zhao. Although Lu Zhao would not voice his discontent, relationships are reciprocal, and one should not take advantage of another's good nature. Little Awu's bright eyes dimmed instantly, prompting the dark-skinned man to quickly reassure her, "Awu, be good. The young master is very busy. Your father will take you instead. Step aside and do not block the young master's exit." Awa gave a soft hum, fully aware that her father would return to the military camp the following day, rendering it impossible for him to escort her into the city in the near future. Nevertheless, she stepped aside to clear the path, lowering her head to fixate on the tips of her straw sandals. Wang Yang's heart softened. He gently patted A's head and said, "It is indeed not feasible today. How about this? I shall come to fetch you tomorrow at noon, and in the afternoon we can leisurely explore the grand market of Jingzhou together." Little A leaped with joy, her spirits soaring. Within the county academy, Lu Zhao stood anxiously before the study door. Why haven't they returned yet? This is unusual. What is taking Zijie so long? Did I not instruct him to bring Jiyan back swiftly? At that moment, a servant hurried in, exclaiming, "My lord." Lu Zhao's heart leapt with delight. Have they returned? The servant replied, "Not yet, but Mr. Zong has sent word, stating that he has moved to a new residence today and invites you to his estate for a gathering." The servant presented the invitation. Lu Zhao's heart sank in disappointment as he took the invitation, noting that it contained but a single character, "Please." He could not help but chuckle at such a unique style of invitation. It was unlikely anyone else in all of Jingzhou would craft an invitation in such a manner. Regrettably, scholarship took precedence, and he replied, "Inform them that I have matters to attend to today and will not be able to join. Please send my set of bamboo brushes and stone inkstone as a congratulatory gift." Just then, another servant rushed in, and Lu Zhao exclaimed, "Have they returned?" The response from Shisha Island has arrived. Lu Zhao had a cousin named Lu Qiu, a devout Buddhist residing in seclusion on Shisha Island, who frequently corresponded with the second prince, the Prince of Jingling, Xiao Ziliang, also a devout follower of Buddhism. The Prince of Jingling, known as the Wise King, was the emperor's most valued son aside from the crown prince, holding the esteemed position of grand minister and aiding in governance. Recently, Lu Zhao had sought his cousin Lu Qiu's assistance in light of the county academy's reformation, and now, upon receiving the reply, he eagerly took it up to read. "Let us indulge in merriment to celebrate the festival. No need to climb heights to bid farewell to the setting sun. May my companions find joy today. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. I shall drink to this, and you are free to join as you wish." Chapter 41. The Discerning Sun. On April 15th, the sky was clear. "Is my cousin well?" At noon, I received a letter from Prince Jingling, stating that the affairs of the county school fall under the jurisdiction of the provincial officials, and are ultimately decided by the governor of the province. Although the prince serves as a minister, he cannot encroach upon provincial matters. The prince holds great admiration for my brother's talent and often keeps my brother's work, the correct pronunciation of the Book of Songs, on his desk, reading it daily with unending praise. He now sincerely invites my brother to the capital to join the Western residents. He also mentions that if my brother is unwilling to serve as a minister in his court, he may take up the position of a national scholar. Lu Zhao read this far, filled with fury. "I, Lu Zhao, have sought the prince's favor for the sake of the Jingzhou school. How could I possibly seek personal gain? People say Prince Jingling is virtuous. Is this truly the extent of his virtue? What do you mean the county school matters fall under provincial jurisdiction? Decided by the governor? The governor of Jingzhou, the king of Badong, is Prince Jingling's fourth brother, though the king of Badong is known for his unruly nature. If Prince Jingling were to speak, would he not extend his favor? If he does not wish to help, he could simply decline. Why use such evasive language?" Seeing his master tremble with rage, a servant hurried to assist, but Lu Zhao waved him off and continued reading. He still harbored a glimmer of hope. After all, Prince Jingling was renowned for his wisdom and love of learning, celebrated for his benevolence towards the distressed. Logically, it should only take a word to secure assistance. Surely he would not refuse so outrightly. Then Lu Zhao was utterly disheartened. The following passages were merely Lu Qiu's recounting of Prince Jingling's praise and invitation for Lu Zhao to make haste to the capital. While an ordinary recipient of such a letter would be overjoyed, Lu Zhao only grew more incensed, feeling deeply insulted. He swallowed his pride and, casting aside his lofty demeanor, wrote to Prince Jingling, imploring him to aid the century-old county school, to support the Jingzhou school of thought. Yet, Prince Jingling merely offered him an official position. Was the implication that Lu Zhao's concern was not for the survival of the school, but rather for his own rank and favor? Lu Zhao, trembling with indignation, suddenly had a servant rush in to report, Master, the prince has returned." Lu Zhao quickly composed himself, silently repeating, "Do not be angry, do not be angry. Knowledge comes first." When Wang Yang arrived, Lu Zhao had already calmed down, preparing ink and paper, and half jokingly, half seriously remarked, "Jian, you must not retire too early tonight. We must work at least until the hour of high, from 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. After the hour of high, we can rest." Wang Yang vowed earnestly. Since he had promised to take a Wu into the city tomorrow, he would finish his tasks today. Lu Zhao felt a surge of joy. Clapping his hands in agreement, "Excellent. Since Jian is so diligent, how can I sleep alone? Come, let us begin." Wang Yang replied, "I understand your intent. But why does it feel amiss?" Yu Yuling, seeing the enthusiasm of the two, exclaimed, "I shall not sleep either. I will serve the teacher and Brother Wang until dawn." Lu Zhao waved his hand. "No need for you to serve. Hurry home. What is this business of staying here?" Yu Yuling, dissatisfied with his father's indifference towards the county school, retorted, "I will not return. I have no desire to stay in that house." Lu Zhao admonished, "What is this talk? Confucius said, in serving parents, one should offer gentle counsel. If the will is not followed, remain respectful and do not harbor resentment. Labor without complaint. Though you may not have persuaded your father, you must not nurture feelings of animosity. Previously, I consented to your temporary residence at the county academy, intending for you to embody the principle of a small stick is received, a large stick is evaded. Now that your father's anger has presumably subsided, it is time for you to return and fulfill your filial duties. Furthermore, your appointment is imminent. Should you be disparaged due to this matter, it would be a fault on my part as your instructor. The term Qingyi refers to the local reputation formed by the gentry regarding an individual. During the Wei Jin period, Qingyi was a crucial component of the nine-rank system for selecting officials. By the southern dynasties, this system had grown increasingly rigid, and the influence of Qingyi began to wane. Though it remained significant, even officials could face penalties for falling afoul of Qingyi, with severe cases resulting in lifelong imprisonment, barring them from officialdom permanently. Seeing that Yu Ling was still reluctant, Lu Zhao said sternly, "If you still regard me as your teacher, return home at once." Yu Ling sighed. Bowing to his teacher, "I shall obey." Back already, a tall, slender man clad in a pale blue gown was performing the five-animal play in the garden, calmly extending his arms and inquiring. This was none other than the most esteemed member of the Yu family in Xinya, the leader of the gentry in Jingzhou, Yue. "Yes," Yu Ling replied, feeling a sense of frustration at his father's nonchalant demeanor. "Go study in your room. You are to attend the National Academy in October." Yu Ling clenched his fists and, after much contemplation, declared, "I will not go." Yue, with arms bent, continued his practice, stating, "You have studied at the County Academy for 3 years. Upon graduation, you are to enter the National Academy. I am aware, but if the County Academy is abolished, I shall remain in Jingzhou to assist my teacher in restoring it. If the school does not revive, I will not leave Jingzhou." Yue paused his movements, gazing at Yu Ling. "You are entering the National Academy through family connections, not through the recommendation of the County Academy." "Indeed. But since I have graduated from the County Academy, I cannot stand idly by while it is dismantled. What can you do?" Yue furrowed his brow. "My strength is insufficient to effect change, so I can only strive to rebuild after the school is dissolved. Your teacher does not even dare to claim he can restore it. How do you presume to? I am young and aspire to become a great Confucian in 20 years. Thereafter fulfilling my duties and leaving the rest to fate." Yue chuckled lightly. "As a Confucian, you speak of the relationships between ruler and subject, father and son. Can a son disregard the words of his father?" Yu Ling paused, kneeling down and responding. "The classic of filial piety states, if a father contends with his son, the son must not fall into injustice." Yue leaned closer, piercingly observing his son. "Are you suggesting that you are the righteous son while I am the unjust father?" Yu Ling held back his emotions but ultimately could not contain himself, exclaiming, "To the gentry of our province, you are a leader, to my teacher, a friend, and to me, a father. Yet now, the academic lineage in Jingzhou faces calamity. Friends are in peril. I am in urgent need. Yet you stand by, indifferent, unwilling to utter a single word. In both public and private matters, this cannot be deemed just." Yue remained silent, staring at his son for several moments before suddenly letting out a cold laugh and sweeping away with his sleeve. Yu Ling gazed at his father's retreating figure. Lost in thought for a moment, he sighed, rose to his feet, and after some contemplation, resolved to return to the County Academy. As he approached the door, he noticed his elder brother, Yu Qianlu, hastening towards him, accompanied by several attendants. "Ajia, you have just returned home. Are you planning to leave once more?" Yu Qianlu, 12 years Yu Ling senior, currently held the position of registrar in Jingzhou. Known for his composed demeanor and filial piety, he had assumed the family's responsibilities at a young age, taking on the burdens that once belonged to their father, Yu Yi, who had spent years socializing away from home. Consequently, the time Yu Ling had spent with his father was eclipsed by the moments shared with his brother. Upon seeing his elder brother, a pang of sorrow gripped Yu Ling's heart, and in a choked voice, he lamented, "Since father holds such disdain for me, what purpose is there in remaining here to further vex him?" Chapter 42. Political developments. Yu Qianlu declared vehemently, "This is nonsense. My father is deeply concerned about your situation. Just moments ago, he informed me of your return and urged me not to visit the government office, but rather to see you first. After you left home that day, he even wrote to friends to arrange for your admission to the National Academy. Was he attempting to send me away? If he had even the slightest regard for me, he would not have disregarded my earnest pleas, refusing even a word on my behalf to the county school, even without my presence. He has been friends with the teachers for decades, yet he still refuses to lend a hand. Setting aside personal ties, the county school is crucial for my academic lineage. Not only have the local gentry supported me, but even outsiders, such as Madame Xie, have offered their assistance. But what of my father? His actions are truly disheartening. Seeing the anguish etched on his brother's face, Yu Qianlu shook his head and gestured to several attendants. Step back. Once the attendants had distanced themselves, Yu Qianlu inquired, "Did you read the biographies of the party and faction from the Book of the Later Han that I asked you to?" "I did," Yu Yuling replied earnestly. "What are your thoughts?" Yu Yuling, with utmost sincerity, replied, "As a scholar, one must cultivate integrity and take it upon oneself to clarify the world." "Incorrect," Yu Qianlu interjected firmly. "What I wish to convey is that throughout history, factions are inescapable. Those embroiled in factional disputes are most susceptible to calamity. One must learn to perceive the situation from the perspective of factions. Otherwise, one will remain in a haze, forever distanced from the truth." "Factions? What factions exist in our dynasty?" Yu Yuling exclaimed in astonishment. "Not all factions are overtly labeled as such. The visible factions are easily discerned. Yet the covert ones are elusive." Yu Qianlu sighed softly. "Covert factions? Who do you imply as part of such a faction?" "I am not suggesting anyone is a member of a covert faction." Yu Qianlu contemplated briefly before continuing. "What I am about to share must remain between us, never to be divulged to a third party, not even your teacher. Can you commit to this?" After a moment of reflection, Yu Yuling replied, "As long as it is not harmful to my teacher, I will certainly remain silent." "Mr. Lu has truly taken on a commendable disciple," Yu Qianlu remarked with a touch of admiration. He turned to his brother and said, "Ajia. As you are about to enter the National Academy, it is time I spoke to you about the affairs of the court." Yu Yuling thought to himself, "If I cannot secure my place in the county school, I will not attend the National Academy." His elder brother continued, "The current emperor has 21 sons. Excluding the 6 who died young, the 6th, 12th, and 15th princes, there remain 18 alive. Although there are many offspring, the majority are still quite young. Only 6 have reached adulthood. The eldest, who is also the crown prince, is Xiao Chamao, age 32. The second prince, Jingling Wang Xiao Ziliang, is 30. The third prince, Luling Wang Xiao Ziqing, is 22. The fourth prince, Badong Wang Xiao Zixiang, is 21. The fifth prince, Onlu Wang Xiao Zijing, is 18. And the seventh prince, Jinan Wang Xiao Zimao, is also 18. From their ages alone, it is evident that the crown prince and the second prince stand significantly older than the remaining princes, at the peak of their vigor and vitality. In terms of influence and prestige, they are unmatched by the other princes. Since the second prince was conferred the title of Jingling Wang, he has gained considerable prominence, serving as Minister of Works, establishing the Western residence, hosting guests, and attracting talented scholars from across the realm, earning a reputation as a virtuous king. His Highness, the Bachelor of the Wangfu, is indeed capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the Doctor of the National Academy. He also respects the eminent monks, expounding on Buddhist doctrines, compiling texts from various schools of thought, and gathering the finest literary works. Such a flourishing of culture and education has never been seen in Jiangsu. Just last year, the emperor appointed Prince Jingling as the concurrent chancellor of the National Academy. Although Prince Jingling declined the position, the emperor bestowed upon him the esteemed Sanwang carriage as a mark of his favor. The depth of this favor, his soaring reputation, and formidable power have gradually begun to rival that of the crown prince. Brother, Yu Yiling was taken aback. He never expected his usually composed elder brother to speak so candidly. It matters not. Now, it is just the two of us, and we may speak freely. Yet everyone claims that Prince Jingling and the crown prince are on exceedingly amicable terms. Could that all be false? I do not discern truth from falsehood. I merely speak of the objective situation. The crown prince established a 6th disease hall to provide for the impoverished, while Prince Jingling opened private granaries to assist the destitute of Danyang. Prince Jingling proposed lenient laws to alleviate burdens and lighten taxes, while the crown prince personally visited the Xianyuan garden to record prisoners and grant them amnesty. Upon the crown prince's arrival at the National Academy to examine the scholars, the Ministry of Personnel recommended Prince Jingling for the position of chancellor. When Prince Jingling invited eminent monks to lecture on Dharma, the crown prince convened a grand assembly of monks to engage in discourse on the scriptures. You may certainly argue that this represents mutual encouragement and progress. However, while brothers may abound, there can only be one heir apparent. The notion of progression and advancement, when situated within the royal family, inherently denotes a state of tension. Yu Yanlu's words pierced through the fog, revealing to Yu Yiling a vista he had never previously perceived. His elder brother's implication is that factions exist within the court. Namely the Crown Prince's faction and that of Prince Jingling? Let us tentatively label them thus. In their struggle for supremacy, each faction must seek to garner additional strength to fortify their own party, such as the remaining 4 adult princes. Among the 4, 2 reside in the capital. The 3rd prince, the King of Luling, serves as general of the Central Army, while the 5th prince, the King of Anlu, commands the Guardian Army. The other 2 princes are stationed in the provinces. The 4th prince, the King of Badong, oversees Jingzhou, and the 7th prince, the King of Jinan, governs Xiangzhou. All are pivotal figures. Whichever faction they choose to align with will significantly bolster that party's power. Noticing the dawning comprehension on his younger brother's face, Yu Yanlu reiterated, "Allow me to clarify. What I have just articulated is based on the limited information I have obtained, and my deductions do not necessarily reflect the actual circumstances. Since this is a deduction, there may be alternative scenarios concerning the 4 princes, such as..." Yu Yanlu deliberately paused, casting a scrutinizing glance at his brother. Yu Yiling ventured, "Perhaps these 4 princes could unite as one faction, or alternatively, each could form their own?" Yu Yanlu smiled, "A teachable child indeed. Let us take the 4th prince, the King of Badong, as an example. If he desires to rally his own forces and spread his wings, does it not seem that he lacks such ambition? He does not even meet with the civil and military officials of Jingzhou. How could he possibly cultivate his influence? The disposition of the King of Badong is wild and unruly. To speak in the vernacular, he is somewhat eccentric." Yu Yiling had heard numerous rumors about this absurd prince and found it hard to believe that such a fantastical figure would gather power and secretly form a faction. If such cunning were so apparent to you, it would hardly be called cunning at all. The court maintains a stringent vigilance over the fiefdoms, with the upper echelons of Jingzhou's civil and military officials either appointed by the Ministry of Personnel or dominated by local gentry, some of whom serve as the court's informants. To openly cultivate relationships could lead to repercussions that might reach the court with a single misstep. In contrast, individuals like the prince, surrounded solely by his own household, appear to act with impunity, driven by personal whims, yet remaining within the bounds of propriety, causing no significant offense. The scholars and officials often remark on the prince's frivolous conduct and minor missteps, yet these are trivial in nature, which is why the emperor has shown him leniency thus far. Furthermore, when the prince assigns his own guards to military positions, one might question whether this reflects nepotism or a deeper intention. He frequently exhibits a rugged and martial demeanor, and I have heard that his reputation among lower-ranking officers is quite commendable. Yu Yiling pondered this and ultimately found it somewhat exaggerated, exclaiming, "What you say hardly resembles the Prince of Badong." Note, regarding these princes, it is acceptable for the prince to be unclear. Clarity will emerge gradually. Additionally, Yu Qianlu holds a relatively modest position, considered middle management, and may not accurately gauge the upper-tier dynamics. Chapter 43. Variables. Yuan Qianlu corrected. It is not as we imagine the King of Badong. Of course, this is merely a hypothesis. Having served as the chief scribe for so long, I have met the prince no more than twice. Naturally, I cannot claim to understand him. Let us now assume that the King of Badong seeks to consolidate his power. Whom would he choose to ally with? Lu Tan would be an excellent choice, wouldn't he? More importantly, if he could indeed forge a connection with the esteemed Lu Laogong. A profound expression crossed Yuan Qianlu's face. Yuan Yiling, his countenance grave, continued his brother's line of thought. Thus, due to the influence of Lu Laogong, he would undoubtedly support the Wang Academy. In his quest to cultivate his own power, he would certainly oppose the gentry of Jingzhou. However, it would be an exaggeration to say he would strike against them. The prince would not recklessly position himself against the gentry of Jingzhou. Yet, he represents the interests of the gentry from the capital, and all the officials in the prince's court have come from the capital. So the weight of the capital faction will inevitably overshadow that of the Jingzhou faction, which is quite foreseeable. Furthermore, aside from the 6 princes, there exists a figure of transcendent status, whose influence sometimes surpasses even that of the crown prince and the king of Jingling. Yuan Yiling immediately thought of this individual's identity and remarked, "The Grand Marshal, King of Yuzhong." "Indeed, it is the King of Yuzhong," Yuan Qianlu affirmed. "The King of Yuzhong, favored by the Son of Heaven, holds the position of Grand Marshal and Governor of Yangzhou, guarding the capital region. His status is paramount. Moreover, when the King of Yuzhong had no sons, the Emperor adopted the King of Badong as his son. Although the King of Badong has now returned to his clan, The bond of affection and nurturing he received from the king of Yuzhong is unparalleled by any other prince. Thus, the king of Yuzhong and the king of Badong are allied? Yuan Yuling felt somewhat perplexed, pondering if this is the case. Does it not imply that the court is in utter chaos? Therefore, the Wang Academy established by the king of Yuzhong now seeks to unseat your county academy to become the sole official academy in Jingzhou. From the perspectives of both the Hedong Lu family and the king of Yuzhong, whether considering kinship or interests, they would tacitly accept or even support this. Other factions, in a bid to gain favor or at least not to alienate the king of Badong and the king of Yuzhong, would refrain from voicing opposition on this matter. This is precisely why, regardless of how Lu Zhao and Lady Xiesi implore, their efforts are destined to be in vain. It is also the reason why our father has always been reluctant to intervene. Now do you understand? Yuan Yuling did not anticipate that the dissolution of the county academy would involve such intricate entanglements. After a moment of contemplation, he asked in confusion, "But if the court is truly as you say, would the Son of Heaven not be aware of it? Do you think the emperor appointed Xia Pa as the chancellor without reason? He is a remnant of the previous dynasty, when the former emperor abdicated. Xia Pa served as a royal attendant and presided over the secretariat, tasked with presenting the imperial seal of the Song emperor to the former emperor. Yet, Xia Pa simply stated she ought to have its own royal attendant, and simply went to bed. Upon awakening, he donned his court robes and returned home via the eastern gate." Yuan Yuling was astonished to hear this long-buried secret. Yuan Qianlu could not help but sigh. This is indeed the renowned scholar of the Qin Junxie family. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely lost their heads. Although Xia Pa retained his life, given his lineage and prestige, 5 years of idleness and 3 years in a remote region rendered him a mere figure sitting on the sidelines. But why has he suddenly been summoned back to the capital and granted the position of chancellor? Is it not because Xia Pa remains unaffiliated with any faction, and his character dictates that he will not align himself with any party? So, I ask you, does the emperor truly comprehend the intricacies of factional strife? Or is he oblivious? Knowing is one thing. Managing the situation is quite another. The emperor has invested considerable effort over the years in the matter of the official registry. Yet this year it has been unequivocally declared a failure. Even the sovereign cannot act according to his whims. How much less can we? Yuan Qianlu cast a meaningful glance at his brother. But does not our father share a personal rapport with the emperor? If only he were willing foolishness. Yuan Qianlu interrupted sternly. That is not a personal rapport. It is the emperor leveraging my father to win over the Jin-Tu aristocracy, while simultaneously seeking a reputation for soliciting the wise and virtuous. It is precisely because my father refrains from official duties that the emperor is willing to engage in casual conversation. This allows my father to transcend personal interests and discuss matters genuinely beneficial to the state and the people, provided that such discussions do not touch upon royal kin or involve factional disputes. Do you believe that had my father responded to the summons in the 3rd year of Yoming to serve as the crown prince's attendant, the emperor would have continued to correspond privately with him? Yuan Yuling spoke bitterly. So, according to your reasoning, our county academy is destined for dissolution? Yuan Qianlu gazed skyward, hands clasped behind his back, and remarked, "Recently, I have been perusing the historical texts of the Han dynasty, records of the Grand Historian and Book of Han, and have come to understand a profound truth. Nothing is certain, variables always exist, though their specifics remain unknown." Yuan Yuling's expression darkened as he murmured, "Where do the variables concerning our county academy lie?" The compilation of simplified texts, devoid of verifiable evidence, is assessed through literary reasoning, a method known as the principle of reasoning. The most exquisite application of this principle is also its most perilous aspect. If contemporary individuals misinterpret ancient intentions, believing that inaccuracy is accuracy, disputes will inevitably arise. Thus, I assert that the errors of interpretation are far more detrimental than those of compilation. Wang Yang stretched languidly and declared, "It is finished." Lu Zhao paused his writing and looked at Wang Yan with wide eyes. "Finished?" "Yes, the manuscript is complete." Wang Yang yawned. "How can it be finished? You haven't elaborated on the errors of interpretation. How can you claim it is done? This book discusses the book of documents, not the study of interpretation. Adding more would disrupt its structure." Wang Yang deflected. "What disruption of structure?" Lu Zhao became somewhat agitated. Having reached this point, one ought to continue discussing the errors of interpretation. One cannot merely stop mid-sentence. Then you may add a remark. Further details will be discussed separately. Lu Zhao. The study of interpretation is vast and complex. It cannot be hastily appended to pointing out flaws. A new manuscript must be composed. Wang Yang understood that to persuade Lu Zhao, he must frame it thus. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhao nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Seeing that Lu Zhao had finally been placated, Wang Yang intended to return to his room for rest, but Lu Zhao, having changed to new paper, declared, "Let us continue." Continue what? Wang Yang quickly clarified that the study of interpretation is profound and intricate, requiring one to delve deeply beyond the Han Confucians, necessitating careful contemplation. One cannot hastily put pen to paper. Lu Zhao suddenly recalled that Wang Yang was merely an 18-year-old youth, and he had been overly hasty in his expectations. Moreover, even the most erudite scholars do not pen their works without considerable effort. The eloquence with which he spoke of the book of documents belied the countless years of diligent study that lay behind it. What further discussion could be had regarding philology? In addition, he wholeheartedly endorsed Wang Yang's cautious approach to scholarship, thus granting him unrestricted access to his collection of books. As for the organization of the manuscript Xia, Lu Zhao would take full responsibility for that matter. That night, Wang Yang slept for less than 2 hours, barely 4 in total. In truth, he did not need to write today, as he had arranged to meet a Wu at noon, and there was no necessity for such an early rise. However, Wang Yang felt compelled to awaken early to immerse himself in reading. Indeed, he cherished the act of reading. Yet he would not typically force himself to rise early after a night of vigil. His urgency stemmed from a profound need to acquire knowledge, especially following the events involving Master Du San and Lord Tong from the previous day. What should one read first after traversing into another realm? Each individual may have a different perspective, yet in Wang Yang's view, the foremost text to study should be the law. Chapter 44, Can knowledge be determined by debate? If one is unaware of what one can or cannot do, actions become unfounded, and behaviors lack substantiation, leading to the potential pitfalls that may arise unexpectedly, perhaps leaving one oblivious to the very cause of their downfall. The foundation of the laws of the Southern Qi is the Taishe law, which was promulgated in the 4th year of the Taishe era 267 AD, during the Western Jin dynasty, and has since been adhered to by subsequent generations. Since last year, the court has been revising the legal statutes, though Wang Yang remains oblivious to this fact. What Wang Yang is even less aware of is that while he immerses himself in legal matters, a conversation is unfolding in a nearby chamber, one that will soon impact him significantly. What? Lu Zhao exclaimed, both astonished and furious. Such matters of profound scholarship cannot be settled merely through debate. This is not a mere idle discussion. I must see the prince. Xie Xinghan replied dishearteningly, it is futile. The prince has made up his mind. It is said that the official document has already been drafted and will be issued this afternoon. Moreover, there is a precedent for Confucian debates. During the reign of Emperor Zhang of Han, various scholars convened at the White Tiger Pavilion to discuss the similarities and differences of the 5 classics. The prince has deliberately chosen the White Tiger venue for the debate, clearly emulating the esteemed sages of the past. Lu Zhao retorted angrily, in the days of the White Tiger Assembly, Emperor Zhang himself adjudicated the outcomes, earning the respect of all. That was because the emperor remained impartial. Thus, the discussions were conducted freely. But now, it is apparent that the prince favors the Wang Academy. The outcome hinges on a mere word from him. Xie Xinghan furrowed her brow. Even with bias, he must still win the people's support. As this is a public debate, many will attend. If one can genuinely refute Lu Tan on scholarly grounds, I believe the prince would not dare to engage in blatant malpractice. The conflict between the ancient and modern literary schools has persisted for ages, making it nearly impossible to decisively refute Lu Tan on scholarly principles. If one could perhaps surpass him in knowledge, there might be a glimmer of hope. Yet, given Lu Tan's talent and depth of learning, even the late Duke Wenxian, Wang Jian held him in high esteem, stating, the Lu family boasts 2 dragons, indeed soaring to great heights. I truly lack confidence in besting him. In truth, if it were a matter of examining foundational knowledge, I would not be afraid. However, to engage in a contest of wits before the scrutinizing eyes of the public, especially under conditions of perceived unfairness, Lu Zhao sighed, unless one can obtain an overwhelming advantage to leave him speechless. Achieving such a feat against Lu Tan's brilliance is nearly impossible. He paused mid-sentence, his eyes suddenly gleaming, exclaiming, why is it impossible? Do you have a solution? Xie Xinghan inquired, her voice filled with excitement. Lu Zhao's eyes sparkled. I have a candidate, currently residing in the county academy. If he is willing to step forward, our chances of success are considerable. Xie Xinghan eagerly asked, who is it? Wang Yang. You have met him. He was here the afternoon before yesterday. Upon hearing the name Wang Yang, Xie Xinghan reacted as if a small white cat had been startled. Nearly leaping from her seat. He has tea left. Where is he? Seeing Xie Xinghan, usually as calm as still water, suddenly agitated, Lu Zhao was perplexed. Cousin. What is this? Realizing her loss of composure, Xie Xinghan composed herself, straightening her posture to restore her customary elegance, and stated firmly. This individual is not suitable. Why? Lu Zhao asked in astonishment. He is frivolous and lacks depth in learning. Xie Xinghan replied with disdain. How can you say that? If one were to label him as frivolous and uneducated, how many in this world can truly be considered as possessing genuine talent and knowledge? My dear niece, do you perhaps harbor a misunderstanding about him? When Xie Xinghan recalled Wang Yang, her teeth clenched in ire. Upon first reading that poem, she sensed something amiss. The initial lines spoke of a carefree life wandering the rivers and lakes, with a delicate waist akin to that of a slender beauty. It seemed to suggest that Xie had forsaken the leisurely life of indulgence on Dongshan to bravely emerge and save the common folk. There appeared to be no issue with that interpretation. However, if this were merely a nostalgic composition of his own, it could be overlooked. Yet this poem was dedicated to Xie Xinghan. To commence with remarks about a woman's slender waist was rather flippant and seemed to carry implications. At that moment, Xie Xinghan felt a surge of anger, considering reprimanding him for his reckless choice of words, yet he cunningly evaded her grasp. Later, during their encounter at the county academy, she restrained herself out of respect for Lu Zhao, temporarily suppressing her resentment. Little did she know that within just a day or two, this poem inexplicably gained notoriety, even inspiring songstresses to compose melodies for it. Those lecherous youths and frivolous young men clamored to recite it, entirely disregarding the poem's original theme about Xian, misinterpreting it wildly, and insisting that the second line was a direct reference to her, Xie Xinghan. To her utter disbelief, someone even bestowed upon her the nickname Xie Chuai, Xie the Slender Waist. Moreover, some went so far as to concoct tales linking those lines to a romantic entanglement between Xie Xinghan and the poet, complete with elaborate explanations. The first line depicted the poet's unrestrained nature, while the second describes Xie Xinghan's delicate waist and graceful form, with the phrase light as a feather ostensibly a literary reference. Yet in truth, it was a vivid reality, implying direct experience. Without having personally touched it, how could one possess such profound insight? When Xie Xinghan first heard this, she felt an overwhelming mix of rage and humiliation, her hatred for Wang Yang deepening. However, she found it difficult to express her grievances to Lu Zhao, resorting to vague assertions that she believed Wang Yang to be overly boastful and too young, lacking the scholarly depth and vision to be compared with Lu Tan. Lu Zhao produced a manuscript and handed it to Xie Xinghan. This is his dictation, which I have transcribed. It is still unfinished. As Xie Xinghan perused the words on the page, her dark, bright eyes widened with astonishment. Lu Zhao remarked, without delving into other matters concerning the book of documents. This individual could establish his own school of thought. Sometimes I ponder, in today's world, where the teachings of Taoism and Buddhism prevail, Confucianism languishes. Last year, the esteemed Wang Jian and Lu Huan both passed away. Could it truly be that heaven has forsaken culture and that fate is so dire? Yet now, upon meeting him, I feel a resurgence of hope for Confucianism. This young man may indeed become a master of his generation, his name immortalized through the ages. As for myself and Lu Tan, I fear that in a century, we shall be entirely forgotten. Lu Zhao sighed, his expression dimming, yet suddenly brightened. I am involved in compiling the modern and ancient critique of the Book of Documents. As long as the critique exists, my name shall endure. Moreover, I have befriended Ji Yan, engaging in daily discourse and exchange, leading to natural progress in my studies. Thus it is Lu Tan who shall fade from history, not I. Ha! Xie Xinghan was profoundly astonished. She could hardly fathom that Lu Bo's assessment of that lecherous youth could reach such lofty heights. If this individual truly possesses such profound knowledge, then defeating Lu Tan would indeed serve as an apt resolution to the crisis at the county academy. Upon contemplating this, Xie Xinghan immediately cast aside her personal biases and began to deliberate on the feasibility of dispatching Wang Yang to the fray. Cousin, if he can indeed emerge victorious, that would be splendid. However, the question remains, under what identity would he engage in battle? Lu Zhao's smile abruptly faded, and he murmured to himself, indeed, what identity would he assume in combat? As Wang Yang became engrossed in his study of the qi laws, a servant unexpectedly entered to announce that Lu Zhao wished to speak with him. Wang Yang surmised it pertained to the manuscript, but upon entering the room, he was taken aback by the scrutinizing gaze of a serene young lady, with sparkling eyes, a slender figure, and elegantly simple attire. Her jade-like complexion revealed her identity as none other than the fourth daughter of the Xie family, Xie Xingyang. What was she doing here? Surely, she wasn't seeking a quarrel. Lu Zhao interjected, Ji Yin, you have met her previously, though without a detailed introduction. This is Qinjun Xie clan, the daughter of the Minister of State, Master Xie, ranked fourth in the family, hence she is referred to as Xie Xingyang. Wang Yang maintained his composure, performing a courteous bow. Greetings, Lady Xie. Xie Xinghan rose gracefully and executed an impeccable gesture of return. Young Master Wang. Both were promising talents, and Lu Zhao encouraged further exchanges, inviting them to take a seat. Once they were seated, Lu Zhao inquired, Ji Yin, where is your household registered? Xie Xinghan's piercing gaze remained fixed upon Wang Yang, as if it possessed the power to penetrate his very soul. A sense of foreboding surged within Wang Yang's heart. Chapter 45, Madam Xie, please exercise restraint. Could it be that she harbors doubts regarding my identity? Has she come to investigate me today? Composing a historical poem to praise Xian is of no consequence, yet impersonating a noble lineage constitutes a grave offense. Where does my household registration lie? How shall I respond? A mere fabrication can be easily verified. It is possible that this young lady has come well prepared. Since the Eastern Jin dynasty, the Wang and Xie families have been renowned, occasionally intermarrying. Her knowledge of the Langya Wang clan might surpass my own expectations. However, remaining silent would only expose my anxiety. What should I do? He needed to devise a quick response. Wang Yang gazed out the window, letting out a despondent sigh. On the shores of the East Sea lies the land of Langya, the domain of Gojin's hegemony, the place where the first emperor inscribed his edicts. A millennia of hometown, reduced to naught in a single day. I raise my head to see the sun. Yet Langya eludes my sight. Langya, located in present-day Shandong, boasts a profound history and rich heritage, yet it has now been occupied by the Northern Wei. Wang Yang, lost in reverie, bore a sorrowful expression. The sunlight pierced his eyes, causing them to narrow, as if tears were on the verge of spilling. Lu Zhao was deeply moved by the scene before him, filled with reflection. Who would have thought that Ji Yin's attachment to his homeland would be so profound? Today, most of the expatriate families reside peacefully in Jiangsu, no longer looking northward. My own Lu clan from Nanyang also migrated here a century ago. Yet now we all consider ourselves part of the Jing soil gentry, truly forgetting our roots. Xie Xinghan, however, remained unfazed, coolly stating, Young Master Wang, we are already aware of your ancestral home in Langya. What we inquired about was your household registration, not your ancestry. Where is your household registration, young master? Is it in Jiankong? Most of the Langya Wang clan resides in Jiankong. While I may not recognize all the branches, I possess some understanding. Which branch do you belong to? Where do you reside in Jiankong? Wui Alley, Moffin Alley, or perhaps it is in Dantu or Lini? Good heavens! Does the sorrow of one's homeland not stir your heart? Your Qinjun Xie family is also of expatriate lineage. Do you lack compassion? As Xie Xinghan pressed on with her inquiries, Wang Yang thought, if this is the case, then do not blame me. Wang Yang spoke earnestly, Madam Xie, you are both talented and beautiful, and I truly admire you. However, matters of marriage have always been determined by parents and matchmakers. If you genuinely wish to understand my family background, you ought to inquire through an intermediary. How can you be so direct? Xie Xinghan? Lu Zhao. Wang Yang rose to his feet, bowing respectfully to Xie Xinghan. I am immensely grateful for your attention, Madam Xie. However, I truly do not wish to contemplate matters of marriage at this time. My apologies. With that, he turned to leave. A flush of crimson spread from Xie Xinghan's fair neck, quickly enveloping her porcelain-like cheeks. Lu Zhao hastily interjected, Ji Yin, you are mistaken. Wang Yang preempted him. Sir, I appreciate your goodwill, but I am the one involved. You should consider my opinion as well. Moreover, matters of scholarship are far more significant than matchmaking, are they not? Perhaps you should find another suitor for Madame Xie. I shall take my leave now. Stop right there. Xie Xinghan rose, her voice trembling with indignation. I did not, Madame Xie. Please exercise restraint. We truly are not suited for one another. Wang Yang deliberately raised his voice and clasped his fists heavily. Xie Xinghan, despite her scholarly intelligence, was an untainted noble lady, raised under strict family discipline, accustomed to being the center of attention. She had never encountered such a spectacle. Wang Yang's words made it seem as if she shamelessly sought his hand in marriage, only to be publicly rejected. A mixture of shame and anger surged within her, and she felt profoundly wronged. nearly moved to tears in her agitation. In her frustration, she could barely stammer a few words. "You speak nonsense." "I did not. I absolutely did not." Wang Yang, seeing her distress, felt a twinge of compassion. Bullying a young lady was hardly a commendable act. Yet, to refrain from such behavior would invite scrutiny regarding his identity, as he was an undocumented individual. Therefore, he could not be blamed for lacking tenderness. "Lady Xie, do not weep. I do not speak ill of you. It is merely that there are many fine gentlemen in the world. Why must one be so infatuated initially?" Xie Xinghan had not intended to cry, but upon Wang Yang's words, tears cascaded down her cheeks. With a stamp of her delicate shoe, she fled from the room. "Niece, niece." Lu Zhao hurriedly pursued her. Wang Yang exhaled in relief. As long as Xie Xinghan was absent, matters would be more manageable. Lu Zhao, dedicated to his studies and possessing an amiable nature, would be easier to placate than Xie Xinghan. "Ah, Yan, it is not for me to criticize you. But how could you be so reckless? She is the daughter of the Xie family. How could she possibly? How could she come seeking marriage?" Lu Zhao lamented. "I too must have been quite daft. Seeing her interest in my affairs and your introduction of her status, I thought, alas, please tell Lady Xie that I am but a bookworm and she should not take my words to heart." Noticing the look of regret on Wang Yang's face, Lu Zhao offered consolation. "Do not fret too much about this matter. Lady Xie is not petty and likely will not dwell on it." Wang Yang thought to himself, "I shall take your kind words to heart." In truth, it was not that Lady Xie was interested in him, but rather in his place of residence and whether he had enrolled in the local academy. If not, would it be feasible for him to register and join the Jingzhou Academy? Enroll in the academy? Wang Yang inquired, perplexed. Lu Zhao, slightly embarrassed, replied, "I know that with your intellect, you could easily take a position as a doctoral candidate at the National Academy or serve as a scholar at the Prince Jingling's residence. Moreover, with your lineage and talent, you could ascend directly to high office without needing to follow the traditional path of the civil service examination. However, the academy is indeed facing challenges at present." Lu Zhao proceeded to elucidate the origins of Wang Academy and the conflicts it had with the local academy, then continued, "In truth, my personal honor or disgrace is of little consequence. However, the academy upholds the Jingzhou school of thought, which greatly values the modern text of the Book of Documents. Yet, Wang Academy seeks to entirely abolish the modern texts, favoring only the ancient texts. If they succeed, the long-standing tradition of the modern text in Jingzhou will be irrevocably severed in my generation. The loss of scholarly tradition is a grave calamity and a significant transgression for any scholar." Lu Zhao rose to adjust his attire and bowed deeply to Wang Yang, stating, "As an elder of the Jingzhou academic lineage, I beseech you to allow Yin to enroll in the county academy and represent it in battle. If we prevail, our culture shall remain unscathed. Should we fail, it is merely the fate bestowed upon us, and I shall remain grateful for Yan's kindness, harboring no grievances." The Book of Documents records the words and deeds of ancient emperors and is one of the 5 classics of Confucianism. The contention between the ancient and modern text of the Book of Documents is a significant event in the history of its scholarship, characterized by a complex and convoluted process. In essence, beginning from the Han Dynasty, 2 versions of the Book of Documents emerged. One, referred to as the modern text, was transmitted orally by venerable Confucian scholars who relied on the preaching ancient version as a foundation and later inscribed in the clerical script prevalent during the Han Dynasty. The other, known as the ancient text, was discovered on the walls of Confucius's household and was inscribed in the archaic script predating the Qin and Han eras. The debate over which version held authoritative status ignited fervent disputes among scholars during the Han Dynasty, leading to the development of various interpretative methods and schools of thought. It was only towards the late Eastern Han that a tendency toward convergence began to emerge. However, during the Eastern Jin period, another ancient text was presented, claiming to be the true original, comprising a total of 58 chapters, 25 of which were previously unknown. Upon its release, this work rapidly ascended to authoritative status, invigorating the study of the ancient text and providing the justification for Wang's academy to abolish the county academy, thus establishing itself as the sole official institution in Jingzhou. Wang Yang was well aware of the intricacies involved and desired to assist Lu Zhao, yet numerous issues were at stake. Note, there exists an academic perspective suggesting that the modern text may have perished around the turn of the Jin dynasty. However, this assertion is not necessarily definitive. Without delving into the mainstream belief that the modern text was transmitted through the ancient text or the unverified speculation of private collections, It is noteworthy that the Sui Shu Jingjiji records the one-character stone classic of 6 volumes, which refers to the Shiping Stone classic from the reign of Emperor Ling of Han. At that time, the modern text was an official academic text, hence it was inscribed. The Tang dynasty's revision of the Sui Ji indicates that copies of the modern text were still accessible in the early Tang official library, the secret repository, suggesting that the notion of its complete loss is overly absolute. Chapter 46. The purchase of a fan. Let us not dwell on the fact that the illustrious Wang Guanji was founded by the renowned Yu Zhongwang, and that the presiding official, the Zhaojiao, hailed from the Lu family of Hedong. If I were to take the field, would I inadvertently offend such prominent figures? I am but an undocumented individual, bearing the false identity of the Langya Wang family, and thus should not attract undue attention. Lu Zhao observed Wang Yang's dilemma and sighed. I am acutely aware that this matter is exceedingly difficult to navigate. After all, the prince has always favored Wang Guanji. Although a reward of 100,000 coins is promised to the victor, it is merely. Lu Zhao spoke the amount with deliberate ambiguity. How much? Wang Yang immediately perked up. 100,000, awarded to the victor. If Ji Yin emerges triumphant, that sum shall be yours. Lu Zhao enticed. Wang Yang felt a flicker of temptation. Having traversed into this world, he was utterly destitute. Even his garments had been procured through borrowed funds, and he currently owed Lu Zhao a staggering 16,200 coins. Even if Lu Zhao was patient with his repayment, he could not indefinitely impose upon another's hospitality. Contemplating this, he inquired, Sir, what did you mean by hanging a household registration? Seeing Wang Yang's interest piqued, Lu Zhao hastily elucidated. It entails temporarily transferring your original household registration to Jingzhou, allowing you entry into the county academy. He mused. Ji Yin seems quite absorbed in scholarly pursuits, evidently lacking worldly awareness. Wang Yang pondered for a moment, resolved to seize this opportunity to ascertain whether Lu Zhao could assist him with his registration issue. He carefully chose his words and softly asked, But what if I lack a household registration? Lu Zhao was taken aback. Lack a household registration? What do you mean? Do you not reside in Yixing? Surely you have registered. Wang Yang sighed deeply. It is not that I wish to withhold information from you, sir, but this matter is not easily disclosed. My apologies, I was too forward. Lu Zhao instinctively connected this to potential family secrets of the Langya Wang clan, conjuring a dramatic narrative regarding illegitimate offspring. Thus, even if I desire to enter the county academy, it remains impossible. A household registration must exist first, Wang Yang tentatively remarked. Recognizing an opportunity, Lu Zhao inquired, if the issue of your registration can be resolved, would you be willing to represent the county academy in the contest against Wang Guanji? Wang Yang replied earnestly, I shall exert my utmost effort, not disappointing your trust. Lu Zhao rejoiced, but soon became troubled. If it were merely a matter of registering common folk, it would be straightforward, yet Ji Yin belongs to the gentry. What shall we do? Noticing Lu Zhao's troubled expression, Wang Yang asked, Sir, is there something amiss? If this were before the registration check, it would indeed be manageable. But now, Lu Zhao, concerned that Wang Yang might retract his commitment, attempted to sound nonchalant. Fear not, I shall handle this. While securing your original registration is impossible, let me consider the feasibility of hanging your registration. Wang Yang rose. Please take your time to contemplate. I shall venture out of the city and will not return for dinner this evening. Lu Zhao expressed worry. Ji Yin. The day of the academic discussion is in 7 days, and Lu Zhan's scholarship is profound. Do not underestimate him. Rest assured. Wang Yang replied with a smile, clasping his hands in farewell as he exited the room. Lu Zhao, however, remained preoccupied with the conundrum of the household registration. Oh, this is Jingzhou City. So vast, so towering. Little Ao stood at the foot of the city, gazing upward, utterly mesmerized. The majestic fortress loomed over his diminutive figure, creating a striking contrast. Can we go up there to take a look? Ampa asked eagerly. Entry to the city walls is not permitted for just anyone. Oh, little Ao replied, somewhat disheartened. Then with wide eyes added, but for someone as handsome and remarkable as you, there must be a way to get up. Flattery does not always yield results. Oh, said, then inquired, what does flattery mean? Sir, what is a building? This is a building. What kind of building is this? Sir. What does a mean? It can be used when one does not know or is unsure how to respond. Sir, are there any bushes here? What do you need bushes for? Thus, the pair, one large and one small, meandered through Jingzhou City. It was Ao's first visit to the city, and naturally, he was filled with excitement. Wang Yang, having only recently traversed into this realm, was also quite intrigued. They paused to admire various sights, eventually arriving at the marketplace. The market was enclosed by walls, featuring a grand entrance and official flagpoles, serving as a regulated hub for commerce. There were 4 gates, each leading to the market center, converging into a crossroad. Along the streets, shops lined up, vendors gathered, and the cacophony of haggling filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. Wang Yang, holding a bundle of lotus leaves, watched as little Odd eagerly munched on white silk sugar, a popular confection of the time. The preparation involved mashing glutinous rice into cakes, drying, cutting into strips, frying, and finally coating with powdered sugar, wrapped in lotus leaves, akin to modern jiangmi strips. Yet, this modest package of white silk sugar was priced at 23 won. Wang Yang had previously seen an old riding whip selling for only 10 won, prompting him to reflect on the exorbitance of this sweet treat. Historical records often refer to monetary amounts as XX qian, which is a shorthand for XX won. The term won was commonly used, though the full phrase was less frequently employed. Noticing Wang Yang's distinguished demeanor and refined attire, the shopkeeper enthusiastically introduced various exquisite silk fans. Having surveyed several shops, Wang Yang confirmed that folding fans had yet to be invented, and thus posed the question, "Do you offer custom fan-making services here?" "Certainly. May I inquire what type of fan you wish to customize?" Wang Yang meticulously described the appearance of a folding fan, expending considerable effort to ensure the shopkeeper comprehended what he meant. The shopkeeper, bewildered, responded, "Sir, what purpose does such a contraption serve? There are so many beautiful and convenient fans available here, none of which are inferior for use. That item would hardly stir the air as effectively as a palm fan. Moreover, if it is meant for fanning, why must it be folded? You need not concern yourself with that. Please tell me, is it possible to find paper that is sufficiently sturdy and smooth, without tearing at the slightest handling? Perhaps it is possible. However, such thick cardstock tends to be quite coarse, unworthy of the desks of cultured gentlemen. Nonetheless, the paper must be white, bright, and as pure as snow. How much would it cost to create such a fan? This small shop has never attempted it before. They would need to experiment, and the material and labor costs would be considerable." The proprietor glanced at Wang Yang, as if having made a certain resolution, and said, "How about this? I won't ask for much, just 200 coins. Before Wang Yang could respond, the young Ao suddenly interjected, "Young master, I propose we go to that shop. They only charge 50 coins. The shopkeeper, gazing into Ao's innocent eyes, took his words at face value, his expression somewhat faltering. "Which shop is that?" he inquired. "Let me tell you. Many small workshops tend to cut corners. While their prices may seem low, their craftsmanship is often lacking." Wang Yang silently commended Ao, patting his head, and seamlessly continued, "But that shop requires 2 days. I hope to receive it by tomorrow." The duo of bargainers spun their tales without a hint of embarrassment, demonstrating impeccable synergy. The proprietor hastily replied, "It can be completed by noon tomorrow." Wang Yang countered, "Then I shall have it made here for 40 coins. The shopkeeper was on the verge of protest when Wang Yang continued, 40 coins per fan. If the quality is satisfactory, I will place an order for 30 fans, to be completed within 7 days. Can you manage that? Note 1. Hu Sanqing believed that folding fans existed during the Southern Qi period, specifically the waist fan, a view that has been thoroughly refuted in academic circles. Interested readers may refer to Mr. Zhou Yiliang's notes on the history of the Wei, Qin, Southern and Northern dynasties, and Yang Xiang means the story of fans. 2. The character for C in the author's notes has been rendered as in the 2022 edition by Zhanghua Book Company. However, this character cannot be produced by input methods, hence I use C from Yang Xiang's dialect, which conveys the same meaning, specifically referring to cakes made from ground rice. 3. In previous chapters, the author's notes would cite historical materials relevant to the chapter's content, either corroborating the items or foods mentioned or hinting at the themes and sources of thought within the chapter. However, due to some technical issues, many of these were not released. Upon inquiry, the back-end indicated that modifications were necessary for them to be published. I am unaware of the underlying principle, but it is indeed curious that merely adding a period allowed certain content to be released. Therefore, if you encounter the phenomenon of repeated periods in the author's notes, do not be surprised. Chapter 47. The startling horse, 30 fans within 7 days? The timeline is exceedingly tight, and the price is so drastically low that even if produced, the quality is bound to suffer. The proprietor lamented dismally. Wang Yang responded with a light-hearted smile. "What if I told you that after 7 days, each fan would yield you a profit of 1,000 coins? How would you react? How much? The owner's eyes widened in disbelief, suspecting an auditory malfunction. Young master claims 1,000 coins. Little Au raised a finger in astonishment. Wang Yang merely smiled in silence. Was the young master jesting with me? The owner's expression darkened. Do I possess such leisure for frivolity? I require 10 fans with black handles and 20 with a natural wood finish. After 7 days, you shall sell the black-handled fans first at a price of 10,000 coins each. The remaining 20 with natural wood handles will be sold later, at 8,000 coins each, with no room for negotiation. I have a strategy to ensure the swift sale of all 30 fans. For every black-handled fan sold, I shall give you 1,000 coins from the 10,000. For each natural wood-handled fan sold, I shall provide you with 800 coins. What say you? Is this a lucrative venture for you? The owner was rendered speechless had he not observed Wang Yang's noble attire. He would have thought the young man had lost his senses. What use could such a flimsy paper fan possibly hold, demanding a price of 10,000 coins? Where could one find such gullible souls? However, upon further reflection, he decided to let the young master indulge in his madness. After all, should the fans fail to sell, he would suffer no loss. Thus, he donned a smiling facade and replied, I am grateful, young master. However, this is a modest business of mine. The total for 30 fans amounts to 1,200 coins. Will you be paying in cash, or Wang Yang casually produced 100 coins and placed them down? No need for change. Create 1 fan for me to inspect and deliver it to the county school on Sima Street by tomorrow evening, addressed to Wang Gongzi. Remember, money is no object. Quality is paramount. Should the first fan be exemplary, I shall place an order for the remaining 30. If it falls short, this deal shall be voided. Seeing Wang Yang's generous disposition, the proprietor beamed with delight and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Entirely oblivious to the fact that this nobleman was currently unable to afford the cost of the fans, Wang Yang meticulously detailed the desired effects of the folding fans, and the proprietor nodded in understanding. Upon leaving the shop, little Au queried, if they could be purchased for 40 coins, why did you offer him so much, young master? It is prudent to save where one can, yet one must not be miserly when the occasion calls for expenditure, lest one inadvertently sabotage the endeavor. For instance, this folding fan. No one has ever crafted such a thing before, nor does anyone know how to do so. If the merchant is reluctant, how could he possibly invest his utmost effort? Therefore, it is essential to offer him a sweet incentive, allowing him to feel both pleased and optimistic about the future. That is the key to motivation. Little Au pondered this, admitting, then I was mistaken in suggesting 40 coins. You were not in error. This price must be negotiated, otherwise the proprietor might perceive us as easy prey. For instance, if I had initially quoted 100 coins, even if the deal were struck, he might still feel dissatisfied, possibly believing he could have charged more. However, by first agreeing on 40 coins and then offering him 100, he will be pleasantly surprised. It is the same amount. Yet the impact is entirely different. He seemed to grasp the concept, but queried, what principle governs this? Such is the nature of human relations. Have you ever heard the tale of morning 3, evening 4? Little Au shook his head. Once upon a time, there was a man who kept monkeys. He told them that each morning they would receive 3 chestnuts and in the evening 4. The monkeys were quite displeased. The man quickly changed his words, saying, very well. Henceforth you shall receive 4 in the morning and 3 in the evening. The monkeys then rejoiced. Wu pondered what moral this story imparted, and Wang Yang gently probed. Young master, could we buy a bag of chestnuts? Wang Yang replied with exasperation, this isn't even a full bag. It's insufficient. Please fill it more. Fill it again. Young Wu keenly observed the vendor's actions, urging him insistently. The vendor's hands trembled, and under Wu's scrutiny, he struggled to pack the chestnuts adequately, causing several to tumble to the ground. Wu hurriedly dashed to retrieve the fallen chestnuts. The vendor snapped, see? I told you it wouldn't fit. Wang Yang laughed, Wu, come back. This is sufficient. Suddenly, a shout rang out. The sound of galloping hooves approached rapidly. A person on a swift horse raced towards them. Just as Wu picked up 2 chestnuts, she felt a gust of wind behind her. Turning, she was met by the sight of 2 powerful hooves descending upon her. Wu! Wang Yang cried out in terror, but he had no time to save her. The onlookers believed the young girl was about to meet a tragic fate beneath the horse's hoofs. Yet, unexpectedly, a shadow darted from the roadside, swift as the wind, scooping Wu up and rolling away. In a split second, the figure executed a forward somersault, drawing a black scabbard from their waist. Striking the hooves with a sharp crack, the horse reared, whinnying into the air. The rider urgently pulled back on the reins, causing the startled horse to crash into the stone wall of a shop across the street. Meanwhile, the figure in green clothing cradled a Wu and rolled to the roadside, bracing themselves with a hand on the ground to stop. The person had been wearing a conical hat, which fell off during the roll, revealing cascading hair like a waterfall, fluttering in the breeze. It turned out to be a stunning young woman. Such beauty accompanied by such deft skill. The crowd erupted in applause. "A Wu, are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" Wang Yang rushed over, taking a Wu from the woman's grasp and examining her from all angles. Young A Wu, still in shock, threw herself into Wang Yang's embrace, suppressing tears to maintain her composure. Wang Yang gently patted her head, offering soothing reassurances. The woman in green stood up, and Wang Yang quickly followed suit, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you for your gallant intervention. I am immensely grateful." The woman nodded, her voice cool and distant, imparting an intangible sense of aloofness. She donned male attire, tall and graceful, her long legs reminiscent of Xie Xinghan, devoid of the typical modesty expected of a young lady. Xie Xinghan embodied a blend of cleverness and perfect upbringing, exuding an effortless poise that was calm yet lively. In contrast, this woman emanated a chilly solitude, her sharp features lending an air of stubbornness and detachment to her already cool demeanor, as if no clamor or unforeseen event could disturb her. The recent perilous situation appeared to her as a trivial matter, leaving no ripple upon her delicate, serene features. "Which blind fool dares to harm my horse? Scatter, everyone. Disperse." A youth with a shadowy jaw approached, forcefully parting the crowd. Dressed in light blue pleated trousers, he bore no armor on his torso, yet leather bracers adorned his wrists. The pleated trousers, a style popular during the southern and northern dynasties, consisted of a short top and long pants, favored for their practicality and ease, thus becoming the customary military attire of the time, regardless of rank. Upon catching sight of the young lady clad in azure, the man's fury swiftly transformed into a courteous smile. "How are you, my lady? Are you unharmed?" The young woman, devoid of expression, continued on her path, while the man, still smiling, clasped his hands in greeting, attempting further conversation. "I am." Yet, it seemed as if she was entirely oblivious to his presence, brushing past him without acknowledgement. The man's smile faltered as he explained, "My lady, I merely express concern for your well-being. I mean no offense." The young woman, undeterred, stooped to retrieve her hat from the ground. Observing the man's awkward demeanor, those around them stifled their laughter. Gradually, the man's smile faded. "I am speaking to you. Can you not hear me?" The young woman dusted off her hat, refusing to grant him a glance. The man's voice rose in frustration. "Is it that you cannot hear, or simply cannot speak?" Just as the tension escalated, a voice from the crowd interjected. "You may speak well, but alas, your words lack humanity." Chapter 48. The narrow path of enmity. The man, drawn by the sound, glared at Wang Yang, his gaze sweeping over to the coarse linen-clad A Wu, a sneer of disdain flickering in his eyes as he inquired, "Is this your child?" Little A Wu, sensing the man's contempt, tugged at the hem of her rough garment in an attempt to smooth it out, but her efforts were in vain. The creases rippled like waves, and as she managed to flatten one side, the other crinkled anew. Fearing to bring shame upon Wang Yang, she lowered her head and hid behind his legs. Wang Yang, perceiving A Wu's embarrassment, attempted to draw her out from her hiding place, but she stubbornly resisted. He could only pat her head gently and replied with composure, "Yes, she is my child." The man scoffed even more, a cold chuckle escaping his lips. "Very well, since you refuse to appreciate the grace extended to you, do not lament when the consequences arrive." At that moment, the woman in the green attire had donned her conical hat once more and was preparing to depart when the man barked, "No one is allowed to leave." He pointed a finger and demanded, "Examine it closely. This is a purebred Liaoshi black stallion, worth at least 30,000. Even if you wish to buy it, you might not find one. You have injured my horse. Compensation is due 2,000 from each of you, or you shan't leave." A horse valued at 30,000. Wasn't that more expensive than a house? Wang Yang recalled what the blacksmith had mentioned. A tile-roofed house would require around 10 to 20,000. Suddenly, A Wu fainted, collapsing to the ground. Wang Yang was taken aback and hurriedly scooped her up, exclaiming, "A Wu! A Wu!" The man regarded the scene with cold indifference, showing no concern whatsoever. Little A Wu then stealthily opened her eyes a crack, tugging at Wang Yang's clothing, only to close them once more, feigning unconsciousness. Wang Yang couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. He set A Wu down and whispered, "There's no need for this. He is at fault. We don't owe him any compensation." Wu responded with a soft "oh," retreating once again behind Wang Yang's legs. The woman in green suddenly interjected, "This is not a purebred stallion. It is a crossbreed between the Liaoxi black horse and the Jianghuai black horse." The man was taken aback. He had been speaking without knowledge, not anticipating that this woman possessed an understanding of horses. He reluctantly amended, "Even a crossbreed demands 20,000. You each owe me 1,000. Enough of this chatter. Hurry up and pay." Wang Yang cleared his throat and declared, "According to the law, it is prohibited to ride horses in crowded areas. Anyone who rides recklessly in the city and causes harm cannot claim it as an accident. Had it not been for this valiant woman, you would now be embroiled in a manslaughter case. And you dare to turn the tables? Oh, there is someone well-versed in the law here? Perhaps they are of humble origins, seeking to bolster their standing by not disclosing their lineage?" The man mocked. Wang Yang smiled. "No need for that. Let us address the matter at hand. I shall not take advantage of you." The primary issue was that the identity of the Wang family from Langya was fabricated, and their household registration was not properly established, leaving him without the confidence to flaunt his presence. Wang Yang's response had been anticipated by the man, despite Wang Yang's attire barely qualifying him for the scholarly class. He had no entourage or cart, and being associated with a girl dressed like a sack suggested a lack of noble lineage. The man, accustomed to being brazen in Jingzhou, naturally held Wang Yang in contempt. He chuckled lightly. "You want to take advantage of me? Ha ha. Well, I must thank you for that. No need for thanks." Wang Yang interjected. The man's expression darkened. "Do you even know who I am? How dare you discuss the law with me?" Laozi had long been accustomed to riding his horse down this street, and no one had ever dared to utter a word against him. Yet, "You have the audacity to speak to me of the laws of Qi?" Wang Yang replied languidly. "So your implication is that the laws of our great Qi hold no dominion over you. You consider yourself above all, as if you were the supreme ruler of the universe, disregarding everyone else. Is that correct?" "I did not say that. Do not fabricate lies." The man hastily denied. Even in his arrogance, he dared not accept such a claim, for within those few words lay the potential to wield a lethal blade. Wang Yang suddenly fixed him with a piercing glare, demanding loudly, "Then how do you respond to the accusation of violating Qi laws, riding through the bustling market and nearly causing a fatality? Do you dare to deny it?" Little Wu peeked out, mimicking Wang Yang's stern tone and childishly repeating, "Do you dare to deny it?" The man, despite his experience in grand affairs, felt a sudden pang of guilt under Wang Yang's fierce gaze. In a moment of desperation, he exclaimed, "I am the captain of the Badong King's cavalry. I bear urgent military orders for the prince. I am not bound by ordinary laws. It is you who have harmed my horse and delayed critical military matters, and you shall face legal consequences." The woman in the blue attire coldly replied, "In the military, messages must be delivered with red, white, blue, and black flags. Confidential communications are exempt from this. However, if you possess a confidential message, you ought not to disclose it to us. If it were truly urgent, not even the death of your horse would warrant delay. Yet you linger here for so long. This is either a fabrication or a dereliction of duty." The man was taken aback. This woman appeared remarkably knowledgeable about military affairs and demonstrated considerable skill. "Who are you? Are you from Jingzhou? How do you know about military matters?" The woman offered no reply. The man stepped closer, his voice turning harsh. "I'm asking you a question. What is your surname? Where is your household registration? Remove your hat." The woman took a step back, her left hand near the hilt of her sword. The man shouted, "I have received word from Lu Yang that an enemy spy has infiltrated. You two have wounded military horses and delayed vital military affairs. I now suspect you of ulterior motives." He pointed to a vendor by the street. "You, go to the market office immediately and summon the market magistrate." The market magistrate is the official responsible for overseeing trade and order in the marketplace. Seeing the situation escalating, Wang Yang had no choice but to take a stand. He gestured towards someone in the crowd, adopting an authoritative demeanor. "You, go to the county academy and summon the esteemed scholar Lu Zhao to see me at once." "County academy? Who exactly are you?" The man questioned, his suspicion growing. Although the county academy scholar is merely an academic position, it holds considerable prestige. Lu Zhao, being one of the four great clans, the Lu family of Niang, made this casual summons seem as if Lu Zhao were at his beck and call. Just as Wang Yang was about to reveal his false identity, a clear feminine voice chimed in from behind. "Mr. Lu is deeply engrossed in his studies. It would be best not to trouble him with trivial matters." Wang Yang turned to see a young girl dressed in a pink blouse, her hair styled in twin buns. Stepping forward, She paid no attention to Wang Yang but instead bowed to the man, saying, "General Wang, my lady's carriage is over there. Please follow me." Given the man's title, he should not have been addressed as general. The girl's address evidently granted him a measure of respect. The man, pleased, was about to inquire who her lady was when his gaze fell upon the yellow ox cart parked not far away. He hastily made his way towards it. Wang Yang also turned his gaze in that direction, and to his surprise, it was indeed the carriage of Lady Xie. What an ironic twist of fate. He observed a man bowing and clasping his fists, speaking at the window of the carriage. The distance was too great to discern their conversation. In just a few moments, the man returned, casting a suspicious glance at Wang Yang before addressing the onlookers. "Disperse, disperse, do not block the road." The crowd, momentarily perplexed, remained gathered, prompting the man to exclaim in anger, "If you obstruct the path again, I shall summon the magistrate to apprehend you." The spectators hastily dispersed, and the man mounted his horse, departing without delay. Wang Yang realized that Lady Xie must have intervened on his behalf, and he prepared to express his gratitude. However, the ox cart showed no signs of halting. In an apparent act of mischief, it suddenly accelerated as it passed near him, raising a cloud of dust that left Wang Yang covered in grime. Inside the cart, Xie Xinghan maintained a perfectly poised posture, stifling her laughter, while her maid, Xiao Ning, lowered the curtain and exclaimed joyfully, "He has been completely dusted. He is coughing now." Xie Xinghan let out a delightful laugh, her waist bending gracefully, her butterfly bones shifting gently. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with mirth, as if concealing shimmering starlight, and she excitedly proposed, "What do you think? Shall we turn around and dust him off once more?" Chapter 49. The renowned scholar in a secluded courtyard, surrounded by verdant bamboo. Wang Yang and Lu Zhao traversed a narrow path through the bamboo grove, guided by a well-dressed young servant. Lu Zhao marveled at the picturesque scenery, feeling a sense of tranquility. "Your master certainly knows how to choose a location. It is rare to find such an expansive bamboo grove in a city residence." The servant replied, "My master claims that this grove is a reincarnation of the bamboo grove of the seven sages." Lu Zhao chuckled. Only he would dare utter such a statement. He then whispered to Wang Yang, "This friend of mine is quite good-natured, though he can be somewhat eccentric. People often say he has the spirit of Wan Ji. If he inadvertently offends you, please do not take it to heart." The owner of the residence, Zhong Su, styled Jingwei, was a distinguished scholar in the city of Jingzhou. Known for his unrestrained and unconventional nature, he held a prominent reputation. Years ago, when Wang Jin governed Jingzhou, he extended a generous invitation for Zhong Su to serve as a military advisor, but Zhong Su declined. 5 years prior, when King Luling was appointed as the governor of Jingzhou, he offered a gift of fine cloth to solicit Zhong Su's service, which was also met with refusal. It was evident how formidable his temperament was, as he would not even yield to the prince's authority. The administrative hierarchy of the southern dynasties consisted of 3 levels: counties, commanderies, and states. Jingzhou City belonged to Jiangling County, hence it is also referred to as Jiangling City. Jiangling County falls under the jurisdiction of Nanjun, and coincidentally, Jiangling City serves as the capital of Nanjun, thus earning the moniker of Nanjun City. Moreover, Nanjun City is the administrative center of all of Jingzhou, akin to a provincial capital, which explains the name Jingzhou City. The phrase "one city, 3 names" originates from this context. Zhong Su's son, Zhong Rui, currently holds the position of deputy governor of Nanjun, a role akin to that of a provincial secretary general, with household registration being one of his responsibilities. Hence, Lu Zhao's visit with Wang Yang to see Zhong Su was predominantly concerning household registration matters. Given that they sought assistance, Wang Yang had no cause for resentment. Furthermore, Zhong Su's resemblance to the esteemed scholars of the Wei and Jin dynasties piqued Wang Yang's curiosity, igniting a desire to witness the demeanor of such a renowned figure. As the trio emerged from the bamboo grove, they were greeted by the sight of a small lake before them. On the grassy bank lay 7 flat stones, arranged in an arc. Upon one of these stones reclined a man in flowing white robes, his eyes closed, softly reciting verses with an air of leisure. As they approached, they heard him recite, "To fulfill my destiny in the distant capital, I turn back and head north. I navigate the Yellow River by boat, passing the old abode of Shanong." Wang Yang recognized these lines from Ode to the Old Friends, penned by Xiang Xiu, one of the 7 sages of the bamboo grove, in remembrance of his dear friend Ji Kong. Lu Zhao stepped forward. "Jingwei, do you intend to venture out again?" Zhong Su, "I still should," replied. "Having just acquired this residence, I have no intention of going out. I am merely wandering in spirit." He continued his verses. Gazing at the desolation of the vast wilderness, I rest my carriage at the city's edge, treading upon the remnants of the two sages. I traverse the empty cottages of the alleyways. Having grown accustomed to Zong's idiosyncrasies, Lu Zhao, unfazed by his lack of eye contact, playfully remarked. As Xiang Ziki composed the ode to the old friends in memory of his companions, now that your old friends stand before you, why do you not even glance in their direction? Zongsu turned away, his back to Lu Zhao and Wang Yang, saying, I sent you an invitation yesterday, yet you did not come. Now that my spirits have waned, what is there to behold? At that moment, I was preoccupied. I must tell you, I am in the midst of organizing a remarkable tome, critiquing the book of documents. Stop. Stop, stop. Please refrain from discussing your Confucian matters with me. Lu Zhao had intended to seamlessly introduce Wang Yang into the conversation. But before he could fully articulate his thoughts, he was interrupted and had to reconsider his approach. Since the guest has arrived, a seat must be offered. It was then that Zongsi sat up, turned around, and, without acknowledging Lu Zhao or Wang Yang, fixated on the 6 large stones beside him, muttering to himself, this one won't do, this one neither, and this one is utterly impossible. Lu Zhao inquired, what are you doing? Zongsi then turned his gaze toward Lu Zhao, brimming with excitement, and exclaimed, Mingyang, do these 7 stones not resemble 7 seats? Indeed, they bear a striking resemblance. Positioned just behind the bamboo grove, is this not a sign from heaven? Noticing Lu Zhao's continued confusion, Zongsu elaborated with fervor. These are indeed the seats of the 7 sages of the bamboo grove from centuries past, after 200 or 300 years. Their likeness remains. What an extraordinary fate. The former owner of this residence claimed that these 7 stones have stood here for ages, naturally forming seats. He even recounted hearing the voices of 7 individuals conversing at night. Initially, he thought it was a haunting. It was for these 7 seats that I paid a premium for this residence. I waited all night yesterday, yet heard no voices. I suppose the sages do not visit daily. Nonetheless, the house is now mine, and I shall eventually encounter them. At that time, I shall indulge in the philosophies of Laozi and Zhuangzi by day, and befriend the 7 sages by night. What joy that shall bring! Ha ha! Lu Zhao cast a glance at Wang Yang, his expression one of resignation. Wang Yang, however, did not mock Zongsi too harshly. He felt that during his own moments of youthful exuberance, he was perhaps not much better than Zongsu. Lu Zhao chuckled. Perhaps the former owner fabricated this story about the seats to entice you into purchasing the house. Zongsu was momentarily taken aback. Lu Zhao quickly added, I was merely jesting. Wang Yang sensed that this jest might, in fact, hold an element of truth. No matter. Zongsu waved his hand dismissively. Even if that were the case, the master must have arranged these 7 bamboo seats for my sake, with sincere intent. This must be a predetermined fate, a fortuitous encounter, destined to be revived through me, Zongsu, in the spirit of the bamboo grove. He enthusiastically pointed to the stone seats, introducing them to Lu Zhao. Look. This is Ji Kang's seat. This one belongs to Wan Ji. This is Shantao's, and this is Xiang Xiu's, Wang Rong's, and Wan Xian's. I shall sit in Xiang Xiu's seat. Wang Yang found this amusing, while Lu Zhao curiously inquired, why do you not sit in Wan Ji's seat? As you hold him in such high regard? Zongsi looked utterly astonished. How could I possibly have the privilege to sit in Wan Xizong's seat? I am unworthy of the seats of Wan Ji, Ji Kang, and Shan Tao. Wang Rong is not of my caliber, and I disdain to occupy his seat. Upon hearing Zongsi's disparagement of Wang Rong, Lu Zhao cast a worried glance at Wang Yang. After all, Wang Rong is a revered ancestor of the Wang family from Langya, and should he belong to Wang Yang's lineage, it would be quite unfortunate. Noticing Wang Yang's impassive demeanor, Lu Zhao finally felt reassured. Zongsi continued to express his peculiar opinions. Lu Ling and Wan Xian are beneath me. Sitting idly holds no significance. As for Xiang Xiu, he is somewhat akin to me, so he may take a seat. Upon concluding his statement, Zongsi turned his gaze to Lu Zhao. Come, Mingyang. You may sit in Lu Ling's place. Lu Zhao thought to himself, having just claimed Lu Ling inferior, now requesting me to occupy his seat. Doesn't that plainly imply I am lesser in your eyes? Despite his internal discontent, he refrained from contesting Zongsi. If he were to dwell on such trivial matters, their friendship would have long been untenable. Lu Zhao declined to sit, and instead introduced Wang Yang. This is the prodigious youth I mentioned to you, Wang Yang, son of Wang Zhiyan. Wang Yang humbly replied, I am unworthy. I am Wang Yang, a latecomer, and I have the honor of meeting Mr. Zong. Zongsi rolled his eyes dramatically at Wang Yang. In an age devoid of heroes, even a mere child can gain fame. Nowadays, anyone dares to call themselves a genius. Lu Zhao reproached. Jingwei, you are being excessive. Ji Yin is my esteemed guest. Zongsu offered no concession. Then let him return to your county school to sit. These 7 seats are not for just anyone. Perhaps he should sit indoors? Lu Zhao found himself at a loss against Zongsu's obstinacy and cast an apologetic glance towards Wang Yang. Wang Yang bore no ill feelings, on the contrary. He appreciated Zongsu's unrefined honesty, his likes and dislikes laid bare without pretense, a rare display of genuine character. Historically, Yuan Ji was noted for his disdainful gaze. When encountering common scholars, he would regard them with scorn. Zongsu's recent eye roll indeed bore a resemblance to Yuan Ji's legacy. Chapter 50. The paradox of affection and indifference when seeking assistance from others. What more could one desire? The act of sitting or standing is of little consequence. The priority lies in resolving the household registration issue. Wang Yang's thoughts were rather casual as he gestured to Lu Zhao with a dismissive wave. Lu Zhao, left with no alternative, took a seat and expressed his intent to his old friend. However, to his surprise, Zongsu interrupted Lu Zhao's explanation, exhibiting a strong aversion. Enough. Why would you come to me for such trivial matters? You underestimate me. Besides, I am not knowledgeable in these affairs. If you wish to accomplish something, simply approach Zongrui. Lu Zhao retorted, you are well aware of your son's temperament, stubborn, much like yourself. If you do not speak up, how will he respond to my requests? Zongsu dismissed him. I have never involved myself in such mundane matters, as you know. I didn't interfere even when your academy was in jeopardy. Why would I concern myself with fraudulent registrations? Lu Zhao frowned. What do you mean by fraudulent registration? The Wang family of Langya has simply not registered previously. We are merely rectifying that oversight. How can this be termed nonsense? When has a noble family ever needed to rectify such matters? If it were truly necessary, the Wang family would coordinate with the Ministry of Personnel. Why should you trouble yourself? He changed the topic abruptly. Is it true that your academy is facing collapse? Then perhaps you should delve into metaphysics with me. Confucianism has lost its charm. Preposterous. Lu Zhao retorted, his patience waning. He would not tolerate any disparagement of scholarly pursuits, even from an old friend. I shan't criticize your Taoist musings, but do not belittle the profound principles of Confucius. Even if the academy were to fall, I would steadfastly adhere to the righteous path. Unwavering till death. Zongsu reclined languidly, hands clasped behind his head, crossing his legs and closing his eyes. Only with profound awareness can one recognize this as a grand dream. The foolish believe themselves awake, babbling about lords and ministers. How utterly base. This quote from Zhuangzi, the equality of things, pointedly jabbed at Lu Zhao's earlier remarks on Confucian values. With a request at hand, Lu Zhao chose to overlook the veiled insult, suppressing his irritation, and continued earnestly, I am cognizant of your stance on Confucianism, which is precisely why I did not seek your assistance with the Academy's affairs. However, this matter requires your intervention. For the sake of our long-standing friendship, I implore you to assist me this once. Zongsu languidly replied, you know I am a follower of Zhuangzi. You are aware that he espouses indifference. Why would you appeal to me regarding friendship? Wang Yang interjected, Zhuangzi is not devoid of affection. Rather, he embodies profound sentiment. Lu Zhao's expression faltered. Although he specialized in Confucian studies, he understood Zhuangzi's promotion of indifference. Wang Yang's assertion blatantly contradicted established beliefs. Yet, it was no surprise given his youth. Having mastered the Shanshu, he likely lacked the time to explore Taoist texts. Zongsu, unperturbed, chuckled lightly, you likely haven't even read Zhuangzi, have you? Wang Yang responded calmly. Laozi states, when kinship is discordant, there is filial piety. When a nation is chaotic, there are loyal ministers. It is only in the absence of familial love that one advocates for it, and only in times of national turmoil that loyalty is highlighted. In a similar vein, what kind of person would fervently advocate for the path of detachment? It would be one who harbors profound emotions. The highest sages transcend emotional attachments, while the lowest are devoid of feelings altogether. Those lacking in emotion cannot even be considered as having or lacking feelings. It is only those who are deeply passionate and suffer from their affections who yearn for detachment and contemplate the way of indifference. The text of Zhuangzi frequently laments. Is it not sorrowful? Is it not tragic? Alas, such expressions of grief are numerous, exceeding 20 occurrences. Would a truly indifferent person utter such words? Lu Zhao was taken aback. He had always believed Wang Yang to be a proponent of Confucianism, yet here he was, engaging in discourse on Laozi and Zhuangzi. Zongsu also sat up, scrutinizing Wang Yang with a serious demeanor. When Zhuangzi's wife passed away, he sang while beating a drum. Is that not indifference? Wang Yang countered. If one were truly indifferent, why beat the drum? Why sing about it? This is an expression of helplessness, a noble sentiment to soothe oneself. Beating the drum and singing merely conveys a sorrowful lament. When faced with the inevitable, the world feels profoundly desolate. When Ruan Ji's mother died, he played chess while indulging in rich food and wine. What was his intent? Through his extravagant and seemingly irrational actions, he sought to release the burdens of his heart. Zhuangzi states, to share the same water in mutual support is not as good as forgetting each other in the rivers and lakes. A truly indifferent individual would not speak of forgetting. It is the deeply passionate who yearn to forget. The phrase better to forget each other is but a lament. It appears devoid of emotion, yet is, in fact, a deeply sentimental expression. Thus, it is said that profound sounds are rarely heard. Great snow leaves no trace. The utmost joy is beyond joy, and the deepest affection transcends affection. Zhongsu suddenly leapt up, his skin prickling with excitement. His voice trembling. To transcend affection is to transcend indifference. Well said, well said. After reading Wangzi for over 40 years, I had never grasped this. He rushed to grasp Wang Yang's hand, pulling him to Shan Tao's seat. Come, Brother Wang, sit here and continue. Lu Zhao remained in utter shock, staring blankly at Wang Yang. Jian, how? When do not interrupt, do not interrupt. Zhongsu rolled up his sleeves and waved his hand to silence Lu Zhao. Wang Yang, feeling fatigued, took a seat and continued, addressing the matter at hand. Zhuangzi perceives the world as murky and unfit for his discourse. Thus, he employs strange words and peculiar tales, exploring the vast universe, playfully critiquing sages, presenting what seems to be humor. Everyone acknowledges the sorrow of Chu Yuan. Yet few recognize the lament of Zhuangzi. Chu Yuan's grief is confined to one nation, while Zhuangzi's sorrow encompasses the entire world. Chu Yuan's sorrow is momentary, while Zhuangzi's grief endures across the ages. In the Zhuangzi, on forgiveness, it states, in this world, the dead lie piled together, the living push against each other, and those facing punishment gaze upon one another. Yet, Confucians and Mahists begin to separate themselves in the midst of shackles. How profound is this? Such a compassionate expression could hardly be from an indifferent heart. This is what is meant by the world is murky, and both Confucians and Mahists cannot save it. Hence, Zhuangzi reflects on these words to rectify the world's ills and return to righteousness. Well said, well said. Zhongsu, slapping his thigh, looked at Lu Zhao with an air of triumph. What do you think? You often claim that Laozi and Zhuangzi are pessimistic and of no benefit to the world. Yet you fail to recognize Zhuangzi's profound concern for society. Lu Zhao retorted with irritation, what are you so pleased about? You only just realized it yourself. Zhongsu eagerly beckoned Wang Yang, come, Wang, rise from your seat beside Shan Tao and take your place next to Jikong. Such lofty discourse deserves this honor. I'm quite comfortable here, Wang Yang replied. How can that be acceptable? Shan Tao cannot compare to Ji Zhongsan. Zhongsu insisted on switching seats and Wang Yang, yielding to the host's wishes, complied. Brother Wang, please continue, Zhongsu urged, rubbing his hands together, his expression earnest, his cheeks seemingly flushed with excitement. Wang Yang resumed. Zhuangzi speaks of the struggle for the land of the snail, where 1,000,000 lie slain. He notes that those who steal a hook are punished, while those who usurp a nation are honored. What a commentary. Lu Zhao, sensing Wang Yang's words straying into dangerous territory, immediately intervened, casting a vigilant glance around. At this moment, the Southern Qi dynasty had only been established for 11 years. The founding emperor, Gaodi of Qi, also the current emperor's father, had once been a minister of the Lu Song dynasty. After seizing power, he emulated Xiao Pai, coercing Emperor Song to abdicate, thereby claiming the throne. Thus, Zhuangzi's discourse on usurpation was indeed a sensitive subject for the court. Chapter 51. The daughter of Shichong Marquis Zhongzi waved his sleeve, declaring, it matters not. Only 3 of us have heard this today. If each repeats it, naturally, no one will betray us. Lu Zhao cast a sidelong glance, his expression one of disbelief, as if to say, are you joking? Ignoring Lu Zhao, Zhongzi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, I shall go first. The thief of a hook shall be punished. The thief of a nation shall be a marquis. Upon finishing, he turned to the male servant. The servant obediently repeated the phrase. Zhongzi then looked back at Lu Zhao. I will not say it. This is sheer nonsense. Lu Zhao retorted angrily. Zhongzi laughed heartily and reassured Wang Yang. No worries, Lu the scholar will not betray us. You can rest assured, continue. Wang Yang regretted his words in silence. But he had merely quoted Zhuangzi and had no intention of insinuating anything. Could one truly face downfall over such a statement? Was there truly a literary inquisition at this moment? Regardless, caution was advisable, and as Wang Yang reminded himself to tread carefully, he concluded, "To know one's foolishness is not to be greatly foolish. To know one's confusion is not to be greatly confused. The greatly confused shall never comprehend. The greatly foolish shall never awaken." Zhuangzi mourned the world's folly, lamented its confusion, grieving for its misfortunes and lamenting its lack of struggle. Cold-eyed, yet warm-hearted. Cold eyes disregard right and wrong. A warm heart is filled with boundless sorrow. Though aware of its futility, one cannot forget their emotions. Thus, a warm heart remains attached. Though unable to forget, one ultimately refrains from action. Thus, the cold eye sees through everything. Upon finishing, Zongzi and Lu Zhao appeared petrified, their bodies frozen in place. This discourse reflected Wang Yang's synthesis of the views of several esteemed scholars throughout history, infused with his own literary insights. Concluding with a classic remark from the Qing dynasty scholar Hu Weining. For Zongzi and Lu Zhao, who lived in an era where the study of Zhuangzi was still nascent, the spiritual shock was palpable. "Zhang, you actually comprehend metaphysics?" Lu Zhao exhaled incredulously, finally voicing the question that had long lingered in his mind. The texts Laozi, Yijing, and Zhuangzi were collectively referred to as the Three Mysteries. Metaphysics is the study of these three texts. Since the Wei and Jin dynasties, metaphysics flourished, nearly advancing in tandem with Confucianism. Thus, it was not surprising for scholars to understand metaphysics. However, the issue lay in Wang Yang's profound knowledge of the Shangshu, which clearly indicated he was a pure disciple of classical studies. Coupled with his youth, how could he possess such a deep understanding of metaphysics? In terms of depth, Wang Yang ranked first in Zhuangzi, second in Laozi, and third in Zhouyi. Particularly regarding the Zhouyi, although he had attended specialized courses on it and, like other subjects, achieved top marks within his department, he dared not claim to fully understand it, leaving aside other matters. Even if he were to attempt to generate all possible divination methods of Zhouyi without any reference materials, he would find himself incapable. How could he dare to claim understanding? Wang Yang clasped his hands, stating, "I dare not claim to understand. I merely have a slight comprehension." If you possess only a slight comprehension, then what does that make me but a fool? Zongzi, regaining his composure, seized Wang Yang's hand and urged, Come, Wang brother, let us go to a certain place." "What place?" Wang Yang found himself somewhat unaccustomed to Zongzi's habit of casually taking his hand. Although he understood that the term holding hands in ancient Tang literature mostly referred to the actions of male friends, Lu Zhao seized the opportunity to inquire. "Regarding Jiyan's household registration, that falls upon me. However, my dear Wang, you must first assist me with a favor. Mingyang, you may head back. I shall accompany Wang for a while." In a secluded chamber adorned with windows, two young maidens sat facing each other, savoring tea. One of the maidens, clad in a flowing white silk gown, had a figure as slender as a willow and delicate collarbones. She gracefully pushed a teacup across the table. As her elegant wrist moved, her sleeve slipped, revealing skin as smooth and pale as ivory. This was none other than the renowned fourth miss of the Xie family, Xie Xinghan. Opposite her sat a lady draped in a black and gold satin dress, embellished with golden patterns, the hem trailing elegantly behind her. The contours of her figure, accentuated by the garment, combined with a captivating visage, exuded a unique blend of dignified nobility and enchanting allure. She was the most enigmatic of the three celebrated beauties of the imperial capital, Xiao Baowei, daughter of the Marquis of Xichang. If Xie Xinghan possessed a snow-like grace, serene yet hinting at a playful cleverness, then Xiao Baowei radiated an innate charm that was irresistibly alluring. With every subtle smile and frown, she embodied a natural elegance that captivated the heart. Sipping delicately from her tea, she closed her long lashes momentarily and mused. "The tea you have brewed is ever more refined, akin to the purity of fresh snow. It appears that Master Huishu has imparted her wisdom well. However, her tea style, influenced by the Zen master Xinqiang from Shu, leans towards the addition of sandalwood leaves and large soap berries. You have taken the liberty to substitute them with lotus seeds and calamus. While the intention is commendable, it is incongruous with the essence of Badong tea. What a pity." Xie Xinghan smiled gently. "Sister, you possess the wisdom of a strategist, with a heart as delicate as a finely crafted instrument. It is indeed challenging for you to find rest. If I were to serve you authentic Badong tea, would that not hinder your slumber even more?" You have just arrived in Jingzhou, yet you are already aware of my studies with Master Hu Weixiu. This speaks volumes of your keen observation and perhaps a touch of overexertion. My use of calamus in place of sandalwood leaves was merely a gesture of goodwill. Xiao Baowei chuckled. You mischievous girl, your tongue is as sharp as ever. I merely commented on your tea, and you accuse me of overexertion. If you seek to blame anyone, let it be your own reputation, which has stirred the hearts of the youthful in Jingzhou, making every one of your actions a subject of scrutiny. Xie Xinghan's face flushed with indignation. What do you mean by stirring hearts? Sister, do not speak foolishly. Xiao Baoyue's enchanting gaze sparkled. Are you still trying to deceive me? In the wandering world, where wine flows freely, the delicate waist of a Chu maiden is indeed reminiscent of our little Xinghan, is it not? Xie Xinghan's cheeks turned crimson at the mention of Wang Yang, and she clenched her fists in frustration. That scoundrel. Xiao Baowei set her teacup down. Enough. There are many lecherous souls in this world. Those with a modicum of literary talent often seek to flaunt their abilities, yet most are mere fools lacking genuine skill. If you were to hold grudges, you would find it an impossible task. Xie Xinghan blinked her starry eyes. What of young Master Su San? His profound knowledge and eloquence are renowned. Even my father acknowledges his historical talent, having started his career as an assistant to the author, with a promising future ahead. Surely, he possesses true talent and learning. Su Kuang, merely a bookworm, Xiao Baoyue scoffed, glancing at Xie Xinghan. Why do you bring him up? Xie Xinghan pondered for a moment before speaking. It is said that your family is to be united with the Su family of Donghai, and that Su Kuang harbors deep affections for your sister, while she holds a favorable view of him as well. Uncle Xiao even praises him as a talented individual of the nation. Xiao Baowei yawned and languidly replied, even you are aware of this. Xie Xinghan was taken aback. Is it truly the case? Note 1. In that era, sister was referred to as Z, but whether using Z or AZ, for contemporary readers, the cultural context lacks resonance. Thus sister is employed for clarity. 2. The practice of placing tea leaves in a cup and pouring boiling water over them originated in the late Tang dynasty, and had yet to emerge during the southern dynasties. The characteristics of tea culture during that time will be further elaborated upon later. 3. It is acceptable to forget certain subtle clues. Currently, only the tip of the iceberg is visible, and the narrative will delve deeper, eventually presenting a comprehensive panorama. 4. From the Bai Qiu and I Zhuan, the biography of Hui Su from Jishan Temple, at that time, there was Master Xian Shang, who came from Shu and passed through Jing. Su received the ultimate and profound teachings of Zen. Chapter 52. The unworthy suitor. So it is, I suppose. However, it is impossible for me to hold him in high regard, and my father's remark was clearly mere politeness. The Su family intends to publicize this matter, not only to elevate Su Kuang's status, but also to coerce me into compliance. Xie Xinghan exclaimed in indignation. How despicable of the Su family. Xiao Baoyue shrugged nonchalantly. Her hair lightly tousled, replying, despicable does not quite capture it. Their methods are rather lacking in sophistication. Are you not angry? Xiao Baoyue's eyes gleamed with cold clarity. There is nothing to be angry about. Since the old Duke Lu stepped down from the position of minister, it has been held concurrently by the King of Jingling. Su Shaozi serves as the Minister of War, directly under the King of Jingling, and they have developed a close rapport. Yet, this man is exceedingly cunning. He refuses to bind himself solely to the King of Jingling, hence seeking a marriage alliance with my family to curry favor with the Crown Prince. In such a scenario, my father naturally would not dismiss Su Xiaozi, and the Crown Prince also seeks to win him over. Thus this predicament has fallen upon me. Ultimately, it is merely a matter of mutual exploitation. Xiao Baoyue's father, the Marquis of Xichang, Xiao Wan, is widely recognized as a supporter of the Crown Prince. Upon hearing that both the Crown Prince and the Marquis are intent on facilitating this marriage, Xie Xinghan expressed her concerns. What will become of you, sister? If I do not wish it, none can force me. Yet I am 3 years your senior, and it is already late for me to marry. Delaying further will only lead to the inevitable. In truth, there exists a multitude of mediocre men in this world. Why should I struggle? Whom I marry is of little consequence. Xiao Baowei curled her lip in disdain, exuding an air of superiority over all men. Xie Xinghan urged. Though there are many who are mediocre, there are also genuine talents among them. And what of these talents? They merely flaunt their literary skills and refine their phrases. Even if they rival the likes of Wengu or Chaoji, what benefit do they bring to the world? Xie Xinghan replied earnestly. Literature is the grand enterprise of a nation, an everlasting endeavor. Throughout history, great scholars have penned their thoughts, and many have achieved deeds of merit. They observe celestial phenomena to discern changes in the times, and study human affairs to transform the world. The 300 poems possess the virtue of beauty, and the grand works of the Han carry the essence of admonition. All have been passed down through the ages, celebrated for eternity. How can one claim they are of no use to the world? Xiao Baoyue regarded Xie Xinghan's earnest demeanor, suddenly reaching out to pinch her lovely cheek, stifling a laugh. Look at your serious expression. You shall surely marry a great scholar one day. Xie Xinghan swatted Xiao Baoyue's hand away, chiding, I am concerned for you. And yet you jest. Just as they were playfully bantering, a distant commotion caught their attention. Xiao Ning hurried in. Madam, Mr. Zong has arrived, shouting at the door, demanding to see you. However, he did not leave a visiting card, and the doorman dares not open the door. Xie Xinghan, residing in Jingzhou, maintained strict privacy. Her doors always firmly closed without prior invitations. Upon realizing it was Zong Su, she chuckled. What need does he have for a visiting card? He must be too proud to concede. Hoping to reclaim that handwritten copy of Guxiang's Wangzi commentary, I have heard he possesses an ancient copy of Laozi's Tao Te Ching commentary as well. It seems he will not rest until he has bested me. Xiao Baowei rose gracefully, akin to the moon ascending in the night sky, continue to triumph over him. Dear Xinghan, engage in your discussions, learn about tea. It is all quite commendable. Do not involve yourself in trivial matters. I shall exit through the side door. Sister, do not leave. I seek your guidance on how to preserve our county's academy. Most perceive Xiao Baowei as a naturally exquisite beauty, possessing a cool demeanor, and consider her the most unpretentious among the 3 renowned women of the imperial capital. Yet, Xie Xinghan recognizes that this elder sister wields unparalleled intelligence and cunning. Her strategic acumen is capable of overshadowing numerous men in the court. While many believe that the Marquis of Xichang is the prince's sage, the truth is that his daughter, Xiao Baowei, is the true mastermind behind the scenes. Xiao Baowei pursed her crimson lips and spoke in a soft, melodious tone. You see, this is merely trifling business. Once your vessel arrives, and you have completed your transactions and settled your affairs, return promptly to Jiankong. Remember, do not entangle yourself with the Wang of Badong. Having said this, Xiao Baowei departed without hesitation. Xie Xinghan contemplated Xiao Baoyue's words, momentarily lost in thought. As she noticed Xiao Baowei's figure fading into the distance, she called out, Sister, did you truly come to Jingzhou solely for sightseeing? Xiao Baowei did not look back. She merely raised her right hand, delicately gesturing with her slender fingers, leaving behind a breathtaking silhouette. Outside the Xie residence, Zong Su tugged at Wang Yang with one hand while knocking on the door with the other. Xie girl, come out. Do not hide in there in silence. Wang Yang, feeling awkward, tentatively replied, I know you are home. How do you know? Zong Su inquired, puzzled. Mr. Zong, I genuinely have a stomachache. Please allow me to leave. Wang Yang was reluctant to meet Xie Xinghan. Though this lovely maiden was indeed a sight to behold, they had a prior grievance, and she had just assisted him in averting a crisis in the marketplace yesterday. To now assist Zong Su in confronting her would only deepen their animosity. Zong Su paused his knocking, questioning, Is it truly a stomachache? Wang Yang quickly affirmed, Yes, indeed. It hurts. Zong Su immediately resumed knocking with fervor, declaring loudly, Open the door quickly. My brother needs to use the restroom. Wang Yang nearly choked on his own blood in exasperation. Creak. The door swung open, revealing Xiao Ning. All smiles as she greeted Zong Su. My lady invites you in. Oh, it's you? Upon seeing Wang Yang, Xiao Ning's expression shifted dramatically. Zong Su, brimming with bravado, commanded, Call Xie girl out. Today I have brought a master of conversation to quell her arrogance. You cannot enter. My lady has not invited you. Xiao Ning glared at Wang Yang with discontent. Several attendants within the residence exchanged wary glances with Wang Yang. Undeterred, Zong Su grasped Wang Yang and urged him inside. He is my brother. What reason is there to bar his entry? Xiao Ning hastily dashed to inform her mistress, while Zong Su, fearing that Xie Xinghan might conceal herself upon hearing the news, sprinted after her, beckoning Wang Yang to keep pace. Wang Yang wished to escape. However, he relied on Zong Su for household registration matters, and having already entered, he found himself surrounded by the Xie household's attendants. Thus, he had no choice but to steel himself and follow closely behind Zong Su. Xiao Ning and Zong Su arrived almost simultaneously. Beneath the eaves, sumptuous silk cushions were laid out, accompanied by tea sets and sandalwood incense, all perfectly arranged. Xie Xinghan knelt gracefully upon the brocade, her brows and gaze soft, her demeanor poised. My lady, before Xiao Ning could report, Zong Su interjected, Xie girl, why have you kept the door closed for so long? Are you afraid of me? Xie Xinghan smiled. Uncle Zong, a wager is a wager. Having lost twice last time, are you still unwilling to accept defeat? Do not be too pleased with yourself. This time, I have found a master of eloquence. You shall surely bow your head in defeat. Is that so? Where? Xie Xinghan inquired with a smile. Brother Wang, what took you so long to arrive? Hurry up. Wang Yang, under the watchful eyes of several attendants, appeared quite awkward as he made his delayed entrance. Upon seeing Wang Yang, the smile on Xie Xinghan's face gradually faded. Wang Yang hastily performed a bow and said, I am immensely grateful to Madame Xie for your assistance yesterday. Zongsu was taken aback and asked, Do you two know each other? Xie Xinghan clenched her small fist and commanded, Someone, throw this scoundrel out of the manor. The attendants, filled with righteous indignation, charged towards Wang Yang. Although Wang Yang was eloquent, his martial prowess was lacking. Confronted with this sudden aggression, he could only retreat while exclaiming, Miss Xie, let us discuss this calmly. At that moment, the image of the green-clad woman from the market flashed in his mind. If only he possessed her skills, he need not fear these attendants. Chapter 53. The master of eloquence Zong Su extended his arms to block the housekeeper and Wang Yang, exclaiming, Do not act rashly. He then turned to Xie Xinghan, asking, What on earth are you doing? Xie Xinghan, her brows knitted with indignation, retorted, Inquire of him. Zong Su pivoted to Wang Yang, demanding, What have you truly done? A lecherous scoundrel. Could it be that you? He cast a look of admiration towards Wang Yang. What sort of gaze is that? Wang Yang, taken aback and unable to retort, hastily clarified, It's nothing of the sort. Just yesterday morning, Madame Xie inquired about my family background. And I thought you dare speak more? Xie Xinghan's cheeks flushed at the mere recollection of the scene. I had no intention of discussing it. It was a misunderstanding. And what of the poem that revels in the wandering life of a drunkard? Is that also a mere misunderstanding? Xie Xinghan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. As an innocent young woman, she was mortified that this poem had been so carelessly circulated by lewd youths, even becoming a popular tune in brothels. It was utterly disgraceful. Zong Su chuckled and inquired of Wang Yang, Not long ago, I heard this poem being sung outside. So it was you who penned it? Your verses are quite commendable, though the accompanying melody leaves much to be desired. And no, I wrote neither the lyrics nor the melody. I lack any understanding of poetry, let alone music. Wang Yang hastily denied it. Meanwhile, he was perplexed as to how this poem had spread. He had not shared it with anyone. Could it be that Xiao Pang had disclosed it? No, that couldn't be right. Xiao Pang had previously refused to share his writings with others. How could this poem be disseminated? In truth, even if it had circulated, it would not be catastrophic. The poem extolled Xie's accomplishments and contained no scandalous content. Was it possible that Xie's alleged dalliances with courtesans had incited controversy? Yet, that seemed implausible. This was the era of the Six Dynasties. And both Shishua Sinyu and the official histories documented such matters to highlight Xie's charisma. What, then, was the source of the issue? It dawned on him. She likely adhered to traditional values and disapproved of the flamboyant lifestyles of renowned figures. She would surely view the glorification of ancestral dalliances as a disgrace to her family name. Thus, the flattery in the opening line of the poem would be akin to stepping on the horse's hoof, as Wang Yang pondered this. Xie Xinghan's fury reached its zenith. Take this lecher to the county office in Jiangling. I shall accuse him of scandalizing virtuous women and violating propriety. Wang Yang's heart sank. One was a furious noblewoman, and the other a notorious figure who thrived on chaos. While the matter appeared trivial, if mishandled, it could lead to disastrous consequences. He still had to represent the academy in the contest against Wang's school. Surely Xie Xinghan, if only for Lu Zhao's sake, would refrain from sending him to the county office for punishment. Moreover, given his solitary composition of that historical poem and the fabricated tale he concocted about Xiao Pang's ancestor owing gratitude to Xie, such punishment would indeed be excessive. Yet, he was burdened with a significant risk. His household registration remained unresolved. Should Xie Xinghan lose her composure and truly deliver him to the county office, an identity verification could spell dire consequences for him. No, he must change the situation. I understand now. Madame Xie has harbored animosity toward me, mistakenly believing I am the author of this poem. Wang Yang adopted a look of epiphany. Are you still pretending? Xie Xinghan's ire only intensified with each passing moment. Indeed, I have heard this poem, yet I am perplexed as to why Madame Xie insists that it was penned by me. Wandering the rivers and lakes with wine in hand, the slender waist of Chu lightly rests in my palm. These lines are quite well crafted. But they are certainly not my creation. I could swear to the heavens. Wang Yang stated with utmost seriousness. These verses were composed by Du Mu. If you seek the author, go find Du Mu. Here, he cleverly played with words, claiming that these 2 lines were not his work, while others naturally assumed that the entirety of the poem was unrelated to him. Seeing Wang Yang's earnest demeanor, Xie Xinghan began to harbor doubts. As she firmly believed Wang Yang was the one who had shouted that day, she merely thought the voice resembled his, yet lacked concrete evidence. Xiaoning also did not see the man's face, only hearing the voice, which was indeed hard to ascertain. Just as she pondered whether to summon the 4 household attendants who accompanied them that day for identification, Wang Yang interjected, "Very well, since Madame Xie does not believe me. Let us go to the county office to clarify this matter and restore my name. Let us depart." With his hands clasped behind his back, he turned and walked outside, contemplating, "Brother Zong, when will you come to my aid? If I venture to the county office, who will assist you in seeking justice?" Upon realizing the conversation was going awry, Zongse hastily stopped Wang Yang. "Do not be angered, my dear brother. That accursed place, the county office, is no realm for us." He then turned to Xie Xinghan and added, "Miss Xie, a mere poem is nothing but idle gossip. Only a fool would take it to heart. If this truly escalates to the county office, and it originates from your residence, will not the onlookers only stir up more trouble?" Xie Xinghan's delicate face was as cold as ice, and she remained silent. Wang Yang quickly sought to smooth things over, regardless of whether this poem was written by me or not. "It is solely my frivolous conduct that has led to this misunderstanding. Otherwise, why would Madame Xie not consider that it might have been authored by someone else? As the saying goes, a fly does not alight on an egg that is uncracked." Just as Wang Yang was engaged in self-reproach, he noticed Xie Xinghan's eyes narrowing and promptly amended his statement. "Rather, it is my own words and actions that are lacking. I must sincerely apologize to Madame Xie." He bowed deeply to her. Zongse interjected to mediate. "My dear girl, this is merely a misunderstanding. Once clarified, all will be well. I have specifically come to engage in light conversation with you today. As the weather is splendid and conducive to discourse, why waste time on such trifles? I do not wish to see this person. Let him leave." Xie Xinghan glared at Wang Yang and sat down once more. "That cannot be. I cannot contend with you alone. Brother Wang is my specially invited ally. If he departs, what shall I do?" Xie Xinghan raised her finely sculpted chin slightly. Wearing a haughty expression, "I shall not engage in light conversation with such a frivolous person." Zongse quipped slyly, "Are you perhaps afraid of losing?" Xie Xinghan retorted with a cold snort, "Such provocations hold no sway over me." Zongse whispered to Wang Yang, "Brother Wang, please lend a hand. As long as you triumph over her, I shall ensure the household registration matter is handled impeccably." "Very well, for the sake of the household registration, let us continue to compete." Wang Yang mused briefly before declaring, "Never mind, we should take our leave. I have just offended her, and I feel remorseful. Besides, I have bested her once before. Perhaps that is why she harbors some resentment towards me. If I were to win again, would it not be tantamount to bullying?" Though his voice was lowered, it carried a significant volume. Xie Xinghan, unable to endure any longer, exclaimed in anger, "You speak nonsense. When have you ever won against me? In the book of documents, tribute of you, during the discourse of the 3 rivers, did you not concede wholeheartedly? You even remarked, 'The young master possesses profound knowledge.' I am in awe. Do you not recall?" Wang Yang mimicked Xie Xinghan's tone with a feigned voice. "How insufferable!" For the first time, Xie Xinghan discovered an overwhelming urge to strike someone, an unrestrained assault. Xiaoning was equally incensed, as a woman of noble status and exceptional talent. When had anyone dared to treat her with such disrespect? Xie Xinghan pressed her hand against the brocade mat, declaring, "That is classical scholarship. If it were discourse, you would not withstand even 3 exchanges under my prowess." Discourse, a distinctive activity among the literati during the Wei, Jin, and Northern and Southern dynasties, primarily focused on the 3 mysteries while also encompassing other metaphysical philosophies, is referred to as xiantian. In this context, an exchange refers to a challenging question followed by a response. Typically, in a balanced debate, discussions could extend from dawn till dusk, even reaching hundreds of exchanges. Xie Xinghan's assertion that she could best Wang Yang in merely 3 exchanges demonstrates her utter disregard for him. Her family had long been esteemed in the art of discourse, and she had been steeped in this tradition from a young age. The renowned talent of the Eastern Jin, Xie Daoyun, had gained fame through her eloquence in discourse, leaving many illustrious scholars feeling inferior. Xie Xinghan was often compared to the young Xie Daoyun, her skills in conversation being evident. In her eyes, Wang Yang epitomized the typical Confucian disciple, while many excelled in both Confucianism and metaphysics. It was remarkable that someone as young as Wang Yang could thoroughly impress Liu Zhao in the field of the Book of Documents. His diligence and dedication were indeed commendable. As the saying goes, one's expertise lies in specialization. Given that specialization often precludes general knowledge, how many possessed the genius of Wang Rong, who excelled in both breadth and depth? He was indeed the foremost talent of our era. Thus, while Xie Xinghan held great respect for Wang Yang's proficiency in the Book of Documents, she regarded him with disdain concerning discourse. Note: many misunderstand the concept of discourse, believing it solely pertains to the three mysteries. However, its scope is quite broad. While it predominantly focuses on the three mysteries, it also touches upon Buddhist studies and other philosophies of the universe and life, even including character evaluations. Those interested in this topic may refer to Mr. Tang Chongru's Discourse and Clear Deliberation and Mr. Tang Yiming's Discourse of Wei and Jin. Chapter 54. The Libertine's Argument. Wang Yang feigned disinterest, saying, "Let it be. If I win, you will find fault and become angry, dredging up past grievances. It is simply too exhausting." He sought to silence Xie Xinghan with this opportunity. Should she later bring up their previous disputes, he could assert that it was her resentment from losing the debate that prompted her to quarrel. Enough nonsense. I wish to converse with you. However, should you lose, you must serve as my servant for 10 days, fetching tea and water, obeying my every command, enduring toil and scorn. How juvenile. Let us propose something more tangible, Wang Yang replied. Very well. If you lose, you shall copy a book for me, 300 copies within 6 days. Are you capable of such a task? Xie Xinghan raised an eyebrow. How many volumes and words does this book contain? Not much, merely one volume, over 4,000 words. Xie Xinghan dismissed it casually. Simple enough. I will hire 10 scribes, each to copy 5 pages a day. The contents of the book must remain confidential for the duration of 6 days, Wang Yang added. Agreed. I shall confine them within my residence and release them afterward. Wang Yang could not help but marvel at her wealth. If he had the means to employ others, he would not resort to gambling. Xia, should you lose, you must return my handwritten copy of Wangzi's annotations, Zongsu interjected. Xie Xinghan smiled slightly. That is acceptable. But should I win, you must gift me the annotated Dao De Jing bearing Wang Bai's seal. Zongsu was taken aback. If you win, will you not have Wang Laodi as your servant? Wang Yang retorted. So, you wish to avoid any personal investment in this wager? Xie Xinghan replied. That is a wager between him and me. It is separate from my agreement with you, Uncle Zong. Zongsu looked between Xie Xinghan and Wang Yang, feeling quite conflicted. On one hand, Wang Yang's Zhuangzi's deep affection argument was exquisite and would undoubtedly sway Xie Xinghan in conversation. On the other hand, debate is not merely about presenting arguments. It involves a back-and-forth exchange. Zongsu had come too hastily and was unaware of Wang Yang's debating prowess. As he pondered, Wang Yang casually remarked, "It's merely a volume of Dao De Jing. Let us wager." Zongsu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at Wang Yang's nonchalant tone. Just a volume of Dao De Jing? Wang Laodi, do you know which dynasty this manuscript belongs to? It matters not, for she cannot win. Zongsu widened his eyes, observing Wang Yang standing tall and composed, his demeanor tranquil. A gentle breeze rustled his white robe, enhancing his graceful presence. Suddenly emboldened, Zongsu declared, I trust you. I accept the wager. Xie Xinghan cast a sidelong glance at Wang Yang, her expression icy, while her thoughts churned. What should I do if I want to hit him? The sunlight cascaded down, with wisps of thin clouds drifting by. Xie Xinghan and Wang Yang sat opposite each other, her gaze sharp and piercing, while he smiled in return. Though the debate had yet to commence, the atmosphere had already grown tense. Zongsu eagerly interjected, Wang Laodi possesses the Zhuangzi's deep affection argument. I invite you to take the lead and articulate your reasoning. In a conversation limited to just 2 individuals, one assumes the role of the protagonist, while the other becomes the audience. The primary speaker presents their argument first, followed by the rebuttal from the opposing party, after which the main speaker responds once more. This is the customary procedure for elevated discourse. Zongsu assumes the role of Wang Yang, naturally confident in Wang Yang's heartfelt interpretation of Zhuangzi, urging him to seize the initiative and catch Xie Xinghan off guard. Xie Xinghan lightly chuckles, remarking, what significance is there in presenting something premeditated? He articulates a heartfelt argument regarding Zhuangzi? I might as well advocate for the lust of the Dingtuzi. This was initially a satirical retort aimed at Wang Yang, with the final 6 words emphasized for effect. To her surprise, Wang Yang immediately interjected, Mistress Xie is mistaken. I believe that Deng Tuzi is not a man of lasciviousness. Marrying and having children is but a natural course of life. How can one label it as lewdness? He further elaborated that Song Yu's Deng Tuzi's lust was misinterpreted, as it failed to discern the nuances of the situation, thereby unjustly condemning Deng Tuzi. When he uttered the word unjustly, he enunciated it with deliberate emphasis. Deng Tuzi's Lust is a renowned work by Song Yu that recounts how Deng Tuzi slandered Song Yu's character before the king of Chu. Song Yu claimed that the beauty of the woman next door was so breathtaking that Deng Tuzi had secretly observed her for 3 years without ever agreeing to pursue her. Meanwhile, Deng Tuzi's wife was exceedingly unattractive, yet he fathered 5 children with her. In the end, Song Yu posed the question, who, then, is the true lecher? Thus, Deng Tuzi became synonymous with lasciviousness. Xie Xinghan's delicate fingers drummed lightly on her teacup as she remarked, his wife is disheveled, with protruding lips and crooked teeth, walking with a limp, afflicted with both scabies and hemorrhoids. Yet Deng Tuzi finds pleasure in her and begets 5 children. How can this be anything but lewdness? The fact that he does not disdain his wife's unattractiveness only underscores that he is not a lecherous man. Moreover, procreation within a marriage is a natural and rightful duty. If one were to equate having 5 children with lewdness, then what of Yao with his 10 sons and Shun with his 9? Does Mistress Xie imply that both Yao and Shun were lecherous rulers? Wang Yang countered. Xie Xinghan was momentarily taken aback. She had merely quoted a line from Song Yu's text, never anticipating that Wang Yang would seize the opportunity to prolong the debate. Reluctant to concede, she argued, the lack of disdain for an unattractive wife does not indicate a lack of lewdness. Rather, it suggests that one has become so indulgent that they are no longer discerning. While procreation does not imply lewdness, the unrestrained desire to father 5 children reveals a propensity for lewdness. Wang Yang, observing Xie Xinghan sitting upright and maintaining her composure while espousing her convoluted reasoning, found it amusing. Do you understand what it means to indulge one's desires? Xie Xinghan's cheeks flushed slightly, momentarily flustered, but she quickly regained her composure and responded calmly. Confucius stated, excess is as detrimental as deficiency, and furthermore, one must temper their desires. Indulgence is synonymous with lack of restraint, and lack of restraint leads to excess, which is tantamount to lewdness. Xie Xinghan remained steadfast in her argument. Undeterred by Wang Yang's attempts to divert her focus, Wang Yang seized upon her words, pressing her. Is marrying an unattractive wife and fathering 5 children truly indicative of lack of restraint? Who has decreed such a rule? I have, Xie Xinghan asserted with conviction. Wang Yang was taken aback. On what grounds do you establish this decree? Based on my argument that Deng Tuzi is lecherous, thus, the definition of lewdness resides with me. I declare this to be a lack of restraint, and therefore, it is indeed a lack of restraint. Xie Xinghan raised her teacup, taking a small sip, exuding an air of tranquility. This has nearly descended into sophistry, yet for a moment, it proves challenging to counter. Zhongse anxiously glanced at Wang Yang, fearing his silence. Wang Yang resolved to bait the eloquent young woman. If I were to adhere to your definition of lecherous, would that not also categorize me as such? Xie Xinghan, disinterested in responding, lowered her eyelashes, exuding an expression that conveyed, what do you think? Wang Yang pressed on, by your logic, it seems that lechery is not necessarily a pejorative. Xie Xinghan retorted with disdain, of course, it is derogatory. Wang Yang replied slowly. As Confucius stated, food and sex are inherent to human nature. The Book of Rites mentions, eating and the relations between men and women are fundamental desires of humanity. The I Ching is grounded in the duality of yin and yang. The Book of Songs begins with the ode to the Mandarin duck. If even the sages do not shy away from such topics, how can it be deemed derogatory? With this, he cited 4 classical texts in one breath, launching an intense counteroffensive and successfully establishing the second battlefield of their debate, tightening the encirclement. Chapter 55, Xinghan at this moment. Xie Xinghan realized that Wang Yang had skillfully guided the conversation to this point, yet she maintained her composure. The Zhuazhuan states, now, taking in Xiaoji is due to greed for her beauty. Greed for beauty leads to licentiousness, and licentiousness results in severe punishment. To be greedy for beauty is to be lustful, and lustfulness is a grave sin. Wang Yang immediately seized upon the flaw in Xie Xinghan's argument. Not so. The king of Huainan, in his commentary on Li Sa, asserts that the Guofeng appreciates beauty without indulging in licentiousness, and the Xiaoya expresses grievances without chaos. Thus, an appreciation for beauty does not necessarily equate to licentiousness. Ah, splendid! Zhongsu exclaimed, thumping his thigh in excitement. Xie Xinghan, momentarily taken aback, paused before retorting. Mengzi states, the ruler has an affliction. The ruler is fond of beauty. Fondness for beauty is indeed an ailment. Wang Yang smiled faintly. Mengzi also mentions, to be fond of beauty is a natural desire. Understanding such fondness leads one to admire the young and delicate. Xie Xinghan's tone intensified. The Book of Rites says, thus, a gentleman distances himself from beauty to maintain the order of the people. If beauty is so admirable, why must one distance oneself from it? Wang Yang, unperturbed, replied, when those above have such preferences, those below are bound to follow suit. The king of Chu favors slender waists, and many palace maidens perish from starvation. A slender waist is certainly not wrong. Yet the king of Chu ought not to indulge in it. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Xie Xinghan's delicate waist, prompting her to frown, ready to retaliate. Wang Yang hastily averted his eyes and continued, there is nothing inherently wrong with beauty. However, a gentleman worries that the common folk may imitate excessively. Hence the need to keep a distance from it. Xie Xinghan gritted her teeth, responding with disdain, I have yet to see virtue esteemed above beauty. Confucius did not declare that beauty is undesirable. Seizing the opportunity, she countered, if beauty is commendable, then why did Confucius say, in youth, when blood is unsettled, one must guard against beauty? The subsequent line is when one is vigorous, one must guard against conflict. Is conflict then also undesirable? Wang Yang quickly interjected, certainly not. Xie Xinghan replied, of course it is undesirable. Confucius once said, those who dare to face tigers and traverse rivers, yet die without regret, I shall not associate with. Wang Yang frowned. Speaking gravely, Confucius authored the Spring and Autumn Annals, which made treacherous ministers and usurpers tremble. Is this not conflict? Confucius, as the chancellor of Lu, executed Xiao Zhenmao after 7 days. Is this not conflict? He proclaimed, if a nation falls and one is unaware, that is unwise. If one knows yet does not fight, that is disloyal. If one does not perish in the face of ruin, that is not brave. Is this not conflict? In times of national peril, if one does not fight, what then? In times of righteous suffering, if one does not fight, what then? In times of public humiliation, if one does not fight, what then? When it is time to fight, even against 1,000,000 foes, I shall go forth. When it is time to appreciate beauty, even if one's wife is unattractive, there is no room for complaint. Zhong Su, sipping his fragrant tea, found himself spluttering upon hearing Wang Yang's passionate declaration. He thought to himself, indeed, Wang is remarkable. With just a jest, he has taken the argument to such heights. Xie Xinghan's delicate nose twitched slightly, her tender fingers twisting in her sleeve, struggling to find a counterargument. Zhong Su chuckled, Xie girl, it seems you have lost this round. Xie Xinghan's fair face tightened, feeling that Wang Yang was exceptionally cunning. He had seized upon her playful remark and launched a sudden attack, catching her completely off guard. Then, step by step, she set a trap. Guiding the conversation with her ire at his lasciviousness and mocking his wantonness, enticing him to reveal a flaw, thereby delivering the final blow and reaffirming her initial argument. This can be described as a series of intricately linked moves, executed with meticulous precision. Although she felt a sense of injustice, being a lady of noble birth, she conceded defeat within a few blinks, her demeanor relaxing as she gently nodded and remarked, young Master Wang possesses profound cunning and eloquence. In this round, Xinghan has lost. Xinghan? Is your name Xie Xinghan? What do those two characters mean? Wang Yang inquired with curiosity. In those times, a lady's given name was seldom disclosed. Even among the young men of Jingzhou who admired Xie Xinghan, most did not know her true name, referring to her simply as the fourth daughter of the Xie family. Xie Xinghan herself was perplexed by her lapse in composure, inadvertently revealing her name. However, she was not a petty girl, having uttered it. She deemed there was no need for further concealment, softly stating, the star of Xing and the Han of Haiyan. Wang Yang nodded and responded, the shadow of doubt flickers at dawn, like to encompassing the autumn light. A splendid name indeed. Xie Xinghan narrowed her starry eyes. Did you not claim to be unfamiliar with poetry? Coughing awkwardly, Wang Yang replied, I have a slight understanding, but that hardly counts as knowledge. What are these 2 lines? Are they also penned by someone else? They are indeed written by another. You. Zhong Su interjected. Wait a moment. Xie girl, if you concede defeat, what of the wager? Xie Xinghan's expression turned icy. I shall certainly honor the wager owed to you, but the topic we just discussed was far too frivolous, not suitable for formal discourse. She turned her gaze towards Wang Yang, her exquisite face illuminated against the light, the curve from her chin to her delicate neck glowing with beauty. Young Master Wang, do you have the courage to engage in another round with me? This time, let us discuss true metaphysics. Wang Yang gazed at Xie Xinghan, adorned in her ethereal white silk gown, sitting quietly across from him like a celestial being, and felt a sense of delight. He inquired, and if you were to lose again, what then? Xie Xinghan tilted her head slightly, retorting, what do you wish to happen? At that moment, a servant from the CF family entered to report that a delegate from the county school had come to deliver a note to young Master Wang. Wang Yang took the note and, upon reading it, quickly said, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. I will send someone later to deliver the book for you to copy. Within 6 days, Xie Xinghan interjected, 300 copies. I shall certainly fulfill my promise. Zhongsu asked, young brother Wang, where are you off to? I was preparing to take you to Shisha Island to visit friends. I am to meet an old acquaintance. We shall gather again next time. After Wang Yang departed, Zhongsu urged, girl, quickly bring me the Zhuangzi commentary. I shall no longer be a hindrance to your sight. Xie Xinghan instructed, Xiaoning, go fetch the book for Uncle Zhong. After Xiaoning left, Xie Xinghan poured tea for Zhongsu and casually inquired, Uncle Zhong, how did you come to know Wang Yang? Ah, it's a coincidence. This morning, Lu Zhao brought him to me for household registration matters, and I said I wouldn't tea. Zhongsu suddenly realized something and fell silent. Household registration? What household registration? Xie Xinghan asked coolly. Household registration? Did I mention household registration? Haha, you must have misheard. I meant to say a binding agent. Unbeknownst to you, I have recently acquired several herbs, which I intend to blend into a paste to concoct a potion, thus dubbing it the blending agent. Zhongsu chuckled lightly, forcing a laugh before deftly shifting the conversation. Wang Laodi delivered a poignant discourse on the profound nature of the Zhuangzi, which left both Lu Zhao and me utterly astounded. Allow me to regale you with the tale. I assure you, it will be unlike anything you have ever heard. Xie Xinghan's eyes sparkled momentarily as she smiled and replied, very well. Chapter 56. A peculiar summons. Upon returning to the county school, Wang Yang encountered Haiyan waiting for him. As soon as Haiyan laid eyes on Wang Yang, he knelt on one knee, clasped his fists, and implored, my lord, save me. His voice was earnest, tinged with urgency. Wang Yang responded, rise quickly. What has transpired? Speak slowly. Yes. This morning, I received a summons to be dispatched to Tianmin County for duty. Tianmin is over 400 miles from Jingzhou City, and should I go, it may be the end of the year before I can return home, leaving me unable to care for a wu. In antiquity, 6 feet constituted a step, and 300 steps made a mile. 1 mile equated to 1,800 feet. During the southern dynasties, 1 foot measured 24.7 centimeters. This distance was not overly vast. One could reach it on foot within 2 days. However, the military granted only 3 days of leave per month. Haiyan would require 4 days for the round trip, rendering it impossible to return in time. Moreover, the commanding officer there might not be accommodating, potentially denying him extended leave. Furthermore, as Tianmin was near the southern barbarians, the pressure of duty would be significantly greater than here. It was conceivable that even the ordinary monthly leave could not be assured, making it exceedingly difficult to regularly return home to care for a wu. And even the monthly provision of grain and money would become a challenge. After listening to Haiyan's account, Wang Yang inquired, is there danger in Tianmin due to its proximity to the southern barbarians? I am unaware of the specific location to which I will be assigned. But wherever it may be, it is undoubtedly far more perilous than guarding a Chu. The world has grown somewhat tumultuous. Merely a month ago, the Chao Public's outpost was slaughtered, and that was still within the jurisdiction of Jiangling County. Tianmin lies amidst the barbarians, who are likely to be even more unruly. Yet, as a soldier, I should not be choosy about the dangers I face. However, this summons seems rather peculiar. Haiyan exhibited a look of deep confusion. Wang Yang's gaze sharpened. What makes it peculiar? Typically, military service is drawn from within the county, rarely extending to other jurisdictions. Even in cases of personnel shortages necessitating transfers, it is usually a complete unit that is reassigned. Even if individuals are selected, it is the respective units that choose their own personnel. Yet this summons has been issued directly to me, with my name inscribed upon it. Is your entire unit being reassigned? Indeed. Our unit leader finds it strange as well, and even questioned whether I had some connections that led to my assignment to Tianmin. He presumed that I would receive a promotion upon my arrival. Initially, I wondered if this was your arrangement, my lord, but then I reconsidered. You are aware of a Wu's circumstances and would not send me to a distant county. Moreover, If a promotion were truly in the offing, it would surely be made explicit. Wang Yang too found the situation curious and asked, "Has anything similar occurred in the past?" Haiyan pondered for a moment before replying, "Never. 2 years ago, we were reassigned to Yangning County, but that was a collective reassignment. There were instances where officers were specifically named, but as a mere soldier. How could my name have been drawn? Has the military office altered its regulations?" Wang Yang remained silent. This matter reeked of oddity when circumstances deviate from the norm. There is often something sinister afoot, though the nature of that malevolence remains unclear. If there is indeed a threat, is it directed at Haiyan? Or is it a broader scheme? Even without malevolence, Tianmin is a perilous place, and it would be prudent to prevent Haiyan from being sent there. Had it not been for Haiyan's earlier intervention regarding the scattered cavalry, he might have already faced a dire fate, despite Wang Yang having repaid the debt for He Han, which could be considered a form of gratitude, and the fact that He Han no longer seems to offer him much assistance. Wang Yang values relationships based more on emotions than on material gain. This principle has allowed him to forge numerous genuine friendships in the past. What constitutes a true friend? It is someone who does not approach you for personal gain nor departs in the absence of benefit. Rather, they engage from the heart and never betray for the sake of profit. This is the essence of a true friendship. If one only seeks closeness with those who can provide them with advantages and distances themselves at the first hint of inconvenience, such connections are unlikely to endure. Noticing Wang Yang's silence, He Han felt increasingly anxious and called out, "Young master." To which Wang Yang reassured him, "It's all right. I will find a solution." He Han looked at Wang Yang with immense gratitude. Before coming, he had specifically requested a leave from Captain Shui, fearing that Wang Yang might be unwilling to assist him. After all, Wang Yang had already extended considerable help. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Yang resolved to take He Han to seek assistance from Lu Zhao. Lu Zhao possessed two commendable qualities, a pure heart and kindness towards others. He would not delve into how He Han transitioned from a sentinel to Wang Yang's temporary attendant. Upon hearing Wang Yang's request, Lu Zhao hesitated, expressing, "I truly have no authority in military matters." Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yang suggested, "It would be even better if we could directly sever his military registration." He Han's lips trembled. He had once harbored such lofty aspirations and had even broached the subject with Wang Yang. Yet, when Wang Yang had remained non-committal, he had let go of that hope. Little did he expect that the young master would still remember. Lu Zhao furrowed his brow, replying, "Severing military registration? Such a matter is even more challenging. Regular military households require approval from the Ministry of Personnel for release, which usually necessitates either remarkable merit or a decree from the emperor granting exemption. In the previous dynasty, Emperor Xiaowu had issued such decrees twice, both as extraordinary exceptions. Since the founding of our current dynasty, there has yet to be a similar case. While there had been numerous private requests in the past, the management has grown increasingly stringent since the recent census. Lu Zhao had mentioned the census while brainstorming solutions for Wang Yang as household registration, and this marked the second mention. Wang Yang, though unfamiliar with the history of the Southern Qi, knew that the Eastern Jin and Lu Song had both implemented such censuses. The term census refers to the verification of household registrations, essentially a thorough investigation of the populace. Following the tumultuous period of the Five Barbarians, many northern people migrated south, leading to a chaotic state of household registrations. On one hand, prominent families concealed their populations, turning commoners into private slaves and soldiers. On the other hand, many commoners, whether for survival or to ascend social ranks, sought refuge with aristocratic families. Numerous individuals resorted to evading taxes and military service through various means, such as falsifying identities, faking deaths, or altering documentation. As time progressed, these practices proliferated, resulting in an increasingly inaccurate population registry. To maintain national strength, both the Eastern Jin and Lu Song conducted multiple censuses. The Southern Qi, much like the preceding dynasties, instituted a system of household registration from the very inception of its rule. Following the ascension of the current emperor, there was a vigorous advancement of the household registration process, which not only involved stringent laws and severe penalties for those who falsified their registration, but also the establishment of a bureau dedicated to overseeing the registration of households. This policy even incited a rebellion that shocked the entire nation. At this moment, Wang Yang was unaware of the specific circumstances surrounding the Southern Qi's household registration. Nor did he foresee that he would soon be entangled in the aftermath of a rebellion that had concluded 4 years prior. However, I have an idea. Lu Zhao suddenly interjected. 6 days hence, There will be a scholarly debate at the White Tiger Temple, and the prince shall reward the victor with a sum of 100,000 coins. If you emerge victorious, you could graciously decline the monetary reward and instead request a favor from the prince. While it may be difficult to directly exempt a military household, you could leverage your identity as a member of the Wang clan from Langya to petition the prince to convert his military registration into your own household registration, thus becoming part of your retinue. The prince would likely acquiesce. During the southern and northern dynasties, a retinue referred to households that were affiliated with aristocratic families, holding a status superior to that of slaves. These individuals resided within the household as guests or servants and, when armed, served as the family's guards. Although they were private soldiers, they were still recognized as part of the imperial armed forces, accompanying their masters to battle and constituting an officially sanctioned defense force. Consequently, the transformation between retinues and military households was occasionally observed, as it was easier for a military household to transition into a retinue than to become a commoner. Thus, in certain exceptional circumstances, local military offices would grant military households to aristocrats as retinues. For instance, when officials of the Fangzhen resigned, it was customary to reward them with retinues, a practice known at the time as sending off the deceased. The black-clad man, in a state of trepidation, quickly replied, "I am not worth 100,000 coins. It is of no consequence. I have little to lose in Tianmen County." Wang Yang responded, "Do not concern yourself with other matters. Simply tell me, do you wish to become part of my retinue?" The black-clad man lowered his head, suppressing tears, and nervously rubbed the hem of his garment. After a brief pause, he hoarsely replied, "Of course, I have long dreamed of it." "Very well. Then we shall await the 6th day." The black-clad man, filled with melancholy, lamented, "But I may not live to see the 6th day. The orders require me to act upon receipt, and I have pleaded with the squad leader, which has only granted me a day to settle my household affairs. I must depart at dawn tomorrow." Chapter 57. The breach. Wang Yang inquired, "Is there a way to delay for a few days? Perhaps by feigning illness?" The dark-skinned man chuckled bitterly. "As a mere soldier, my life is as worthless as grass. I must be gravely ill to the point of being unable to stand. However, if an investigation reveals my pretense, I would surely face military discipline." Wang Yang then turned to Lu Zhao. "Might Lady Xia have a solution? We do not need a direct discharge from military service. A mere postponement of the orders for 6 days would suffice. She holds considerable influence, though she is not from Jingzhou and lacks familiarity with the local populace. Furthermore, her acquaintances are predominantly from the upper echelons of society. Surely, she wouldn't intervene for the sake of a soldier-esh transfer. Matters such as the issuance of military orders should fall under the purview of the lower-ranking officers. Yet, what chance does a junior officer have of knowing the daughter of the Xie family? The position of the Sima is the second in command of the Jingzhou army. Seeking an audience with the Sima for the adjustment of a mere soldier's duties would be akin to approaching the deputy commander of a military district for the transfer of an ordinary soldier. While the implications would be considerable, if it were effective, that would be sufficient. Wang Yang concluded, "There are no other options. Let us beseech her assistance." Lu Zhao hesitated for a moment before responding. "There is one individual whose involvement would render this matter trivial." "Who?" "Yuan Yi. He is a prominent leader of the Shichu gentry, highly esteemed, with numerous disciples and former officials throughout Jingzhou, and he possesses many acquaintances in the capital as well. In terms of reputation, the Yuan family of Xinya is among the most distinguished of the 4 clans in Jingzhou, with 3 members holding positions above the 5th rank in the court. His eldest son currently serves as the chief clerk of Jingzhou, while the younger son, whom you have met, is my student." Yuan Yuling. Wang Yang rejoiced. "It is Zijia? I shall entrust him to solicit his father's intervention. By the way, where is Zijia? I have not seen him these past few days." "He has taken leave to stay at home." Lu Zhao began, but hesitated. "On leave? Is he unwell?" "He is likely under his father's orders to remain confined. However, you may still visit his home to see if you can meet him, despite his character. You are after all of the Langya Wang clan." At the Yuan residence, amidst the rockery, Yuan Yi donned a white silk night robe, wielding a long sword. His body relaxed as he gracefully executed his movements. "Master, a young lord from Langya stands at the door, claiming to be a close friend of the second young master, seeking to visit him and pay respects to you." The steward presented Wang Yang's visiting card with both hands. Yuan Yi had already heard of Wang Yang from his son, yet he did not reach for the card and continued his swordplay, saying, "Inform them we have stepped out." The steward hesitated, remaining rooted in place. After completing a couple of sword moves, Yuan Yi asked, Why are you still here? Master, after all, he is from the Langya family. Yuan Yi thrust his sword into the air, chuckling lightly. Why is there so much fuss over the Langya family? Outside the Yuan residence, Wang Yang and the dark-skinned man departed. Wang Yang realized the steward was deceiving him. If Yuan Yi were truly absent, there would have been no need to inquire. Lacking alternatives, he reluctantly sought out Lady Xia. To his dismay, she was also unavailable. Wang Yang inquired about her whereabouts and her return, but the gatekeeper of the Xia residence remained tight-lipped, claiming ignorance. However, they received Madame Xia's command and awaited Wang Yang's arrival with the manuscript. Wang Yang instructed the sturdy man to retrieve the manuscript from the county school, which was not Lu Zhao's transcription of Shangshu Jinggu Wenji Xia, but rather a short work he had composed alone the previous night, comprising merely over 4,000 words. From a contemporary perspective, it would be more accurate to describe it as an essay rather than a book. Nevertheless, in antiquity, the length of a text did not necessarily determine its status as a book. For instance, the Tao Te Ching contains just over 5,000 words, while the classic of filial piety is barely under 2,000. The gates of the Xia residence were tightly secured, without the master's order. There was no invitation for Wang Yang to enter and wait. Thus, he remained outside, waiting until dusk, yet still did not catch a glimpse of Xie Xinghan. He entrusted the manuscript to the gatekeeper, instructing him to promptly inform Madame Xia upon her return that he had urgent matters to discuss. He then set off with the sturdy man to seek out Zhong Su, pondering that perhaps Zhong Su might have a solution. However, the Zhong residents informed him that Zhong Su had gone to Shisha Island and would not be returning that night. Wang Yang felt somewhat weary. It was indeed challenging to accomplish anything when one could not even locate a single person. Relying on others to carry out tasks proved to be exceedingly difficult. But why must one always depend on others? Could it be that without assistance, Wang Yang would be incapable of achieving his aims? The sturdy man, who had been following Wang Yang all day, though not having witnessed any results, was already filled with gratitude. Young master, perhaps we should abandon this endeavor. We could go to Tianmen. It would be no great matter. I have entrusted a wu to a neighbor, and I can simply pay them a little more. Alternatively, after you plead with the prince, you could summon me back. You cannot go to Tianmen County. There is something amiss with this order, Wang Yang suddenly declared. Something amiss? The sturdy man was taken aback by Wang Yang's grave demeanor. An incongruity signifies a problem. Why would Tianmen County require soldiers to be dispatched from Jingzhou? If the local soldiers were insufficient and reinforcements were urgently needed from outside, the conscription should follow the traditional method, deploying entire garrisons, rather than singling out one individual by name. Do you possess any exceptional qualities? But what if they randomly selected from the military roster? You cannot place your safety in the realm of what if. Have you considered that if there is indeed a problem with this matter, what the underlying purpose might be? Humans often harbor a sense of luck. Sometimes, even when they are acutely aware of a wrong, they still persuade themselves they are overthinking. This is, in fact, the insidious nature of inertia. Not everyone is willing to expend energy pondering and addressing dangers that may not necessarily manifest. The sturdy man stood dumbfounded. Could it be that someone truly harbored ill intentions towards him, a mere common soldier? Let us go, Wang Yang stated. Young master, where are we headed? Back to the county school. I need to inquire about a few matters and borrow some items. As night descended and the crescent moon began to rise, an ox cart came to a slow halt before a grand and elaborately adorned mansion behind high walls. This was the residence of Zhao Zheng, a military officer from Jingzhou. Wang Yang lowered the cart curtain. He resides here? Wasn't it said he came from humble origins? How could he occupy such a fine house? Seated opposite Wang Yang was Lu Zhao's steward, whose surname was He. Lu Zhao was devoted to scholarly pursuits, delegating daily affairs to Steward He. Steward, he replied respectfully. In response to the young master, I have inquired thoroughly, and indeed, this is the place. Jiao, the military officer, hails from a common family, not even qualifying as a humble household. Later, he enlisted in the military, rising through the ranks to become an officer. It is said that he once served in the Imperial Guard in the capital. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, he was reassigned to Jingzhou as an external military officer, spending 3 to 4 years without any promotions. Although his official position was modest, upon arriving in Jingzhou, he promptly acquired an opulent residence in a prime location, suggesting that he was not lacking in financial resources. Wang Yang nodded and inquired, is everything arranged? All preparations are in order, came the reply. If there are any unintentional offenses, I beg your forgiveness. Housekeeper He, filled with trepidation, responded, Young master, you flatter me. Please rest assured. The master has instructed me to heed your every command. Very well, then pay attention to the commotion. With that, housekeeper, he first bowed respectfully and then clapped his hands. A servant outside the carriage drew back the curtain. Wang Yang stepped down with an air of authority. Beside the ox cart, 8 attendants from the county academy had long been awaiting, greeting him in unison. Young master. Wang Yang, with a demeanor of indifference, commanded, kick down the door. The attendants approached the grand entrance of the mansion and began to kick furiously at the crimson door. Who is there? Stop knocking. The door swung open, revealing a gatekeeper who shouted, Who are you? What do you want? Wang Yang strode past without acknowledging him. Chapter 58. Behold the young master. The gatekeeper, in a state of agitation, exclaimed, Hey, young master, what are you? At that moment, a throng of attendants from the county school surged forward, effectively blocking the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper shouted in alarm, Help! Someone has breached the gate. Wang Yang strode confidently inside, calling out, Jiao Zheng. You scoundrel, come out. How dare you, a mere servant? Lay hands upon the illustrious Wang family of Langya? Several guards armed with blades rushed out from the courtyard, advancing towards Wang Yang. But upon hearing the name of the Wang family, they hesitated in fear. Jiao Zheng approached swiftly with a few companions, momentarily taken aback by Wang Yang's words. You are Jiao Zheng? Wang Yang's gaze swept over the stout man, who was dressed like a wealthy landlord, his eyes radiating disdain. Jiao Zheng sized up Wang Yang, his expression unwelcoming. You are young Master Wang? Young Master Wang. Guanjia hurried to Wang Yang's side, bowing deeply. The esteemed guest is hosting a banquet at the county school, and many of the Lu family's youths are eagerly awaiting to meet. I have no time. Inform Lu Zhao that I am preoccupied. Wang Yang interrupted brusquely. Guanjia retreated, compliant. The county school, Lu Zhao, Lu family. Could this youth genuinely be of the Langya Wang lineage? Jiao Zheng's heart raced, signaling to the guards to investigate. Although Jiao Zheng held a humble position, his past experience in the imperial army had acquainted him with many prominent figures. Faced with Wang Yang's brazen arrogance, he dared not retaliate, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. I am Jiao Zheng, may I inquire? Young master. Wang Yang cut him off, unleashing a torrent of invective. You possess an audacious spirit. How dare you report to Prince Jingling, slandering my uncle regarding the usurpation of land in Jingzhou? How many souls in your family can endure your reckless machinations? A few of Jiao Zheng's burly attendants, incensed by the insult to their master, rolled up their sleeves, ready to strike Wang Yang at a moment's notice. Wang Yang scoffed. Are you all so impatient with life? Can't wait to drag your master into the grave alongside you? At that moment, the guard who had gone to investigate returned, whispering to Jiao Zheng that a cart outside bore the emblem of the Lu family of Niyang. Jiao Zheng promptly halted his servants, clarifying, what the young master claims is beyond my knowledge. Besides, how could I possibly have the standing to report to Prince Jingling? Pausing briefly, he cautiously inquired, May I ask, who is your esteemed uncle? Wang Yang retorted sharply, What are you pretending for? Is there another Wang family of Langya in Jingzhou? Previously, when Wang Yang had mentioned the Wang family of Langya, Jiao Zheng had thought of the enigmatic nobleman Wang Tai, who resided in the Ding family estate in Shokong Alley. However, Wang Tai was said to be nearing 40, which did not align with the youth's age. Thus, he found himself puzzled. Had another member of the Wang family of Langya arrived in Jingzhou? Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, Jiao Zheng assumed that the uncle referenced was indeed Wang Tai. He quickly bowed. So your uncle is? Wang Yang, growing impatient, interrupted. You manage your position well, feasting off the bounty of Jingzhou while harboring thoughts of Prince Jingling, inciting discord among the princes, and slandering court officials. I shall report this to the king of Badong and see if he will tolerate your actions. Wang Yang's proclamation struck fear into Jiao Zheng's heart. Prince Jingling? King of Badong, inciting discord among the princes and slandering court officials? Though the words were brief, Jiao Zheng felt he had grasped the essence of the matter. This young master, it seemed, had received intelligence from some source, accusing him of secretly reporting to Prince Jingling about Wang Tai seizing land in Jingzhou, thus branding him as a mere official under the domain of the king of Badong, while in reality being a partisan of Prince Jingling. Given that Prince Jingling, now serving as the Minister of State, wielded immense power as one of the 3 dukes, it was absurd to think he would be a covert supporter of the prince while occupying such a trivial position, unless he had been strategically placed here to undermine the king of Badong. Was there a clandestine rivalry brewing between the two? Such high-stakes conflicts were far beyond the reach of someone of his humble stature. Moreover, was he truly worthy of hearing such secrets? Jiao Zheng vehemently protested, My lord, I do not know the source of your information, but I have had no correspondence with Prince Jingling, nor could I dare to inform my uncle. Even if my uncle had seized land, I wouldn't he have the audacity to report it. Wang Yang's gaze turned icy. Do you dare to tarnish my uncle's reputation? Zhao Zheng quickly responded, I would never. I was merely making an analogy. However, my lord, despite my lowly status, I do hold an official position. You burst in here and scold me without revealing your own identity. Wang Yang replied with a hint of mockery, you, a mere official, dare to claim you have an official standing? Even my family's attendants surpass you in rank. What makes you think you are worthy of knowing my identity? Then how would I know if you do not tell me? Zhao Zheng retorted, is your family, the Wang clan of Langya, truly so distinguished? If I were of the Wang family, I would be a general by now. Why would I bother to endure your scorn? Zhao Zheng suppressed his rising anger and clasped his fists. If you do not disclose your name and status, how can I, Wang Gongzi, came Guanjia, accompanied by a maid, seeking Wang Yang. Damn it, my family is turned into a gathering. Zhao Zheng cursed inwardly. Wang Yang furrowed his brow. Didn't I ask Lu Jia to wait? Why are you here again? He Guanjia bowed and reported, this is the maid of Lady CSC. Here to summon Wang Gongzi. Lady CSC. Zhao Zheng's eyes widened in astonishment. Wang Yang had previously instructed He Guanjia that two parties might come looking for him, one from the CF family in urgent need, and another delivering fans at a leisurely pace. The latter could redirect their delivery to Zhao Zheng's residence if they arrived at the county school. The maid curtsied. Lady has returned home and requests the young master to come. Let her wait, Wang Yang declared nonchalantly. The maid's eyes widened in disbelief, gazing up at Wang Yang, as if unable to fathom someone daring to treat her mistress with such disrespect. Noticing her innocent and bewildered expression, Wang Yang felt a twinge of guilt. Yet, to alleviate Zhao Zheng's concerns, he dismissed it and casually replied, tell her that this young master is currently occupied and will visit her when time permits tomorrow. Zhao Zheng's jaw dropped in astonishment. His shock no less than when he had just heard Wang Yang mention the names of the Prince of Jingling and the Prince of Badong. This was none other than the esteemed fourth young lady of the CF family from Changchun. Countless noble scions longed for a mere glimpse of her. Yet this individual had the audacity to suggest visiting her another day? Was this even a reasonable statement? Housekeeper, he pondered. This must be what young Master Wang referred to as pretense. Speaking of pretense, what exactly do those two characters signify? The maid, furious and with a face ashen with indignation, thought to herself, it was you who sought out my lady first, and only then did she graciously invite you to visit. Yet now you speak as though my lady is begging for your presence. After all, being a maid from a prestigious family, she maintained her composure despite her rage. She performed a courteous bow and withdrew, resolutely determined to recount every word of this encounter to her mistress without omission. Zhao Zheng hurriedly gestured for a servant to follow the maid from the Xia household. By the time Wang Yang turned around, Zhao Zheng had already respectfully bent forward, clasping his fists, and announced, I am Zhao Zheng, an officer from Jingzhou, and I pay my respects to young Master Wang of Langya. Chapter 59. The Banquet. What is identity? It is the societal positioning of oneself in relation to others. Sometimes, merely gaining the acknowledgement of oneself and others allows one to masquerade as, or even become, that identity. For instance, when a group of students clad in uniforms addresses a passerby as teacher, to an onlooker, that individual becomes the embodiment of a school teacher. Similarly, if two renowned actors refer to someone as director during an interview, viewers will perceive that individual as a director. In this scene directed by Wang Yang, both Lu Zhao and Xie Xinyang are celebrated actors, collectively vouching for the credibility of this obscure director. This testimony is far more credible than Wang Yang's solitary assertions while encircled by a band of soldiers in the woods. Wang Yang scoffed. Do not come at me with such nonsense. You colluded with the Prince of Jingling to frame my uncle. I would stake my life that this is untrue. I implore you, young Master Wang, to discern the truth. Zhao Zheng's voice boomed, revealing a certain martial demeanor. Wang Yang wore a skeptical expression, muttering to himself, impossible. It was clearly stated that his surname is Jiao. A fleeting thought crossed Zhao Zheng's mind, and he quickly interjected, May I inquire, young master, who informed you that I, Zhao Zheng, secretly reported to the Prince of Jingling to frame your uncle? It was the prince. Wang Yang pretended to almost reveal the information, but swiftly caught himself. How could I disclose such matters to you? Could it possibly be someone close to the Prince of Jingling? Yet if it were someone from his inner circle, how could they pin this on me? Is there someone intending to harm me? You, young master, must understand that a lowly official such as myself could never have ties to the Prince of Jingling. nor would I possess the audacity to frame your uncle. I beseech you to grant me my innocence." Wang Yang pondered for a moment and inquired, in Jingzhou, "Apart from you, which officials share the surname Jiao?" This sudden question left Jiao Zheng momentarily flustered, compelling him to quickly engage his memory. "There is Xichao Shuzhua Jiao Sun, Lu Sher Jiao and Yang, and Zukeo Tsong Shi Jiao." "Jiao Wang? No, not Jiao Wang. It seems to be Jiao Kuang. There is also one in the office of the chief clerk, and in the city defense department, there is a protector surnamed Jiao, and there are simply too many officials in Jingzhou. If we count the clerks from various offices, I cannot possibly know them all. I refuse to believe that a mere office director like you could be familiar with every individual across the political and military systems. Could it be a case of homonyms? Or perhaps we are speaking of names rather than courtesy names." Wang Yang murmured in a perfectly measured tone before asking, "Zhao Zhang, what is your courtesy name?" Zhao Zhang lowered his head. "I have no courtesy name. My name is just that, a name." In those times, most individuals possessed names without courtesy names. Those who had courtesy names were either of noble birth, powerful clans, or individuals of notable knowledge or exceptional circumstances. Zhao Zheng hails from a humble farming background. How could he possibly have a courtesy name? Even after becoming a military officer and broadening his horizons, he dared not assign himself a courtesy name. For even if he did, it would only invite ridicule, much like his envy of the noble carriages that the gentry rode in. Yet he would not dare to purchase one. The divide between the aristocracy and common folk is not merely a saying. Perhaps I have made an error? I shall investigate further. I am not well acquainted with the people of Jingzhou. I hope you will be understanding." With that, Wang Yang expressed a half-hearted apology, clasped his hands behind his back, and turned to leave. Zhao Zhang, unwilling to let slip the opportunity to befriend the illustrious Wang family of Langya, quickly devised a plan to retain Wang Yang's presence. Suddenly inspired, he called out, "Please wait a moment, young master. I possess a directory that lists many officials sharing the same surname. Would you kindly sit for a brief while at my humble abode while I retrieve their names to present to you?" He hastily added, "It won't take too long." "Very well," Wang Yang reluctantly acquiesced. "Quickly, remove those attractive maidservants and replace them with the less comely. The uglier, the better. Bring in those two coarse-looking maids from outside as well." "My lord, what is the reasoning behind this?" "The young master's status is, would you know, you trivial woman." "Where is Yenner? Where is she?" "Quickly have Yenner don fresh garments, apply her makeup, and come forth to receive our guest. Instruct the kitchen not to prepare extravagant dishes. What exquisite fare has this noble young master not encountered? Let them showcase their specialties instead." No, I shall speak to them personally." The entire mansion bustled with activity at the arrival of Wang Yang. During this commotion, the guard who had been trailing the maidservant from the Xia household returned, confirming that she indeed belonged to the Xia family. Zhao Zheng's last shred of doubt dissipated, and he redoubled his efforts. "My lord, I am truly at fault. I distinctly remember that volume being at home, yet I cannot locate it. It may have been left at the Ministry of War. The office has already closed, so I shall retrieve it first thing tomorrow morning. It happens to be mealtime. Please allow me to host you for a simple repast at my humble abode. I am anxious, so I implore you to grant me this opportunity for atonement. This way, please, and watch your step at the threshold." Wang Yang observed Zhao Zheng's performance with a detached gaze, the scene unfolding precisely as he had anticipated. Naturally, he could not predict everything, such as the rather unspeakable appearance of the Jiao family's maidservants. In comparison, Zhao Zheng's own daughter appeared relatively presentable. No, in the light of these maidservants, she was not merely presentable, she could be deemed a beauty. It must be said, the culinary offerings from the Jiao household were indeed commendable, particularly the sautéed duck and the stuffed grilled white fish, vibrant in color and fragrant, eliciting an immediate appetite. Even in a modern restaurant, these could easily serve as signature dishes. Many believe that ancient cuisine, devoid of modern seasonings like monosodium glutamate, must be bland and tasteless. In truth, Chinese gastronomy is profound and intricate. Every ingredient is meticulously studied. Take the stuffed grilled white fish, for instance. While lacking MSG or oyster sauce, it is marinated with vinegar. A secret fish sauce, pickled sour melon, known at that time as guazu, and seasoned with spring onion, ginger, and tangerine peel. It is then brushed with bitter wine and a mixture of fermented fish sauce and soy before being roasted to perfection. Unfortunately, Wang Yang, intent on maintaining his persona, merely picked at his food. Otherwise, a bowl of rice accompanied by these dishes would undoubtedly be a delightful feast. During the meal, a servant announced the arrival of Steward He from the county school, who was accompanied by an individual bearing a fan for young Master Wang. Wang Yang instructed that the visitor be brought directly to the dining hall and remarked to Jiao Zhengdao, "I have ordered a novel item that I assure you have never encountered before." Upon receiving the fan, Wang Yang unfolded it to reveal a handle as dark as ebony and a fan surface as white as snow. Its design was precisely as he had previously specified, perfectly aligned with his expectations. Wang Yang remarked, "Excellent, proceed with this design. Within 6 days, produce 30 fans. We shall settle the payment then. Provided the quality remains consistent, you shall reap the rewards." The owner of the fan shop had initially intended to request a deposit. But upon witnessing the grandeur of the county school and learning from Steward, that this gentleman was a scion of the illustrious Wang family of Langya, and that this residence belonged to a military officer, he refrained from asking for a deposit. Instead, he confidently assured Wang Yang that he would ensure his satisfaction. Observing the shopkeeper's eagerness, Wang Yang instructed a servant from the Jiao household to take him downstairs for a drink and to treat him to some delicacies. The servant hesitated, unsure of his authority, and looked to Jiao Zheng. Without hesitation, Jiao Zheng scolded, "Nonsense. Young Master Wang has given an order. Why do you delay?" Chapter 60. Attending to the night, though the fan shop owner did not receive a deposit, he nonetheless enjoyed a sumptuous feast at the residence of the military officer. Thanks to Wang Yang's presence, Jiao Zheng's daughter, Jiao Yin, blinked her eyes and sweetly inquired, "Young master, I have never seen such a fan before. It appears to be made of paper. Is it not prone to damage? What special purpose does opening and closing it serve? May I take a look?" Wang Yang replied, "It is merely a toy. If you like it, I shall gift you one in the future." Despite his words, he did not allow Jiao Yin to see the paper fan. Noticing Wang Yang's reluctance, Jiao Yin did not dare to press further. Meanwhile, Jiao Zheng became increasingly convinced that Wang Yang was a frivolous young master, drawn to novel curiosities, and he quietly contemplated how to win Wang Yang's favor in the future. As cups were exchanged and toasts made, the Jiao family exerted themselves in flattery, urging wine and delicacies. Initially aloof, Wang Yang began to relax and engage in light-hearted banter after several rounds of drinks, and the atmosphere grew increasingly convivial. Before long, another individual requested an audience with Wang Yang, presenting him with a small note. Upon reading the note, Wang Yang's expression shifted, and he asked Jiao Zheng, "Old Jiao, what position did you say you held in the military?" "I currently serve as the external military officer," Jiao Zheng quickly replied. "Ah, indeed. You oversee the personnel arrangements and movements of the soldiers stationed outside the city, correct?" "Yes, I am in charge of the external military affairs," Jiao Zheng affirmed. "Managing the transfer of soldiers is indeed one of my responsibilities." "Very well, I have a task to entrust to you," Jiao Zheng immediately interjected, "Young master, please do not hesitate to command. I shall do my utmost if it is within my capabilities." Wang Yang pretended to glance at the note once more before turning to Jiao Zheng, carefully observing his reaction as he spoke. "For the Chu garrison, the Huangkue regiment, the 12th squad has a soldier named He Han, who is to be transferred to Tianmin County tomorrow. Please cancel this transfer order." Jiao Zheng's face instantly stiffened. While he could facilitate the arrangements for any soldier Wang Yang wished, why was it specifically this He Han? He hesitated, saying, "Such transfer orders to external counties involve military records that have already been transferred. To cancel them, one must negotiate with the external county, which is not something I can manage alone." Wang Yang suspected that Jiao Zheng's statement was disingenuous. There were 2 points of doubt. First, Jiao Zheng's demeanor changed at the mention of He Han, suggesting he had some familiarity with the transfer order. How could an external military officer possibly recall a minor soldier's transfer order unless it was unusual? Second, Jiao Zheng's evasive wording implied reluctance rather than an inability to act. If he truly could not assist, he should have stated so directly, rather than claiming it was difficult. Of course, Wang Yang might have been overthinking. It was entirely possible that the situation was genuinely complex, or perhaps Jiao Zheng was exaggerating the difficulty to elicit Wang Yang's goodwill. Wang Yang took a sip of wine, the cup clinking against the table as he remarked, "Officer Jiao, are you attempting to mislead me regarding military affairs?" The shift from old Jiao to Officer Jiao caused Jiao Zheng's heart to skip a beat, and he hurriedly responded, "How could I dare to mislead the young master? It is merely that this matter involves external transfers, and the regulations are quite intricate. I truly find it challenging." This was undoubtedly a pretext. Jiao Zheng could revoke the transfer order, yet he had accepted money from others and was compelled to assist them. Had it been anyone else, Jiao Zheng could simply return the money. However, that individual was not someone he could afford to offend. On one side was the hard-won connection to the illustrious Wang family of Langya, and on the other, the necessity to avoid antagonizing that person. Alas, the intricacies of human relations are indeed arduous. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, "May I ask what connection exists between this guard and the young master? Is the young master seeking to cancel his transfer? Do not pry too deeply. I am currently employing this individual. Here is the arrangement. I shall not press you further. Simply postpone the transfer order for 6 days. After that, I shall no longer concern myself with where he is assigned." This was agreeable. A delay did not equate to cancellation. It merely postponed the matter, allowing Zhao Zheng to avoid offending the influential figure while simultaneously aiding young Master Wang. A perfect compromise. Rest assured, if it is merely a 6-day delay, I shall take care of it. Wang Yang smiled knowingly. "I am most grateful to you, Zhao Qianjun." "Not at all. It is an honor for me to assist the young master," Zhao Zheng replied. "I also have a daughter, who has long admired the grace of the Wang family of Langya. To encounter a personage of your caliber today fills my heart with immense joy." "Yinner, why do you stand there dazed? The young master's cup is empty. Hurry and refill it." The banquet continued until midnight, during which Wang Yang sought to discreetly glean information regarding the mysterious transfer order, but to no avail. Zhao Zheng, in a subtle manner, attempted to probe into Wang Yang's familial background, also yielding no results. Both men pretended to be intoxicated, engaging in lively conversation while remaining alert and cautious in their hearts. As the banquet concluded, Wang Yang prepared to return to the county school and sent someone to summon a carriage. Zhao Zheng, with a smile, suggested, "The roads are perilous at night. Why endure the discomfort of travel? Why not rest at my humble abode tonight, and I shall escort you back in the morning?" Wang Yang pondered. Spending the night here was not unreasonable. It was late, and it would be inconvenient to summon a carriage from the county school. Furthermore, he still needed Zhao Zheng's assistance with the transfer matter, and it would be unwise to offend him. Thus, he acquiesced. The main residence of the Zhao family was already prepared, adorned with bamboo-supported carved windows and a long red lacquer writing desk, equipped with the 4 treasures of the study, and illuminated by a pair of candles. The fragrant quilt and wide canopy bed were infused with sandalwood, the canopy borrowed from Zhao Zheng's friend, Zhao Gongchao. In every detail, efforts were made to emulate the decorum of an aristocratic family, regardless of how well the imitation succeeded. In terms of the spaciousness of the room and the refinement of the furnishings, it was far superior to the accommodations Wang Yang had at the county school. After washing up and donning the night clothes provided by the Zhao family, Wang Yang examined the room's decor when Zhao Zheng's daughter, Zhao Yan, entered to serve him tea. She wore a delicate white gown, with a hint of a purple bodice barely visible beneath, her cheeks slightly flushed, and her long hair cascading down in damp strands, reminiscent of one just emerged from a bath. It must be noted that not everyone could carry off such a white dress. Lacking in any aspect of elegance, beauty, or figure could easily lead to a lackluster appearance. In contrast, a petite beauty like Xie Xinghan, adorned in white, would embody a fairy-like presence. Should she portray characters such as Xiaolong or Huang Rong, she would undoubtedly captivate audiences far and wide. However, she lacks acting skills and possesses quite a haughty disposition. If she were to attend an unlimited advancement class, she would undoubtedly challenge the instructors incessantly, ha ha ha. Wang Yang's thoughts wandered, completely oblivious to the fact that Zhao Yan had entered, pouring tea, arranging the candlesticks, and preparing the bed. Yet, the bed had already been made by the servants, and there was little for her to do, so she could only linger by the bedside, smoothing the mattress. Regaining his focus, Wang Yang remarked, "Miss Jiao, it is late. You should return to rest." "I'm not sleepy," Zhao Yan replied softly. "Though you may not feel drowsy, I am quite weary," Wang Yang responded. Zhao Yan lowered her head, her voice as soft as a whisper. "I wish to stay and attend to you, my lord." Chapter 61. The female thief. Wang Yang was taken aback and asked, "Is it your desire or your father's?" "It is. My father said that following young Master Wang would inevitably lead to becoming a concubine, or perhaps even a mere mistress. But this would be an external mistress of the illustrious Langya Wang clan. This status surpasses that of the legitimate wives of many prominent families. If I were to bear a son and fortune favored us, there might be an opportunity to enter the family registry. That would elevate us to the ranks of the gentry, a first-rate gentry at that. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that our old Jiao family could only dream of for a century. You must seize it. Of course, my father does not wish to pressure you. If you do not desire it, then so be it." The divide between the gentry and commoners is vast. Jiao Yin recalled her father Zhao Zheng's words, picturing the noble ladies of the gentry laughing and boarding their opulent carriages. Then glanced at Wang Yang's refined features and resolutely declared, "It is my desire." Wang Yang shook his head, saying, "I do not require anyone to serve me." "You rejected me?" Jiao Yin stammered in disbelief. "Did I not been low enough for you? If you do not want me, what can I do?" She felt both embarrassed and indignant. Seeing his daughter's eyes redden, Jiao Zheng sighed, "It is of no matter. Such individuals either have stringent family upbringing or have grown up amidst women. I initially thought he was a frivolous young man and assumed he would be unaccustomed to a night without a woman, which would present a chance to infiltrate, but unexpectedly, he did not accept the opportunity. "Father," Jiao Yin stamped her foot and burst into tears. "Do not cry, do not cry. If he does not want you, then let it be. Given our family's wealth and your father's position, if we cannot aspire to the gentry, then let us strive to marry into a humble clan, which would still bring honor to our family." The moon hung like frost, and the gentle breeze flowed like water. After sending Jiao Yin away, Wang Yang sat alone at his writing desk, gazing at the bright moon outside the window, filled with longing for the family and friends he had left behind in modern society. Unconsciously inspired to write, he seized the moment, dipped his brush in ink, and began to compose. "In the past, I heard Uncle Yang lament that in life, the unsatisfactory matters outnumber the satisfactory ones by 7 or 8. Though I am still young and have yet to encounter my fortunes, I cannot simply dismiss these feelings. Whenever I reflect upon things that cannot be reclaimed, I find myself in a state of melancholy, occasionally pouring my accumulated sentiments into dreams, relying on fleeting moments to express my sighs. Yet, upon realizing that the moonlight cannot be rekindled, I rise and sit in a daze, sensing something lost." Zhuangzi spoke of dreams and weeping at dawn. There must be profound meaning in this. In days gone by, I often socialized with friends. Alone, I found solace in poetry, books, and music in gatherings. I would indulge in carefree banter and jest. However, since my crossing over, I have had no relatives or close friends by my side. Just as he was engrossed in his writing, a shadow suddenly swooped in through the window. The bamboo stick that held the window open was knocked down, and the intricately carved window slammed shut with a crisp sound. In the blink of an eye, the candlestick toppled, the flame extinguished, the papers scattered, and a cold object pressed against Wang Yang's throat. It was a dagger. A female voice with a chill rang out beside him, "Do not make a sound." Immediately, the courtyard erupted with a cacophony of footsteps, and the flickering torchlight seeped through the gaps in the carved window, casting dim shadows over the faces of the woman and Wang Yang. "It's you," Wang Yang exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the woman's features. Her nose was elegantly straight, her brows sharp, and her eyes were as tranquil as a deep pool. With a complexion as pale as frost, exuding an air of ethereal detachment, as if forbidding any intrusion. Indeed, she was the green-clad maiden who had rescued Audu in the marketplace just yesterday. Rising to her feet, her countenance was as frigid as ice, and she brandished a dagger to compel Wang Yang away from the window, shielding him from the flickering flames. She was tall, nearly reaching Wang Yang's forehead, and her fitted night attire accentuated her taut and powerful form. The two stood face to face, their movements synchronizing as if engaged in a delicate dance. The maiden's breath brushed against Wang Yang's face, infusing the previously tense atmosphere with a hint of alluring charm. "Knock, knock, knock. Young master? Have you retired for the night? There was a thief in the house earlier, a remarkably skilled one. I trust you were not disturbed?" The dagger slightly shifted, poised to sever Wang Yang's vein at any moment. Wang Yang steadied his breath and called out, "I have retired, and I am unharmed. Thank you for your concern, General Jiao." There was a brief pause outside, followed by, "As long as the young master is unharmed, I shall take my leave." The footsteps gradually receded, feigning delight. Wang Yang remarked, "You do not remember me, do you? Yesterday at the market in Jingzhou, you saved a little girl from beneath the hooves of a horse. I intended to express my gratitude, but you vanished in the blink of an eye." He instinctively reached for the maiden's dagger. She tightened her grip, pressing the blade against the artery in Wang Yang's neck, her voice cold and unwavering. "Do not move." Wang Yang forced a smile, attempting to bridge the distance. "I shall remain still if you lower the dagger a bit. You saved my little sister yesterday, and I have yet to repay you. I mean you no harm." The maiden's dagger remained unyielding, her tone devoid of emotion. "Why are you here?" "Hush," Wang Yang whispered, gesturing towards the door. "Get on the bed." The maiden, believing she heard footsteps outside, focused intently, only to witness Wang Yang beginning to remove his trousers. The rustling sound. Her serene eyes widened in astonishment, taking a full 3 seconds to comprehend the unfolding situation. A flush quickly spread across her face, reminiscent of a plum blossom blooming amidst snow, breathtakingly exquisite. With a swift turn of her wrist, the dagger glinted menacingly, slicing through the air. Bang! The door was kicked open with force. Zhao Zhang burst in, brandishing a knife, followed closely by 6 or 7 guards wielding weapons and torches. The tableau before them rendered them momentarily speechless. Wang Yang sat at his desk, his trousers half lowered, his lower half obscured by disheveled papers. One hand clutching a snuffed candle holder, wax drippings dotting the floor. His face was pale as he covered himself with the papers, bellowing in fury, "Get out. All of you. Your humble servant takes his leave." Zhao Zhang led the others hastily out of the room, each stifling laughter, their expressions profoundly peculiar. Once they were far enough away, Zhao Zhang was the first to burst into laughter, soon followed by the others, their mirth echoing in unison. Zhao Zhang waved his hand, declaring, all right, let this matter remain under wraps. Whoever dares to speak of it, I shall have their tongue." The guards nodded in unison, complying with his command. Zhao Zhang glanced back toward Wang Yang's quarters, a sense of reflection washing over him. It was no wonder the Wang family of Langya had such extraordinary proclivities. The atmosphere was thick with tension as Wang Yang wiped the sweat from his brow, recalling the previous encounter with the fierce wind that stung his eyes, and the dagger that had brushed perilously close to his face, leaving him with lingering trepidation. As he donned his trousers, he remarked, "See, I haven't harmed you, have I?" From within the cool confines of the bed's canopy, a chilling voice responded, "Within 7 paces, no blade misses its mark. Should you doubt this, feel free to test it. Why would I wish to experiment with such a thing? You saved a Wu, and I am indebted to you, regardless of your prowess with the flying dagger. Even if you lacked such skill, I would not flee, for there is no enmity between us, and you have no intention to harm me." Wang Yang, of course, yearned to escape, and nearly acted on that impulse before Zhao Zhang entered. However, should he have attempted such a course, 2 probable outcomes loomed. Either he would be swiftly dispatched by the lady's flying dagger, or he would become a hostage, uncertain of the lady's true identity. He pondered that if she were merely a typical bandit, Zhao Zhang would likely take measures to ensure his safety. Yet, if there were a deeper animosity between them, the situation could become dire, with both parties facing ruin. While the hope of a successful escape existed, he was unwilling to gamble on it. Thus, after much contemplation, he chose to assist the lady in concealing her whereabouts. The lady inquired, "How did you know they would return?" Her demeanor remained unresponsive to Wang Yang's earlier overtures, her voice as frigid as before. Note: the concept of the Han clan during the northern and southern dynasties referred to powerful local families and the upper echelons of bureaucrats and landowners, whose social standing significantly surpassed that of commoners. For instance, if Zhao Zhang's family could maintain a position akin to that of a military officer for several generations, they could ascend to the Han clan. Once admitted, the most apparent distinction was the exemption from taxes and labor, thus setting them apart from the ordinary populace, who were subject to labor obligations, hence the term meant for commoners. The hierarchy of the Han clan was not static. Should their fortunes wane, they could fall back to common status. An example can be found in the Song Shu, Zhongyu Zhuan, which recounts Zhongyu of Nanyang, originally from a lesser family. When the general Zhao Luan was stationed in Xiangyang, which housed many mixed surnames, Luan's chief historian, Fan Ji, assessed the standing of the Zhong family, ultimately relegating them to common status. The term Ci Min signifies a rank beneath the esteemed families, broadly equivalent to the Han clan. Zhongyu's family fell from the Han clan into commonality, but he gradually rose through the ranks, petitioning the emperor and restoring his family's status. The emperor could intervene in the hierarchy of the Han and lesser families, but true aristocracy remained beyond imperial control. The phrase scholars and officials are not appointed by the emperor originated in this era of the Southern Qi, underpinned by a rich historical and cultural context, which will be explored in greater detail in the 3rd volume when it reaches the capital. Chapter 62. Do you truly believe I would spare your life? Wang Yang fumbled to remove the candle from the bronze candlestick and remarked, "Firstly, you knocked down the bamboo pole that was propping the window when you jumped out. Secondly, my voice surely does not sound as if I were asleep. Thirdly, he left rather abruptly. Although he did not request to enter, suspicion must have already arisen in his mind. Once suspicion takes root, he will undoubtedly come to investigate." The lady inquired further, "Then why did you?" "The room is quite small, and the curtains are not thick. With the light of the fire, one can discern the truth upon closer inspection. By disrobing, all attention was drawn to me, and they dared not look too closely. Moreover, it was a fortunate coincidence that you happened to knock over the paper and the candlestick. As Wang Yang spoke, he concealed the candlestick in his right sleeve. How does knocking over the paper and candlestick matter? Ah, it is rather complicated. And I cannot explain it all at once, Wang Yang replied vaguely, adjusting his sleeve. The curtain was pushed aside, and the lady descended from the bed. Taking a seat opposite Wang Yang, her gaze icy. I ask, you answer. No deceit allowed. Wang Yang replied earnestly, you saved my younger sister yesterday, and for that, I owe you a great debt of gratitude. I would never speak falsely. Feel free to inquire. I will share all I know without reservation. Your name and identity? I am Liu Bai, a scholar from Jingzhou Prefecture, Wang Yang stated without a change in demeanor. Do you know Jiao Zhang? I just met him today. What business do you have at his residence? I seek to settle a score with him. What score? He tampered with the military roster and transferred one of my subordinates to another prefecture. Their exchange flowed seamlessly, without interruption. The lady ceased speaking, her eyes fixed on Wang Yang as if gauging something. Meanwhile, Wang Yang pondered his escape strategy. Is he afraid of you? Are you of noble lineage? The lady suddenly asked. I belong to the Liu family of Neon. Fear is not the right term. At most, I maintain a semblance of respect. He intended to imply that his noble status would instill caution in the lady, yet he was wary of overstating his lineage, which might render him a valuable commodity. Thus, he adopted the guise of a mere Liu of Neon. Having spent the past few days with Liu Zhao, he felt prepared to respond should the lady inquire further about the Liu family of Neon. The lady narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. You are not of the Liu family of Neon. Wang Yang's heart sank, though he feigned ignorance. Ah? You declared in the market yesterday that you wished to summon Liu Zhao, the county scholar. If you were of the same clan as Liu Zhao, you would not call him by name so casually. Indeed, I overlooked that detail. It was an error, Wang Yang chuckled. Do not let my youth deceive you. My generation is actually senior to Liu Zhao's, making me his fifth paternal uncle. When in the company of none but family, I refer to him by his courtesy name, Mingyang. In the market, I feared others might not recognize him, hence my direct address. My apologies, Liu Sir, for any offense. It was not my intention to take advantage of you. The lady did not pursue the matter further, seemingly convinced by his explanation. She lowered her eyelids, lost in thought. Wang Yang seized the opportunity to suggest, the guards outside should have relaxed their vigilance by now. You may wish to stealthily depart while the opportunity still presents itself. It will be more challenging at dawn. That is not your concern. You should summon someone to call Jiao Zhang to your room, citing an urgent matter to discuss. Remember, only allow Jiao Zhang to enter. Wang Yang secretly felt uneasy and tried to evade. At this late hour, how would he heed my call? He certainly will not come. The lady cast a fleeting glance at Wang Yang and remarked, Jiao Zhang is a man of vanity, eager to ingratiate himself with the aristocracy. You are of the Liu clan of Niyang. If you summon him, he will undoubtedly come. Wang Yang quickly retorted, this time is different. He previously dispatched men to track the whereabouts of the female hero and remains on high alert. If I suddenly call him, he will surely suspect something. No matter. You shall summon him now, she insisted. Wang Yang, with genuine concern and urgency in his voice, cautioned, if he becomes suspicious, he will certainly bring others with him. The lady interrupted him sharply. Do not concern yourself with such matters. Your only task is to call him here. But, she revealed a dagger, its cold gleam striking fear into him. Master Liu, understand this. I am not negotiating with you. Wang Yang could not fathom what would transpire upon Jiao Zhang's arrival, but the specter of conflict loomed large, and the chaos could easily ensnare him. Although he might escape, the risks were significant. He speculated that this woman might first eliminate Jiao Zhang and then seize him to flee the Jiao residence. What would happen afterward, particularly regarding silencing him, remained uncertain. Moreover, Jiao Zhang had other matters to attend to, and Wang Yang did not wish for his demise. If Jiao Zhang were indeed to perish, Wang Yang would find himself hunted by the authorities, should the truth of his masquerade as a noble be revealed. The consequences would be dire. Thus, Wang Yang resolved firmly. He could not comply with the woman's demands. I will not go, he stated unequivocally. The lady furrowed her brow, seemingly taken aback by Wang Yang's sudden defiance after her persistent attempts to charm him. Do you truly believe I would refrain from killing you? She asked, raising the dagger and fixing her cold gaze upon him, sending chills down his spine. However, he smiled faintly and replied, of course not, for you are not foolish. Killing me would not achieve your aims. It would only heighten Jiao Zhang's wariness, making your task all the more arduous in the future. Furthermore, while I may not be of noble lineage, I am from a prominent family in Jingtu. Should anything happen to me, the entire city would hunt for the murderer, and my family would seek vengeance with all their might. Though the lady was skilled, escaping unscathed would not be an easy feat. Without responding, she moved, lunging the dagger toward Wang Yang. She must be trying to frighten me. Surely, she wouldn't kill me. It would serve no purpose and only backfire. Moreover, she saved a Wu. She must possess a sense of chivalry. She wouldn't. The dagger shot forward without hesitation. Wang Yang's smile vanished, his pupils dilating in shock. Is this how it ends? The blade, swift as the wind, halted abruptly before Wang Yang's eye, as if controlled with precision. Pausing at her command, I thought you feared nothing, she remarked, observing his pale countenance as she slowly withdrew the dagger. Wang Yang swallowed hard, only then realizing his garments were dampened with sweat. He mused that he needed to devise a strategy to address his lack of combat prowess, as such a vulnerability could prove fatal at times. You previously mentioned that I saved that little girl and owe you a great debt. Will you not repay it? Wang Yang steadied his nerves and replied, I do wish to express my gratitude, but I have never acted blindly in such matters. What constitutes clarity? The woman's gaze was icy. You want me to bring Jiaojing into the room. What is your intention? Wang Yang retorted. Kidnapping, the woman succinctly replied. Huh? Is it not murder? What purpose does kidnapping Jiaojing serve? Wang Yang inquired further. I have a question for him. What question? The woman remained silent, her cold stare fixed on Wang Yang. Wang Yang asserted, if you seek my assistance, you must enlighten me on the circumstances. Only then can I ascertain whether I can aid you. If you say nothing and expect my help, how am I to assist? I am not one to be led like a donkey. If pulled, I resist. When the moment arises to offer help, I shall bear the weight of the matter without hesitation. My only stipulation is that I am not to be treated as a fool. His voice was robust and full of spirit, exuding the demeanor of a man of character. Yet inwardly, he thought, what a joke. If I were to assist you in kidnapping a court official, I would indeed be a fool. His inquiries were twofold, to buy time and ease the stalemate, and to probe the opponent's origins in order to devise a strategy and identify weaknesses. The woman fixed her gaze on Wang Yang, who met her stare unwaveringly in return. Note, in the context of the southern and northern dynasties, the term jia is used with great rigor, specifically referring to the foremost high-ranking noble families, distinctly separated from the second and third-tier gentry. Some scholarly works have broadened the concept of the Jia clan, equating it with aristocracy. For instance, Mr. Fan Wenlan's A Concise History of China, thereby losing the original meaning of the Jia clan, which is inaccurate. Chapter 63, The Abandoned Market Case. The young woman gazed for a moment before retrieving a small object from beneath her garment, gently lowering her head to untie the red cord from around her neck. In a soft voice, she instructed, extend your hand. Wang Yang complied, and the warm object from the woman's body fell into his palm. Suddenly feeling a twinge of discomfort at the thought of her personal item being held by a stranger, she quickly withdrew her hand. Wang Yang approached the window, scrutinizing the moonlight that streamed through the gap. In his grasp was a diminutive bronze seal, elegantly arched, known in scholarly terms as a wanyel. A red cord threaded through the seal, which bore 5 characters inscribed in seal script, Champion General's Seal. Taking a deep breath, the woman stated, my father was the former Champion General, the commander of the Imperial Guards, Chen Tianfu. Wang Yang asked, who? Noting Wang Yang's lack of reaction, the woman inquired, aren't you surprised? Should I be surprised? I have no knowledge of who Chen Tianfu is, so what is there to be astonished about? Wang Yang admitted. He had some recollection of the title Champion General, but lacked a clear understanding of its significance, given that it was a position within the Imperial Guards. It must have carried weight. However, during the southern and northern dynasties, the status of military generals was not particularly esteemed, often looked down upon by the scholarly elite, far more than the Song dynasty's preference for civil officials over military ones. Yet, if a military title was held by someone from a prominent family, the situation would be different. In this era of aristocracy, lineage and social standing were paramount. Is there a notable clan with the surname Chun in the southern dynasties? Wang Yang pondered. Noticing Wang Yang's contemplation, the young woman questioned, you are unaware of my father's story? Wang Yang, slightly embarrassed, responded, I apologize. I have devoted myself to study, and am not well versed in court affairs. The woman expressed her astonishment. The abandoned market case 4 years ago shook the world. And you are oblivious to it? For years ago, I was still quite young and unaware of matters outside my studies. Surely, you must have heard of the Tang Yuji rebellion? Wang Yang simply sighed. The woman was taken aback. You don't even know about the Tang Yuji rebellion? Sensing that this was common knowledge, Wang Yang felt compelled to explain. I was far too engrossed in my studies at that time. Seeing the doubt in her eyes, he quickly added, in ancient times, Dong Zhongshu dedicated himself to scholarship, not stepping outside his garden for 3 years. I was likewise absorbed in my studies. I hope you can understand, Miss Chun. Oh, so you are merely an ignorant scholar, she mused. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that there was something untrustworthy about him. In the winter of the 3rd year of Yongming, Tang Yuji, a native of Fuyang, incited rebellion against the registration policies, rallying crowds in defiance. The 3 Wu regions responded, their momentum overwhelming, seizing cities such as Tonglu, Qian'an, Yinguan, and Yuhang, and slaying the governor of Dong'ang, the royal family member Xiao Chongji, as the imperial forces could not withstand them. By the spring of the 4th year, he declared himself emperor in Qiantang, usurping the title of the state of Wu and adopting the false era name of Xingping. To proclaim oneself emperor within a year of rebellion? Wang Yang shook his head at this revelation. The lady continued, the power of Yu was formidable, and it was difficult for the local forces to contain it. The emperor appointed General Chen Tianfu, the champion of the realm, as the commander of the front troops, and entrusted him with supreme command. He designated Lu Mingche, the Viscount of Zhongshu County, as the general of the left army, serving as his deputy. Leading the imperial guard, the left and right armies quelled the rebellion. Upon reaching Qiantang, they dealt a devastating blow to Yu, pressing forward to pacify the various counties, and the head of Yu was sent to the capital. The lady paused as she spoke of her child, and Wang Yang, noticing her silence, inquired, what happened next? Subsequently, the imperial guard, amidst their suppression of the rebellion, engaged in rampant looting, seizing gold and silver indiscriminately, sparing neither the gentry nor the common folk. The 3 West region lay in disarray in their wake. The common people cried out in grievance, and the gentry convened in outrage. This matter reached the imperial ears, prompting an investigation by the court, which asserted that Qin Tianfu had amassed wealth through plunder and allowed his soldiers to pillage, even smuggling the looted treasures back to the capital. The emperor, infuriated, sentenced Qin Tianfu to execution and displayed his corpse in the market, while Lu Mingche was stripped of his official rank and title and sold into servitude. As the lady recounted this, her voice became slightly hoarse. I see, I thought, reflecting on the cold, resolute demeanor she exhibited. She appeared to be of a similar age to Xie Xinghan, and with her father's tragic demise 4 years prior. It could be considered a childhood trauma. The lady paused again, her expression impassive as she asked, do you believe my father deserved his fate? Wang Yang thought to himself. Indeed, it seems just. But I must inform you, my father was wronged. Wronged? She queried. Yes. Though my family is not wealthy, we are not in want. My father led a disciplined life, eschewing extravagance, with no indulgences beyond his passion for fine horses and weapons. After my mother passed, he neither remarried nor took a concubine. There were no expenses that necessitated plunder. What motive would he have for such actions? Furthermore, he was strict in military discipline and often advised me to be patient, warning me of the many high-ranking officials in the capital, advising that one should avoid conflicts. Such a person, accused of allowing his soldiers to pillage and smuggling vast amounts of wealth back to the capital, I cannot believe. Wang Yang pondered for a moment before asking, you claim your father was wronged. Do you have evidence? I have no evidence, but I know my father would never commit such acts. Moreover, there is a significant point. My father had already died before his execution. The authorities presumed he took his own life to avoid implicating his family. Wang Yang, perplexed, asked, how could a suicide lead to execution? The public outcry was immense. A public execution was deemed necessary for accountability. The lady replied calmly. My apologies, he said. There is no need for apologies. The dead are dead. Killing them again makes no difference. After a moment of silence, Wang Yang asked, do you doubt that your father committed suicide? I do not know. It is possible that my father took his own life to avoid implicating others. As if he were ultimately charged with robbery, I would be conscripted into military service by law. Wang Yang nodded, under the Qi law regarding robbery. The family members are also conscripted. It involves not just you, but your uncles and aunts, cousins and siblings. You understand criminal law? The lady appeared somewhat surprised. Only a little, he replied modestly. Wang Yang silently reminded himself that Qi Lu must continue to delve deeper into the matter. He then inquired, since you believe your father may have taken his own life, Why do you consider this a point of suspicion? If it were an ordinary case, with the truth unclarified, given my father's official rank, it is indeed possible that he would not face punishment for suicide. Yet, in a case as shocking as this, could my father truly believe that death would absolve him of guilt? Surely, he would not be seeking the emperor's sympathy through his demise. The young lady's voice was cool, laced with a hint of sarcasm as she replied. Perhaps the emperor did indeed extend a modicum of sympathy to this former beloved general. After the verdict was rendered, I was sentenced to the status of a commoner. Yet the authorities remarkably permitted me to redeem my punishment with a ransom, following the precedent set for third-rank officials. Without a directive from above, how could they exhibit such kindness? Of course, it could merely be a desire for monetary gain. Wang Yang pondered, realizing that the system of ransom for redemption existed even during the Southern Qi dynasty. Thus, it was indeed prudent to save money. However, he remained uncertain about the specific standards for such ransoms. Having paid the ransom, he spent the following years searching for his father's former loyal subordinates, only to find that they had either perished, been demoted, fled, or scattered, with scarcely any leading a prosperous life, save for one solitary exception. Wang Yang felt a stirring in his heart. Note: many texts erroneously record Tang Yuji as Tang Yuji due to the similar forms of the ancient characters and leading to transcription errors. Consequently, numerous ancient manuscripts also contain these mistakes, perpetuating the cycle of error until Tang Yuji became the prevalent form. Chapter 64. A severed finger in gratitude to the young master. Could this individual be Jiao Zheng? Indeed, he once served as my father's trusted guard in the imperial army, responsible for protecting the main camp and held in high esteem. After the incident, he vanished without a trace. I presumed he had met a fate similar to others, lost to the annals of time. It was only 2 months ago that I discovered my father's former vanguard officer in Jiazhou, who revealed that the one responsible for escorting the valuables and first accusing my father of pillaging and smuggling contraband was none other than this man. Thus, instead of facing punishment, he was rewarded for his testimony and assistance in recovering the stolen funds. Though removed from the Imperial Guard, his position as an external military officer is, in essence, a promotion considerably better than the fate of my father's other subordinates. The young woman paused, her voice imbued with a deeper warmth. He betrayed my father and harmed so many others. Do you not think I ought to apprehend him to uncover the truth? She gazed intently into Wang Yang's eyes, articulating each word with precision. So, will you assist me? Wang Yang, unconsciously tapping his fingers on his thigh, suddenly ceased and replied, You have not spoken the whole truth. What do you mean? The young woman's tone turned icy. You initially claimed your father could not have engaged in such carnage and suspected Zhao Zhang of framing him, correct? And what of it? This case is too significant to be solely determined by Jiao Zheng's testimony. Moreover, your father was a military commander. If he had indeed issued a decree for pillaging, surely it would not have been known only to Jiao Zheng, nor would such an order be relayed to a mere junior officer, even if he were the messenger. Would not other generals seek clarification on such a grave matter? You have interrogated so many of your father's subordinates. How could you not inquire whether it was indeed your father's direct command? Yet you have chosen to remain silent on this point, suggesting the outcome is less than favorable. Having already uncovered the truth, did you truly venture into Zhao's residence solely to ascertain the facts? The young woman fixed her gaze upon Wang Yang, her beautiful eyes glinting with cold light. Do you think yourself clever? Wang Yang met her gaze calmly. I merely believe that if you genuinely seek my assistance, you ought to speak candidly. A tense silence enveloped the room as neither spoke, their eyes locked in a standoff, the atmosphere thick with tension. After a long pause, the young woman let out a cold laugh. You are correct. I have inquired of my father's former subordinates, and they all assert that it was indeed my father who issued the command. Though reluctant to believe it, the consensus is compelling. Jiao Zheng is the last person I wish to question, if he corroborates this. The young woman momentarily lost herself in thought, uncertain of her course of action if the truth were indeed as such. Over the years, she had exhausted her family's fortune, traversing the world to vindicate her father. Yet, if her father bore no injustice, if he were truly deserving of his fate, no, that cannot be. In comparison to the court's proclamations and the testimonies of those subordinates, she places greater faith in her father's character, in the man she knew, the quiet, reserved father who delighted in making her soup and pancakes would never commit such acts. Father, have I misjudged you? Wang Yang observed the young lady's expression shift, a sorrowful gleam flickering in her serene eyes. He pondered that this might be a fortuitous opportunity for escape, if he could persuade her to leave of her own volition. He too could extricate himself from peril. Just as he was about to utter a few words of counsel, the lady suddenly reached out and grasped Wang Yang's left wrist. Ouch! What are you doing? Wang Yang felt a sharp pain radiating from his wrist, clenching his right fist. He restrained the impulse to retaliate with the candlestick hidden in his sleeve. With his meager combat prowess, resorting to the candlestick would be a desperate last resort, one to be avoided unless absolutely necessary. The lady first retrieved the seal from Wang Yang's grasp and tucked it into her bosom, then brandished a dagger. Her gaze resolute. I do not wish to harm you, but I cannot allow my father to suffer unjustly. If it were I facing execution, my father would undoubtedly believe in my innocence and fight with all his strength to restore my honor. I must capture Jiaozhong. I will count to 3, and if you do not comply, I shall sever a finger from you, continuing until you agree. Once this is done, Qing Shan will sever her finger in gratitude to you. Her voice was cold, like ice in the depths of night. Wang Yang was genuinely frightened and urgently pleaded. Miss Chun, there must be a better way. 1. Wang Yang struggled fiercely. Please don't. 2. This is not a solution. Losing a finger will not. 3. I am sorry. The dagger descended. Your father is innocent. Yet this manner of inquiry will yield no answers. Wang Yang blurted out in desperation. The dagger halted midair. Continue speaking. The lady's tone was devoid of emotion. Wang Yang, heart racing, hurriedly continued. Consider this. If your father is indeed wronged, the depths of this matter must be profound. So deep that it compels all to bear false witness. So deep that your father had no opportunity to vindicate himself. If Jiaozheng speaks falsely, he would never recant under duress, for to do so would mean death. Certainly, you could employ torture to extract a confession, but would such testimony hold any weight? What if Jiaozheng chooses to die rather than reveal the truth? Even if you were to kill him, your father's injustice would remain unrectified. You would be condemning yourself for the murder of a court official, a capital offense. Who, then, would clear your father's name after your demise? He spoke at a rapid pace, anxiety coursing through him, his lips parched. His fate rested entirely upon the whim of this woman. Whether she would be swayed by his words was uncertain. Time trickled by, and the lady maintained her grip on his wrist, neither loosening her hold nor uttering a word, simply sitting in silence. Wang Yang noticed her lost in thought, his heart racing with the desire to strike with the candlestick, yet the disparity in their strengths left him hesitant. What do you propose we do? The lady finally inquired. How should I know? Wang Yang began, but the lady narrowed her eyes, moving the dagger threateningly, prompting him to quickly amend his statement. Leave this matter to me. It's better to coax information than to force it. I shall extract the truth from him. Coaxing? Such a critical matter could be revealed through mere coaxing? The lady's face reflected skepticism. Indeed, coaxing requires a certain finesse. Consider this. You have been in the room for less than half an hour. Yet have I not managed to glean your words? Wang Yang initially intended to lighten the atmosphere with a jest, but to his astonishment, the young woman tightened her grip, causing excruciating pain to surge through his wrist, as if it were on the verge of breaking. I was just joking. A mere jest. Wang Yang bent over, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Of course, it is not a joke. You are the one being ensnared. The young woman relaxed her grip. Then summon Zhao Zhang to extract information. I shall hide away and refrain from any physical action. No? Certainly. But how can we extract information now? Is it impossible? The young woman exerted pressure once more. You damned. Chapter 65. Is it wrong to speak up? Do you understand what it means to use cliches? Cliches should flow naturally and make sense. With no beginning or end, I previously did not mention anything during our meal, and now, in the dead of night. You summon someone, how could they not be suspicious? If they are suspicious, how can you even engage them? Moreover, given the gravity of this matter, if there were indeed hidden truths, would he divulge them so easily? Preparation, timing, and nuance must all be carefully managed. You can't just approach someone empty-handed and start questioning them. Wang Yang, feeling the urgency of the situation, ceased to be overly polite and launched into a scolding. The young woman, however, did not take offense. She merely blinked and inquired, when will you be ready? This sort of dialogue hinges on opportunity, requiring the right timing and circumstances. I currently possess merely the title of a gentry, which is insufficient to earn his complete trust. I must wait until he is entirely convinced of my sincerity before I can act. The young woman appeared skeptical. How will you make him trust you? I have my methods. Noticing her expression darken, I quickly added, just wait, in 6 days, my reputation will resonate throughout Jingzhou. Her doubts intensified. Suspecting Wang Yang was merely stalling, Wang Yang asserted, if you do not believe me, the truth will be revealed in 6 days. At which point Jiao Zheng will surely hold me in greater esteem. The so-called lack of desire leads to strength. Jiao Zheng has desires, hence he is not resolute. By then, I will have the upper hand. To gain the young woman's trust, Wang Yang made grand promises. She remained pensive and silent, prompting Wang Yang to reassure her. Rest assured, I will take responsibility for this matter. Release me for now, and come find me in 6 days, then you shall know the truth. The young woman finally loosened her grip, and Wang Yang exhaled in relief, saying, this place is far too dangerous. If someone from the Jiao family discovers you, it would be disastrous. You should escape under the cover of night. I will be staying at the county academy. Come find me in 6 days. The young woman said nothing, only fixed her gaze on Wang Yang. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he rephrased, you may stay a little longer, as dawn is still far off. Lu Bai, do you think I'm foolish? Lu Bai? Oh, right, that is me. Of course you are the foolish one. If you are not foolish, then am I? Wang Yang replied earnestly. How could that be? My lady is exceptionally astute, completely at odds with the word foolish. Then will you let me go? If I leave, will it not be easier for you to escape, report to the authorities, and set an ambush for me to walk into 6 days later? Oh, what nonsense you speak. What are you talking about? How could I possibly be that kind of person? Since I have promised you, I will certainly follow through. Wang Yang declared with righteous fervor. The young woman continued to gaze at him in silence. Very well, Wang Yang conceded. What do you propose we do? I will follow you until you have completed your task. Oh, so now I am being taken advantage of? How does that work? I came in alone, and the Jiao family is aware of it. I will first slip out of the Jiao residence, and once you have exited, we shall meet again. That seems unwise. A lone man and a solitary woman. The young woman casually toyed with a dagger, its blade glinting ominously, causing Wang Yang to feel a chill. If you continue with your slippery words, I will adhere to the ways of the world and ensure you bleed a leader. You're impressive. I won't hold it against you for now. Just wait. We will settle the score later. Wang Yang forced a smile and said, my dear lady, please do not misunderstand. It is merely that having an unexpected companion by my side is rather inconvenient. There's nothing inconvenient about it. I saved that young girl. And today I saved you too. Consider it a repayment. Wait a moment. When did you save me? Are you jesting? Wang Yang failed to notice that this young woman possessed quite a sense of humor. Her gaze was serene, her demeanor as frigid as snow. When you concealed the candlestick in your right sleeve, poised to strike at me, yet I chose to spare your life, I effectively saved you. Wang Yang chuckled awkwardly, shaking the candlestick from his sleeve and letting it clatter to the ground. It was merely a jest, nothing more. Such jokes are best kept to a minimum, lest I take them to heart. Furthermore, allow me to caution you. Should I ever detect even a hint of deceit in your actions, I shall respond without mercy. In a flash, a cold glint appeared. A dagger, swift as a meteor, whizzed past Wang Yang's ear and embedded itself into the wall with a resounding clang. Wang Yang inhaled sharply, feeling a chill sweep through his ear. He quickly reached up to check, finding no injury nor blood, and finally exhaled in relief. This simply will not do. Who can endure such constant intimidation? Am I to be at the mercy of another from this point onward? In a state of disarray, Wang Yang turned to inspect the dagger, then stood up, approached the wall, and retrieved the dagger with a stern expression. If you continue to act so recklessly, there shall be no one to assist you. He pointed the dagger at the mark left on the wall, reprimanding her. Do you not employ your intellect in your endeavors? When the Jiao family inspects the room and discovers this, what then? The young woman was momentarily taken aback by Wang Yang's demeanor, seemingly surprised that he dared to speak to her in such a manner. After a moment's thought, she replied, I will scrape it away. Wang Yang rapped the wall with his knuckles, his tone growing more severe. Look at how deep it is. How will you scrape it away? Are you to remove an entire layer? Create a pit? At your age, how can you be so careless? Just because you can throw a flying dagger does not mean you must flaunt it incessantly. Is that not so? You, the young woman, incensed by his words, glared at Wang Yang with her beautiful eyes. Wang Yang met her glare unflinchingly. What are you staring at? Is it wrong to point out a mistake? 1,000-mile dike can collapse from a single ant hole. One minor detail amiss can ruin an entire plan. What if Jiao Zheng discovers something amiss? The young woman's delicate lips moved as if she wished to retort, but ultimately chose silence, lowering her gaze and murmuring, then what shall we do now? Wang Yang assessed the mark left by the dagger and replied coldly, come here, and along this vertical line, add 3 strokes to carve the character Wang. Why carve Wang? Because I instruct you to do so. I am merely cleaning up the mess. The young woman bit her lip, pondering for a moment. yet ultimately complied. Taking the dagger to inscribe the character, she hushed her breath, appearing as a girl who had erred. Seeing her obedient demeanor, Wang Yang felt a surge of joy within him. In the midst of crisis, opportunity often arises. Had he not long sought a resolution to the matter of the 5 inept warriors? Was this not the chance he had been waiting for? Once the young woman finished engraving the words, Wang Yang invited her to take a seat. You may remain by my side, but we must establish 3 fundamental principles. Should you refuse, there would be no foundation for our collaboration, and the endeavor would be futile. In that case, it would be more prudent for you to eliminate me with a swift strike. I acknowledge my previous indiscretion. Yet if you dare to seize this opportunity to make unreasonable demands, rest assured, all my terms are entirely justifiable. Firstly, you must refrain from employing any form of violence against me. We are partners in this venture, and my assistance is extended to you. Should you resort to threats of physical harm, you not only undermine my dignity but also impair my judgment and disrupt my mood. A disheartened state of mind leads to errors in strategizing. Moreover, if our hearts are not aligned and our strengths not unified, we shall find it exceedingly difficult to achieve our goals. Note, during the Western Jin dynasty, 1 Xing was equivalent to 202.3 milliliters by today's standards. Thus, the account in the Book of Jin, biography of Ruanji states that upon hearing of his mother's passing, Ruanji consumed 2 do of wine, raised his voice in lament, and spat out several sheng of blood, which is plausible. By the Southern Qi dynasty, the standard measure for 1 Xing had increased to 297.2 milliliters, a modest rise, implying that losing 1 Xing of blood was not necessarily a fatal penalty. Chapter 66. A beauty like a painting. The young lady pondered for a moment and said, I can refrain from employing force against you, provided that you do not engage in deceitful antics. Should I discover any ill intentions on your part, this agreement shall be rendered void. Agreed, he replied. Secondly, you will need a title while accompanying me. Externally, you may present yourself as my bodyguard. During this time, you must genuinely embody the role of a protector, fulfilling the responsibilities inherent to such a position. You must neither raise suspicion nor forget that I am doing you a favor in return for your service. The young lady furrowed her delicate brows and hesitated. But I have never been a bodyguard. This is not difficult, he reassured her. Simply follow behind me. Ensure my safety and heed my instructions. Obey your commands? What if you instruct me to commit heinous acts? Rest assured, I would never ask you to partake in wicked deeds. Serving tea and fetching water is beyond my expectations. Very well, you are a bodyguard, not a maid. However, your manner of addressing me must change. After all, I belong to a noble clan. When we are among others, you must refer to me as master. The young lady cast a sharp glance at Wang Yang, her icy eyes gleaming like swords. The image of the previously mistaken young girl completely vanished. Wang Yang immediately felt a wave of dangerous pressure. Sensing an impending collapse, he swiftly added, or you may call me young master instead. The young lady withdrew her gaze and nodded. You are of the Lu clan from Niyang, therefore deserving of the title young master. Actually, my surname is not Lu, but Wang. Her eyes widened in realization, understanding that she had been deceived. Recalling his earlier fervent claims of identity, which had sounded utterly convincing, she felt a chill run through her. Instantly, her expression hardened, and her fingers clenched. Do not forget what the first condition stated. Wang Yang hastily reminded her. The young lady fixed her gaze on him, her tone unfriendly. Who exactly are you? Since he had resolved to have the young lady act as his protector, he saw no reason to conceal his identity any longer. I am Wang Yang, courtesy named Ji Yan. From which clan? She inquired. The term clan refers to a specific concept from the Middle Ages, originally denoting the prominent families within a prefecture, signifying that a certain surname resided in that region and held esteemed status. Later, it became a metonym for the ancestral home of noble families. During the Wei, Jin, and Northern and Southern dynasties, lineage was highly regarded, and individuals often referenced their ancestral clan rather than their current residence. For instance, even though the Lu Zhao family had settled in Jingzhou for over a century, people would still refer to them as the Lu clan from Niyang, not the Lu clan from Jingzhou. Wang Yang hesitated briefly before responding. Langya. The young lady was taken aback. You are of the Wang clan from Langya? Indeed. How could the Wang clan from Langya be present here? I am here for scholarly pursuits. Scholarly pursuits? I mentioned that I am a student of the Jingzhou Academy. Given that you belong to the Wang clan from Langya, why did you not enroll in the Guozijian Imperial Academy instead of the Prefectural Academy? The young lady expressed her confusion. For what reason, you ask? It is simply because I am a pretender. Wang Yang could never respond in such a manner. So he replied, this matter pertains to secrets within my family, and I am unable to disclose more. Then, can you converse with the East Yiling or the minister of the imperial household? My father's deputy, General Lu Mingche, is currently imprisoned in Dongya as a slave. I have long desired to inquire about his situation, yet I have been hindered by a lack of connections. If you, my lord, could assist me in meeting General Lu, I would be willing to serve as your protector for a decade in return. Dongya, located in the capital, is an official institution responsible for the forging and metallurgy overseen by the court, as well as a place for the confinement of prisoners subjected to labor. The management there is stringent, and the guards are vigilant, making it exceedingly difficult to visit any of the inmates. However, since you belong to the esteemed Wang family of Langya, there might be a possibility of finding a way. She gazed at Wang Yang with eager anticipation. Wang Yang could only respond, I'm afraid I do not have any acquaintances there. I cannot facilitate such a meeting. Is there anyone in your family who might? My branch holds no power or influence. I am merely a figurehead among the gentry, lacking even proper registration. In short, I am unable to assist you. In truth, if he wished for her to serve faithfully and follow his directives, painting a hopeful picture for her would have been the most effective strategy. Yet, Wang Yang felt averse to such deception. To lie for the sake of survival was one matter, but to exploit a girl yearning to uncover the truth of her father's plight for his own desires was entirely another. He exerted himself, contemplating the possibility of skillfully extracting information from Jiao Zheng. However, to suggest forging connections with the Dongya magistrate, the Minister of the Interior, or even facilitating a meeting with the prisoners in the capital's judicial prison seemed utterly implausible. Thus, he could only refuse. The young woman's expression dimmed, and Wang Yang intended to propose a third request but hesitated at her crestfallen demeanor. Unexpectedly, she quickly regained her composure and inquired, what is the third? Indeed, if she could not withstand such a minor setback, she would not have persevered in her investigation thus far. Wang Yang continued, the third point is of utmost importance. If Jiao Zheng is indeed concealing something, uncovering the truth will become exceedingly arduous. Therefore, we must not alert the enemy. We must strike with precision. We must wait for the opportune moment to act. From now on, you must adhere to my directives and refrain from acting independently. Furthermore, the timing of my preparations and inquiries is to be determined by me. You may insist but must not coerce. What if the opportunity never arises? What if you continue to delay? Wang Yang pondered for a moment, raising a finger. 1 month. Grant me a month's time, and I shall exert every effort to uncover the truth. Very well. During this time, I shall also do my utmost to fulfill my role as your protector. But what if, after a month, you still hesitate to ask? Wang Yang sighed, then you may resort to force. The young woman nodded, and thus they reached an accord. Has Jiao Zheng seen your face? Wang Yang inquired. No. He does not recognize you? Correct. That is good. You may leave now. Meet me at the entrance of the county school tomorrow. The young woman rose and approached the window, standing in the moonlight that streamed through the gaps in the frame. Wang Yang suddenly asked, by the way, you mentioned a name when you spoke of severing fingers. What was it? Something like Qing. It is of no consequence. You are my protector. I must know your name. Otherwise, when we are outside, you address me as my lord, and I cannot very well call you Miss Chun. The lady fell silent for a moment and said, Qing Shan. Which two characters? Qing is in the color blue, and Shan is in coral. Shin Qing Shan. Wang Yang repeated silently. Young Master Wang. Shin Qing Shan glanced back, her tall figure reflected in the moonlight. If you fail to keep your promise, I shall take your life, Shin Qing Shan declared earnestly. Wang Yang felt a shiver run through him, and replied solemnly, rest assured, I shall not disappoint. The lady then gracefully leapt out of the window. The following day, the Jiao family invited Wang Yang to a lavish breakfast. Wang Yang, in a jesting manner, mentioned his drunken whim of inscribing words on the wall the previous day. Jiao Zheng, eager to flatter, insisted that the inscription must be preserved for the day when the young master's name would resonate throughout the world. Wang Yang held a fairly good impression of Jiao Zheng, not due to the flattery, but because he had not discerned any malevolent traits in him. Although Jiao had betrayed his former superior, if that superior had truly committed heinous acts, then standing up to testify was not inherently wrong. The only somewhat dubious point was Jiao Zheng's apparent wealth, but that alone did not indicate much. After breakfast, Jiao Zheng acquired a simple ox cart from somewhere to transport Wang Yang to the county school. Once the cart departed, Wang Yang stood at the school entrance, searching for Chun Qing Shan's presence. Young master. A clear, cold female voice reached his ears. Following the sound, he beheld Chen Shan, clad in a blue robe and wielding a long sword, emerging from behind a ginkgo tree, the tree dancing in the spring breeze, and the beauty resembling a painting. I express my gratitude to the friends who have sent gifts. I have received them all. I initially planned to set up a thank you post, but it conflicted with the author's note, so I thought it better to delve into the quality of the text rather than abandon the author's commentary. Your enjoyment of my writing brings me immense joy. I hope that each of you will perceive this novel as a long-distance journey through time, accompanying the protagonist as he explores a world from over 500 years ago, experiencing the local customs, unique cuisines, the clash of blades, and even the tempest of bloodshed. This sentiment resonates with me as well. In ancient times, there was a term known as spiritual wandering. As the I Ching aptly states, only the spirit can traverse swiftly without haste, arriving without movement. Sitting on the ground, one can travel 80,000 miles in a day, gazing at 1,000 rivers from the heavens. If my friends can find the joy of spiritual wandering within this book, my wishes shall be fulfilled. This reminds me of the great French writer Gide, who remarked in his diary, to read a book, in my view, is to wander outside oneself. Spending half a month with the author, I neither possess the time nor the ability to complete it in half a month. My writing is already squeezed in between life's demands, while films and games are cast aside like fleeting clouds, with a resolute expression. Furthermore, the length of this book does not permit such a pace, though should Groundhog Day arrive, I would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. Thus, I must implore everyone to stay with me a little longer. Chapter 67. A glimpse for the young master today. 2 significant events transpired at the County Academy. The first was the attendance of the young scions from the Wang family of Langya, clad in white robes, exuding a youthful grace and a composed demeanor during their exchanges. The second was the presence of a stunning beauty serving as their guardian, with cold eyes and a flowing blue garment. Standing tall with a sword at the entrance of the lecture hall, silent and poised, the allure of these 2 individuals captured the attention of many students, leading to a distraction during the initial portion of the class, much to the chagrin of Lu Zhao, who wielded his disciplinary cane to regain their focus. Lu Zhao, aware of the importance of redirecting the students' attention and the presence of Wang Yang, exerted his utmost effort to elucidate the profound meanings of the book of documents. Gradually, the students began to rein in their wandering thoughts and immerse themselves in the pursuit of knowledge. Wang Yang, too, listened intently, experiencing a nostalgic return to the scholarly atmosphere of the academy. Lu Zhao had devoted decades to the study of the book of documents, possessing unique insights in his academic understanding. Although Wang Yang had perused the esteemed discourses of later scholars, Lu Zhao's interpretation still provided a refreshing perspective. Thus, one must acknowledge that without a grasp of the chapters and an understanding of the exegesis, the book of documents remains incomprehensible. One cannot even decipher the fundamental phrases correctly, let alone delve deeper. However, it is crucial to avoid being ensnared by the rigidity of the text. Excessive scrutiny of the phrases and overly strict interpretations can be detrimental. The Han Confucians spoke of seeking to probe the ancient, yet they failed to grasp that the essence of studying the book of documents lies in understanding and applying its teachings. As Lu Zhao passionately continued his lecture, the students were thoroughly engrossed. Suddenly, an unexpected shout echoed from outside. "Madame Xie has arrived." This announcement instantly disrupted the class, prompting a flurry of excitement among the students as they rushed to catch a glimpse. Lu Zhao banged the table in frustration, commanding, "Sit down at once." The students froze in their seats, intimidated by their teacher's fury. With a stern expression, Lu Zhao remarked, "When Ichio taught the game of chess to 2 individuals, one was wholly absorbed in the lesson, while the other, distracted by the anticipation of a great bird arriving, failed to learn as effectively. Reflect upon yourselves." Before he could finish, he, the steward, entered, followed by a charming young girl with twin hair buns, whom Wang Yang instantly recognized as Xiao Ning, the personal maid of Xie Xinghan. "Sir, Miss Xiao Ning seeks an audience with you on behalf of Madame Xie," announced he. Lu Zhao was taken aback. Previously, Xie Xinghan had come to the academy with little fanfare, so why the sudden commotion this time? Was there an urgent matter at hand? Moreover, why did he choose to bring her into the lecture hall? He could have simply arranged for her to wait in the tea room and then discreetly informed him. Lu Zhao glanced at he, who wore an expression of helplessness. Perhaps the unexpected nature of this visit, combined with the reverence for the teacher's authority, or perhaps the anticipation of what would unfold next, led the students to observe the maid with keen interest, pondering the beauty of Madame Xie herself. The atmosphere in the classroom grew silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Lu Zhao addressed the students. Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. No need for that, sir, Xiao Ning interjected, bowing respectfully. My lady wishes to see young Master Wang. Wang Yang's brow twitched slightly at the mention of his name. Young Master Wang. Lu Zhao turned to Wang Yang, who quickly shook his head in denial. Lu Zhao inquired, which young master? Of course, it was the young master of the Langya Wang family. Xiao Ning gazed intently at Wang Yang, bestowing upon him a sweet smile. Please follow me, young master. All the students turned their attention towards Wang Yang. He felt a peculiar unease, as if Xiao Ning's smile concealed ulterior motives. He pondered, could it be that she has come to settle the score for yesterday's incident? Or perhaps the matter of the poem has been exposed. I cannot go alone. I must wait for Lu Zhao. With Lu Zhao present, at least there is room for negotiation. Thus, he declined, I am currently in class. Please convey to Madame Xie to wait. Upon hearing this, the students gasped in shock, their eyes wide open. After all, it was the esteemed Langya Wang family, and he dared to make Madame Xie wait. Even Chen Qishan, who stood like a statue at the door, glanced back at Wang Yang. Xiao Ning, with a smile that did not reach her eyes, emphasized, Madam is waiting for you right now. Lu Zhao interjected, Jian, since it is Miss Xie seeking you, you should go. Wang Yang replied nonchalantly, matters of knowledge transcend time. Everything else is trivial. Let her wait. With a flick, his folding fan opened, its white surface as pure as snow. The students were left astonished. Lu Zhao was dismayed, Xiao Ning was frustrated, and Chen Qishan observed with narrowed eyes. Butler He's eyes gleamed with understanding. It seems I am beginning to grasp what young Master Wang means by putting on airs. Everyone froze in place, while Wang Yang coolly fanned himself, completely unfazed by the heat. This display was indeed impressive, although pretentiousness may invite divine retribution. One must maintain appearances for the sake of the fan's marketability. The initial test seemed to yield positive results. Lu Zhao collected himself and remarked, since it is a matter of knowledge, a little more time is of no consequence. He then approached Wang Yang and whispered, it is not urgent. Miss Xie would not come to the classroom looking for someone. You should go. I wish to continue listening to your lecture. Wang Yang asserted firmly. Lu Zhao retorted, if you keep listening, I want to be able to teach. After several urgings from Lu Zhao, and with the students waiting expectantly, Wang Yang could no longer hold out. He reluctantly followed Xiao Ning out of the classroom, not forgetting to bring Chen Qishan along. The group arrived at the back courtyard of the county academy, where the Xie family's cart was stationed, surrounded by 4 young servants clad in blue, each wielding a short staff. Xie Xinghan stood gracefully beside the cart, her attire of yellow fabric accentuating her delicate beauty, exuding an ethereal charm. The young lady was indeed lovely. Merely standing still was a delight to behold. And if she were not a source of trouble, that would be even better. Wang Yang clasped his hands in greeting, Madame Xie. I trust you are well. Xie Xinghan first cast a glance at Chen Qishan, then gracefully bowed. I heard young master say, come visit me when you have time tomorrow. What merit do I possess to trouble young Master Wang? Thus, I took the initiative to come and let you see me. Wang Yang, feeling awkward, replied, Madame Xie, your words leave me utterly abashed. The events of yesterday were my fault, but I assure you, it was not directed at you. It was merely a matter of circumstance that forced my hand. I implore you not to hold me, a mere commoner, to account. Whether it was directed at me, I shall soon find out. Xie Xinghan raised her hand, her delicate fingers curling slightly. Come now, recognize if we have met before? The 4 blue-clad servants turned in unison to face Wang Yang. Wang Yang cast a glance at the 4 individuals. To be honest, he could not recall a single one of them. However, based on the attire of the man in blue and the one wielding a short stick, he could surmise that they were the same 4 who had confronted him in the Rotundi Lu that day, when flour had been scattered. It appeared that Xie Xinghan was intent on pursuing the matter to its conclusion. Nevertheless, since he could not remember their faces, it was unlikely that they would recognize him, especially considering that he had changed his clothes. In any case, there were no surveillance cameras, as long as he did not display any signs of fear. He doubted that these mere attendants would dare to assert that they recognized him. A look of perfectly measured confusion flickered in Wang Yang's eyes as he inquired, might I ask, Lady Xie, who exactly are they? Does young Master Wang not recall? You have encountered them before. Chapter 68, The Esteem of Culture over Commerce. Wang Yang, perplexed, inquired, is that so? Where? Xie Xinghan let out a cold laugh and asked her subordinate, do you recognize him? The 4 exchanged glances, appearing somewhat hesitant. One of them remarked, he somewhat resembles him. but from this distance, I cannot be certain. Xie Xinghan urged, come closer and examine him carefully. Indeed. The man fixed his gaze upon Wang Yang's face and gradually approached him. Wang Yang cleared his throat, and in a swift motion, Chen Qingshan positioned herself in front of him. The servant from the Xie family stated, please step aside. My master has commanded me to approach. Chen Qingshan remained silent, her cold gaze unwavering. Realizing that no further command had been issued by her master, the servant understood this as tacit permission to take action. He declared, I beg your pardon, and attempted to maneuver around Chen Qingshan, only to be abruptly obstructed by a sword sheath. Instinctively, he reached for the sheath. The sheath swept across, and a short staff responded in kind. With two sharp sounds, the Xie family's servant retreated 3 steps, clutching his left shoulder, having been struck by Chen Qingshan. The other 3 servants rushed forward, but Xie Xinghan commanded, step back. The 4 of them bowed and retreated to their original positions, while Chen Qingshan returned to stand behind Wang Yang. Xie Xinghan appraised Chen Qingshan from head to toe, her tone slightly frosty. What remarkable skills and beauty. Young Master Wang, will you not introduce her? Observing Chen Qingshan's effortless dismissal of the Xie family's burly servant, Wang Yang's delight was palpable. He felt he had stumbled upon a treasure. He lightly clapped his fan and, suppressing his mirth, said, this is my bodyguard. Her skills are rather average, I suppose. Chen Qingshan narrowed her eyes slightly. Seeing Wang Yang's mischievous demeanor, Xie Xinghan took a few breaths to quell her irritation. What was it that you sought me for yesterday? Wang Yang paused in surprise. When did I seek you? Xie Xinghan's gaze turned icy. Oh, right, Wang Yang recalled. Having intended to discuss an order issue with Xie Xinghan while accompanied by a robust companion. I had something to discuss with you. What matter? Xie Xinghan inquired. Her curiosity piqued. It's no longer pertinent. Xie Xinghan, who prided herself on her temperament, felt inexplicably annoyed by this young man, who seemed to possess an uncanny ability to provoke her. With a flick of her sleeve, she prepared to leave but halted abruptly. Her expression stern as she turned to ask, is there a continuation of the book you asked me to copy? Wang Yang had not anticipated this question. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, yes. Is it the answer? She pressed. Indeed. Can you answer all those questions? Of course. Then why not simply write down the answers? The manuscript Wang Yang had composed consisted of a series of challenging queries from the Book of Documents, aptly titled 100 Questions of the Book of Documents. Upon encountering it, Xie Xinghan had found herself perplexed, unable to solve even a single question, which had deprived her of restful sleep. If I were to write the answers, who would purchase the volume? This first volume of questions serves as a warm-up. Once the anticipation has been built, I will provide the answers in the next volume, which will surely sell like hotcakes. Wang Yang added, by the way. We agreed on 300 copies. With 5 days remaining, please keep an eye on the progress. Do not delay. You intend to sell books? Xie Xinghan's expression was one of astonishment. She initially believed that Wang Yang's request for her to copy so many copies was intended for distribution among the eminent scholars. Indeed, Wang Yang replied nonchalantly. In an era devoid of printing technology and copyright, the books available in the market were largely hand-copied manuscripts, often transcribed multiple times. Even newly published works would be swiftly replicated as soon as they circulated. This gives rise to the idiom Wo Yang's paper was precious. Consequently, those engaging in the book trade were either antiquarian booksellers or merchants specializing in commissioned copies. It was rare for authors to sell their own works. Are you saying that all 300 copies I transcribed are to be sold? Yes. And let us set aside one for Mr. Liu, another for Zijie. And I shall keep one as a memento. If Madame Xie fancies it, I shall gift her a copy as well. After these 4, the remainder will be sold. Upon finishing, Wang Yang recalled someone and turned to Chen Qingshan, asking, would you like me to reserve a copy for you? Chen Qingshan, Xie Xinghan's eyes widened in astonishment. Those booksellers will only purchase one of your books, then replicate hundreds or thousands of copies. Are you not aware of this? I am aware, but my book is timely, and its price is reasonable. More importantly, I have a hook that will ensure every single copy is sold. What hook? Xie Xinghan inquired, puzzled. Wang Yang wore a mysterious expression. You will know in due course. Quite a few clever ideas, but regrettably, not in the right vein. Xie Xinghan shot a sidelong glance at Wang Yang. Annoyed, he retorted. Why do you say I am not following the right path? Xie Xinghan replied sternly, as the saying goes, it is better to have a book than to leave a fortune to one's children. You have dedicated yourself to Shangshu to such an extent. Yet you focus your thoughts on such trivial commercial matters. This may be acceptable in Jingzhou, but once you reach Jiankong, you will certainly face public criticism. Public criticism was a term commonly used during the northern and southern dynasties, referring to external opinions and discussions. In ancient times, people placed great importance on public perception. For instance, after the founding emperor of the southern Qi usurped the throne, he once asked his ministers, "I have usurped the mandate of heaven. What do you think of the public opinion?" Even the emperor was concerned, and scholars were not exempt. Wang Yang disagreed with Xie Xinghan's perspective, stating, "Gold is no match for a book, but the crux is that I do not possess gold. Without effort, how can gold be obtained? Moreover, is commerce truly a trivial matter? I think otherwise. Throughout history, scholarship has been esteemed while commerce has been scorned. While I value scholarship, I do not belittle commerce. Literature can establish a moral foundation for the world, while commerce can provide sustenance for the people." Commerce providing sustenance for the people? Xie Xinghan's expression was peculiar. Wang Yang, uninterested in elucidating economic principles to her, merely replied dismissively, "I was merely speaking offhand." Xie Xinghan, perceptive and astute, immediately recognized Wang Yang's disdainful tone and retorted defiantly, "Do not underestimate others. The profits of trade are substantial. Commerce is a livelihood. And you are not the sole authority on business acumen. I have long managed my family's enterprises, and my visit to Jingzhou is precisely to handle business affairs." Doubt flickered across Wang Yang's face. Although Xie Xinghan appeared to be adept in various arts, handling enterprises and managing business affairs seemed to stretch. Several major brocade markets in Jingzhou have closed, and there is an urgent shortage of fabric. My family's cargo ships will arrive in 8 days, laden with 15 ships full of brocade. Then you will know the truth. However, I will serve as an intermediary and will not personally handle the affairs. The merchant class among the gentry is numerous, and my family is no exception, although most operate behind the scenes. At this point, Xie Xinghan cast a deep glance at Wang Yang and cautioned, "I merely remind you not to sacrifice the significant for the trivial. You aspire to a career in governance. Should you become entangled with mercantile pursuits, you risk damaging your position or, in a worst-case scenario, facing impeachment and criminal charges." Wang Yang was well aware of this. Yet his dire financial situation left him with no choice but to take matters into his own hands. However, if the black-clad man could indeed shed his military status, it would yield an additional resource. As for a career in governance, Wang Yang dared not entertain such aspirations. Firstly, the identity of the Wang family from Langya was ultimately fabricated. Even if he managed to establish connections to secure a household registration, the falsehood would remain, as the process of establishing one's official rank is bound by stringent regulations, which his spurious lineage would likely not withstand. Secondly, the downfall of the Shaoqi dynasty was unpredictable. Entering public service at an ill-timed juncture could potentially lead to his own demise. Regardless, he needed to amass some wealth before considering other prospects. "Your counsel is duly noted. I shall be vigilant henceforth." Wang Yang observed Xie Xinghan's expression and deftly shifted the topic. "Might I inquire if your family's fleet will transport goods back to Jiankong after unloading the silk at Jingzhou?" Note: during the southern and northern dynasties, there was a duality in thought regarding commerce, from the esteemed families and royal officials to common folk and even military personnel. Many engaged in trade. This was largely due to the central government's inability to enforce a stringent unified policy, while the powerful gentry possessed favorable conditions for commerce. Consequently, many emperors of the time were known to indulge in commercial activities. This trend permeated all levels of society, leading to the phenomenon described in the Book of Sui, wherein individuals competed in trade rather than agriculture. The court's fiscal difficulties relied on commercial trade to augment revenues. The Book of Sui, treatise on food and goods, accurately observes that while the southern dynasties imposed merchant taxes under the guise of punishment, the true motive was to exploit. Thus, despite occasional imperial edicts aimed at suppressing commerce, these measures remained sporadic and fragmented, extending into the Sui and Tang dynasties. This stands in stark contrast to the consistent anti-commerce policies of the Han dynasty. Mr. Luo Zhonglong aptly noted that between the Sui and Tang periods, there was no systematic anti-commerce doctrine or policy akin to that of the Han dynasty. Chapter 69. Wealth for guards. Better than changing clothes, Xie Xinghan remarked. Of course, the fleet generally does not return empty-handed. What shall we transport back? That depends on the price discrepancies between Jiankong and Jingzhou, considering the current season. Suddenly, Xie Xinghan halted, puzzled, and inquired, "Why do you ask this?" Wang Yang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. I have a business proposition I wish to discuss with you, Madam Xie. Please take a look. He unfurled a paper fan, declaring, "This item is known as a folding fan. Uniquely crafted for me. There exists no other like it in the world. When not in use, it can be folded like this, and can also be elegantly handled in one's hand." Wang Yang attempted to mimic a scene from a drama, twirling the fan, but his grip faltered, causing it to nearly slip from his grasp. He hurriedly caught it with both hands. Xie Xinghan and Chen Qingshan observed him with expressions of quiet amusement. Wang Yang cleared his throat. In any case, this item exudes charm and sophistication, far surpassing other fans such as the round or palm fans. The cost of this fan is 20 coins, but it can be sold for 100. I plan to transport 10,000 folding fans to the capital for sale. You would simply need to oversee the shipping and sales in the capital. Once sold, I shall share half of the proceeds with you. If your esteemed father uses one, and you present some to your uncles, it won't be long before these 10,000 folding fans are sold out. When that happens, you could earn as much as 500,000. Wang Yang's excitement grew with each word. Xie Xinghan cast a disdainful glance at him, extending her delicate hand palm up. Reminiscent of a lofty and proud princess, Wang Yang, with a desire for her favor, respectfully presented the folding fan with both hands. Xie Xinghan examined it closely and remarked, "Indeed, it is a novel item, but the act of opening and closing it repeatedly can be cumbersome. Aside from a few who may find it amusing, who else would purchase it? This is not merely a novelty. Allow me to demonstrate its use." Wang Yang took the folding fan back, swiftly opening it with a crisp sound, adopting a gentlemanly pose while fanning himself. "Do you feel its allure?" Xie Xinghan shook her head, expressionless. Chen Qingshan averted her gaze in silence. Wang Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment. "You may not understand it yet, but in 5 days, this fan will undoubtedly become all the rage in Jingzhou. You shall then realize its true popularity." Xie Xinghan's eyes glimmered. "Very well, should it indeed become a sensation, I shall collaborate with you. However, you must first agree to one condition." "What is it?" "This afternoon, there will be a gathering for discourse, and I desire you to accompany me. I wish to engage in a fair contest once more," Xie Xinghan said earnestly. "Like the last time was not fair?" Xie Xinghan narrowed her eyes slightly, a hint of menace evident. Wang Yang, eager to maintain this potential partnership, immediately replied, "I am willing to engage in another contest with you. If you lose, you must reveal your true origins to me, without deceit." Xie Xinghan emphasized the word true. Wang Yang's heart raced, yet he smiled. "True origins? What does Madame Xie imply?" Xie Xinghan remained silent, her gaze fixed on Wang Yang with a curious intensity, as if she possessed the ability to pierce through to the very secrets he sought to conceal. Where had he revealed a flaw? Did she know something? Xie Xinghan gazed at Wang Yang until he began to feel uncomfortable. Then she smiled and said, "I mean no harm. Are you afraid I might ask something?" Her smile was innocent, yet tinged with a hint of cunning playfulness. Wang Yang chuckled in response. "What is there to fear? If you win, I shall naturally tell you the truth. However, if you lose..." He scrutinized Xie Xinghan, his eyes sparkling with amusement as he observed her, yet he remained silent. This time, it was Xie Xinghan who felt a twinge of unease. She took a couple of steps back, warily asking, "What do you intend to do?" Wang Yang erupted into hearty laughter, mimicking Xie Xinghan's previous tone. "I have no intentions at all. Are you afraid of what I might do?" Bored, Xie Xinghan turned away, gracefully stepping onto the ox cart. Xiaoning stealthily shot a glare at Wang Yang before donning a polite smile. "In the afternoon, at the beginning of the... my lady will come to fetch you." Wang Yang replied, "No need for trouble. Simply provide me with the address, and I shall find my way." Xiaoning smiled slightly. "I fear without my lady, you may not gain entry." "To where?" "Xiaoning." Xie Xinghan called out from the cart. "With grace." Xiaoning curtsied to Wang Yang and lifted the curtain to enter the cart. The ox cart began to move slowly, and after a moment's contemplation, Wang Yang hurriedly approached, saying, "Thank you very much, my lady." From within the cart, Xie Xinghan's calm voice replied, "It is merely on the way. I meant to express my gratitude for your visit to the academy today." Wang Yang speculated that Xie Xinghan's public declaration to meet him today was a means to bolster his status. Perhaps her personally escorting him to the gathering served this purpose as well. This way, the news of the Wang family from Langya attending the academy would swiftly spread throughout Jingzhou, making his future representation of the academy in battles all the more justifiable. Although her actions were intended for the academy's sake, Wang Yang felt grateful to her. After all, with the endorsement of the young lady from the Chun family of Xie, his identity would undoubtedly appear more credible, thereby alleviating suspicions and complications. Xie Xinghan remained silent, and the ox cart continued its quiet journey, but after a few paces, it came to a halt. Wang Yang approached in confusion, and Xie Xinghan lifted a corner of the curtain, saying, "You have the means to maintain guards. Why not invest in a proper outfit? A change of clothes?" Wang Yang instinctively glanced down at his white attire. The genuine Yulin fabric shimmered with a pale yellow hue under the sunlight. The current emperor had frequently donned garments made of this fabric while sailing on the dragon boat, and those serving close by wore similar attire. Your clothing appears to be of dubious quality, while the average person might not discern the difference. A discerning eye would recognize the counterfeit at a glance. Wang Yang was momentarily taken aback, his cheeks flushing as he recalled the matter of the faux brand. Of course, he had intentionally chosen to forget it, for he needed to envision that garment as authentic, which would bolster his confidence in portraying the identity of the Wang family from Langya. It was somewhat embarrassing to consider. Could a family who could not even afford a respectable outfit truly represent the Wang family from Langya? Even if there were explanations, doubts would inevitably arise. Did Xie Xinghan harbor any suspicions? If she did, why had she so ostentatiously come to seek him out today? Is it because my involvement is required for the discourse with Wang Guanjing that I must endure for now? Or is there another motive at play? Perhaps the very act of making a grand display is, in itself, a perilous commencement? As Wang Yang's thoughts wavered, the ox cart had already departed into the distance. At this moment, Chen Qingshan's hesitant voice resonated from behind him. "Is your Yulin white robe truly a counterfeit?" Chapter 70. The elegant gathering deep within the Yu residence. 8 servants encircled a bamboo cottage. Inside, Yu Yuling sat cross-legged with closed eyes, his lips parched and complexion pallid. This marked the 3rd day of his fasting. Yui, clad in a long robe of azure hue, entered the room with measured steps. Yu Yuling, feebly opening his eyes and recognizing his father, attempted to rise and pay his respects with a hand pressed to the ground. Yui shook his head dismissively, saying, "Enough. If you care not for your life, what need have you for such empty formalities?" Yet Yu Yuling stubbornly stood, bowing deeply to his father. His voice frail. "One must not disregard propriety." Yu replied coldly, "Ritual lies not in appearance, but in the heart. You Confucians say that the body and its skin are bestowed by parents. What is this, a threat? A son dares not threaten his father. I merely wish to return to the county school." At that moment, a servant outside announced, "Master, the food has arrived." "Bring it in," commanded Yui. 2 servants entered, bearing a food box. Bowing as they did so, Yu Yuling declared, "Take it away. I shall not eat." Without a word, the servants meticulously arranged the dishes, 2 bowls of congee for small side dishes, and 2 plates of pastries. Yui remarked nonchalantly, "It is not meant for you." The servants prepared a cushion for Yu, and then bowed out. Yu settled down leisurely, lifting the congee to sip at his ease. As the Han poem states, "The fat of the ox, the vegetables of bamboo shoots. When well prepared, bamboo shoots surpass even beef in flavor. The people of Kuaiji favor steaming them. Claiming it brings out the essence of taste, I do not share that preference. I enjoy them simmered in broth or stir-fried in oil until glistening. The best accompaniment to rice." Yu placed a bamboo shoot in his mouth, his eyes gently closing, and "It is flavorful." Yu Yuling, listening to his father's chewing, swallowed hard, forcing himself not to gaze at the food. "Let us sit and converse while we eat." Yu Yuling's lips moved, ready to reiterate his fasting resolve, but his father interjected, "Oh, I misspoke. It is I who shall eat while speaking. You may simply listen." Yu Yuling could no longer maintain his stance and sat opposite his father, inhaling the aroma of the dishes, feeling his willpower beginning to crumble. Yui picked up a piece of fish. "The closure of the county school has been decided. Has your brother not made this clear to you?" Yu Yuling, momentarily lost in thought, shifted his gaze from the fish when his father inquired. He collected his thoughts and replied, "The final decision rests with fate. My heart's commitment remains unwavering. Regardless of the outcome, I desire to contribute to the county school as future. Moreover, with the assistance of the Wang and Xie families, perhaps our endeavors are not in vain." "Wang and Xie?" Yu chuckled lightly. "Xie Pai has indeed fathered a remarkable daughter, surpassing many noble gentlemen. As for the Wang family, are you referring to that Wang?" Yui struggled to recall the name. Yu Yuling replied, "Wang Yang. His scholarship is profound, far surpassing mine. In the realm of the Book of Documents alone, I dare say even a doctor from the National Academy would struggle to match him." Speaking of Wang Yang, admiration lit up Yu Yuling's expression. Yui tilted his head slightly in contemplation and suddenly stated, "You should not meet this person in the future." "Why?" Yu Yuling asked, astonished. Yui finished the remnants of porridge at the bottom of his bowl, wiped his mouth with a white handkerchief, and stood up. There is still a bowl of porridge for you. Yuling furrowed his brow and replied, Father, East Yang is languishing and the school is in decline. I can write to the Prince of Linchuan, recommending Lu Zhao for the position of an academic officer in East Yang. Any students from the county school who wish to follow can register in East Yang. The condition is that you finish this bowl of porridge. East Yang County? Yuling was taken aback, for East Yang was in Yangzhou, not Jingzhou. As long as knowledge can be passed on, what difference does it make between Jing and Yang? Seize this opportunity to propagate your school in East Yang. It may well be a chance for development. In the past, Zheng Xin studied under Ma Rong. And upon completing his studies, Ma Rong sighed, with Zheng gone, my teachings will head east. Now, as Jing's studies move eastward, can we not hope for a day when it flourishes? The thought of Jing's studies moving eastward ignited a spark in Yuling's eyes. This proposal is only valid before I leave. Yui, with hands clasped behind his back, walked toward the door. Thank you, Father, for your guidance. Yuling quickly regained his composure and began to drink the porridge eagerly. In the early afternoon, at the initial hour of the Shin period, Madame Ste's yellow bullet cart arrived punctually at the gates of the county school. Xiaoning knelt gracefully and greeted the beaming Wang Yang, smiling. How fares your studies, young Master Wang? Wang Yang was in high spirits, for Lu Zhao had just informed him that the registration process was complete. His name had been inscribed in the household register at the county office that morning, granting him a temporary household status in Jingzhou. However, there was a minor inconvenience. The registration required the indication of one's original domicile. Although the chief officer, Zhong Rue of Nanjun, had facilitated the process, circumventing the need for formal inquiries about his original residence, it still had to be documented. Thus, Zhong Rue took the liberty of writing down Wang Yang's hometown, Yixing, a place he had never visited and knew little about. The notion of designating Yixing as Wang Yang's hometown stemmed purely from Lu Zhao's whimsical suggestion at the banquet, a notion Wang Yang had neither acknowledged nor denied. Yet, what else could he write? Wang Yang decided to accept the error. Yixing it would be. Finally liberated from the status of an unregistered citizen, Wang Yang felt a surge of confidence. Although this did not solidify his identity as a member of the Langya Wang clan, it at least provided him with a verifiable record within Jingzhou, sufficient to address general inquiries and afford him a measure of security regarding his identity. Wang Yang greeted Xiaoning with a smile and prepared to board the cart, but Xiaoning's expression shifted, and she quickly raised her arm to block him. What do you mean? Young Master Wang? Getting on the cart, Wang Yang replied, perplexed. This is my lady's cart. Your vehicle is at the back. Xiaoning could hardly believe Wang Yang's audacity to assume he could ride with her mistress. In this era, the customs regarding interactions between men and women were not as stringent as they would be after the Song dynasty. It was not uncommon for unmarried men and women to share a vehicle. However, given Xie Xinghan's identity and character, she never traveled with men. Wang Yang did not dwell on this and boarded another bullock cart with Chen Qishan. Xiaoning, still recalling Wang Yang's earlier presumption, muttered under her breath, calling him a lecher, and then handed him a piece of paper detailing the identities of the three individuals attending today's gathering. Firstly, there is Lu Qiao from the Lu family of Hedong, the son of Duke Lu, and the royal companion of King Badong, who held an official title rather than a mere friendship. He is also the brother of Lu Tan, the academic head of the royal residence. Secondly, we have Yin Yuqing from the Yin family of Langya, the grandson of Yin Tingji, the governor of Bailing, and the brother of Yin Yuming, an officer in Ping'an. Lastly, the host of the elegant gathering, who also serves as the judge for this intellectual discourse, is Yui. The official position of Yui is not stated on paper. Instead, it simply notes, the head of the Yu clan from Xinya, the foremost of the gentry in Jing. It must be acknowledged that Xie Xinghan is quite perceptive, likely considering that others may not be familiar with each other, thus providing a brief introduction. However, her description is rather succinct, particularly for Wang Yang, as he has no concept of positions like Pingnan's military officer or the royal companion of Badong. Nor does he know their specific ranks. Nevertheless, one thing is certain, since they can associate with Xie Xinghan and Yui, the identities of these two ancient ancestors are undoubtedly prestigious. This realization prompts Wang Yang to contemplate his strategy for the upcoming discourse. Note 1. The matter of unfamiliar men and women sharing a carriage is documented in both the records of the gods and customs and common sense. During the Wei, Jin, and northern and southern dynasties, social customs were relatively liberal, far removed from the numerous taboos that emerged after the Southern Song dynasty when rights and laws were emphasized. For instance, the jest about Wei Wu's fondness for married women reflects the cultural atmosphere of that era. This relaxed trend can be traced back to the Han dynasty. Regarding this, Ping Wei's marital forms in the Han dynasty provides a commendable summary for reference. 2. Clarification on the rumor that there were no stir-fried dishes or iron pots during the Northern and Southern dynasties can be found in the footnote at the end of Chapter 91. Chapter 71. The ancestral Wang Yujun. What should a pretentious noble do when he accidentally mingles among several generations of officials? Should he engage in ostentation and face-slapping? No. That is the behavior of a protagonist endowed with a halo, one who is impervious to failure like the invincible dragon. Defeating them and engaging in idle talk, what purpose does that serve? Will it yield even a penny? As for forming friendships, Wang Yang harbored no such intentions. For his identity was fabricated. He was unfamiliar with the temperaments of those two individuals. It was entirely possible that, instead of forging friendships, he might inadvertently reveal his true nature. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to conceal his brilliance and maintain a disposition that neither offends others nor fosters excessive intimacy. Ideally, he would remain unnoticed. Yet, this was nearly impossible. Including himself, there were only 5 people present, and with the distinguished Wang family of Langya, handsome and talented, how could he possibly avoid attention? He would have to strive to appear more ordinary, albeit with great difficulty. Wang Yang shamelessly reassured himself. Across from him sat Qin Shan, her cold and exquisite visage momentarily reflecting a look of realization. I understand now. Wang Yang was taken aback. What have you come to understand? What in vogue? You must be short on funds. Wang Yang was flabbergasted. Was she still pondering this matter? What a natural airhead. Earlier that morning, he had explained the concept of fashionable items to her to deflect inquiries about counterfeit brands, and he never anticipated that she would only now be processing the information. Am I short on funds? Wang Yang chuckled awkwardly. After repaying high-interest loans and splitting earnings with the burly man, he had left with 500 coins. He used 100 to reward the seller of fans, spent 8 coins on roasted chestnuts, and allocated 97 coins for clothing for Ao. Their meal of roast duck, rice, and vegetable soup cost 46 coins, leaving him with a substantial sum of 249 coins. Could this be termed as being broke? I mentioned earlier that the gentry in Yixing are all donning such attire. In fact, authentic Yulin fabric is hardly sought after. It's simply a trend. You lack even jade, Qin Shan interjected suddenly. Although she did not hail from a noble lineage. Being the daughter of a general and having resided in the capital for an extended period, she had encountered many offspring of aristocrats. Through their interactions, she perceived that while Wang Yang possessed a commendable demeanor, one could hardly claim he was wealthy. Wang Yang stubbornly retorted, I have no interest in it. You need not burn incense then. A true man has no need for fragrance. You lack an ox cart. I prefer to walk. Your attendants. All right, I concede. I lack funds. Wang Yang was compelled to admit this. Seeing Wang Yang's sulky expression, Qin Shan's lips curled into a slight smile before she quickly pressed them together. The true cost of Yulin clothing is something I can lend you. Wang Yang regarded her with surprise. Qin Shan clarified, do not misconstrue my intentions. I merely observe that you, as a scion of a prominent family, seem to be struggling rather pitifully. How about I lend you some money now, and you can repay me later at an interest of 3% per month. 3%? Why not just rob me? Wang Yang exclaimed. Master Du only charges 1% per month. Then, what about 2%? Qin Shan inquired tentatively. Wang Yang. The ox cart entered the Yufu through the side gate and came to a halt under the guidance of the attendants. Wang Yang and Qin Shan disembarked and beheld Xie Han in a delicate yellow gown, her fair visage resembling fresh snow. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the yellow fabric of her garment to flutter like a butterfly. Madam Xie, Wang Yang greeted with a smile. Xie Han glanced at Qin Shan and whispered, You can afford to hire beautiful guards, yet you cannot afford a change of clothes? Wang Yang could only reiterate the excuse he had devised for Qin Shan. You see, it is actually fashionable in our region to wear this finely woven Rami fabric. The Yulin cloth is considered rather gaudy and unfashionable. So you are out of money, Xie Han mused thoughtfully. Who says I am out of money? You don't even have jade. Wang Yang. Seeing Wang Yang at a loss for words, Xie Han's mood brightened, and she said amiably, How about I lend you some? 5% interest per month. Wang Yang was speechless. Why not 10%? If you had said 10, I would have borrowed more from you. Wang Yang. Young Master Wang, Madam Xie. Please follow me, Several attendants beckoned, guiding Wang Yang and the others through the garden. Wang Yang probed cautiously. Does Yui know I am coming? They only know you are from the Langya Wang family and are studying at the county academy. They know nothing beyond that, Xie Xinghan replied, adding meaningfully, rest assured. Wang Yang cast a glance at Xie Xinghan, feeling somewhat guilty as he remarked, what is there to be concerned about? Xie Xinghan smiled, is that so? Then young Master Wang is indeed quite open-hearted. Wang Yang sensed that Xie Xinghan might know something, each of her words seemingly laden with implication. Yet he remained uncertain about what she truly understood. The group entered a lacquered wooden corridor, which led to a spacious reception hall. The floor was adorned with lacquered wood, and greenery surrounded three sides. As they approached the hall, they heard a boisterous voice proclaiming, what is most crucial in eloquent discourse? It is the feeling. If the feeling is right, triumphing in conversation is as effortless as plucking flowers or gathering leaves. On that day in Bailing County, 4 of the finest conversationalists besieged me alone. I didn't even sip my tea and yet debated with them. I pointed to the shadow of the sun on the ground and declared that if I could not dismantle your argument, I would concede outright. And what was the outcome? Just 4 words, like a knife through butter. That was the feeling. Who was this, so boastful? Wang Yang turned to see a young man clad in a brocade robe, seated on the right side of the hall. At that moment, a servant announced in a loud voice, Madam Xie from Chun County has arrived. Young Master Wang from Langya has arrived. A tall, slender man with a refined appearance stood up from the main seat in the hall, draped in an ethereal robe, exuding an extraordinary aura. It was Yui. He smiled and clasped his hands in greeting. In this humble abode, having the honor of your presence, Wang and Xie, is truly a great fortune. Wang Yang returned the gesture, while Xie Xinghan replied, you are too modest, sir. If we are to speak of fortune, we are the fortunate ones, as you rise above the noise of the world, untouched by its filth, your illustrious name resounding throughout Jing and Chu. It is an immense honor to have you preside over our discourse today. Yui chuckled. It is said that Xie Ling has a daughter, and indeed, it holds true. Please, take a seat. He then nodded to Wang Yang and added, young Master Wang, please also be seated. The young man in the splendid robe also rose, extending a gesture of cordiality towards Xie Xinghan and Wang Yang, saying, Fourth lady is in good health. This must be Brother Wang. I am Langya Yin Yucheng. Courtesy name Hong Kong. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Wang Yang, courtesy name Ji Yin. It is an honor to make your acquaintance, Brother Yin. In ancient social interactions, addressing one another as brother was a sign of respect, regardless of age, when both parties are still unfamiliar with each other. If one refers to the other as brother and the latter takes it to heart, calling the former younger brother in return would seem rather foolish. Fortunately, Wang Yang was no novice, thus avoiding any embarrassment. After exchanging pleasantries, everyone took their seats. Chen Qingshan, sword at her side, stood behind Wang Yang, her azure robe flowing elegantly, her long legs straight, which gave Wang Yang the appearance of a distinguished scion of a noble family. Yin Yucheng, filled with curiosity, inquired, May I ask which branch of the Langya Wang family you belong to, and what brings you to Jingzhou for scholarly pursuits? Noticing Xie Xinghan observing him intently, Wang Yang pondered that she might be using this opportunity to inquire about his identity through another's words. Aware that evasion was not an option in such a setting, he prepared himself and responded candidly, my ancestors were prominent officials during the Jin dynasty, serving as the general of the Right Army and the prefect of Kuaiji. Wang, general of the Right Army. Yin Yucheng exclaimed in surprise. Xie Xinghan's brow furrowed slightly, while Yui maintained an expression of calm indifference. Chapter 72, The Contest for the Vermilion-Tail Wang Shiji, who once held the esteemed title of General of the Right Army, is often referred to as Wang the Right General. During the Southern and Northern dynasties, prominent families placed great importance on familial taboos, known as family taboos, which referred to refraining from directly mentioning the names of one's ancestors. Not only was it inappropriate to call one's ancestors by name, but it was also deemed disrespectful to mention the names of others' forebears in their presence, as it could be perceived as an affront. Originally, the scope of family taboos was quite narrow, limited to the names of immediate ancestors. However, out of reverence, it sometimes extended to include distant forebears. Consequently, Yin Yucheng used official titles as substitutes. For instance, Wang Yang had previously referred to Xie Xinghan's ancestor, Xian, as Xie Taifu, rather than addressing him by name. For the same reason, Wang Yang expressed his remorse, stating, I am ashamed that my ancestors were renowned throughout the realm, yet my branch has fallen into decline, which truly does a disservice to my forebears. It is better left unsaid. Upon reaching this sorrowful topic, he implied that further inquiry would be unwelcome. Xie Xinghan's cherry lips moved slightly, as if she wished to speak but ultimately refrained. Yin Yucheng was already aware of Wang Yang's family's decline. As the illustrious branches of the Wang family were predominantly concentrated in the capital of Jiankang, even those pursuing scholarly endeavors would bypass local academies. Opting instead for the Imperial Academy, Wang Yang's education in the Jingzhou Academy clearly indicated his origins from a peripheral branch. However, he had not anticipated that he was a descendant of Wang Shiji. Yet, how did a descendant of Wang Shiji end up here? Yin Yucheng's curiosity was piqued, but since Wang Yang had broached the subject, to inquire further would risk causing offense. Thus, he offered comfort. In families of our standing, rises and falls are commonplace. With your talents, Brother Wang, you shall undoubtedly revitalize your family's fortunes. Xie Xinghan interjected, you speak as if you were well acquainted with his talents. Brother Wang is indeed talented. Otherwise, how could Fourth Lady have invited him to partake in the discourse? I have heard that Princess Changcheng desires to engage you in conversation, but you have consistently declined. Perhaps because you do not regard her scholarly pursuits highly. I never claimed such, Xie Xinghan replied, lifting her teacup, her brows slightly lowered, exuding an air of unutterable elegance amidst the tranquility. Then let us consider it as I have said. Fourth Lady is a woman of remarkable intellect and high standards. How many can truly capture her attention? I must admit, I nearly faltered before her prowess myself. Xie Xinghan set down her teacup and calmly remarked. Omit the words nearly faltered. Yin Yucheng retorted in haste, it was indeed nearly. I had a headache that day, yes, a headache on 2 consecutive occasions, she interjected. You wouldn't understand unless you had experienced it. I consulted a physician and even took medicine. Had it not been for the headache, how could I have failed to continue the discourse? I have recited Zhong Hui's 4 treatises since childhood, and I have critiqued Ji Kong's on the absence of grief and joy, discussing how the heart experiences rise and fall, and so too does sound. At that moment, the entire corridor resonated with Yin Yucheng's eloquent monologue. Wang Yang mused to himself that this fellow was indeed loquacious, yet his words carried substance. Meanwhile, Xie Xinghan remained composed, sipping her tea with an air of indifference. Qin Qishan, feeling increasingly annoyed, breathed heavily. Wang Yang glanced back and whispered, shall I find you a seat to rest? Qin Qishan shook her head, resolutely stating that since she had agreed to serve as a guard, she must fulfill her duty. Yu Yi, with a gentle smile, opted to remain a silent observer. During the conversation with the 3 brothers of the Jiang family, how many exchanges took place? No one was willing to concede defeat. Ultimately, I made a decisive statement. Just one sentence. It determined the cosmos. Can you guess which one it was? What was it? Yin Yucheng was animatedly recounting the tale when a voice suddenly resonated from a distance. Yin Yucheng was elated and exclaimed, is that Brother Wenshin arriving? A young man of striking appearance and noble demeanor approached, his skin fair, adorned in a purple robe with a jade belt, accompanied by 4 attendants. He was the final participant in today's refined discourse, the esteemed son of the Lu family from Hedong, the beloved offspring of the Duke Lu, and the favored younger brother of Wang Guanshu's disciple, Lu Wenshin. He first exchanged pleasantries with Yu Yi, then greeted Xie Xinghan, and engaged in light conversation with Wang Yang before turning to Yin Yucheng with a smile, inquiring, on Kong, what was that sentence that determined the cosmos? Wang Yang's first impression of Lu Wenshin was one of effortless grace, with an underlying pride that was subtly concealed. Unlike Yin Yucheng, Lu Wenshin showed no curiosity regarding Wang Yang's personal background, not even hinting at an inquiry. Both Yin Yucheng and Lu Wenshin maintained a facade of cordiality towards each other. In reality, the notion of affluent generations engaging in mindless provocations is more a figment of fiction than truth. Moreover, both individuals hailed from genuine noble lineages, their discourse innately measured. Even Yin Yucheng, known for his loquaciousness, approached Wang Yang with tact, ensuring no discomfort arose. Yin Yucheng waved his hand and said, now that you have arrived, how could I dare to showcase my skills? The determination of the cosmos depends on the audience. With the esteemed Lu Gongzi present, I would be unable to assert my claim. Let me clarify, during our discussion, please speak cautiously. Otherwise, we may find ourselves with nothing left to deliberate. Nonsense. With Madame Xie and young Master Wang here, how could I dominate the conversation? Even in addressing Hong Kong, I may not find it easy. I have heard that you have recently gained profound insights from reading Xiaoyu, claiming to have discovered truths unseen by predecessors. As soon as this topic arose, Yin Yucheng was unable to restrain his flow of words, exclaiming, I once read Shaya Yu 10 times in the dead of night, pondering its wording, and on the 11th reading, I suddenly comprehended its central theme. What is it? It is not about carefree wandering, nor about having no expectations. Rather, it revolves around one word. Lu Wenshan interrupted. All right, enough. If I let you finish, we shall have to postpone our discussion until tomorrow. Save your words for the conversation later. Wang Yang felt a jolt within. Though he had read little of Zhuangzi, it was only after embarking on his doctoral journey that he grasped the essence of Xiaoyu centered around that one word. At that moment, he believed his interpretation was novel. Later, upon reading Lin Yunming's discourse on Zhuangzi from the Ming and Qing dynasties, he realized that the scholar had articulated the same insight long ago. Yin Yucheng, despite being interrupted, took no offense and cheerfully replied, "Very well. Looking towards you, Mr. Yu, shall we commence our discussion now? Afterward, I would like to share a drink with you." "Certainly," Yu replied, gesturing with his hand. "Let us begin." The full name of the MOWI is the MOWISHN. The term MO refers to a species of deer. According to the Izhou Shu, when King Wu hunted birds, he encountered 16 of these creatures. It is said that when a MO deer appears, the herd follows, guided by the direction indicated by its tail. The MOWISHN is a long-handled fan adorned with the hairs of the MO tail. Initially, during the Wei and Jin dynasties, distinguished scholars favored the MOWISHN as a symbol of elegance, reflecting the leadership of the MO deer over its herd. This trend gained momentum and eventually became an essential item during the scholarly discussions of the Six dynasties. In such discussions, the individual holding the MOWI serves as the host, while the others are guests. If a guest poses a challenging question successfully, they may seize the MOWI from the host. Conversely, if the host wishes to introduce a new argument, they may reclaim it. In essence, these scholarly conversations resemble a contest for the MOWI. Consequently, when Xie Xinghan was bested by Wang Yang, she felt dissatisfied, asserting that it was not a proper scholarly dialogue. Firstly, the topic did not pertain to the three mysteries of learning, and secondly, she had not yet had the opportunity to grasp the MOWI and establish her argument. Instead, she was caught off guard by Wang Yang's probing questions, which today might be deemed somewhat lacking in decorum. Note: Wang Yang specialized in fields beyond the history of Zhuangzi scholarship, and upon encountering Lin Yunming's views that resonated with his own, he held them in high esteem. However, he remained unaware that the insights grounded in the concept of big characters were not solely attributed to Lin Yunming, but rather represented a shared understanding among scholars from the late Ming period onwards. For instance, Guolianghan's Nanhua Jing Huijia referenced the interpretations of Ming scholar Wu Mo and Zhuangzi Jia, stating that this passage is centered around the concept of big characters. Chapter 73. The distinction between Laozi and Zhuangzi. The attendant presented a bamboo-handled whisk on a lacquered tray. He looked at the four individuals and inquired, "Who wishes to seize this?" "I shall," Yin Yucheng declared, noticing that Wang Yang and the other two remained silent. He instructed the attendant to deliver the tray to Yin Yucheng. As he reached out for the whisk, he hesitated, his hand suspended in midair. Yin Yucheng glanced at Lu Zhan, then at Xie Xinghan, and finally offered a polite look at Wang Yang, somewhat sheepishly asking, "You truly do not wish to participate?" Lu Zhan shook his head, Xie Xinghan smiled without a word, and Wang Yang gestured for him to proceed, gathering his courage to take the whisk. Yin Yucheng faltered at the sight of Lu Zhan and Xie Xinghan, feeling a lack of confidence. He withdrew his hand, saying, "My throat is a bit parched. Perhaps I should rest and listen to your arguments first." Lu Zhan smiled slightly. "Then let the speaker be chosen from among us three. Lady C, Brother Wang. What say you?" Both Wang Yang and Xie Xinghan remained silent. Lu Zhan observed their reluctance and remarked, "Since everyone is being so modest, I shall take the floor." Upon hearing Lu Zhan's intention, Yin Yucheng grew anxious. "You cannot present an argument. Should you do so, it would be as impenetrable as a fortress, leaving us with nothing to discuss but surrender." Xie Xinghan frowned slightly. Lu Zhan chuckled. "Nothing is impenetrable. All arguments can be challenged. If there is an argument, it is meant to be broken." No, Yin Yucheng interjected, looking at Wang Yang. "Perhaps Brother Wang should take the lead. I have yet to hear your argument." Lu Zhan, eager to assess Wang Yang's stance, added, "Then we invite Brother Wang." Wang Yang, always composed and with no desire for the spotlight, had decided beforehand to remain in the shadows. Thus, he declined, saying, "I possess no novel arguments. It is best that you all take the lead." Observing the three of them deferring, Xie Xinghan tightened her expression and said clearly, "Bring forth the whisk." The three fell silent immediately. The attendant placed the whisk before Xie Xinghan, who adeptly picked it up and proclaimed, "I have a discourse on the distinctions between Laozi and Zhuangzi. I ask you all to listen closely." Distinction? It was indeed a distinction, not a similarity. The four, including Yu, gathered their thoughts and listened intently. Scholars of metaphysics often refer to Laozi and Zhuangzi collectively, considering their teachings as a continuous thread, both deep wells of Taoist philosophy. However, I contend that Laozi and Zhuangzi represent two distinct schools of thought, fundamentally different and should not be conflated. Firstly, Laozi speaks of the strategies of emperors and the principles of governance, asserting, if the lords and kings can adhere to it, all things will naturally transform, and further stating, ruling a great nation is akin to cooking a small fish. In contrast, Zhuangzi's intent diverges from this. He perceives the burdens of the world as a hindrance to self-cultivation, thus extolling the virtue of relinquishment, saying, "I have a lingering ailment of the spirit that I must address before I can concern myself with the world." He also remarks, "The achievements of emperors are but trifles for the sage, not the means for nurturing life." Therefore, Laozi speaks of governing the realm, while Zhuangzi speaks of nurturing oneself. After Xie Xinghan articulated her first point, she paused, gracefully wielding her whisk, her delicate arms stirring the pale yellow sleeves, revealing a slender wrist as pure as snow. Secondly, Laozi emphasizes victory and defeat, teaching us not to contend, yet the essence is indeed to strive for victory. Thus, it is said, nothing in the world is as soft and yielding as water, yet it can overcome the strongest. It is stated, the weak can triumph over the strong. The gentle can conquer the rigid. The focus lies squarely on the concept of victory, a subtle cunning indeed. However, Zhuangzi asserts, if cunning resides in the heart, then purity cannot be attained. Without purity, the spirit becomes restless. A restless spirit is uncharted by the Tao. Hence, Zhuangzi speaks of sitting in forgetfulness, of departing from form and knowledge, of preserving the spirit, all of which dismiss cunning. To follow the natural course, what need is there to discuss victory or defeat? With another casual wave of her whisk, the motion exuding a lingering grace, she continued, thirdly, Laozi abhors death and loathes dying. Thus, he declares, he who does not perish lives long, and the tyrant cannot meet his demise, and to give up the latter for the former leads to death. All these notions regard death as an undesirable conclusion. Yet, Zhuangzi perceives life and death as a unity. Like the cyclical changes of day and night, of spring and autumn, there is nothing to lament, nor any reason for revulsion. Hence, it is said, life and death are but fate. The constant of night and dawn is heaven. Therefore, when his wife passed away, he beat a drum and sang. In a dream, he encountered a skeleton, expressing his indifference to life, stating, even as a king in the south, joy cannot surpass this. These 3 points diverge from Laozi's teachings. Thus, I contend that while Laozi and Zhuangzi appear similar, they are fundamentally distinct. Upon concluding her third flourish of the whisk, Xie Xinghan's expression remained tranquil, akin to a divine being imparting wisdom, undisturbed by the surrounding silence. The hall was enveloped in stillness. She turned to Wang Yang, inquiring, "What are your thoughts, young Master Wang?" Lu Qian's eyes flickered subtly. While Yin Yuqing was lost in deep contemplation, unaware that Xie Xinghan had first addressed Wang Yang clasped his hands in reverence, his expression one of admiration. "Your insights are truly profound." Xie Xinghan smiled with satisfaction. Yu, noticing the silence, interjected. "The fourth young lady presents her arguments with remarkable ingenuity. The principles she articulates are indeed compelling. However, if there are no challenges..." Before he could finish, Yin Yucheng, awakening from his reverie, exclaimed, "I have a point." He turned to Xie Xinghan, his eyes brimming with determination. "You assert that Laozi speaks of governance while Zhuangzi focuses on self-cultivation. I believe this is a grave error. Does Laozi not also address the cultivation of the self? Laozi states, to love oneself is to govern the world. If one can be entrusted with the world, is this not a matter of self-cultivation? Does Zhuangzi not also discuss governance?" Yin Yucheng continued, "Indeed he does. Otherwise, where would the chapter responding to emperors and kings come from?" Xie Xinghan gently waved her whisk, to love oneself as a means of governing the world. If one can be entrusted with the world, the emphasis remains on governance, not on self-love. It instructs how to choose those worthy of governance. Yin Yucheng eagerly awaited Xie Xinghan's clarification on this statement, interjecting excitedly, "In Zhuangzi's on forgiveness, there is a nearly identical phrase, to love oneself as a means of governing the world." then one can entrust the world. If we follow your earlier argument, does this not imply that Zhuangzi also emphasizes governance over self-love? Huh, caught you there. This is akin to using one's own spear to deflect one's own shield. Xie Xinghan blinked. Thus, to prevent future misunderstandings, Zhuangzi specifically stated, the world is a grand vessel, yet it is not easily borne. He also said, the true Tao governs the self. Its remnants govern the state. Is this not a clear indication that self-cultivation is of paramount importance? Yin Yuqing, seeing how effortlessly Xie Xinghan had deflected his attacks, remained undeterred and countered, yet he still speaks of Su Yu's concern for the state. Is this not also a matter of governance? You consume more rice than vegetables, and I assert that your diet is primarily rice. What fault lies in that? Yin Yuqing's expression stiffened. How infuriating. However, recalling something, he quickly added, what about the Emperor's way? But this time, Xie Xinghan did not allow him to finish, interjecting directly. Even if we disregard the Emperor's way as merely discussing the principles of non-action and governance, should you forcefully claim that it expounds on the way of emperors? Then consider this, Zhuangzi's inner chapters number 7, the outer chapters 15, and the miscellaneous chapters 11, with the Emperor's way standing alone. Does this not bring us back to the principle of prioritizing rice in one's diet? When I assert that Zhuangzi speaks of self-cultivation, it signifies a different emphasis than that of Laozi. For instance, during Mr. Liu's class on the Book of Documents, he interspersed references to the Book of Rites for validation. After class, I summarized that Mr. Liu covered the Book of Documents. What error is there in that? Chapter 74. The discourse Yin Yuqing was rendered speechless by the question. And after a moment of hesitation, he began to rub his temples, exclaiming, oh dear, I need a moment to gather myself. My head is starting to throb again. Xie Xinghan observed him with a knowing look. Yin Yuqing, feeling defeated once more at the hands of Xie Xinghan, was troubled and contemplated seeking assistance. Wenshin, come forth, he called, pausing briefly before adding, but do not be overly indulgent. Lu Jing smiled faintly but remained silent. Yui interjected. Young Master Yin seems to be at a disadvantage. Might young Master Lu offer a defense? The terms disadvantage and defense are both rhetorical expressions, the former denoting a setback, while the latter signifies a rebuttal. Lu Zheng clasped his hands in greeting and smiled again, yet he chose to remain reticent. Xie Xinghan remarked, if young Master Lu has any rebuttals to offer, I, Xie Xinghan, am all ears. Lu Zheng, having awaited this invitation, turned his gaze towards Wang Yang, saying, Brother Wang, please proceed. Wang Yang, perceiving Lu Zheng's pretentious demeanor, thought to himself, this fellow is somewhat theatrical. It is not as though we are abdicating the throne, requiring multiple invitations. Xie Xinghan addressed Wang Yang directly. Young Master Wang, I implore you to share your insights. Lu Zheng's eyebrows twitched slightly at this exchange. Wang Yang praised. Madame Xie possesses an unparalleled clarity of argument and a wealth of eloquence. I am merely a humble observer, hesitant to presume to offer guidance. He then suggested, let us defer to Lu Zheng. Xie Xinghan cast a sidelong glance at Wang Yang. Lu Zheng pressed further, Brother Wang, are you truly unwilling to participate? Must you dally? Wang Yang, bowing his head, replied, my scholarly abilities are indeed limited. I defer to you, Lu Zheng. Finally, Lu Zheng began to articulate his thoughts. Earlier, Hong Kong refuted one point, and I shall follow suit with a second rebuttal. Fourth Miss claims that Laozi focuses on victory, thereby harboring a heavier calculative mindset. However, I contend that victory and cunning are not necessarily intertwined. If victory equates to cunning, then when Zhuangzi states, to conquer things without harm, and also mentions, a great victory can arise from many small defeats, would that not also imply a cunning nature? This is different, he continued. For Laozi's notion of victory is distinctly utilitarian, the weak overcoming the strong, the soft prevailing over the hard. The softest thing in the world can traverse the hardest. This is akin to calculation and can be employed for strategic advantage. Hence, Han Fei draws upon Laozi's words to assert that if one desires to take, one must first secure, as seen in the main way and the art of governance, which also echo the teachings of the Tao Te Ching, serving as a method for rulers to govern their subjects. Revealing great cunning. Lu Zheng smiled, saying, the weak overcoming the strong and the soft prevailing over the hard are all natural principles. Does reasoning then equate to utilitarianism? The tree surpasses the grass, the rock exceeds the dove, and the tiger, leopard, bear, and wolf are mightier than the chicken, pig, cow, and sheep. Is this not also a reflection of utilitarianism? Xie Xinghan promptly replied, of course, it is utilitarian. Zhuangzi expounds on the equality of all things. asserting that nothing is greater than the minutiae of autumn, yet Mount Tai appears insignificant. Nothing lives longer than a stillborn child, yet Pingzhu is considered short-lived. The distinction between the reed and the beam, the fierce and the exquisite, all converge into one truth. Your differentiation among trees, grass, the rock, and the dove is inherently utilitarian. Alas, young Xinghan was at risk of being ensnared by her own words. Upon hearing Xie Xinghan's statement, Wang Yang sensed impending trouble. Indeed, Lu Zong smiled and countered. Since all truths converge into one, why then do you assert that Laozi and Zhuangzi are different? Xie Xinghan was momentarily speechless. Lu Zong continued nonchalantly. In fact, the third point made by the fourth daughter can also be contested. Laozi does not shy away from speaking of death. Otherwise, he would not have said, "My greatest affliction arises from having a body. Without a body, what affliction do I have?" He further stated, "A gust of wind does not last a morning, nor does a torrential rain last a day. If heaven and earth cannot endure, how can humanity?" This is clearly a discourse on transcendence and enlightenment, rather than an obsession with life and death. It is merely human sentiment that shies away from death's inevitability. The sage, wishing to educate, must borrow from human aversions to illustrate his reasoning and awaken the hearts of the masses. Even Zhuangzi spoke of piercing a whole day by day, until chaos perishes after 7 days. This does not imply that Zhuangzi views death as a negative conclusion. Rather, it is an allegory conveying a deeper truth, necessitating such a narrative. He adjusted his posture slightly, casting a brief glance around. Mencius stated, "Those who discuss poetry should not let the text distort the intent, nor let the intent be compromised by the words. To reverse the intent with mere words is to miss the essence. In reading, one must avoid being trapped by superficial phrases. If one is ensnared by a mere couplet, lost within a few lines, disregarding the entirety of the text, one may easily miss the true meaning, resulting in misguided understanding. Alas, how lamentable! For those of us who pursue knowledge, we must tread carefully in this regard." Lu Zong exhibited a hint of regret, gently shaking his head. Xie Xinghan's expression turned grave as she lowered her head in contemplation, unable to formulate a counterargument. Lu Zong then turned to Wang Yang. "What do you think, Brother Wang? Why do you always call upon me?" Wang Yang replied, "However, Mencius' method of study is indeed a timeless doctrine." He clasped his hands in respect, stating, "Your words resonate deeply with me, Brother Lu. Your insights are indeed profound." Wang Yang had previously used the phrase profound insights to address Xie Xinghan's argument, yet now applied it to Lu Zong, transitioning smoothly without any sense of discord. Xie Xinghan raised an eyebrow slightly. Yin Yucheng applauded, saying, "Brother Wenshin's discourse is rich in substance and reasoning, worthy of firm conclusion. In this exchange of ideas, the foremost among us is undoubtedly Brother Wenshin." Lu Zong chuckled. "If that is the case, the fourth daughter would surely contest it. Fourth daughter, would you be so kind as to lend me your whisk?" Surrendering the whisk would equate to conceding her argument. Although Xie Xinghan was reluctant, she had no choice but to place the whisk on the tray, which was then presented to Lu Zong. Lu Zong took the whisk, gave it a gentle shake 3 times, and proclaimed loudly, "The Taoist lineage flourishes through Laozi and Zhuangzi. Both speak of the Tao, of Wu Wei, of Yin and Yang, and of abandoning the sage and discarding knowledge. Zhuangzi builds upon Laozi. When Laozi states, 'The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao,' Zhuangzi responds, 'The great Tao is nameless.' When Laozi says, 'Great discernment is akin to silence,' Zhuangzi replies, 'Great discernment does not speak.' When Laozi declares, 'I practice Wu Wei, and the people naturally transform,' Zhuangzi remarked, 'You merely dwell in non-action, and all things transform themselves.' Thus, Sima Qian stated that Zhuangzi essentially returns to the words of Laozi, and this resonates with truth. In the past, Wang Yifa inquired of Ruan Xiu regarding the similarities and differences between Laozi, Zhuangzi, and Confucianism. Ruan Xiu replied, "There shall be no sameness." This assertion is indeed profound. Both Laozi and Zhuangzi share no divergence from Confucian thought. How could they themselves discern any distinction? In the Tianxia chapter of Zhuangzi, it is said, "The way and its methods will rend the world asunder." It is not the methods of the way that cause this division, but rather the discourse surrounding them that creates discord. Although Madame Xie's argument may appear peculiar, it fractures the great way, conflating sameness and difference. While it may be novel, it inevitably succumbs to the flaw of being insipid. Lu Tong, upon finishing his remarks, struck the table with his whisk, producing a clear, resonant sound. The distinctions between Zhuangzi and Laozi are shattered. Chapter 75. I humbly seek guidance from Brother Wang. The words reverberated, accompanied by the gentle breeze wafting through the corridors and the flowing silk curtains, creating an atmosphere of profound resonance. Is this truly a serious matter? Could there be some lingering grudge? Wang Yang glanced at Lu Teng and then at Xie Xinghan, feeling that although Lu Teng possessed talent, his remarks were somewhat too vehement. Yan Yuqing found it even more peculiar. He was well acquainted with Lu Teng, who, despite his pride, was not known for being impetuous. Typically, he spoke and acted with tact, displaying kindness and courtesy towards Lady Xie. Why, then, was he so unceremoniously confrontational today? Xie Xinghan remained composed, her beauty radiant, her expression serene, showing no sign of embarrassment or displeasure, though her starry eyes flickered slightly as they lowered, lost in thought. Apart from Wang Yang, the most detached was undoubtedly Yue. He was indifferent to the outcome of their discourse, seeing it merely as an unavoidable social engagement. Observing Lu Teng in his element, he remarked, "If no one has any objections, let us declare young Master Lu the victor of this discussion." Yan Yuqing was the first to respond. Brother Wenshun's insights are beyond our reach. Yu Yi turned his gaze towards Wang Yang, who said, "Brother Lu's discernment is commendable." Suddenly, Xie Xinghan leaned towards Wang Yang, her delicate hand covering her mouth, whispering, "If you cannot best him, your business with the fans will falter." Wang Yang's eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly shifted the conversation. "There are still some minor flaws." Xie Xinghan's eyes sparkled, her brows curving like a crescent moon. A hint of a smile appeared on Chun Qingshan's cool countenance. Yan Yuqing looked at Wang Yang, astonished. Lu Teng, with a gentle demeanor, said, "I kindly ask for Brother Wang's guidance. I am unworthy of such praise. May I inquire, Brother Lu, from where does the phrase originate?" Lu Teng replied calmly, "From Zhuangzi, chapter of the world." Wang Yang nodded. "Then I would like to ask, in the same chapter, why are the teachings of Laozi and Guanzi grouped together, while you alone are categorized separately?" Lu Teng's expression shifted slightly, after a brief pause. He responded, "Zhuangzi stands as an independent school. What is wrong with that?" Wang Yang immediately countered, "Indeed, since it stands independently, it naturally possesses its own philosophy. If it were to merely replicate Laozi, how could it establish its own identity? There must be distinctions." Xie Xinghan could hardly contain her amusement. Lu Teng's demeanor turned slightly frosty. Independence does not necessitate difference. One can also achieve a synthesis. From where does the concept of originate? Wang Yang inquired. From Mencius, chapter of Wanzhong. Confucius is the one who embodies the greatest synthesis. Therefore, Brother Lu implies that Confucius's teachings were all derived from others, and that there is no distinction between Confucius's teachings and those of his mentors. When have I ever claimed such a thing? Confucius established a school. How could? Lu Teng realized mid-sentence that he had stumbled into a trap, smiling as he said, "The Tao is hidden in minor accomplishments, and words are concealed in grandeur." Brother Wang's scrutiny of terms may yield a few points of contention, but what significance does that hold? It is merely a rhetorical trick, of no benefit to the profound principles. Very well, let us discuss the profound principles. Laozi states, "The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth," yet Zhuangzi claims, "The Tao has no beginning or end." One asserts a beginning, while the other denies it. Therein lies the contradiction between Laozi and Zhuangzi. Lu Teng furrowed his brow and remarked, "Laozi states, 'The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth,' yet he does not assert that the Tao is the beginning of heaven and earth. He further declares, 'All things emerge from the existence, and existence arises from the void,' indicating that the void gives birth to all things. Additionally, he states, 'The Tao generates the one generates the two generate the three, and the three generate all things,' which signifies that the Tao begets all. Thus, the void is indeed the Tao. Hence, Wang Bai asserts that the Tao is a designation for the void." Lu Teng was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had been ensnared by Wang Yang's rhetoric. He promptly extricated himself from the entanglement. The Tao begets all things, and the void also gives rise to all things. Thus, both the Tao and the void together generate all existence. Wang Yang immediately inquired, "If all things arise from a singular source, how can there be two?" Lu Ting replied without hesitation, "The existence of humans requires parents, and the creation of nature necessitates the interplay of yin and yang. How can there not be duality?" "Very well, you are quick on the uptake." Wang Yang thought to himself, praising Lu Teng silently before shifting his approach. As it is said, "There are things that coalesce before heaven and earth were born. I do not know their name. Hence I call it the Tao. It is also said, in the beginning, there was the void. Therefore, the void is synonymous with the Tao. Lu Tung immediately countered. The former statement originates from Laozi, while the latter derives from Zhuangzi. Their foundational concepts differ. How can they be conflated? Wang Yang smiled gently and replied, since Laozi and Zhuangzi are not dissimilar, and the Tao is unified, how can we not discuss them together? Panic seized Lu Tung as he recognized he had fallen into a trap. He observed Wang Yang smile with trepidation. Realizing that the argument he had previously used to dismantle Xie Xinghan's assertions was now being wielded against him. What to do? Yin Yucheng had been following the debate with increasing anxiety, his gaze darting back and forth. At this moment, he noticed Lu Tung struggling to respond, his posture involuntarily leaning forward. Meanwhile, Xie Xinghan continued to gaze at Wang Yang with rapt attention, showing no sign of distraction. Seeing Lu Tung's silence, Wang Yang continued, in truth, there are many distinctions between Laozi and Zhuangzi. Zhuangzi speaks of carefree wandering, the great rock, rivers flowing into the sea, and the country of the snail's horn, all reflecting the vastness of the cosmos, while playfully challenging the sages and the wise. Laozi, however, extols virtues such as compassion, frugality, and the humility of not daring to take precedence over the world, which is more meticulous than Zhuangzi. Thus, while Laozi venerates the sages, Zhuangzi often speaks of divine beings, true men, and the ultimate person. Laozi proclaims, therefore, the sage can achieve greatness, yet in Zhuangzi's perspective, the sage is diminished, leading him to say, the ultimate person has no self. The divine person has no achievement, and the sage has no name. Among these, the sage ranks lowest. Laozi frequently employs the term constant, stating, returning to the mandate is called constant. Knowing the constant is called enlightenment. Not knowing the constant leads to reckless calamity. Avoiding harm to oneself is termed practicing constancy. Conversely, Zhuangzi delights in discussing the grand transformations of heaven and earth, thus emphasizing the lack of constancy, as expressed in the Great Master chapter. Transformation is devoid of constancy. Laozi speaks of non-action, asserting that through non-action, all is accomplished, for due to his non-contention, none in the world can contend with him. Zhuangzi also speaks of non-action. Yet his concept of non-action refers to acting in accordance with what one cannot avoid and refraining from what one cannot cease. It is the understanding of what cannot be resisted, yet accepting it as fate. Hence, Zhuangzi states, therefore, a gentleman, when compelled to govern the world, should do so without action, and these three words, compelled to, encapsulate the essence, whereas Laozi diligently instructs rulers. At this point, Lu Tung interjected, in the Heaven and Earth chapter of Zhuangzi. It states, observing the world through the Tao, the ruler's rectitude is clear. Observing through the Tao, the distinctions between ruler and subject are evident. Zhuangzi clearly teaches rulers as well. Wang Yang responded with a sense of inevitability. Indeed, this is the aspect of his compulsion. Xie Xinghan and Yin Yucheng could not help but burst into laughter upon hearing this, while Yu Yi also smiled broadly. Lu Tung was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. It was unexpected that the gap in the argument she had painstakingly identified could be so effortlessly dismissed with a single flippant remark. Wang Yang continued, stating, I, Laozi, devote my heart to governance, hence my vision of a small nation with few people. Zhuangzi, however, often indulges in avoidance in the world. Thus he proclaims, alas, I shall drag my tail in the mud. Laozi speaks of the profound and the sublime, the mysterious beyond the mysterious, the gateway to all wonders. Zhuangzi, on the other hand, asserts that the way is found in the ants and the way is found in excrement. In the chapter Tianxia, it is said of Zhuangzi's teachings, he mingles with the Creator above and engages with life and death below, having no beginning or end as his friend. It further states of Laozi in the teachings of Guanyin, established by the constant void, governed by the Great One. By embodying weakness and humility, one serves as a reflection. By maintaining emptiness, one does not destroy all things. This indicates that while Zhuangzi and Laozi emphasize different aspects, their similarities are evident and can be thoroughly examined. However, their differences cannot be disregarded. Wang Yang paused for a moment, cleared his throat, and summarized. Thus, I say, the distinctions made by Lady Xie between Zhuangzi and Laozi are as solid as rock, unbreakable. Note, the conversational prowess of Yin Yucheng, Xie Xinghan, Lu Tung, and Wang Yang has been somewhat diminished in my narrative. Originally, they were intended to engage in several more rounds of debate. But to avoid prolonging this segment to the point of tedium, I have opted for brevity. I anticipate that some readers may be disinclined to engage with such scholarly discourse. However, the discussions, including the forthcoming Confucian debates and Wang Yang's impactful discourse that reverberated throughout the world of Buddhism, as well as the subsequent chain of unexpected consequences in the northern dynasties, are indeed significant facets of that era. They are closely intertwined with the storyline and character development. While a few sentences may seem easier to write, they lack depth. A grand tapestry is being unfurled. I kindly ask for your patience as I proceed. Chapter 76. Young Master, I have finished my meal after Wang Yang's declaration. A prolonged silence enveloped the gathering. It is important to note that the original thesis was posited by Xie Xinghan, a conclusion undoubtedly refined through careful contemplation, though articulated spontaneously. The extent of prior preparation remains unknown, whether it was a collaborative endeavor or a product of individual insight. Wang Yang first countered Lu Tong, then elaborated on Xie Xinghan's arguments with eloquence, crafting a response that was intricate and nuanced, surpassing even the original thesis put forth by Xie. Such erudition and rhetorical prowess were indeed astonishing. After a considerable pause, Yin Yuqing finally remarked, "Truly, it is the Wang family of Langya. A prestigious lineage with a 500-year legacy, their reputation is well-deserved." A subtle smile graced Xie Xinghan's lips, expressing both admiration and acceptance as she gently lowered her head. Resembling a celestial being among flowers, conceding, young Master Wang prevails, Xinghan admits defeat. In contrast, Lu Tong's countenance darkened, and he remained silent. Yui, having once relished idle discourse in his youth, found little interest in it now. Although he appreciated Wang Yang's brilliance, he did not dwell on it deeply. Noticing Lu Tong's reticence, he remarked, "Young Master Wang's discourse is exquisitely articulated, and his eloquence is remarkable. Yet I wonder if young Master Lu has any further arguments to present?" Taking a deep breath, Lu Tong rose and bowed respectfully to Wang Yang, stating, "Brother Wang, your intellect is truly commendable." Wang Yang promptly stood to return the gesture, replying, "It is merely a matter of cleverness. Your talents, Brother Lu, are what truly inspire admiration." Wang Yang's assertion of cleverness, to some extent, held truth, as he was born a millennium and a half after Lu Tong. The intervening years had witnessed the flourishing of scholarship, with a multitude of masters emerging. The vast expanse of scholarly works and academic discourse from both domestic and foreign sources had cultivated a perspective that far exceeded that of Lu Tong. Yu even stood, solemnly declaring, "On the 18th day of the 4th month in the 8th year of Yoming, the victor of the discourse is Wang Yang of Langya." Following the conversation, Yui hosted a banquet, inviting his eldest son, Yu Qianlu, to accompany him. This was also a strategic move to pave the way for Yu Qianlu's future career. Although Yu Qianlu was older than Wang Yang and held the position of chief clerk in Jingzhou, he found himself seated at the end of the table. The Wang, Xie, and Lu families were esteemed noble houses of the southern dynasties, while the Yin family, though respectable, ranked lower than the aforementioned clans. And the Yu family was even further down the hierarchy. Despite the Yu family's dominance in Jingzhou, they paled in comparison to these illustrious surnames. Even the more prestigious Yingchuan Yu family could not compete, except perhaps for their counterparts during the Eastern Jin period, which could warrant a comparison. Yu Yi's ability to preside over this gathering was primarily due to the advantageous geographical location of Jingzhou, his esteemed reputation, and a modicum of personal connection with the emperor, which garnered respect from the young nobles present. However, he spoke little during the banquet, exhibiting a lack of enthusiasm similar to that during the discourse. While Yu Qianlu took on the primary role of hospitality and social interaction. In a moment of camaraderie, Wang Yang took the opportunity to serve Chen Qingshan a small plate of roasted goose, known at the time as goose shi. He urged her repeatedly to partake in the meal, but Chen Qingshan insisted on fulfilling her duty as a guard, steadfast in her refusal. Given the strict social hierarchy of the time, Wang Yang hesitated to request that Yui accommodate Chen Qingshan further, as that would be deemed disrespectful to the noble families present. Thus, he resorted to discreetly offering her food at intervals. At first, Chen Qingshan was rather reserved, but unable to resist Wang Yang's earnest encouragement and tempted by the sumptuous dishes before her, she eventually stood up and sampled a few plates. "Brother Wang, you truly treat your guards well," Yin Yucheng remarked with a playful grin towards Wang Yang. Chen Qingshan withdrew her hand, refraining from reaching for the roasted goose. Ignoring the banter, Wang Yang rose and placed the chopsticks in Chen Qingshan's hands, whispering, "If you wish to eat, then do so without minding others." He then returned to his seat and calmly stated, "As my own guard, he ensures my safety, so naturally, I ought to treat him well." Well, Perhaps too well? Indeed. Pei interjected. Is that what you call a guard? Who are you trying to fool? Yet, I must admit, there is a certain imposing presence, particularly with those long, straight, and powerful legs. This fellow has chosen his guard wisely. An ordinary guard serves beneath the bed, but a stunning beauty can guard above it as well. Aha! Perhaps one day I shall procure a female guard for myself. With a few cups of wine consumed, Yin Youqing's laughter grew increasingly radiant. However, he understood the need for discretion in jest, as he was not very familiar with Wang Yang and was uncertain of his temperament. Hence he refrained from further jesting and merely thought it in his heart, vocalizing, "Brother Wang, you truly cherish beauty." To Wang Yang's left, Xie Xinghan was deeply engrossed in eating fish, doing so with utmost seriousness. Which region does this young lady hail from? Lu Ting suddenly inquired of Qin Qingshan. This seemingly casual question might have been posed with intent. To be honest, divulging such information was not problematic. But should Lu Ting seek to redirect the conversation towards Wang Yang, it could pose a complication. This was primarily because Wang Yang had yet to discuss this matter with Qin Qingshan, and he was uncertain how she might respond. He intended to interject before Qin Qingshan spoke, yet doing so might appear strange. Ultimately, Wang Yang's concerns proved unnecessary, for Qin Qingshan was not prepared to answer. She nibbled on the goose meat as if she had not heard Lu Ting's inquiry. This young lady? Lu Ting called out twice, prompting Qin Qingshan to cease her meal and look at him with a puzzled expression. Lu Ting, feeling somewhat awkward, repeated his question. Qin Qingshan blinked her clear, tranquil eyes and resumed her meal. This was becoming intriguing, Yin Youqing thought, narrowing his eyes to observe. Lu Ting inhaled sharply, his frustration visibly rising. Wang Yang quickly interjected. Brother Lu, do not take offense. She has a slight speech impediment, so she is shy to speak. Lu Ting replied, Ah, I see. Young master. I have finished my meal, Qin Qingshan declared, placing her empty plate on Wang Yang's table with a clear and resonant voice. Lu Ting was taken aback. Wang Yang was equally astonished. How could she articulate that so well? Truly remarkable. Wang Yang felt a bit embarrassed. Lu Ting scoffed as he sipped his wine. Noticing the atmosphere had shifted, Yu Qianlu sought to change the subject. Young Master Yin, has your brother returned from his mission to the northern barbarians last year? Indeed. He has returned. The journey was relatively swift, arriving in Jiankang 2 months ago. Yin Youcheng paused for a moment, surveying the group with an air of mystery, and said, Do you know that when my elder brother and the others arrived, they coincidentally encountered the New Year's Court Assembly of the Northern Hu, where they met the envoys from Goryeo? Lu Ling shot him a sidelong glance. What is so surprising about that? The Goryeos have always been indecisive, trying to please both sides. Yin Youcheng expressed his discontent towards Goryeo as well, during the reign of the late emperor, when the Goryeo envoys came to pay their respects. The late emperor conferred upon the Goryeo king the title of General of the Cavalry. Our Grand General goes to pay tribute to the Northern Hu. What kind of situation is this? Xie Xinghan remarked. The Goryeo envoys merely present some local specialties as gifts, but their tribute to the Northern Court is comprised of genuine gold and silver. Lu Ling spoke with a hint of mockery, indeed. 200 pounds of gold and 400 pounds of silver each year. Xie Xinghan's father, Xie Ti, currently holds the position of Minister of the Central Secretariat, while Lu Ling's father, Duke Lu, just stepped down last year from the position of Minister of Personnel. The heads of the Central Secretariat and the Ministry of Personnel are traditionally referred to as chancellors, which positions Xie Xinghan and Lu Ling among the offspring of prominent families. Thus, when this topic arose, both had some insider information, such as the specific amounts of tribute Goryeo pays to the Northern Hu. Although Yu Qianlu is merely a mid-level official, Yin Youqing's elder brother, who recently served as a deputy envoy to Northern Wei, was not privy to such details. Yin Youqing, upon hearing this, was filled with rage and slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, I knew it. Why are the Northern Hu so favorably disposed towards the Goryeos? This time at the court assembly, they actually arranged for my brother and the Goryeo envoys to sit together. Note, the reference from the Book of Wei. The biography of Goguryeo states that the annual tribute consists of 200 pounds of gold and 400 pounds of silver. During the Southern and Northern dynasties, Goguryeo changed its name to Goryeo, and at that time, the Chinese referred to the nation using both the old and new names interchangeably. Official documents from the Southern dynasties predominantly called it Goryeo. In academic circles, it is commonly referred to as Goryeo of the Gao clan, which is the Goryeo discussed among the young nobles in this chapter. Its territory roughly encompassed parts of northeast China and the northern part of the Korean peninsula. and it should not be confused with the Goryeo established centuries later by the Wang clan. Chapter 77. On the Northern and Southern Situations, Part 1. In ancient times, seating arrangements were categorized into communal and individual seating, with the latter signifying a greater respect. During the Eastern Han Dynasty, officials convened in a communal manner. Yet Emperor Guangwu issued a special decree allowing 3 high-ranking ministers, the Minister of Personnel, the Deputy Minister of Justice, and the Commander of the Imperial Guard, to occupy separate seats. Thus the capital referred to this as the 3 distinguished seats, an indication of their elevated status. Currently, the Northern Wei has allowed envoys from the Southern Qi and Goguryeo to sit together, which is evidently a slight against the Southern Qi. Lu Jing let out a cold snort. The Northern barbarians are audacious, and Goguryeo is equally unaware of their own limitations. Yu Qianlu speculated, this must be in retaliation for the last time when Li Biao was sent as an envoy to our court, where both the chief and deputy envoys were denied entry to the palace. Yan Yuqing raised 2 fingers and gestured forcefully in the air. Li Biao's exclusion from the palace was merely due to his humble origins, which created a distinction between the noble and the common. If the Northern court dispatched a genuine aristocrat, would there be any reason to deny him audience? Xie Xinghan pondered deeply, murmuring, the Northern barbarians are reaping multiple benefits from this. Firstly, they undermine our dynasty's legitimacy. Secondly, they court Goguryeo. And thirdly, they sow discord between our court and Goguryeo. Yan Yuqing, unable to contain his anger, raised his voice. Our Southern Qi has been excessively generous towards these barbaric invaders. In the past, whenever envoys from Wei visited, did we not treat them with the utmost courtesy? We have never placed their envoys on the same level as those from smaller nations. Even though Li Biao may not be of noble birth and could not enter the palace, upon his departure, the emperor saw him off with great honor, personally visiting Langya city and commanding his officials to compose poems in farewell. Yet, how have they repaid our kindness? He recalled the defeat of the invaders at Huaiyang, where the rebel forces from Qing and Su rose up, seizing enemy supply carts and slaying enemy soldiers, with waves of defectors returning south. That moment was indeed a prime opportunity for a northern expedition. Had it not been for the fact that the late emperor had just ascended the throne and was preoccupied with consolidating power rather than sending envoys to express goodwill, it is uncertain whether the northern dynasty would even exist today. At this point, his expression dimmed slightly as he sighed. Alas, the opportunity is past. Now Lu Jing suddenly interjected. There has been no conflict between the North and South for nearly a decade. Our Southern Qi is robust and prosperous. And now is the time to mobilize our elite forces to eradicate the Northern barbarians. In my humble opinion, the army could march in 3 directions. One from Jing and Xiang, to strike at Guan and He. Another from Su and Yu, to assault Su and Luo. And the third from Qing and Ji, targeting Ping and Pei. With infantry and cavalry combined, and maritime and land forces collaborating, once our troops advance, the Central Plains will surely rise in support. At that moment, with internal and external forces united, we shall vanquish the enemy. Wang Yang, unable to stifle his laughter, quickly lowered his head to eat, concealing his emotions. Yan Yuqing felt his blood surging with excitement, exclaiming, "Excellent, Brother Lu. If you become the commander in the future, I shall surely follow you to achieve great deeds and recover our homeland." Yu Qianlu remained silent. Recovering the homeland. How simple it sounds. Not to mention whether we could win. Even in terms of defending Jingzhou, the expenses alone are beyond our means, requiring the court to allocate an additional 20 million coins, 5,000 bolts of cloth, and 30,000 dough of grain. Even with these provisions, it would still be insufficient, necessitating the transport of an additional 60,000 dough of grain from Jiang and Xiang provinces. Truly a situation of dire straits. If we were to launch another northern expedition, from where would the finances come? Can the national treasury sustain it? Even if it could, for how long? He cast a glance at the impassioned Yan Yuqing, and then at the spirited Lu Qing, suddenly reminded of his brother Yu Yuling, both brimming with youthful vigor and enthusiasm. Perhaps the protracted years spent in the political arena had rendered him cautious and hesitant. How could he expect to achieve success in such a state? As Lu Qing suggested, perhaps it was time to boldly take a leap, for it might lead to remarkable accomplishments. Yu Qianlu was engulfed in self-doubt, oblivious to the fact that his father was supporting his forehead with a hand, concealing a smirk that was beginning to surface. In high spirits, Yan Yuqing turned to Wang Yang and Yu Qianlu, exclaiming, "Brothers Wang and Yu, let us charge into the fray together, traverse the vast landscapes, and claim titles and lands." "Shall we?" Yu Qianlu, with a cupped fist, replied, "How could I refuse such a summons?" Wang Yang looked up, smiling as he returned the gesture. "Splendid, splendid." A sharp gaze fell upon Wang Yang as Lu Qing's tone turned frosty. "Brother Wang seems rather dismissive of my words. I presume you harbor some superior insights? How did you perceive that? Why not inquire of Yu Qianlu instead?" Wang Yang feigned innocence. "Not at all. Brother Lu, your insights are indeed profound." Lu Qing let out a cold laugh. "In our previous discourse, Brother Wang declared my insights to be profound, yet what was the outcome? It turned out to be your own profound insights. If you hold a differing opinion, kindly articulate it. I am all ears. What is your grievance against me? Could it be that you are merely vexed over my victory in our earlier discussion? Is it the fabled pettiness? Should I challenge your words again? Would you not then resent me? You are all ears? But what use is that? Am I your mentor? Or are you compensating me for my time?" Brother Lu has gravely misunderstood. I have no differing opinions at all. Lu Qing clearly did not believe him, continuing to sneer. Suddenly, Xie Xinghan interjected. "I too wish to hear young Master Wang's perspective. What more do you wish to hear?" Wang Yang shook his head. "I have no opinions." Xie Xinghan fixed her gaze upon him. "A gentleman values sincerity. Young Master Wang lacks sincerity." Wang Yang chuckled. "Madam Xie speaks true. I have never considered myself particularly gentlemanly." Seated close to Wang Yang, Xie Xinghan's eyes sparkled with mischief as she leaned towards him, covering her cherry lips with her hand, and whispered, "Since young Master Wang has admitted to not being sufficiently gentlemanly, then regarding our collaboration." Wang Yang was at a loss for words. "You cannot keep using the same tactic. It matters not whether the method is novel as long as it proves effective. Besides, I am not in need of your business." Xie Xinghan replied nonchalantly. Lu Qing observed the clandestine exchange between Xie Xinghan and Wang Yang, his expression growing increasingly grim. Curiously, Yin Yuqing inquired, "What whispers are you two exchanging?" With a smile, Xie Xinghan replied, "Young Master Wang has indicated he possesses another perspective." "When did I?" "This tactic is to be employed for the last time," Xie Xinghan swiftly concluded, resuming her attentive demeanor. Left with no choice, Wang Yang remarked, "Brother Lu, your loyalty is commendable. However, in the face of the North-South contention, one must heed the circumstances. Without a complete understanding of the situation, success remains elusive. In the current climate, the circumstances are unfavorable for me and advantageous for the enemy. To casually speak of a northern expedition is of no benefit to the nation." Lu Ling contemptuously remarked, "I see that Brother Wang has been frightened into submission by the northern invaders." Wang Yang disregarded Lu Ling's taunts and continued, "The so-called situation encompasses various aspects: terrain, national strength, military forces, and the timing of events, among others. For now, let us focus solely on the terrain. To resist the north from the south, 3 key points must be observed. Firstly, to defend the river, one must first secure the Huai. The Yangtze River defense line stretches thousands of miles. Should it be breached at any point, it would strike at the heart of our territory. Merely drawing a line along the river for defense places us at a disadvantage. To safeguard the Yangtze, one must first fortify the Huai. The region of Jianghuai serves as a crucial pivot. The tributaries of the Huai are numerous. Upstream they can connect to the Luo, and downstream they can link to the Yangtze. Should the Southern Dynasty gain control over this area, the Central Plains would lose its shield, conversely. Should the Northern Dynasty seize it, the South would lose its bastion. At this moment, Yui finally regarded Wang Yang with earnest attention, his gaze growing solemn. Note, the specific annual expenses of Jingzhou are derived from the Book of the Southern Qi, biography of Prince Yuzhong. Jingzhou's annual budget amounts to 30 million. With 10,000 bolts of cloth and 60,000 measures of rice, in addition to 100,000 measures of rice from Jiang and Xiang provinces provided to the garrison. This data pertains to the period when Prince Yuzhong governed Jingzhou. Such enormous expenditures have special reasons. Firstly, the military pressure from the Northern Wei was increasing, and secondly, Prince Yuzhong enjoyed considerable favor and power. Thus, historical records describe this as unprecedented in modern times. Currently, with the king of Badong in power, such expenses are naturally implausible. Coupled with the emperor's stance towards the king of Badong and various factors contributing to the depletion of national strength, I have made adjustments accordingly. Chapter 78, on the Northern and Southern Situations, Part 2. Since ancient times, the North and South have resisted each other, inevitably contending for the several strongholds between the Yangtze and Huai rivers. Eastern Wu frequently dispatched troops to assault Hefei, recognizing its strategic importance as a crucial juncture between the Yangtze and Huai rivers. However, throughout the existence of Eastern Wu, they ultimately failed to secure the Huai River, which eventually succumbed to the Jin dynasty. Despite the formidable forces of Fu Jian sweeping through like a torrent, he could not quench his troops' thirst at the Yangtze. As the Jin dynasty managed to safeguard the Huai River. Presently, if we cannot defend the Huai, how can we speak of vanquishing the enemy? At this juncture, Wang Yang noticed several individuals in the audience casting him peculiar glances, as if scrutinizing him with an odd expression. Xie Xinghan timidly remarked, "Young Master Wang, well, we have not lost the Huai River." Wang Yang responded with confusion. "During the Southern Qi era, we could still retain the Huai River. That's quite something. The great trends of China, prior to the Eastern Han, lay in the East and West. After the Eastern Han, they were in the North and South. Since the Three Kingdoms, the pattern of North-South confrontation has frequently arisen. The discourse summarizing the strategies of offense and defense between the North and South is not uncommon throughout history. What I previously articulated was a synthesis of historical experiences of North-South resistance and insights from military geographers such as Li Tao and Gu Zuyu, a discourse that has endured through the ages. Even during the Huaihai campaign, the nationalist army concentrated its forces at Su and Bing, adhering to the strategic principle of securing the Huai by first securing the Yangtze. However, the issue lies in Wang Yang's unfamiliarity with the history of the Southern Qi amid the Six Dynasties, leading him to mistakenly believe that the Huai River had already been lost. Lu Zong chuckled, "Brother Wang, you are unaware of even the most basic knowledge. Yet you speak so confidently. I truly admire your audacity." Yin Yucheng also found amusement in this. As the grand image of Wang Yang in his mind began to crumble rapidly, even Yu Qianlu could not help but shake his head, pondering how someone with seemingly profound insights could be so oblivious to the current territory of his own dynasty, yet still discuss strategies of offense and defense. Only Yui remained composed, awaiting Wang Yang to continue. In Yui's perspective, compared to Wang Yang's lofty assertions, this minor error was but a slight blemish on an otherwise flawless gem. Nonetheless, he felt a twinge of curiosity about how someone so lacking in fundamental knowledge could possess such perspicacity. Wang Yang felt a touch of embarrassment. The southern dynasties had faltered with each passing generation. Lu Song had lost the Huai North, and the southern Qi, being weaker than Lu Song, certainly could not reclaim their lost territories. If they could still defend the Huai, it would imply. Upon reaching this thought, he nonchalantly stated, "What does it mean to merely defend the Huai South? If one cannot safeguard the Yellow River, one must defend Huai North. If Huai North cannot be defended, then Huai West must be secured. If Huai West too falls, one is left with no choice but to defend Huai South. At present, our dynasty can only defend Huai South. How can we speak of safeguarding the Huai? The stronghold in Huai North is none more critical than Pingcheng. In Huai West, none is more pivotal than Xuanhe. By controlling Pingcheng, one may access the Huai via the Xi River. By securing Xuanhe, one may enter the Huai through the Ru River. The loss of Xuanhe meant the fall of all 9 prefectures in Huai West. The loss of Pingcheng spelled disaster for all 4 states in Huai North. If we are to defend the Huai, we must first seize these 2 cities as the foundation of our stronghold." Lu Zong, Yin Yucheng, Xie Xinghan, and Yu Qianlu were all rendered speechless. Chen Qingshan gazed at Wang Yang's silhouette, her eyes wide with astonishment. Yu Yi instinctively placed his hand on the table, almost rising, but quickly regained his composure. Yu Qianlu clasped his hands and earnestly inquired, "Young Master Wang, you possess both martial and literary prowess, with exceptional insights. May I ask what family legacy you hail from? Whom did you study under?" Wang Yang chuckled lightly, saying, "It is merely a case of discussing strategy on paper, nothing to take seriously. Brother Wang, please continue. What are the second and third points?" Yin Yucheng inquired eagerly. "There are no second or third points. It was merely a casual remark, quite superficial indeed. The festivities today have been quite joyful, and we have talked enough. It is time to disperse." Wang Yang expressed his reluctance to continue, feeling that he had already commanded enough attention today and was weary. He preferred to return early and hasten to finish reading the last 2 volumes of Qilu. Yin Yucheng immediately protested, "No, Brother Wang. We were just getting to the exciting part. How can we end it now?" Yu Qianlu interjected, "The hour is still early. Why should young Master Wang be in such a rush? We have some fresh fruits in the residence that would be perfect to alleviate the effects of the wine. I shall have someone bring them right away." Xie Xinghan also urged, "Do not keep us in suspense. Please share the remaining 2 points." Yu Yi quietly awaited. Though he had no intention of drinking, his fingers absent-mindedly traced the rim of his cup. Wang Yang merely deflected their requests, and Xie Xinghan, employing her usual tactics, sought to coerce him with business matters. Wang Yang interrupted directly, stating, one may discuss matters no more than thrice. I can entertain the first and second, but not a third. Noticing the seriousness in Wang Yang's demeanor, Xie Xinghan astutely realized that if she persisted with her threats, he might indeed withdraw from the business altogether, prompting her to refrain from continuing. There is a time for jest and a time for restraint. A wise individual knows when to halt, and Xie Xinghan exemplified this wisdom. Though Lu Ling despised Wang Yang, he too was curious about the other two key points regarding the North-South dynamics. However, he was unwilling to voice his inquiries. And as Wang Yang evaded the topic, his irritation grew. Suddenly, Yui remarked, Huanwen once said, even if the divine land sinks into oblivion. With 100 years of desolation, Wang Yifu and others must shoulder their responsibilities. Since the time of Wang Yin, with mountains and rivers lost and the 5 barbarians wreaking havoc, the discourse of idle talk leading to national decline has been unceasing. Yet, the origin of such idle talk was not merely the discussion of abstract principles. There were matters of state as well. During the Wei and Jin dynasties, discussions on the distinction of talent were aimed at selecting officials. And when it was said that the sage possesses no physical form, it indeed referred to the relationship between ruler and subject. Thus, to confine the discussion of the 3 mysteries solely to idle chatter is indeed a narrow perspective. Therefore, I believe that our earlier discourse on the North-South situation is also idle talk. Today began and will end with idle talk. How swiftly it passes. If young Master Wang can conclude his thoughts, I shall reward him with this jade. Yu Yi removed the azure jade pendant from his waist and presented it to Wang Yang. This jade, named Song Ming, was a personal possession, and he offered it to Wang Yang if he did not mind. The jade resembled a vermilion bird, smooth and unblemished, its hue faint and translucent. Upon seeing the jade, Yin Yucheng exclaimed, "What a splendid jade! Truly exquisite." Lu Ling, observing Yu Yi's typically indifferent demeanor shift to one of interest in Wang Yang's assertions, grew even more somber. Yu Qianlu felt a jolt of surprise. He understood the profundity of Wang Yang's discourse but never anticipated that his father would hold it in such high regard. Xie Xinghan whispered to Wang Yang, "This is ancient jade, referred to as the clear pond's azure, priceless and rare. You must accept it." Wang Yang, gazing at the azure jade and Yu Yi's unusual demeanor, felt a stirring in his heart and boldly declared, "Then I shall dare to speak grandly. The second point is that to guard the river, one must solidify Jingxiang. Jingxiang is the backbone of the Yangtze River. The east aids the 3 Wus while the west controls Bashu. Gaining this would allow one to harness the strengths of both realms. In the stillness of midnight, illuminated by bright lights, the hall is filled with silence, save for the solitary voice of Wang Yang. Jingzhou governs the upper reaches of Jiankang, while Xianyang oversees the upper reaches of Jingzhou. Thus, the strategic significance of the Longzhong plan proposed by the Marshal Marquis greatly emphasizes the importance of Jing and Xiang. To the north lies the connection to the Han and Yu rivers, enabling a struggle for dominance. When Guan Yu attacked Fanqing from Xiangyang, Cao Cao found himself at a loss. From the land of Xiangyang, one could link to Wan and Luo in the north, potentially causing turmoil in the heart of the Central Plains. Despite the military prowess of Wei Wu, there are still those who cannot withstand such an assault. Shandong and Jingxiang serve as the 2 wings of Jiangnan. By securing Shandong, one can fortify the upper reaches of the Huai and Xi rivers. By securing Jingxiang, one can solidify the upper reaches of the Yangtze. When both wings are spread, the momentum of Jiangnan is unleashed. It is akin to Su Da's northern expedition, who would embark on such an endeavor. In a moment of careless speech, Wang Yang inadvertently referenced the examples from the Yuan and Ming dynasties, quickly rectifying himself. Perhaps, it is possible that one day in the future, there may be a complete northern expedition. The strategy could commence from the Huai River, first securing Shandong, and then seizing the territories of Hala. Note 1. Fusinian, in the introduction to the Eastern and Western perspectives of the Yi and Xia, states that after the Eastern Han, divisions between the South and North became common. While before the 3 dynasties, distinctions were made between East and West. Regardless of the veracity of this conclusion, such insights reveal an impressive vision. Some matters may appear simple at first glance, yet this thin veil of understanding may have remained unbroken for millennia. The notion that everyone harbors thoughts yet remains silent reflects this very situation. Today, we often categorize people as Southerners or Northerners, using North and South as key distinctions. However, this has not always been the case. In the Han Dynasty, it was said that Shandong produced ministers and Shaanxi produced generals. The significance of Hanggu Pass and the Shaoshan Mountains was often highlighted, leading to the frequent references of Guangdong and Guanzhou, Shandong and Shaanxi. This categorization began to evolve into a north-south distinction around the late Eastern Han, continuing through the era of the Three Kingdoms and extending into the Sui and Tang dynasties, where remnants of these east-west divisions still lingered. 2. The relationship between philosophical discourse and political factionalism can be explored in Chun Inca's postscript to the literary classification of the new sayings of the world, and in Tang Chongru's the political significance of the talent and character debate in the Wei and Jin dynasties. Chapter 79. A scholar's recognition of worth. As the banquet concluded and the guests dispersed, the moonlight gently spilled into the corridor. Yu Yi stood by the window, his hands clasped behind his back, while the words of Wang Yang from the feast echoed persistently in his mind. Basha commands the upper reaches of the Yangtze River. Overlooking Wu and Chu, its strategic position is sufficient to seize the river's formidable advantages. Without Jiankong, the south lacks leadership. Without Bashu, it becomes severed. Hence, Qin first subdued Shu before swallowing Chu. Similarly, Jin sought to annihilate Wu by first conquering Shu. Viewing Shu as the Yangtze's upper reaches, flowing downstream, it can influence the southern landscape. To secure the south, one must seize Shu. To gaze upon the central plains, one must also hold Shu. Zhu Ti's northern expedition failed without the support of Bashu. Huan Wen's acquisition of Shu allowed him to enter Luoyang. Li Yu's conquest of Shu led to the capture of Chang'an. With both Jing and Shu intact and interconnected, they could unite the might of East and West to counter the northern dynasties. This was the very reason Kongming tirelessly advocated for the alliance of Wu and Shu. To defend the south, Xiangyang pales in comparison to Jiankong. To advance towards the central plains, Jiankong is inferior to Xiangyang. By managing Jing and Xiang, mobilizing the wealth of the three Wus, and nurturing the strength of Bashu, while utilizing the Huai River as a barrier, this is how the south can adequately defend itself. To build a grand enterprise, nothing surpasses this. Only when adequately fortified can one consider launching a northern expedition. If the timing is not right, recklessly venting fervor with a grand army would be the gravest folly, leading to national ruin. Father. Yu Qianluo's return from seeing off the guests interrupted Yu Yi's contemplation. What did Wang Yang say? Yu Yi inquired directly, surprised by his father's specific interest in Wang Yang. Yu Qianluo hesitated before responding. He inquired about my younger brother, subtly pleading for leniency, hoping to allow him to return to the county school. Go and dismiss the guards outside the bamboo cottage. Inform Jie that he may return to the county school. Yu Qianluo was taken aback. Father, are you not concerned that my younger brother may stir trouble again? Go. Relay the events of tonight to your younger brother, particularly Wang Yang's words, in their entirety. Additionally, tomorrow, investigate Wang Yang's household registration thoroughly, but remember, do not make it known. Yu Qianluo stood momentarily stunned.